Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 3. It can be said that the profession of a mage is not only dependent on talent but even more so on resources. Furthermore, as a mage, one must build a mage tower, right? And after reaching the legendary rank, one might even want to strive for a floating city. Which of these does not require an astronomical amount of resources? It is perfectly normal for Andy to have such thoughts and plans. In fact, besides Andy, those players in the top 20 of the merit rankings have likely already made private agreements with him. Perhaps in a moment, they will fully support Andy in becoming the leader among the many players. Gao Yang already understood this in his heart, and thus had a countermeasure for Andy's subsequent actions. Watching the hall where everyone was so uniformly supporting Andy, Gao Yang's eyes remained calm. Previously, Gao Yang could not determine Andy's primary focus, but now he was certain. Andy's specialty was not traditional evocation or conjuration, but rather enchantment and mind control. In other words, Andy was a mind mage, under Andy's deliberate orchestration. A simple exchange meeting had almost turned into his own personal showcase. Except for Gao Yang and a few others, the vast majority of players had either actively or passively joined the temporary team Andy had formed. They called it joining forces to resist the enemy and paving the way to legend. The exchange meeting ended quickly. As Gao Yang walked down from the 3rd floor, he shook his head slightly. This exchange meeting had some gains, but as for how significant they were, there were none at all. He had confirmed one thing: during the time he remained here, there would be a large-scale war. Since such a war was coming, Gao Yang could slightly postpone his return, waiting until after that future great battle before heading back. In this way, he would have an extra week of free time. Gao Yang did not intend to waste this time. He went to the 2nd floor, selected a few quests, and then quickly departed. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 12 days later, on an island, Gao Yang was hiding with Milafina in a concealed sea cave. Over these 12 days, he had taken Milafina and been frantically plundering merit points at a terrifying speed. Relying on his own strength and Milafina's assistance, they had encountered almost no strong resistance. However, just half an hour ago, Gao Yang and Milafina were carrying out a mission to intercept supplies destined for the Ocean Temple. But what Gao Yang had not expected was that there were actually 5 Temple Knights in this small squad. The moment he saw those 5 Temple Knights, Gao Yang understood that these people were here to ambush him. After a bloody battle, Gao Yang killed 3 of the knights, brought Milafina with him to break through the encirclement, and finally hid in this cave. Another half hour passed. Gao Yang lay on the floor of the cave and let out a slight sigh of relief. Every Temple Knight possessed immense strength. Perhaps Gao Yang was confident he could kill one in a one-on-one fight, but once it became 1-on-2 or even 1-on-3, the pressure on him would rise sharply. When the numerical disadvantage reached 5-1, no matter how strong Gao Yang was, he could only retreat quickly to shake off the pursuit. If he had been even a step slower, he and Milafina would have been buried in the boundless deep sea. During this hour of waiting, Gao Yang's health had recovered to 85%. While Milafina was leaning against him, looking somewhat wilted, the previous battle, including Gao Yang's healing, had exhausted Milafina completely. Chapter 159, Black Clouds, Tornadoes, and the Wall Touching the Sky. Gao Yang lay on the cold ground. Over the past 10 days or so, although he had plundered a significant amount of merit, he could clearly feel that the strength of the Ocean faction was rapidly increasing, and the density of their personnel was becoming greater and greater. The further he went, the more he had to control the commotion caused by his missions to avoid attracting other enemies. He could feel that the enemies of the Ocean faction were now like a giant fishing net, wrapping the hanging port within it. As time passed, the net began to tighten, leaving them with less and less room to maneuver while inside it. In at most 2 or 3 days, this great net would completely close in on the hanging port. By then, any life outside the hanging port would inevitably be shredded into pieces by the net during the process, especially existences like Gao Yang, who had already been noticed by the Ocean Temple and the Storm Temple. I cannot stay here for long. It is better to return to the hanging port as soon as possible and rely on its defenses to face the upcoming great battle. After making his decision, Gao Yang quickly stood up, took food from his inventory, and began to chew and swallow it in large mouthfuls. The previous battle had consumed an exorbitant amount of his stamina and battle chi. If he wanted to go back now, he had to fully restore his condition. Accompanied by a sound as faint as a mosquito's hum as he entered the water, Gao Yang took Melifina and began to sneak toward the direction of the hanging port. Spending the entire second half of the night, Gao Yang finally returned to the hanging port just before dawn. The movements of the ocean faction held no secrets from the hanging port. Therefore, the hanging port was now brightly lit. A large number of massive magical searchlights and various lighting tools were casting their radiance, illuminating the entire port as if it were broad daylight. On the docks of the hanging port, a large number of soldiers were busy, the expressions on everyone's faces extremely grave. Gao Yang stood in the light, looking back at the dark, heavy sea behind him, then quickly left the port and headed toward the inner city. As for lingering outside the ocean faction's encirclement, since Gao Yang had made the move to return to the hanging port, it naturally represented the choice made by his talent. The choice to return to the hanging port was the one currently favoring Gao Yang. 2 days passed quickly, and during these 2 days, the situation at the hanging port had undergone tremendous changes. Gao Yang rose from his soft bed, walked to the balcony, and looked up at the vortex of black clouds that was almost completely covering the entire hanging port. The black cloud vortex was only a dozen nautical miles away from the hanging port. Within that vortex, Gao Yang could see dazzling lightning dancing about. Beneath the black cloud vortex, a water spout that spanned between heaven and earth appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. Under the influence of this water spout, an endless sea wave nearly 100 meters high was slowly advancing toward the hanging port. From Gao Yang's perspective, it looked like a wall connecting the sky and the sea, pushing forward horizontally. Is this the power of a god? Gao Yang murmured to himself as he watched the phenomenon in the distance. Such a feat, which could be described as changing the world, was no longer something an ordinary person could achieve. Perhaps only legendary professionals or even gods could reach such a level. Under the pressure of this black cloud vortex and the water spout, the entire hanging port was filled with a sense of oppression, as if a storm were about to break. Over the past 2 days, disagreements had also risen among the Multiverse Network players. Not all players who came to this campaign were filled with an adventurous spirit. One must know that players enter these campaigns with their true bodies. Once they die, it is a true death. Not like daily instances where one enters with only their soul, where death results in nothing more than a headache for a day or two. Therefore, the value of life versus the spirit of adventure became the point of contention among the Multiverse Network players. A small number of Multiverse Network players, seeing such a formation and lacking confidence in their own strength, naturally chose not to continue staying. Anyone could see that this hanging port was about to be submerged by that terrifying tsunami, and this place would completely turn into a battlefield. Remaining here at this moment meant the probability of survival would be extremely low. Thus, no matter how Andy and the others tried to persuade them, over 20 Multiverse Network players still chose to leave this campaign entirely over the past few days and return to their own planes. Legends are good, but one must be alive to reach them, right? This resulted in the original group of over 100 Multiverse Network players now being reduced to fewer than 90, with a small portion of those still in a wait-and-see state. Multiverse Network notification. The current environment has been covered by a divine domain. Spatial teleportation is temporarily sealed. All Multiverse Network players are unable to leave the current environment via Multiverse Network teleportation during this period. A glaring, scarlet notification appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. Gao Yang was slightly stunned, then shook his head. Well, that settles it. Those wavering players no longer need to waver. The Multiverse Network, or rather, the God, has already made the decision for them. The moment this Multiverse Network notification appeared, Gao Yang even heard a few exclamations. Placing Heiyao flat in front of him, Gao Yang took out a fine textured towel and began to slowly wipe the sword body, as a weapon that had accompanied him through many battles in the Multiverse Network. Gao Yang was already intimately familiar with Heiyao. The towel slid along the solid blade of Heiyao, and a cold, Piercing sharpness lit up along the edge of the blade. As Gao Yang wiped Heiyao with undivided attention, he was also, in a sense, wiping his own heart that yearned to become stronger. By the time he had finished thoroughly maintaining Heiyao, Melifena had already appeared behind him. Gao Yang stood up, his dark, ferocious watcher heavy armor having completely covered him. He slung Heiyao onto his back and turned to look at Melifena. Under Gao Yang's gaze, Melifena's somewhat anxious little heart inexplicably calmed down a great deal. She leaped up, jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder, and sat cross-legged. "Gao Yang, your armor is too hard. It's not very comfortable to sit on." Melifena stated her opinion bluntly. Gao Yang only smiled slightly at this, then moved his body and leaped from the balcony. With a boom, Gao Yang landed from the 5th floor. His knees bent slightly, instantly absorbing the impact of the fall from such a height. He then walked forward with a calm expression, heading in the direction of the black cloud vortex. At this moment, besides Gao Yang, the temporary team formed by Multiverse Network players led by Andy also began to head toward the port area of the hanging port. Andy watched the lone Gao Yang, his gaze showing no fluctuation. There were about 10 lone wolves like Gao Yang. It was not that Andy hadn't tried to recruit them, but none of his attempts had succeeded. Andy had no good solution for this. Moreover, the team he had assembled now consisted of 82 Multiverse Network players, which was already an extremely powerful force. Although they could not tip the scales of the war, they could at least ensure their own survival and even achieve the goals they had set for themselves in this war. Chapter 160. The war begins in the wide streets. The prosperity of the past was gone. There were only squads of soldiers running past with tense faces, and various war machines being pulled to all parts of the hanging port. Gao Yang walked on the street, his gaze fixed on the sky. He saw that in the sky above the hanging port, 3 massive airships, like the Leviathan beasts of mythology, were slowly sailing over the hanging port. Even from a great distance, Gao Yang could clearly see the thick, runic lines on the undersides of those 3 airships. Surrounding these 3 airships were many small and medium-sized airships, patrolling like guards protecting a king. "Gao Yang, that's Skyno 3, right? How come it looks as small as a toy next to those 3 airships?" Melifena tilted her head, shocked beyond measure. Skyno 3 was a type of large transport airship at the hanging port, 100 meters long and 30 meters wide, capable of carrying 3,000 passengers or a large amount of cargo at once. But now, compared to those 3 airships, Skyno 3 looked like a ping-pong ball next to a basketball. The difference in size was immense. Gao Yang nodded slightly. This scene alone was enough to bring a great boost in morale to all the garrison troops of the hanging port. As time passed, the black cloud vortex had arrived within a few miles of the hanging port's harbor. The terrifying waterspout connected heaven and earth, and the surging sea waves crashed against the stone walls of the harbor with a thunderous roar. Large numbers of soldiers appeared at various positions in the hanging port's harbor, on arrow towers, on city walls, and in the plazas. Because Gao Yang and the other Multiverse Network players were participating in this war via invitation letters, they were not considered regular troops. Therefore, like mercenaries, they possessed the right to move freely on the battlefield. Gao Yang stood at the pinnacle of a spire-like building, with Melifena crouching on his shoulder, her small face showing a hint of excitement. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon a slightly shorter building not far away, where a lone player similar to himself stood. As if sensing Gao Yang's gaze, the other party turned their head, their azure eyes filled with goodwill, and gave a slight nod. Gao Yang also nodded in acknowledgement. Melifena patted Gao Yang's shoulder plate and asked, Gao Yang, when will the battle begin?" This kitty is already a bit impatient. Gao Yang stroked her small head and whispered, "Don't rush. When the war breaks out, we will have our chance to act." Upon hearing this, Melifena no longer felt anxious and waited quietly. They did not wait long, because the terrifying tsunami wall had already advanced close to the skyport. If this 100-meter-high tsunami could not be stopped, it was feared that with this single strike, most of the entire skyport would be submerged. The military forces and war machines within it would also suffer heavy losses in this tsunami. The tsunami rushed in rapidly, and just as it was about to strike various parts of the skyport, An infinite magical energy glow lit up on the city walls of the Skyport's 7 outer districts. These magical energy glows connected into a single expanse, forming a massive luminous sky curtain in an instant, completely protecting the entire Skyport within it. The moment this luminous sky curtain formed, endless seawater, like a mountain collapsing and the earth cracking, crashed down towards the Skyport. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In just an instant, the luminous sky curtain trembled violently, seemingly unable to continue holding up against this immense natural disaster, as if it would shatter in the next second. But it held for a full 10 seconds, even after the most terrifying and powerful wave of the tsunami had ended. The luminous sky curtain still stubbornly protected the entire Skyport within it, however. Although this luminous sky curtain forcefully withstood the disaster-like tsunami, the sound waves generated by the collision still destroyed everything within 3,000 meters behind the outer district city walls. A terrifying gale swept through. Milafina's fur was pulled straight back, and all the sharp claws in her soft paw pads extended, gripping Gao Yang's shoulder blade tightly, trying her best to keep herself from being blown away by the oncoming shockwave. Fortunately, Gao Yang's position was far enough, otherwise, it would be a question whether they could still stand there unharmed at this moment. A massive amount of seawater slowly receded back into the storm sea, and the luminous sky curtain also quietly transformed into starlight and dissipated in the next moment. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds, until several figures rose from the surging sea cliff, and then time resumed its flow. They were 4 women dressed in extremely unrestrained attire. The leading woman held a staff that was even taller than herself, and seawater surged beneath their feet, carrying them high into the sky. Gao Yang knew that they were the bishops and priests of the Ocean Temple. At the same time, within the terrifying water spouts, figures flew out, riding the strong winds. There were also 4 figures, but they were 3 men and 1 woman. The men wore heavy robes, while the woman's attire was comparable to that of the Ocean Temple's bishops. Just after the bishops of the Ocean Temple and the Storm Temple appeared, several figures also flew down from the 3 airships. Due to the distance, Gao Yang did not know what they discussed, only seeing that after only a few minutes of communication, those people had already progressed from talking to fighting. Then, in the next moment, roars and battle cries merged into one. Magical light accompanied by magical explosions shone before the eyes of the world, and the glint of swords and blades stung the eyes. Almost instantly, the seawater was stained a light red. Gao Yang took a deep breath of the slightly fishy air, then he patted Milafina, his eyes scanning the battlefield like lightning, and began to head towards the edge of the battlefield. There were quite a few others making similar movements to Gao Yang, but they had no interaction with each other, merely heading silently towards the battlefield. Gao Yang wore black heavy armor, which made him not so conspicuous under the cover of the black cloud vortex. After a while, Gao Yang led Milafina into a large group of MURLOCS. At this time, these ferocious Murlocs were fearlessly charging at the guards on the city wall with steel tridents, and under this frenzy, a small section of the city wall had already been occupied by these Murlocs. At this rate, in no more than 10 minutes, this 100-meter section of the city wall would be completely lost. Gao Yang leaped high, then crashed like a cannonball into the Murloc encirclement, without any pause, and without giving these Murlocs any time to react. The moment Gao Yang landed, a dim sword light had already swept through the Murloc encirclement. The heavy sword blade cut through there without any obstruction. After the sword light spun once in place, all the Murlocs within 10 meters of Gao Yang were reduced to severed limbs and broken bodies, covering the entire city wall. With just one sword strike, over 50 Murlocs perished under Gao Yang's blade. The system notifications, at this instant, began to flood the screen like a waterfall. For these Murlocs, Gao Yang, wielding a heavy sword and clad in heavy armor, was an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 161. Blood and Fire. Thick, foul-smelling blood mixed with severed limbs and broken bodies covered the city wall, like an overturned dye vat, and a pungent odor assailed the senses. This scene, in the eyes of those Murlocs, was like hell, such highly efficient slaughter. For these Murlocs, who were no more than 5 meters tall and had an intelligence no greater than a 10-year-old child, even though the Murloc bloodline was filled with slaughter and brutality, this scene was still an immense shock. Under this strong mental impact, A clear hint of fear appeared on the faces of the Murlocs on this section of the city wall, and the steel tridents in their hands no longer possessed their previous sharpness. Some Murlocs even dropped their steel tridents in terror, then leaped off the city wall without looking back, attempting to dive back into the vast storm sea. Gao Yang stood casually in the pool of blood, his eyes beneath the faceplate showing a hint of crimson. Were those Murlocs simply scared by his efficient slaughter? Naturally not. Although Murlocs are not highly intelligent creatures, it is precisely this lack of intelligence that makes them incredibly frenzied in battle, to the point where they can be described as fearless of death. This level of slaughter only served to ignite the madness and brutality within the Murlocs' bloodline. The true reason these Murlocs felt fear, terror, and even began to flee, lay in the aura of fear that Gao Yang had activated. Aura of fear forms a 20 by 20 area of fear. Enemies within this area must perform a will check every 5 seconds. If the check fails, all attributes decrease by 6%, stacking up to 5 times, lasting for 60 seconds, with a certain probability of causing the enemy to fall into a state of fear stackable. This bloodline ability, derived from the Netherworld Dragon bloodline, is terrifyingly useful in such large-scale combat environments. Not only is the consumption for activating the aura low, but once the enemy fails the check, they suffer from all-around weakening. According to the famous canyon theory of relativity, the enemy slowing down is equivalent to us speeding up. By the same logic, the enemy being weakened is equivalent to us being strengthened. In this situation where the enemy was weak and he was strong, these Murlocs, whose individual strength was already far below Gao Yang's, had almost no chance of passing the fear check against his activated aura of fear. Coupled with Gao Yang's prior slaughter, their inner terror was further intensified, which led to the situation where some Murlocs began to flee for their lives. But this situation did not last for more than a few seconds. Accompanied by a brutal and angry roar, the eyes of all the Murlocs began to turn red. They became manic, and their sanity began to slip away. Walla! With a loud roar, a Murloc gripped its steel trident tightly, leaped high into the air, and lunged at Gao Yang with the force of Mount Tai pressing down. Heaven knows how those thin legs, which looked like hemp stalks, could support it in performing such a high-intensity maneuver. Following the first Murloc's action, it was as if a chain reaction had been triggered in an instant. The next moment, the Murlocs surrounding Gao Yang let out wild, violent roars and launched a charge toward him. Gao Yang's field of vision was blocked by Murlocs at this moment. Looking at these Murlocs filling the sky, his eyes beneath the faceplate remained completely calm. Niao, Gao Yang, kill them all. Let these big fish know who the true master is. Milifena watched these fishy-smelling Murlocs with excitement, shouting arrogantly. In her view, these Murlocs daring to fight back was no different from provoking her, the cat elf. One must know that any fish is meant to be eaten by a cat, whether it is a Murloc or a crocodile, as long as it has the word fish in its name. It is food for her. Milifena, loudly, you have been strengthened, go get them. Gao Yang, following Milifena's cry, Gao Yang could feel a surge of new energy continuously nourishing his body. His stamina and battle chi began to recover at an accelerated rate under the nourishment of this power. Gao Yang took a slight breath, and the greatsword in his hand suddenly turned into afterimages, forming a dense web of blades that enveloped his entire body. Every Murloc that entered this web of blades was reduced to severed limbs and broken arms scattered about. Occasionally, a lucky Murloc would break through the obstruction of the blade web and rush to Gao Yang's front. But the steel tridents in their hands landed on Gao Yang's armor, and apart from making a crisp clanging sound, they couldn't even leave a single scratch. You killed a common Murloc. You gained 10 generally XP. You killed a common Murloc. You gained 10 generally XP. The dense stream of system notifications never ceased, watching the Murlocs fall in droves yet continue to charge forward one after another. Gao Yang's sword-wielding hand did not show the slightest hesitation. These were all EXP. With every swing of his sword, he would kill one or several Murlocs. With such easily obtained experience, he had no reason to stop. Clang, a dull, heavy impact exploded. Gao Yang looked at the large Murloc in front of him, which was half a head taller than the others, and understood. The number of Murlocs was almost endless. In such numbers, it was only natural for elite units to be born. This large Murloc possessed considerable strength. actually managing to block his greatsword with the steel trident in its hand. Seeing this, the roars of the numerous Murlocs soared by several notches, appearing even more violent. To be honest, these Murlocs were not strong, but their voices were truly exceptionally loud. The physical damage these Murlocs were currently inflicting on him was far lower than the mental damage they were causing. Noise pollution is also mental damage. Gao Yang exerted a little force with his arms, ignoring the steel tridents thrust at him by other common Murlocs. His eyes locked firmly on the large Murloc before him. He slashed down with his sword, and terrifying power surged wantonly through the large Murloc's body. With just one strike, the large Murloc's hemp stalk-like legs made a crisp sound and snapped cleanly. Gao Yang did not pause for a second and raised his sword to strike again. The blade sliced through the large Murloc's skin, muscles, and bones, cutting it directly in two. You killed a Murloc elite. You gained 50 generally XP. The death of the large Murloc had no effect on these frenzied Murlocs. There were still endless streams of them rushing toward Gao Yang, relying on strength far exceeding that of the Murlocs. Gao Yang slaughtered wantonly within their encirclement. As he reached the height of his excitement, he suddenly removed his faceplate. His chest expanded several times over, and a scent of sulfurous heat drifted out. The next moment, a stream of extremely scorching dragon breath erupted from Gao Yang's mouth. As soon as the dragon breath appeared, it ignited all the Murlocs in front of Gao Yang. Moreover, as the dragon breath surged further, the area it covered grew larger and larger. By the time the dragon breath rushed out beyond 10 meters, it had already enveloped the entire 15-meter-wide city wall. The fierce flames mercilessly devoured everything in sight. The Murloc's flesh and blood, as well as the rags covering their bodies, all turned into fuel for the flames. In just the blink of an eye, the city wall to Gao Yang's left was completely plunged into a sea of fire. Chapter 162 Extraordinary War. The flesh and blood Murlocs, caught in this dragon breath, could only let out futile screams and roars before dissolving into that raging sea of fire. Gao Yang turned his head, and the dragon breath in his mouth traced a semicircle through the air, landing on the city wall to his right, almost in the blink of an eye. The right section of the wall was also engulfed in a sea of flames. Gao Yang exerted force through his legs and leaped high from the wall, crossing a distance of over 10 meters to land amidst another group of fishmen. The next moment, his terrifying dragon breath erupted once more. After a few such maneuvers, this 100-meter stretch of the city wall was completely shrouded in fire, and every fishman within that section was thoroughly melted by the boundless, scorching flames. A salty sea breeze blew past, carrying the pungent scent of charred flesh. Gao Yang looked down at the sea of fire beneath him and the fishmen writhing within it. Yet he appeared completely indifferent. The only thing that interested him was the harvest hidden beneath those flames. The fire had appeared quickly, and it was extinguished just as rapidly. The hanging port was located near the sea, and the majority of their enemies dealt with the ocean, so most of their extraordinary powers were related to the sea. Several massive waves crashed over, immediately dousing all the flames on the city wall. As the fire was extinguished, Gao Yang's total EXP had reached 50,000. One must know that before this battle, his EXP had only been a little over 40,000 in just a short amount of time. He had gained 10,000 EXP. In other words, within this brief period, nearly 1,000 fishmen had died by his hand. This slaughter efficiency was simply outrageous. Such a dazzling performance naturally drew the attention of both warring sides. However, because Gao Yang was positioned at the edge of the battlefield, and the ocean forces were currently exerting all their strength to suppress the hanging port, no one was able to dispatch a corresponding force to deal with him. Gao Yang leaped down from the city tower and began to collect his spoils of war. Although the fishmen were not strong, their sheer numbers still yielded quite a few treasure chests. There were 8 chests in total, 5 white, 2 green, and 1 blue. Gao Yang satisfiedly stored these chests into his inventory, planning to open them after the war. Following this devastating fire, no more fishmen dared to land from this section of the wall. Their eyes were filled with fear toward Gao Yang and his dragon breath. Gao Yang looked up toward the distant battlefield. In the main combat zone, terrifying fluctuations were erupting at every moment. The brilliance of magic shone everywhere, and the flashes of battle aura and the sounds of chanting were incessant. High above, Massive beasts resembling sea dragons soared from the storm-tossed ocean, crashing toward the three equally gargantuan airships. Countless flying fish with wings leaped from the sea, acting like suicidal projectiles as they slammed into the escort ships of the three airships. Every time they struck, the flying fish would instantly explode, much like cannonballs detonating against the hulls of the escort vessels. The armies of both sides had been locked in a melee from the very beginning, with people dying on the battlefield every single second. Gao Yang watched the war in the distance. After assessing the situation, he began to slowly move from the edge of the battlefield toward the center. While it was safe at the edge, there were only weak enemies like the fishmen. For Gao Yang, these fishmen were essentially useless beyond providing a bit of EXP. He needed stronger opponents to reap more bountiful rewards. Soon, Gao Yang found his target, a squad of sea folk currently locked in combat with the hanging port guards. There were many types of sea folk, but those resembling humans made up the majority, and the faith of these sea folk was generally directed toward the goddess of the ocean or the god of storms. That squad of sea folk had upper bodies like normal humans, though more robust, but their lower bodies were like those of crocodiles, with four thick legs supporting their torsos and a wide tail trailing behind them. At this very moment, these 5 sea folk were suppressing over 20 hanging port soldiers, and from time to time, a soldier would be killed by the sea folk because they could not receive timely reinforcements. At this rate, it would not take long for these soldiers to be completely annihilated. One of the sea folk grabbed another human warrior. It let out a roar, gripped the soldier's legs with its thick arms, and then pulled violently. The soldier let out only a single shrill scream before he was dead. Such a bloody scene made the sea folk even more violent. "God, save me!" A young soldier gripped his standard-issue spear tightly, staring at the towering sea folk before him, and muttered meaninglessly. Perhaps his prayer had worked. Or perhaps it was for another reason. The next moment, a great sword descended. The sea folk that had just torn the soldier apart did not even have time to react before it was cleaved into by a single strike. You have killed a common sea folk. You have gained 200 points of total EXP. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. Compared to these sea folk, the fishmen were pure cannon fodder. One sea folk was worth 20 fishmen, and that was just judging by the EXP provided. If one considered actual combat power, the gap might be even larger. Based on that single strike, Gao Yang estimated that this sea folk's constitution should be around 15 points, and judging by its build, its strength would be no less than 15 points either. The 5 sea folk took Gao Yang a total of 1 minute to defeat. A minute later, Gao Yang slung his black blade, Heiyao, back onto his shoulders and continued to advance toward the center of the battlefield. Behind him were the dozen or so hanging port soldiers who had narrowly escaped death. War in an extraordinary world was even bloodier and more cruel than ordinary warfare. The bloody battle at the hanging port had been going on for 3 days. During these 3 days, countless hanging port warriors had been buried deep within the ocean. At the same time, the casualties on the ocean side were even more severe. The various ports and coastal areas of the hanging port had been completely stained red with blood, and the surface of the sea was covered in a dense mass of corpses. Seeing this scene, Gao Yang finally understood the true meaning of the idiom blood flowing to the point of floating oars. The black cloud vortex in the sky had long since vanished, and the waterspout had been shattered just yesterday. Of the airships that once hovered above the skyport, only to remain. As the sun began to set, Gao Yang sat atop an intact stone pillar in the outer district. His armor was marred by numerous scars, yet the cloth he used to wipe his blade, Heiyao, remained as clean as new. Beside him, Melifino was elegantly chewing on a piece of dried fish. It was a specialty of the Skyport Chamber of Commerce, and it suited her tastes perfectly. After 3 days of grueling combat, both sides were reaching their limits, which led to a temporary ceasefire half an hour ago. It was only because of this that Gao Yang and Melifino were able to enjoy this brief moment of tranquility. Chapter 163, Refusal and the Continuation of War. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting orange light across the post-battle skyport and throwing long, irregular shadows. Many skyport soldiers were busy clearing the battlefield. A slender shadow blocked the sunlight falling on Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked up slightly to see Andy, with his mop of golden curly hair, hovering not far from him. Unlike the noble appearance he maintained before the war began, Andy now looked somewhat pale, and his mage robes bore traces of the fires of battle. It was clear that the 3-day conflict had not been easy for him either. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze. He held no particular opinion regarding Andy. On the contrary, he even felt a sense of approval for Andy's style of leadership. To gather so many Multiverse Network players from different planes, find a goal that everyone could agree upon, and lead them forward was no simple task. Of course, for a mind-oriented mage, the difficulty might have been slightly lower. "Do you mind if I have a word with your friend?" Andy asked, a warm smile on his face as he looked toward Milafina. Under Andy's gaze, Milafina inexplicably tucked away the half-eaten dried fish and gave a rather reserved nod. "Thank you." Andy smiled before turning his attention back to Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, you see the current situation. What is your take on this war?" Gao Yang stopped wiping Heiyao. He gently traced the edge of the blade with his fingertips, then looked up to meet Andy's eyes directly. "I have no opinion. I only need to cut down my enemies with my sword." A hint of approval flickered in Andy's eyes. Such a firm will was truly worthy of a melee lone wolf. Throughout the 3 days of fighting, as a fellow Multiverse Network player who also operated outside of a team, Andy had kept a close eye on lone wolves like Gao Yang. And the more he observed, the more he felt the sheer power of Gao Yang. Even though Gao Yang had not yet reached level 10, his combat prowess was in no way inferior to those Multiverse Network players and teens who had already reached level 10 and become transcendent beings. In particular, the various tactical insights the man displayed during this war made Andy realize that the man before him, cold as a monolith, possessed a much keener sense for warfare than he did. That kind of instinct could not be honed without having experienced many wars. At the very least, Andy did not possess such a sensitive perception of the battlefield. The Temple of Ocean and Storms will return. It won't be long, perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow, Andy said, his expression turning grave. When that happens, it will be a total, no-retreat slaughter. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang's gaze shifted, but only for an instant before he returned to his calm demeanor. Seeing this, Andy stopped beating around the bush and stated his intentions directly. "Gao Yang, your strength is formidable, but in a war where there is a possibility of a saint descending, it is still too dangerous. Why not join us? At the very least, we could provide each other with some support." Gao Yang stopped his movements. He locked his eyes on Andy's face, and a moment later, his gaze drifted past Andy to the fire-colored clouds behind him. Andy followed Gao Yang's gaze and turned slightly to look behind him. "Now, compared to being restricted in a team, I am more accustomed to acting with my companion." As Andy turned, Gao Yang's low voice sounded slowly from behind his faceplate. A look of helplessness appeared on Andy's face. He turned his gaze back to Gao Yang. "Even if such a decision leads to the death of you and your companion, Neo, this cat won't die so easily. Gao Yang will protect me." Milafina lifted her little head with a haughty air, speaking with extreme confidence. To this, Andy merely smiled and did not argue. Seeing his reaction, Milafina knew he didn't believe her. She arched her back slightly, ready to have a proper debate with him. Andy didn't know, but she did. Throughout the 3 days of fighting, Gao Yang had been battling in his human form the entire time. He had yet to reveal his even more powerful humanoid dragon form. Just as she was about to explode, a large hand rested on her head, and Milafina immediately quieted down. "It's getting late. Let's go." After saying this, Gao Yang stood up, and Milafina jumped onto his shoulder, and he shrugged helplessly and said, "Then, good luck, good luck." Gao Yang finished his sentence and leaped down from the stone pillar. Late at night, Gao Yang, who had been fast asleep, was jolted awake by a violent explosion. He instantly sprang from his bed, took one step to the edge of the balcony, and looked toward the source of the blast. The pitch-black night was now illuminated like daylight by surging flames. The location of the explosion was the No. 3 Outer District, one of the 7 outer districts of the Skyport. A massive mushroom cloud was rapidly rising into the sky from the center of the district. For a fleeting moment, Gao Yang thought someone had detonated a nuclear bomb there, but after only a second, Gao Yang realized it was the result of transcendent power. 5 seconds after the explosion, A powerful shockwave swept into the inner district where Gao Yang was located, causing his clothes to snap and flutter in the wind. Gao Yang's gaze remained fixed on the dissipating mushroom cloud, while his mind wondered how many people in that outer district could possibly survive an attack of that magnitude. Sizzly, a thick, dazzling beam of white plasma cannon fire tore through the sky in an instant, heading straight into the deep darkness outside the floating port. Gao Yang looked up and saw the last intact airship of the floating port casting a massive shadow, with the remnants of dazzling plasma still lingering on its bow. 2 seconds later, an explosion of fire, no less intense than the one in the third outer district, erupted from the deep darkness. Clearly, the floating port's counterattack was just as sharp. The next moment, dense arcs of electricity crawled across the entire sky in a split second, and the deep darkness was illuminated by surging thunder. Following that, a gale howled, sweeping across the entire floating port with the briny, rusty moisture of the ocean. Amidst this wind and lightning, with Gao Yang's keen eyesight, he could see faint, shadowy figures stepping on thunder and riding the gale, charging toward the floating port. Although their numbers were not large, they displayed the peerless momentum of 1,000-strong army charging in unison. A sharp, urgent horn blast echoed from the airship in midair, spreading throughout the entire floating port. At the same time, more than a dozen blinding white light orbs shot straight into the firmament. These were spells formed by a large number of illumination techniques, known as the daylight spell. In this instant, the entire floating port became as bright as day. A large number of guards, holding various weapons, watched the enemies rushing toward them like a tidal wave. Gao Yang was now fully armed, and Melifina had already jumped onto his shoulder. Melifina began to cast various buff spells on Gao Yang, and finally, she shouted, "Go!" Gao Yang Chapter 160 for Temple Knights. Gao Yang ran along the wide street toward the port. Beside him, the gale whistled past, and the air filling his nostrils was a salty, humid sea breeze mixed with the scent of blood. By the time Gao Yang climbed onto the inner and outer city walls, the light orbs formed by the daylight spell were swaying unsteadily amidst the wind and lightning. Dark clouds flowed with the gale like a canopy, and continuous ocean waves battered the port. Within that tidal-like ocean legion, a path was cleared, and from the legion emerged 2 distinct groups of knights. The iron cavalry, wreathed in electric light and gales, had winds gathering beneath their feet, and sparks of electricity flickered with every breath from their nostrils. The thick blue-white cloaks behind them snapped violently in the wind. Even from a great distance, one could clearly feel the immense pressure brought by this group of knights. The other group of knights rode tall, pitch-black war horses. With every movement, it seemed as if sea tides were surging, deep and vast like the ocean itself. Arrogant, tyrannical, deep, expansive. Storm Knights of the Storm Temple, Ocean Knights of the Ocean Temple. A low, slightly trembling whisper drifted on the wind, even for battle-hardened warriors. Seeing these knights who represented the majesty and combat power of the temples, it was impossible to avoid a flicker of fear. When the Storm Knights and Ocean Knights appeared on the battlefield, it meant that this war was nearing its end. Kill the other side, or be killed by them. It was that simple. The struggle of faith between gods is this cruel and cold. Faced with their respective beliefs, believers will exhaust everything to defend their faith, and for this, they would not hesitate even if they were smashed to pieces. This is especially true for the fanatics and temple knights within the temples. The thick, bloody scent mixed into the briny sea breeze of the storm sea, acting like an invisible steel blade, scraped across every living soul in the floating port, bringing heavy pressure to everyone. Amidst this increasingly heavy pressure, a brilliant golden light lit up on the airship in midair. Within this golden light, a group of knights clad in golden armor, riding golden war horses, stepped on the golden light and charged toward the Storm Knights and Ocean Knights. It is the Golden Knights of the Goddess of Wealth. The appearance of the Golden Knights injected courage into all the defenders. An officer realized the situation and roared, gathering the soldiers around him. The ground of the floating port trembled violently, with countless lives rushing across it. Under Gao Yang's distant gaze, the magnificent city wall within the floating port's harbor was shattered into a terrifyingly huge hole amidst the endless wind and lightning. Debris and dust blocked out the sky. In the sky filled with dust, a storm knight wreathed in electric light and wind leaped out with a roar. His warhorse let out a fierce neigh, and violent lightning escaped from its mouth and nose. It carried the sturdy knight on its back, charging toward the floating port's defenders like a flood. Behind this knight, one knight after another followed closely. The Temple Iron Cavalry carried the momentum of a collapsing mountain, intending to crush every obstacle in front of them. For the goddess, a grand prayer echoed from midair, and the golden light flared instantly. The golden knights of the goddess of wealth all struck their golden shields with the dragon lances in their hands. At the moment of the collision between lance and shield, brilliant golden light erupted from their bodies. The next moment, the golden war horses beneath these golden knights moved their thick hooves, launching a desperate charge toward the opposing storm knights and ocean knights. There was no retreat between them. A terrifying momentum emerged from the three temple knight orders, and like a comet hitting the earth, under the gaze of many living beings, they collided with a boom. Wind, lightning, seawater, and golden light erupted at the moment of impact. The moment the three temple knight groups collided, they became completely entangled in a brutal slaughter. But it was clear that even though the golden knights' equipment and war horses were superior to the opposition, the ocean side had a full 1/3 more knights. Even though the golden knights fought valiantly, a small number of storm knights still broke through their blockade and swung their butcher knives at the defenders of the floating port. Under these knights blessed by the gods, the ordinary defenders had almost no power to resist. In just one encounter, the carefully arranged defensive line of the defenders was torn open with a huge gap. In Gao Yang's eyes, a storm knight was wrapped in lightning, with gales surging beneath his warhorse's feet, charging headlong into the defenders recklessly. Judging by his intentions, he seemed to want to rely on his own strength to completely slaughter his way through the defenders in this direction. This was also standard procedure for knights. When a knight breaks into an infantry legion, the simplest and most effective method is to slaughter through the infantry legion completely, and then turn around to continue the charge. Otherwise, once they were trapped in the encirclement of an infantry legion, no matter how strong their individual strength might be, they could potentially be overwhelmed by the endless sea of infantry. The storm knight was killing at a rapid pace. The defenders along the way barely formed any effective resistance. They were either pierced and sent flying by the dragon spear in his hand, or simply knocked away by his powerful warhorse. Gao Yang watched the storm knight drawing closer and closer. He crouched slightly, and the next moment, he exerted a sudden burst of force. With a thunderous boom, the sturdy city wall beneath Gao Yang's feet cracked into a spiderweb pattern. He vanished from his spot, and when he reappeared in the next instant, he was already in front of the storm knight. Yao descended with irresistible force, the sword's edge slicing through the air like a rushing waterfall. In a thousandth of a second, it struck fiercely against the round shield that the knight had hurriedly raised. The greatsword Yao seemed to possess the weight of 10,000 tons. Even though the storm knight tried his best to resist, the strike was unstoppable. The tall warhorse's front hooves buckled, smashing the bluestone slabs paving the street into fragments. The horse's head plunged downward, and under the immense momentum, its hind hooves kicked high into the air. The storm knight on its back reacted with lightning speed, leaping off and rolling across the ground several times. This scene made the eyelids of many comprehensive network players watching Gao Yang twitch. They had not expected that with just a single strike, Gao Yang had actually blasted a charging storm knight and his warhorse, causing the horse to collapse and the knight to be unhorsed. Such strength was simply too exaggerated. Before the storm knight could steady himself, a wave of wind pressure hit him, and a giant sword swept horizontally toward him. With another loud crash, the storm knight and the round shield in his hand were sent flying by the sword strike. His 2-meter-tall, robust body slammed into the street wall, collapsing it instantly. The deafening sound echoed throughout the entire street. Satisfying. Milafina's wild, arrogant laughter drowned out the sound of the collapsing wall. Gao Yang took a deep breath, ignoring the intense pain throughout his body, and suddenly lunged forward. His heavy steel boots crushed the bricks and stones as he stomped down on the storm knight, who was lying face up in the rubble. The sturdy plate armor blocked the stomp, but the storm knight's body still sank several feet into the ground, and a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. Gao Yang looked at the storm knight, who was unable to move due to paralysis, and brought the greatsword Yao down in a furious slash once more. A shockwave exploded, and a head encased in a helmet soared into the sky. Chapter 165. Consecutive Super Armor Slashes. You have killed a Storm Knight. You have gained 2000 General EXP. The Storm Knight has been recorded in your adventure manual. Due to your act of slaying a Storm Knight, your relationship with the Storm Temple has changed to hostile. When encountering Storm Believers, you will face their hostility or even active attacks. Prompt after prompt appeared before Gao Yang's eyes, but they could not stop his actions in the slightest. Gao Yang leaned down to pick up the purple treasure chest that had appeared on the Storm Knight's body, then quickly sprinted toward another Storm Knight. The strength of these Storm Knights was definitely not weaker than his own. Gao Yang even felt that their power had reached 19 points, just a step away from the Transcendent Realm. If he hadn't triggered the super armor effect of Immortal Will with both consecutive strikes, he likely wouldn't have been able to handle the previous Storm Knight so easily. This showed just how massive the gap was between a 1/5 trigger probability and a 1/4 trigger probability. If his willpower hadn't broken through, Gao Yang would never have been able to land 2 consecutive strikes with the super armor effect. It was precisely because the first strike's super armor effect directly triggered the second and fourth passives of the disaster swordsmanship, causing the Storm Knight to fall into a state of paralysis, that Gao Yang was able to follow up with another strike to extend that paralysis, ultimately killing the knight with ease. Whoosh! Gao Yang streaked by like a black afterimage dot in a short time. He crossed 3 streets horizontally. He swung Heiyao toward another Storm Knight trapped in an encirclement, his momentum astonishing. Clang! The greatsword collided with the armor engraved with storm and lightning patterns. As the blade struck, blinding electric light erupted from the armor, which then burst into thunderous flames with a boom. Facing these sudden thunderous flames, Gao Yang's body, covered under his armor, did not pose in the slightest. The power of Heiyao's strike seemed endless, breaking through the Storm Knight's block with unstoppable force and sending him flying off his horse. Immortal Will Super Armor Slash. Triggered for the 3rd time, Gao Yang exerted force with his legs, his entire body turning into an arrow released from a bow, shooting toward the flying Storm Knight. Before the opponent could even land, Gao Yang had already pounced upon him. Fatal strike. Battle or erupted violently. Gao Yang slashed his sword down toward the Storm Knight's chest with fury. At this critical, life or death moment, the Storm Knight under Gao Yang's blade let out a roar like thunder. His body was propelled by a gale, shifting several meters to the side and narrowly dodging the terrifying strike that would have cut him in two. The Storm Knight stood in midair, terrifying gales and lightning interweaving around his body. He gripped his dragon spear tightly, his eyes glowing with electricity as they locked onto Gao Yang through his helmet. Gao Yang slowly stood up, pulled Heiyao from the shattered floor, and stood on the long street filled with severed limbs and broken bodies, calmly staring back at the Storm Knight in the air. After a mere 3 seconds, the Storm Knight hovering in the air raised his dragon spear, which was over a zhang long. The sharp tip pointed directly at Gao Yang's head, and a majestic, booming voice emanated from beneath the silver-white helmet. Mortal, you are strong, but are you prepared to face the wrath of the gods? Facing his interrogation, Gao Yang simply raised his greatsword slowly, pointing the tip toward the sky as well. There were no words, yet it was full of provocation. Gao Yang did not speak, but that did not mean his mouthpiece, Milifena, would remain silent. Milifena stood on Gao Yang's shoulder, shouting arrogantly at the Storm Knight in the air, "Come on, big guy, show us the wrath of the god you speak of to your heart's content. I'm just afraid you won't even be able to display 1/1000th of the power of the god you claim to serve. And it won't be enough for us to recognize the greatness of the god you believe in." Looking at her like that, one could never tell she was a cute little kitty. The moment Milifena finished speaking, the Storm Knight, enveloped in gale and lightning, saw the winds around him roar violently. They transformed into an overwhelming pressure, crashing down from mid-air toward Gao Yang with ferocious intensity. The blood stains on the massive dragon spear had long since been evaporated by the swirling lightning. At this moment, the spear erupted with dazzling, scorching white electricity, slamming toward Gao Yang's chest with immense force. Before the spear even arrived, a distorted bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from its tip, striking Gao Yang in an instant. Tiny, pale blue electric arcs danced across Gao Yang's entire body. Milifena's golden fur stood on end, and a wisp of smoke began to rise from her. A notification appeared before Gao Yang's as a paralysis warning, but he passed the paralysis check instantly, his movements remaining completely unaffected, facing the incoming spear. Gao Yang's battle aura burned fiercely. Heiyao transformed into a blur, colliding with the Storm Knight's dragon spear in midair. The greatsword and the dragon spear clashed, sending sparks flying in every direction. The next instant, Gao Yang felt a continuous, massive force surging from the spear. This power was so terrifying that even his strikes, bolstered by the points of strength determination, could not fully negate it. Gao Yang's greatsword shifted slightly, with a screeching sound. The dragon spear slid along the edge of the blade, forced to deflect toward the empty ground to the side. But just then, the Storm Knight lifted his right foot and stomped heavily into the air. A small air explosion appeared beneath his foot. Using this recoil, the Storm Knight's body rose higher, and he forcibly retracted his dragon spear just enough to thrust it toward Gao Yang's face once more. Gao Yang's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. Watching the spear tip thrust toward him, he pushed off the ground, his body suddenly recoiling several meters backward. Heiyao plowed past the spear tip, leaving a trail of sparks in the air before crashing into the ground. With a thunderous sound, the Storm Knight's dragon spear and Gao Yang's greatsword struck the ground almost simultaneously. Gao Yang felt a dull ache radiating throughout his body, but a savage grin appeared on his face beneath his visor. The next moment, he actually took the initiative to charge toward the Storm Knight. The greatsword and the dragon spear collided again. The intense wind pressure forced the surrounding garrison of the floating port to retreat. Gao Yang's battle aura surged, and he unleashed one furious strike after another. The Storm Knight opposite him did not show the slightest weakness, engaging in a frenzied exchange of blows with Gao Yang under the gaze of thousands. Boom, 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 boom. After several consecutive, all-out collisions, Gao Yang's blood was boiling. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth and his ears, but his offensive momentum did not diminish in the slightest. Another furious strike came crashing down. Facing this blow, the Storm Knight's expression turned grave. He gripped his dragon spear tightly, intending to block this heavy strike from Gao Yang. After several exchanges, the Storm Knight had discovered Gao Yang's peculiarity. Each of his strikes was heavier than the last. If not for this suit of armor, he would likely have been completely slain by now. Chapter 166, the second epic title. Gao Yang grinned. He had a feeling that this strike would definitely be a super armor strike. Clang! The greatsword and the dragon spear collided. In an instant, the Storm Knight felt something was wrong. An irresistible, massive force surged from the dragon spear. A power so continuous that it made it nearly impossible for him to keep holding his weapon. The Storm Knight's expression changed drastically. A veteran of countless battles, he immediately chose to abandon his dragon spear and prepared to retreat rapidly. But it was too late. The greatsword pressed down on his dragon spear with unstoppable momentum, then struck his temple armor squarely in the chest without reservation. The edge of the greatsword violently ravaged his temple armor, and simultaneously tore through his steel-like body. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs sprayed onto the inside of his visor. The Storm Knight before Gao Yang was knocked to his knees by the blow, falling into a broken guard state. Looking at the Storm Knight kneeling before him, Gao Yang raised Heiyao high and then, without hesitation, brought the sword down. A black shadow descended from above, the earth screaming as it was torn apart. The Storm Knight looked up, only to see a black sword coming straight for his head. Squelch! The Storm Knight was pinned to the ground by the massive black sword, falling silent on the spot. You have killed the Storm Knight. You have gained 2000 generally XP. Due to your act of slaying the Storm Knight, your relationship with the Storm Temple has changed to hostile. You will inevitably face active attacks when encountering Storm Believers. The blood-stained black sword was pulled from the Storm Knight's corpse. Scorching flames ignited on the body of the Heiyao sword, burning the bloodstains away completely. Gao Yang, run! Nilafina's anxious shrill cry rang in Gao Yang's ears. Alarm bells rang in Gao Yang's heart. He scanned his surroundings and saw no fewer than 10 Storm Knights riding their war horses, treading on thunder and gale, swooping down from mid-air to kill him. It was clear that by killing 2 Storm Knights in succession, Gao Yang had firmly landed on the Storm Temple's kill list. In a one-on-one fight, Gao Yang had already struggled to win. Against 10, he would undoubtedly die. But it was too late to run. These experienced Storm Knights, who had worked together for a long time, had completely blocked Gao Yang's path of retreat. No matter which direction Gao Yang tried to break through, he would be besieged by 2 or more of them. It's too late, Milafina. Gao Yang let out a low growl, and the armor on his body vanished in an instant. Milafina moved with lightning speed, jumping onto the top of Gao Yang's head and pulling her auxiliary flight cat bed from her inventory. The next moment, the earth began to rapidly recede beneath her. In just a single instant, Gao Yang had transformed from a human into a 10-meter-tall humanoid dragon. His thick dragon tail lashed out, making the air crackle, and hard dragon scales covered his body, simultaneously granting Gao Yang even more formidable strength. Milafina, get ready. Gao Yang's deep voice resonated. Hearing this, Milafina hurriedly gripped her cat bed with all her might. The next moment, Gao Yang flapped his wings, and his body surged violently into the midair. Accompanying him was that terrifying storm of sword chi. Heretic, accept judgment. An angry roar erupted from the mouths of the Storm Knights. Without the slightest hesitation, these 10 Storm Knights charged into Gao Yang's blade storm, men and horses alike. Violent rumbling, the cutting sound of sword chi, and the thunderous explosions echoed incessantly within that massive blade storm. In just a few short seconds, the enormous storm of blades had been coated in a pale pink hue. That was the color of blood. In a mere 10 seconds, the blade storm swept across a distance of over 100 meters. Everything encountered along the way was completely destroyed by the blade storm. It was not until a thick bolt of lightning struck the center of the storm that this meat grinder-like blade storm finally ceased. Gao Yang knelt on one knee at the end of the long street, leaning on his sword. Behind him lay the 10 Storm Knights, who had been hacked into pieces. The lightning strike just now had nearly killed him. If it hadn't been for Milafina healing him fiercely, and if his body's defense hadn't been significantly enhanced after transforming into a dragon, greatly reducing magic damage, he would have already been lying dead. Even so, that bolt of lightning had nearly killed Gao Yang instantly, leaving him with only a sliver of health. As he was now, let alone Storm Knights. Anyone with a bit of strength could have finished him off right there on the spot. Fortunately, his previous performance had intimidated most people, and he was still in the territory of the Hanging Port garrison. So there was no one left to deliver the finishing blow. After resting in place for a few seconds, once the battle chi within his body had recovered enough to barely use a recovery technique, Gao Yang used it without hesitation. His health surged upward by a small margin, pulling him away from the brink of death. Exhaling a turbid breath, Gao Yang looked up at the sky, then struggled to his feet and flew rapidly toward the inner city of the Hanging Port. You have killed a Storm Knight. You have gained 2000 general EXP. Due to your act of slaying Storm Knights, your relationship with the Storm Temple has become irreconcilable. When encountering Storm Believers, or when Storm Believers hear of your reputation, you will inevitably be hunted by them. Omni Network notification. Your team has killed an entire squad of Storm Knights. In this annihilation operation, your team contributed 100% of the combat contribution value. The members of your team have gained 10,000 general EXP. Omni Network notification. Your team has wiped out an entire squad of Storm Knights, and your team's level is less than or equal to the Storm Knights. You have obtained the title Heavenly Calamity Epic. Those who already possess related titles will receive corresponding attribute bonuses. Heavenly Calamity. Type Epic Title. Title requirements. In a situation where the individual team level is less than or equal to the enemy's level, kill over 95% of an entire squad of Temple Knights within 10 seconds to obtain this title. Title description: favored by the gods. So what? In a brutal, no-frills slaughter, you will leave behind an epic legend that makes the world tremble. Title attributes. When facing enemies with related storm attributes. 1. When facing checks related to storm attributes, gain come 3 to the check. 2. Relationship with the Storm Temple is fixed as irreconcilable. At the cost of this, when facing enemies from the Storm Temple, damage judgment for any attribute is come 1. PS. Heavenly Calamity. Is there really a freak who can obtain this kind of title? Am I crazy, or is this multiverse crazy? An anonymous Omni Network player. PS. Silently passing by, I dare not say a word in front of such a top-tier combat powerhouse title. Omni Network Hot Comment 999 Cone. Melifina lay in her kit bed, looking at the new epic title that had appeared on her Omni Network panel. She pondered for a moment, then decisively pulled up her clan's communication channel and posted the attributes of Heavenly Calamity. Meow, my dear kin. Please do not disturb me regarding any dungeons related to the Storm Temple from now on. All members. Title attribute link, Heavenly Calamity Golden Glow. Chapter 167, Returning, Settling the Gains. Having shown off in a big way, Melifina watched the shocked comments in the clan communication channel, her tail wagging so hard it was creating after images. Satisfied, she closed the communication channel and curled back up in her kit bed. Gao Yang flapped his wings with all his might. Within a few minutes, he had moved far away from the hanging port battlefield, and he did not stop for even a second, continuing to fly into the distance. In the previous battle, he had killed a total of 12 Storm Knights, and his relationship with the Storm Temple had directly become irreconcilable. If he remained at the hanging port battlefield, he feared that even more Storm Knights would come to kill him. His stamina and battle chi were almost exhausted. His health was at a mere 12%, and his whole body felt as if it were falling apart. This terrible state could no longer support him in continued combat. Taking advantage of the fact that the Storm Temple had not yet reacted, leaving the battlefield was the best choice. Speeding along, Gao Yang flew completely out of the range of the hanging port, the massive city shrinking behind him. Gazing at the vast plains below, Gao Yang flew for another 10 minutes or so until an Omni Network notification appeared before him, at which point he finally stopped flying. Omni Network notification. The current environment is outside the coverage of the Divine Domain. Spatial teleportation is unsealed. Gao Yang landed quickly with Melifina, then sat down on the ground, gasping for air. Gao Yang, how are you? I have healing items here, use them first. Melifina jumped in front of Gao Yang and asked with concern, while taking a small green bottle from her inventory and handing it to him. Gao Yang took the small bottle from Melifina's hand and drank it in one gulp. A rich surge of life force welled up from within his body. Gao Yang felt the sharp pain throughout his body subside a little, and his stamina began to recover rapidly. Whoa! Gao Yang exhaled a turbid breath that tasted of blood, then looked at Melifina and said, Melifina, you got that title too, right? Melifina nodded hurriedly. Gao Yang caught his breath and continued. My current state is no longer suitable for staying here. The Storm Temple will not let me go, so I plan to head back. What about you? Melifina spoke up immediately. If you are going back, Gao Yang, why would I stay here? Of course, I am going back too. Gao Yang breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had been worried that Melifina might insist on remaining on this battlefield. All right, then these are yours. Gao Yang nodded slightly and then retrieved 3 treasure chests glowing with purple light from his inventory. These were the chests dropped by the Storm Knights. There were 6 in total, and according to their 50-50 split, Gao Yang and Melifina each received 3. Melifina did not stand on ceremony. She immediately tucked the 3 chests into her inventory. Then, she looked at Gao Yang, a hint of hesitation appearing on her cat-like face. After hesitating for a long moment, Melifina finally spoke. Gao Yang, is the plane you reside in safe? Would you like to come back to my hometown with me to recover from your injuries first? Gao Yang managed a faint smile and shook his head slightly. Thank you, Melifina, but my hometown is not that dangerous. Hearing Gao Yang say this, Melifina was clearly much more at ease. She stood before Gao Yang and activated her return teleportation. Then, see you next time, Gao Yang. As soon as Melifina finished speaking, the entire cat vanished before Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and chose to exit the campaign. A ripple of spatial energy enveloped him. He glanced toward the direction of the hanging port, and the next moment, he disappeared. Campaign rewards are being calculated. Based on your performance, you have received 10, 0 generally XP and 6, 0 Multiverse Network Disaster Coins. Campaign rating complete. Exiting campaign. Campaign exit successful. After the familiar sensation of dizziness passed, Gao Yang returned to his bedroom. Upon returning to his familiar bedroom, the tension in Gao Yang's nerves finally relaxed completely. The harvest from this campaign was not small, though it was a pity that he hadn't been able to exchange his merit points. He had slain 12 Storm Knights, and these Storm Knights were the primary source of merit points. However, given the previous situation, Gao Yang would not have stayed any longer. The consequences of staying might have cost him his life. Compared to his own life, those rewards were somewhat insignificant. Moreover, for Gao Yang, the rewards from this trip were already rich enough. Before the campaign began, his generally XP and Multiverse Network disaster coins were only in the low thousands. But now, he checked his Multiverse Network panel. Generally XP to 68,200, Multiverse Network disaster coins 17,450. This EXP was enough for him to level up to level 9, and he wasn't far from level 10 either. While the disaster coins were sufficient for his daily needs, this was only one aspect of his gains during the campaign. Especially in the final battle against the Storm Knights, he had sustained extremely heavy injuries. In particular, when that final bolt of lightning struck, if not for Milafina's healing, Gao Yang might have perished right there. However, the gains were also remarkably substantial. What satisfied Gao Yang the most was the improvement of his unique talent. Body of 100 refinements. Body of 100 refinements. Unique talent, passive 1. The character's body is considered natural armor. After each instance of sustaining sufficient damage, the character's body becomes increasingly tough and strong. The damage sustained by the character is reduced by 6.8%, and the character's physical attributes increase by 6.8%. Current bonus. The original bonus of the body of 100 refinements had been only 1%. But after this great battle, the bonus had increased by nearly 6 percentage points. One must realize that Gao Yang's current strength was 17 points. 6 percentage points had pushed his strength to just over 18. What a terrifying improvement! What a terrifying unique talent! In terms of combat power enhancement, the effect of the body of 100 refinements far exceeded that of immortal will. Of course, the price was also extremely severe. If not for Milafina, Gao Yang might have died right then and there. The 6 percentage point increase had come at the cost of his life. Gao Yang opened his attribute interface. An irrepressible smile on his face. Name, Gao Yang class, Warrior LV 7 health points. Battle Chi 97/1130 Strength 17 greater than 18 Agility 15 greater than 16 Constitution 17 greater than 18 Intelligence, Charisma, Perception. The body of 100 refinements bonus to his physical attributes was 6.8%, which caused his strength, agility, and constitution to break through their limits. Strength and constitution reached 18 points, while agility reached 16 points. As for intelligence, charisma, and perception, they did not see a significant breakthrough due to their low base values. A life and death battle in exchange for a 3-point increase in free attribute points. This kind of harvest was enough to make anyone envious. Aside from the improvement of the body of 100 refinements, the rest consisted of the treasure chests and some extraordinary items obtained during the Storm's Fury campaign. In his hands, he had 3 purple chests, 3 blue chests, and 7 green chests. There were even more extraordinary items, though they were useless to him. Chapter 168 Recuperation, Opening Chests. Gao Yang shook his head. The injuries he had sustained earlier were too severe, even with his current physique. He was nearly unable to hold on. After drinking 2 bottles of high-energy beverages, Gao Yang quickly lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident. After a full night of deep sleep, Gao Yang finally recovered. His health points had recovered to 35%, and the various wounds on his body had begun to scab over. In just a few more days, his injuries would basically disappear. This was the terrifying recovery speed displayed by a recovery rate 25 times that of an ordinary person. Today was a clear, sunny day, and it seemed like a good time to open a batch of treasure chests. He took the chests out of his inventory one by one, placing all 13 of them before him. Following the old rule, he opened them from lowest to highest. A green chest was opened in Gao Yang's hands. A faint green light flashed, and an earring appeared in his palm. After carefully examining the attributes of the earring in his hand, Gao Yang set it aside and picked up another green treasure chest. Platter. The sound of the comprehensive network disaster coins colliding echoed. Gao Yang picked up the third green treasure chest with an expressionless face. In just a few minutes, all 7 green treasure chests had been opened. Gao Yang looked at the 5,000 additional comprehensive network disaster coins in his inventory, along with 1 earring and 1 dagger, his expression cold and stern. After taking a deep breath, Gao Yang turned his gaze toward the 3 blue treasure chests nearby. Without hesitation, he picked up one of the blue chests. This one had been dropped by a pirate captain. As soon as the chest opened, a dazzling blue radiance surged forth. The intensity of this blue light was so strong that Gao Yang had to close his eyes temporarily. You have obtained the Silver Eagle Treasure Map. Silver Eagle Treasure Map type, map description. This map is suspected to contain the lifelong wealth of a legendary pirate king on the stormy sea. It is rumored that whoever obtains the wealth of the pirate king Silver Eagle will become the next legendary pirate king to dominate the stormy sea. Gao Yang rubbed the parchment scroll in his hand with his fingertips. He was in no hurry to open it. He had heard of the reputation of the legendary pirate king Silver Eagle during the Storm campaign, but he had not expected this treasure map to fall into the hands of an ordinary pirate captain. As for the claim in the treasure map that obtaining Silver Eagle's treasure would allow one to become the next legendary pirate king, Gao Yang remained skeptical. If becoming a legend were that simple, why would the status of legendary professionals be so high throughout the entire multiverse? Even the gods maintained a certain level of respect for legendary professionals. For instance, those legendary mages, especially the legendary archmages who possessed floating cities, were formidable existences who dared to confront gods head-on. Of course, the number of mages who possessed floating cities was not that high. Regardless, the value of such a treasure map was still very high. The blue treasure chest had started things off with a win, which restored a bit of Gao Yang's confidence. He opened the other 2 blue treasure chests with high expectations, only to have his newly ignited confidence extinguished once again. Gao Yang silently picked up a purple treasure chest dropped by a storm knight and opened it without hesitation. You have obtained the Wine Thunder Cloak. Wine Thunder Cloak, quality purple type, cloak durability. Weight, description. A cloak infused with the power of gale and thunder. It is a symbol of the glory of the Storm Temple. Special effects. 1. Toughness. The material of this equipment is incredibly tough and cannot be worn down by ordinary forms of damage, including but not limited to burning, freezing, disintegration, and other magical effects. 2. Might of the strong. When wearing this equipment, Charisma Kung 2 while out of combat, and Charisma attribute check value Kung 1 while in combat. 3. Wine Thunder Convergence. Activate the wind and thunder power stored within the equipment to increase attack speed, movement speed, and reaction speed by 30% for 20 seconds, cooldown 12 hours. After reading the attributes of the Wine Thunder Cloak, Gao Yang knew he had acquired another new piece of equipment. Such high-quality gear was quite rare. The cloak was blue and white overall. The upper part was composed of swirling wind patterns, while the lower part featured irregular lightning motifs. The gale and lightning intertwined in the middle of the cloak, forming an eye of the storm. It looked quite impressive. It was truly worthy of being a symbol of the glory of the Storm Temple. The functionality of this cloak was also remarkably powerful. The first 2 special effects were not particularly useful to Gao Yang, but the final effect, Wine Thunder Convergence, was extremely potent. A 30% increase in the 3 speeds for 20 seconds was a massive boost. Gao Yang's current agility was already quite high, and with the addition of flexible movement and the burst speed from Power Burst, if he added the 30% increase from Wine Thunder Convergence, his speed would surely reach a whole new level. Storing the Wine Thunder Cloak in his inventory, Gao Yang opened the remaining 2 purple treasure chests together. You have obtained 4,000 comprehensive network disaster coins. You have obtained 4,000 comprehensive network disaster coins. Looking at the 2 identical notifications appearing in succession, Gao Yang remained calm. After the first purple treasure chest flashed, he felt that whatever happened afterward was normal. Sometimes, Gao Yang was curious about what his luck attribute actually was. Why did he feel like he was playing a 2D side-scrolling fighting game like DNF every time he opened treasure chests? Opening treasure chests required padding the odds, or else it was a single lucky hit followed by countless instances of hitting the pity threshold or getting trash. This was not multiversal at all. With all 13 treasure chests opened, Gao Yang's net worth had exceeded 30,000, a significant sum of money. Gao Yang clapped his hands, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began his daily meditation. Ever since his willpower had broken through last time, Gao Yang had placed increasing importance on meditation. Meditation might not seem to have obvious effects, but it was a matter of accumulation, a steady stream that eventually forms a river. Only through long-term accumulation could the quantity slowly build up to reach that final qualitative change. After an hour and a half of meditation, Gao Yang stood up and habitually walked to the balcony. He hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked down the stairs to the ironwood training ground. His injuries had not yet fully healed, so it was truly inconvenient to jump down directly from the balcony. Taking out black obsidian, Gao Yang began to slowly swing the greatsword, practicing the Gale sword technique. Before long, the sound of air being torn apart filled the space. Putting down black obsidian, Gao Yang was drenched in sweat. A week had passed since his return. During this week, Gao Yang had fully witnessed the terrifying recovery speed of having a constitution 25 times that of an ordinary person. By the 4th day, the scabs on his skin had all fallen off. After another 3 days, even the lingering internal pain in his body had vanished without a trace, and his condition had returned to its peak. Gao Yang clenched his fist tightly. He felt that if he were to face a storm knight again now, he would be able to shorten the time it took to defeat one by a third. When facing the siege of those 10 storm knights, he would not be in such a sorry state either. Chapter 169 Continuous Level Up. Gao Yang arrived at the edge of the training grounds, jumped into the water to rinse off, and then sat back down in the center of the arena. He pulled up the comprehensive network panel, his gaze falling upon his experience points. He currently possessed a total of 68,200 comprehensive network EXP. Advancing from level 7 to level 8 required only 28,000 general EXP, while advancing from level 8 to level 9 required 36,000 general EXP. In other words, he could now directly advance to level 9. Once he reached level 9, he would be only one step away from true transcendence. By then, he imagined the world he could access would be even broader, although, looking at it now, his adventurous life was already exciting enough. However, Gao Yang was not satisfied, especially after having just experienced the wrath of the storm campaign. He deeply realized that his own strength was insufficient to face every situation. He needed to become even stronger. He needed more unique specialties, a stronger physique, and a more vast amount of battle chi. These were the cornerstones that would allow him to carve out a place for himself in this multiverse. Gao Yang looked at the comprehensive network panel and focused his consciousness on his character level. Immediately, a dialog box popped up. Advancing your warrior level requires consuming 28,000 general EXP. Do you wish to advance? Yes. Your warrior level has increased to level 8. Based on your profession, your health points have increased. You have gained 1 free attribute point. You have gained 1 instance of professional baptism. The following professional skills have been improved: action like a tide, robust. LV to action like a tide greater than LV3 action like a tide. LV to robust greater than LV3 robust. A familiar sensation of strengthening emerged from within his body, and Gao Yang closed his eyes slightly to feel this improvement. It was not until this enhancement was completely submerged beneath his surging vitality that he opened his eyes again. After briefly adapting to his current improvements, Gao Yang chose to level up once more. As 36,000 EXP was deducted, that feeling of fullness surged forth again. Creak, creak. The vitality boost brought by consecutive level ups made Gao Yang feel somewhat uncomfortable, but this level of discomfort only caused him to grit his teeth. It could no longer have any other impact on him. After a while, Gao Yang unclenched his tightly gripped fists and slowly exhaled a breath. No longer paying attention to the comprehensive network prompts before his eyes, Gao Yang stood up. He could feel that, along with the 2 level ups, his body had undergone tremendous changes. This change had not been obvious when he only leveled up once, but after consecutive level ups, this change was something he could clearly perceive. His life essence and will had become more resilient and expansive. His speed of thought had become sharper. His blood flowed through his body with more vigor. And even his battle chi had become more refined amidst these changes. A powerful force surged within his body, as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, Gao Yang understood that this was merely an illusion. He glanced at the remaining 4,000 plus generally XP. He would likely need a period of accumulation to reach level 10. At the same time, he also needed a little time to adapt to the changes that had occurred within him. Standing in place for a moment, Gao Yang walked toward his residence. In the afternoon, Gao Yang appeared at a high-end seafood buffet in the Jinghu City district. Although ordinary food could no longer provide him with enough energy, eating the same 3 old dishes all the time would eventually become tiresome. Furthermore, having just leveled up twice, Gao Yang did not intend to engage in high-intensity training or adventuring for a short while. Combining work with rest was the most correct way to cultivate. 2 hours later, Gao Yang walked away slowly, holding a gold membership card amidst the buffet owner's beaming smile. The gold membership card was a gift from the owner. For a buffet owner, an exaggerated diner like Gao Yang, who could eat continuously for 2 full hours, was not someone you met every day, and such an existence could invisibly increase the appeal of his establishment. In any case, no matter what, he would definitely not be losing out. Walking on the slightly deserted street, Gao Yang felt a bit puzzled. He took out his phone and glanced at it, then suddenly realized it was a workday today. No wonder there were so few pedestrians and tourists on the street, to the point that this pedestrian street looked somewhat empty. Gao Yang shook his head. Ever since he had detached himself from the society of ordinary people, dates, seasons, or holidays had become increasingly weakened in his concept. Or rather, it was not that they were weakened, but that his focus had shifted. He was no longer like he used to be, looking forward to the weekend every day, looking forward to getting off work, and occasionally cursing the experts who invented compensatory leave together with his colleagues. Gao Yang, a crisp voice, like that of a lark and carrying a hint of surprise, rang out beside Gao Yang. Hearing this, Gao Yang looked toward the direction the voice came from and saw Ruan Xiaoyu, whom he had met once before, standing prettily under the afternoon sun, looking at him with a radiant smile. Ruan Xiaoyu was wearing a white casual shirt today, with black silk stockings under a knee-length pleated skirt, looking youthful, beautiful, and full of vitality. What a coincidence to actually run into you in Jinghu City. It's very rare to see you leave your house. Ruan Xiaoyu tucked a strand of hair that had fallen by her ear and looked at Gao Yang with a smile. Gao Yang looked at Ruan Xiaoyu, who was standing on the side of the street no more than 2 meters away from him, and nodded casually. Staying at home all the time gets a bit stifling, so I came out to clear my head. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he changed the subject and asked Ruan Xiaoyu, "What about you? Are you also out to clear your head?" Ruan Xiaoyu's smile froze for an instant, then she quickly replied, "Where would I have the time for that?" Then, her brows furrowed slightly, and she said with some distress, "My family arranged a meeting for me, and I couldn't escape it. So I had no choice but to keep the appointment." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, looked at Ruan Xiaoyu's pained face, and asked with interest, "A blind date?" Ruan Xiaoyu nodded helplessly, effectively admitting it. "Then I wish you all the best," Gao Yang said with a smile. Ruan Xiaoyu's expression darkened right on cue, and she rolled her eyes, saying, "Forget it. Let's just consider it a mission accomplished." Gao Yang didn't think much of it. "Then I'll be going now." Ruan Xiaoyu gave a slight nod, standing right where she was, watching Gao Yang disappear at the end of the street. Only when Gao Yang's back was no longer visible did she let out a soft sigh, turn around, and walk in the opposite direction. All of this was recorded by the surveillance camera facing the entrance inside the shop where Ruan Xiaoyu had just been standing, in an underground facility unknown to Gao Yang. More than a dozen people repeatedly watched the scene of Ruan Xiaoyu and Gao Yang's chance encounter. It was only after watching it over a dozen times that someone finally reached a conclusion. It seems sequence 1 is truly as he said. He was just out to clear his head after cultivating for so long. Everything is back to normal. My child had a fever yesterday, and I didn't get back until late at night. So there was no update yesterday. My apologies. Chapter 170. The Goddess of Luck, Story of Fortune. The previous encounter with Ruan Xiaoyu had no impact on Gao Yang whatsoever. In fact, Whether this meeting was prearranged, a coincidence, or held some deeper meaning, it didn't matter to Gao Yang. He was currently in a movie theater, holding popcorn and a soda, watching the commercials before the film started. The movie was just a standard action blockbuster, but halfway through, a golden message suddenly appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. The goddess of luck, Haimor, has actively activated the torrent of fortune. Those who obtain qualification will receive the Goddess of Luck's rewards. The Goddess of Luck is not your recommender. Characters may obtain qualification by completing the Goddess of Luck's trials. The rules for this torrent of fortune are as follows: participating classes, unlimited number of participants, registration requirements, character level 6 or higher, duration of the Goddess of Luck's trials, 10 natural days, start time of the torrent of fortune, 3 natural days after all participation qualifications have been obtained. Detailed introduction. The Goddess of Luck's torrent of fortune is the goddess's favor bestowed upon those lucky individuals. Any class may strive to become one of these lucky ones. Players participating in the torrent of fortune will receive a vast amount of rewards from the Goddess of Luck's personal collection. Of course, before this, players must pass the Goddess of Luck's trials to obtain qualification. Players will not enter a soul-weakened state if they die during this process. The Goddess of Luck's torrent of fortune. Gao Yang focused his attention on the golden prompt on his retina, feeling somewhat surprised. One had to know that before this, his multiverse activity calendar had been completely empty. He had originally thought it might take decades or even a century to participate in an event organized by a deity. But he hadn't expected to encounter one organized by a god so soon. Moreover, this deity was the Goddess of Luck, who presided over fortune. This was truly rare. Furthermore, the Goddess of Luck was also a lawful deity, not an evil one. In most records, the Goddess of Luck was considered a rather lively type of deity, aside from her occasional bouts of wild imagination. Do you wish to register for the Goddess of Luck's trials? Gao Yang would naturally not refuse such a good opportunity. Verifying if the character meets the requirements. Verification complete. Character meets the requirements. Registration successful. You have obtained the Goddess of Luck's guiding star lamp. Based on your level, your current group is Lucky Platform No. Current number of registrants 81,659. Looking at the series of prompts, Gao Yang was somewhat astonished. It had only been a few minutes, and the number of registrants was already approaching 100 million. This was a bit too exaggerated. As for the Goddess of Luck's guiding star lamp, to put it simply, it was the entry pass for the trials. Since Gao Yang was currently in the movie theater, he could only wait until the movie ended and return to his residence before undergoing the assessment. He wasn't in a hurry regarding this, since it was an event organized by the Goddess of Luck. The player's own luck was also a very important aspect of it. Of course, this didn't mean that only players with high luck could participate. To a certain extent, luck was also a part of one's strength. By evening, Gao Yang finally returned to his residence. After eating his dinner in a leisurely manner, Gao Yang returned to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. He then opened the multiverse activity log and clicked on the only currently active event, the Goddess of Luck's torrent of fortune. Gao Yang took out the Goddess of Luck's guiding star lamp and activated it. Do you wish to participate in the Goddess of Luck's trials? Each player's trial consists of 5 rounds. After 5 rounds, the final 200 lucky individuals will be selected. Constructing the trial. Construction complete. Teleporting character into the trial. After a slight sensation of being pulled away, Gao Yang rubbed his temples, opened his eyes, and began to survey his surroundings. He seemed to be at the foot of a mountain. Beneath his feet was flat stone paving, and a mountain that soared into the clouds stood before him, casting a large, heavy shadow. In front of him was a golden curtain of light. This curtain not only blocked Gao Yang but also blocked the other participants. Perhaps because the official assessment hadn't begun yet, Gao Yang could only turn his body to look around at the area where he stood. As he looked, one after another, various types of multiverse network players appeared in his sight. Soon, he discovered a common trait among these players. None of them had reached level 10. Gao Yang was observing the others, and naturally, the others were observing Gao Yang as well. However, upon seeing that Gao Yang was just an unremarkable human, most of the multiverse network players lost interest. The trial will officially begin in 1 minute. The first 10 players to reach the summit will obtain the qualification to enter the next round of trials. A line of golden text appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang looked up at the mountain reaching into the clouds, feeling somewhat puzzled. Could the first round of trials really be this simple? Before he could think it over, new prompt messages began to scroll across his retina. 10 seconds until the assessment begins. 9 seconds until the assessment begins. There is 1 second remaining until the battle begins. The assessment begins. Dragon transformation. Violent bloodline power surged within his body. In an instant, Gao Yang expanded from a human less than 2 meters tall into a 10-meter tall humanoid dragon. Even though there were other players in this assessment who were taller than him, Gao Yang's height was already in the top tier. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind whipped past. Gao Yang tore through the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages as he sprinted along the mountain path ahead. Behind him, a pair of broad dragon wings flapped violently, providing him with immense propulsion. With the aid of his agile movement, 18 points of strength, and his draconic physique, Gao Yang practically shattered the air, appearing at the very front of all the players. Whoosh! Just 1 second later, having gained sufficient momentum, Gao Yang suddenly soared into the sky, flying directly toward the peak and leaving behind a crowd of players with various expressions of shock. Gao Yang did not know exactly how high this mountain was. In any case, he continued to climb along the mountain face, moving at high speed. As for the other participating players, he had no idea how far behind he had left them. By the time he had flown to the point where his stamina was nearly exhausted, Gao Yang broke through the barrier of the clouds and finally saw the summit of the mountain. At the very top of the peak, there were 10 light spots flickering slowly like stars. According to the previous prompt, these were the credentials required to enter the next round of the trial. Gao Yang took out his guiding star lamp and brought it close to the brightest of the star-like light spots. The latter seemed to be drawn to it, as if it had found its home. Without the slightest hesitation, it zipped into Gao Yang's guiding star lamp with a swoosh. As the light spot entered the lamp, a new prompt appeared. You have obtained the qualification for the second round of the Goddess of Luck's trial. Chapter 171. The fifth round of assessment, Lucky Battle Royale. After Gao Yang successfully collected the starlight, a beam of light enveloped him, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. When Gao Yang regained his vision, he found himself back in his familiar bedroom. He looked down at the guiding star lamp in his hand. The very bottom of the lamp was now filled with starlight. Gao Yang pondered for a moment, feeling that this trial of the Goddess of Luck did not seem to have much difficulty. The first round was merely a matter of who could reach the summit to obtain the qualification for the second round. If the next 4 rounds were all like this, then he had a high degree of confidence in obtaining the final qualification for the Lucky Torrent. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. Given the terrifyingly large number of participants, if they wanted to select the final 200 lucky winners in just 5 rounds, the number of players eliminated in each round would be an extremely exaggerated figure. Correspondingly, every player who advanced represented someone with exceptional abilities. In this process of survival of the fittest, the opponents Gao Yang faced would only grow stronger. This strength was not only reflected in their combat power but also in their luck. After all, this was an event organized by the Goddess of Luck. Among such a massive number of participants, there would inevitably be some monsters whose luck was off the charts. Or rather, it was not just monsters with explosive luck. He would likely encounter all sorts of other monsters in this event, which had over 100 million participants. Thinking of this, Gao Yang felt a bit excited. He wondered if there would be any combat segments in the upcoming trials. If there were, that would be for the best. Gao Yang opened the multiverse event log and took a look. Seeing that the second round of the assessment would begin the day after tomorrow, it seemed that over these 10 days, an assessment would be held every 2 days, eventually deciding the final 200 players. With nothing better to do, Gao Yang searched for dungeons that suited his current level, preparing to run some daily dungeons to accumulate some generally XP and disaster coins. Soon, he selected a dungeon. Before long, the light faded from Gao Yang's eyes as he lay on the bed. Clearly having entered the dungeon, time flew by in these plain yet fulfilling days, leaving behind only a trace that was difficult to perceive. That night, Gao Yang lay on his bed and opened the multiverse event log once again. Today was already the 9th day. He had successfully passed the first 4 rounds of the Goddess of Luck's trials. As long as he passed the 5th round, which was about to begin today, he would be able to participate in the lucky torrent hosted by the Goddess of Luck. As his consciousness confirmed the selection, the familiar sensation of being pulled away swept over him once more. When Gao Yang regained his vision, he had appeared within a mountain range. Beneath his feet was an ordinary mountain, and surrounding this peak were many tall, even cloud-piercing, isolated cliffs. The final assessment of the Goddess of Luck is about to begin. All players participating in the final assessment must survive in the assessment plane for 3 natural days. After 3 natural days have passed, the divine power of luck will randomly eliminate the remaining players in each assessment plane until the number of players in that plane reaches the standard. The final assessment will begin in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourselves, lucky ones. Lines of golden text appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang looked at the information, his brain working at high speed. First, in this 5th round of assessment, one needed to persist for 3 natural days. After 3 natural days, if the number of players exceeded the standard, the random elimination mechanism of the divine power of luck would be triggered. This random elimination, to put it bluntly, was random in name only. In reality, it naturally depended on the player's luck stat. Based on this, Gao Yang did not hold much hope for his own luck stat. Combined with the detailed introduction of this event mentioned at the very beginning, players would not enter a state of soul weakness upon death during this process. Therefore, as long as I reduce the number of players in my assessment plane to the minimum within these 3 natural days, the random elimination mechanism of the divine power of luck should not be triggered, right? Gao Yang muttered to himself. Then, he took out black obsidian, and without the slightest hesitation, his figure began to expand and grow. In a short amount of time, he had already unleashed his true dragon form. Gao Yang felt the power surging within his body. He tightened his grip on the black obsidian in his hand, looked toward the endless mountain range, and revealed a smile that sent a chill down one's spine. I wonder how many players will adopt the same methods as I have. The next moment, the sound of wind erupted, and Gao Yang's burly figure suddenly shot into the sky. The moment Gao Yang's feet left the mountain peak beneath him, a drastic change occurred, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. The mountain peak where Gao Yang had been standing suddenly collapsed. The mountain, which had been nearly 1,000 meters tall, vanished among the surrounding peaks in just 1 minute, leaving behind nothing but ruins and a massive plume of dust and debris rising into the sky. Gao Yang flapped his wings and appeared high in the air. He looked down at the collapsed mountain that had disappeared below and was momentarily dazed. The speed at which the mountain had collapsed just now was so rapid that he had been too focused on fleeing to observe the process of an entire mountain crumbling into ruins. If he could observe such terrifying natural disasters from a closer distance, perhaps he could deepen his understanding of the disaster sword arts. However, it was not as if there were no more opportunities. Gao Yang cast his gaze across the endless, rolling mountains. In this period of time, it was impossible that only the mountain he had been on would collapse. The collapse of the mountain beneath Gao Yang's feet seemed to be a signal. Only 10 seconds later, another extremely exaggerated roar came from the distance. Gao Yang turned his head to look and saw an isolated peak, sharp as a sword and piercing the clouds, now falling toward the mountains below, shrouded in a massive shadow, as if it were a pillar of heaven knocked down by Gong Gong. Gao Yang instinctively wanted to retreat, but he forcibly stopped his movements in an instant. Facing a natural disaster of this magnitude, any living being's first reaction, based on the instinct for survival, would be to stay away. This was understandable. But this was an assessment plane. Even death would not result in any penalties. Furthermore, Gao Yang had originally intended to observe such earth-shattering natural disasters at close range. Thus, in an instant, Gao Yang left behind a trail of afterimages and sped toward that direction. After flying for only a dozen seconds, a scorching wave of fire rolled toward Gao Yang from the mountain range below. The corners of Gao Yang's mouth curled up slightly. He then withdrew his gaze from the toppled mountain and landed it on the forest below. It seemed that there were quite a few players who had the same idea as him. Chapter 172, Chaotic Battle. Facing the incoming wave of fire, Gao Yang merely flapped his wings slightly to soar over it, then dove like a sharp arrow into the forest where the fire had originated. In the forest, a mage player wearing mage robes was looking with incredulous eyes at the humanoid dragon that was as swift as lightning in the sky. His spell had actually been so easily dodged, its lock broken. The mage's reaction was also extremely quick. Seeing Gao Yang easily avoid his fire wave, he did not hesitate to activate the defensive spells inscribed on his body. In an instant, layer upon layer of magical shields appeared around him. Counterattack spell. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but the moment he was locked onto by Gao Yang, he felt an invisible pressure emerge, a pressure so strong it almost condensed the air around him. Driven by instinct, he could only continuously strengthen his defenses to face the opponent's incoming attack. 1 second later, in the mage's eyes, a giant flaming sword, burning with raging fire as if pulled from the bottomless abyss, crashed down. The mage player looked at the giant sword that almost completely obscured his entire field of vision. Momentarily at a loss for how to complain. How could he complain? Was he supposed to tell his friends that he had been flattened into a meat patty by a dragonman wielding a Balrog greatsword? After a loud bang, the forest trembled several times due to Gao Yang's power before returning to calm. Gao Yang raised the black obsidian. The mage beneath the blade had already been teleported away due to death. This kill did not provide Gao Yang with even a single point of experience. Gao Yang was not surprised by this. After all, this was an event organized by the goddess of luck, not a dungeon of the comprehensive network. Having easily dealt with the mage who had ambushed him, Gao Yang flapped his wings again and flew toward the sky. The area of this mountain range was too vast. So vast that it was boundless. Who knew how many players existed in this assessment plane? He needed to hurry and send every player he saw away. On this point, Gao Yang was very confident, because in the first 4 rounds of the assessment, Gao Yang discovered that all participating players were below level 10. This meant that the intensity of the assessment he was participating in had an upper limit. There was no combat power exceeding level 10. Under these circumstances, Gao Yang felt he should not encounter any existence that was too far beyond him or too strong, because he himself was already at the top of this tier. As Gao Yang flew toward the sky, a dazzling golden pillar of light suddenly erupted from the distant mountains. The golden pillar shot straight into the clouds, dyeing the sky above it into a shattered gold. The feeling was exactly like the scene of a great treasure appearing in a cultivation novel. Gao Yang looked at the golden pillar of light, then changed direction and began to rush toward where it was located. There were quite a few players who held the same thought as him. Almost in an instant, Gao Yang saw no fewer than dozens of streaks of light, all rushing toward the direction of the golden pillar. And this was just in the area where Gao Yang was. If one looked at the entire assessment plane, how many would be like them at this moment, rushing toward that golden pillar regardless of everything? The scene was exactly like throwing a dough ball made of fish feed and bait into an endless lake. In the next moment, the once calm lake surface suddenly boiled, and countless fish surged toward the location of the bait. Thus, the battle erupted in an instant. Because Gao Yang's speed was too fast and his size too large, he was attacked by several nearby players the moment he appeared. Facing this level of attack, Gao Yang did not even bother with much defense. He simply hoisted black obsidian and charged toward the direction of the players. The greatsword, as wide as a door panel, swept across. Aside from a few who possessed other means of survival and managed to escape the calamity, the remaining players stood almost no chance of survival under Gao Yang's blade. Gao Yang exhaled a breath of turbid air. The want to slaughter just now had caused the blood flowing through his body to accelerate. Gao Yang's massive wings flapped with a boom, and in the next moment, he left behind trails of afterimages, appearing beside a player who had luckily dodged the initial strike. Poochie! Two sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The former was the sound made when Gao Yang finished off his opponent, while the latter was a nearby mountain peak collapsing with a roar. Gao Yang's eyes revealed a look of obsession as he quietly watched the sheer power of nature. It was not until the mountain collapse had completely ceased that Gao Yang finally regained his senses. He glanced at the backs of the players who were already nearly out of sight, wiped his hair, and then exerted force to pursue them forward. Gao Yang did not know if his choices were right or wrong, but with the help of his talent choice, no matter what path he took, the outcome would eventually lean in his favor. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and that golden pillar of light still stood between heaven and earth. Conversely, many players had already lost their qualifications in the battles against one another. Just like now, a large number of players were surrounding that blinding golden light, slaughtering each other without rest. Gao Yang was among them. After a day and a night of killing, basically all the remaining players had realized that the gap between players was sometimes greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Take Gao Yang, for example. Everyone was clearly a level 9 warrior. So why did his warrior form turn into a humanoid dragon that could even fly? And what puzzled the other warriors most was why, despite them all being warriors, the power of Gao Yang's basic attacks was exaggerated to such a degree. Naturally, there would be no answer to such questions. At this very moment, Gao Yang was brandishing black obsidian, locked in a fierce battle with a couple. The difficulty of this couple ranked among the highest of all the players Gao Yang had encountered, perhaps even vying for the top spot. Among this couple, the male was an archer, and the female was a wind element mage. During the engagement, the female applied various buffs to the male, allowing his arrow speed to reach an exaggerated realm. Even Gao Yang's dragon scales, which were thick enough to be impervious to blades and spears, would be forcibly pierced by the man's arrows, embedding themselves into his body. And if Gao Yang tried to kill the female mage first, he would be met with an endless barrage of arrows, as well as a terrifying, upright-standing female mage who had cast a transformation spell on herself. The combat power of these two was truly top tier. Just as the three were fighting frantically, a soul-shaking roar erupted from deep underground, which seemed to have no end to the naked eye, began to sway as if it were on the surface of water. The next moment, the earth split open with countless terrifying fissures, and scorching magma shot straight into the sky. In this rain of magma, those players who failed to react in time lost their qualification for the assessment without even a whimper. Chapter 173 Escape. Gao Yang slashed his sword against the arm of a violent bear that was similar in size to him. The blade felt as if it had struck tough rubber, forcing Gao Yang to involuntarily increase his strength. Although Gao Yang could not inflict fatal damage on this violent bear, the power contained in his greatsword was not something the bear could resist. The violent bear withstood the strike, but her massive body was forcibly pushed back several meters by the power contained within black obsidian, plowing to trenches half a meter deep into the ground. At this very moment, the ground beneath the violent bear shattered, and a pillar of dark red, scorching magma instantly shot into the sky. The violent bear let out a heaven-shaking roar. A faint magical shield appeared over her body, and then her entire form was enveloped by a gale, instantly escaping the area covered by the magma pillar. But before she could even catch her breath, a tangible pressure of wind rushed toward her. The violent bear's scarlet eyes instantly shrank to the size of needle tips. She watched the black greatsword slashing toward her thick neck. Her body wanted to move, but due to the previous burst of effort, she could not do so in time. She had a feeling that if she were struck by this sword, even if she didn't die, she would be completely engulfed by the opponent's storm-like sword momentum and suppressed to death. "Hey, baby, don't worry." In that instant, a slightly flippant, handsome male voice appeared in front of the violent bear. It was the archer who had been providing long-range suppression. That's right, this violent bear was the female mage from the couple. Although she was a mage, she had mastered an extremely exquisite violent bear transformation spell, which was why she acted as a solid barrier between Gao Yang and her boyfriend during this battle. With a crisp ding, the male archer used the body of his beautifully crafted longbow, which bore distinct elven characteristics, to block Gao Yang's great sword. The next moment, his figure was instantly sent flying. Clearly, if his girlfriend in her violent bear form couldn't withstand Gao Yang's sword, there was no need to mention his own frame, which weighed only a little over 100 pounds. But this very action of his gave the female mage time to buffer. The violent bear, transformed from the female mage, raised her two thick, massive bear paws high, like a small mountain, and the next moment, she slammed them down toward Gao Yang's body with the force of a double-sided strike. A teeth-aching, dull collision sound resonated within Gao Yang's body. The dragon scales under her palms shattered completely, and the terrifying force poured entirely into Gao Yang's body, causing his bones to emit a clattering sound. "Heh, that's got some kick." Blood spilled from the corner of Gao Yang's mouth. He cracked a grin, and a joyful laugh escaped from his shark-like sharp teeth. He suddenly released his dragon-clawed hands from black obsidian. Immediately, both dragon claws lunged out and clamped onto the violent bear's shoulders. Battle chi burned violently on his body, covered by the solid dragon scales. His boiling blood surged and roared through his veins, and the heart in the center of his chest emitted a roar like a beating war drum. Gao Yang's legs were planted into the rock-like demonic pillars. He then opened his mouth slightly, revealing white, jagged teeth as hot steam billowed out, accompanied by a roar like a thunderclap. Gao Yang exerted force through his arms. The dragon scales on his limbs stood on end, and terrifying power surged from the earth beneath his feet, traveling through his entire body before being fully unleashed upon the body of the dire bear held within his dragon claws. Under the gaze of numerous players, the mountain-like dire bear was actually ripped from the earth by Gao Yang and hoisted high above his head. Creak, creak. His muscles tightened like steel cables, his heart hammered wildly, and a beast-like low growl rumbled in his throat. The next moment, his figure suddenly flipped. The ground within a radius of over 10 meters shattered like a spider web. As the overwhelming power erupted, the dire bear traced a helpless arc through the air, crashing down toward the fractured earth. The already ruined mountain rocks exploded instantly upon the impact of the dire bear. Massive amounts of debris shot out in all directions like hidden weapons, and the terrifying force kicked up dust several meters high, nearly swallowing both Gao Yang and the bear. "Leah!" a roar echoed out. The male archer's eyes were bloodshot as he drew his bow and fired frantically at the godlike figure amidst the smoke. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind dispersed the dust and smoke. Two massive dragon wings wrapped around Gao Yang, blocking every arrow the male archer fired. The male archer's eyes darted toward the deep crater in front of Gao Yang, where he saw the Leah he had called out to. She had reverted to her human form and was lying motionless among the rubble. Clearly, Gao Yang's previous attack had rendered her completely unconscious. Gao Yang leaned down slightly and picked up black obsidian. He swung the arm holding the greatsword horizontally. The thick blade hummed as it hung diagonally, pointing at Leah's fair neck. With sword chi hissing faintly, "Come, defeat me, or watch her die before your eyes." A voice as deep as a dragon's roar emanated from Gao Yang's throat. Combined with his current posture and his grotesque, exaggerated physique, the aura of an evil, crazed villainous boss was fully realized. The male archer did not hesitate for a second. His body turned into a gale as he charged madly toward Gao Yang. While still halfway there, arrow after arrow rained down, covering every part of Gao Yang's body. "Ha, not bad." Gao Yang lowered his eyelids slightly, offering a word of praise. The next moment, he bypassed the unconscious female mage and charged toward the male archer. A violent gust of wind hit them head-on, pulling the male archer's red hair straight back. Just as the two were about to collide, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, and his figure shifted several meters to the side without warning. In that instant, the ground between him and the male archer shattered, and a pillar of magma erupted into the sky. Gao Yang had dodged, but the male archer in front of him did not evade at all. Instead, he increased his speed, charging headlong into the magma pillar. In just a split second, he burst out from the other side of the pillar. His entire body was drenched in dark red, scorching magma, and there wasn't a single patch of intact skin left on his exposed body. Even so, his pace did not falter in the slightest. He rushed to the side of the female mage, scooped her up into his arms, and then ran toward the distance without looking back. Gao Yang slowly flapped his dragon wings and descended from there onto the mountain peak below. Watching the couple retreat into the distance, he suddenly smiled with a hint of envy. To have a beloved person by one's side, never leaving, climbing this nearly infinite path together in this infinitely wonderful multiverse, that was truly a blessing. After a brief moment of reflection, Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked toward the other players attempting to approach the golden pillar of light. His broad dragon wings flapped, and he kicked off the ground with a powerful stride, turning into a blur. He crashed into the chaotic fray of players with the most violent and brutal posture. Chapter 174. The Monster of Platform 3. Countless shrill, hoarse cries rang in his ears, intertwined with magical glows, surging energies, and looks of desperate terror. Amidst the countless magma pillars erupting into the sky, the crumbling isolated peaks and cliffs, And before that dazzling golden pillar of light, a vivid and graphic picture was painted. Although all players participating in the Goddess of Luck's assessment existed here as consciousness projections, the comprehensive network was not one of those harmonious, family-friendly games. There was no optimization or censorship for the gore and violence in this assessment. To players who were tacitly fighting each other heard a rush of wind in their ears. They turned their heads abruptly, only to see a black greatsword, as large as a door panel, rapidly enlarging in their field of vision. The door-sized greatsword swept across. Every player within the range of the strike was either cleaved into or sent flying away entirely. After clearing the area with a single strike, there was not a ripple of emotion in Gao Yang's slit pupils. He charged toward another battlefield once more. Scenes like this were happening all over Luck Platform 3, which could be said to have a completely different style compared to the other assessment grounds. The chaotic battle lasted for 3 full days. By the evening of the 3rd day, only one isolated peak remained standing between heaven and earth in this vast, endless mountain range. And this isolated peak was exactly where the golden pillar of light was located. At the foot of this peak, only a few people remained, standing, sitting, or lying in the blood-soaked, pungent battlefield that resembled an Asura realm. 5 of them, though exhausted, had positioned themselves in a way that vaguely surrounded the final person. And that last person was sitting quietly on a flat boulder, with a pitch-black greatsword stained with blood leaning against his side. It was Gao Yang, who had been fighting for 3 whole days. Gao Yang had already reverted to his human form, although he was surrounded by the 5. And although these 5 were the absolute powerhouses who had survived to the end in this mountain of corpses and sea of blood that was Platform 3, he did not feel the slightest bit of tension. His gaze fell upon the couple furthest from him. He had not expected that after suffering that level of attack from him, they would still be able to hold on until the end. Their strength, he feared, far exceeded his initial estimates. At this moment, the latter 2 also looked at Gao Yang with gazes filled with extreme wariness and complexity. They had originally assumed that, given their strength, they should have been the undisputed overlords at this level. However, what they did not expect was that a mere event organized by the Goddess of Luck would cause them to encounter such a terrifying monster. That is right, in their eyes. Gao Yang was that monster. He was clearly just a warrior, yet he seemed to possess endless stamina and mental energy, not to mention an unstoppable force. Over these past 3 days, aside from the one time they fought Gao Yang on the 2nd day and fled after their defeat, they had not dared to challenge him again. But not challenging him did not mean they were not paying attention. In the time that followed, a portion of their focus had always remained on Gao Yang. They watched as he moved through the crowd as if there were no one there, wantonly reaping the lives of ordinary players, and watched as all manner of control and charm effects landed on him. Yet he remained as unaffected as if nothing had happened. At that moment, they knew that this monster was not someone they could handle, at least not for now. To the left of this couple was a young man who looked somewhat timid and quiet. The boy was spotless, appearing completely out of place in this environment that resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The other 4 survivors looked at this boy with a hint of wariness in their eyes. There was no other reason. The boy was simply too bizarre, or rather, too lucky. Every player who attempted to target this boy would always encounter various accidents. Either their attacks would fail, or their weapons would shatter, and so on. In short, he was like a so-called chosen one, receiving the utmost favor from the Goddess of Luck. And any existence that attempted to harm him would eventually suffer the consequences themselves. Even Gao Yang felt a tingling sensation on his scalp when he saw the boy's absurd maneuvers. Who could believe that just as the boy was about to be killed, a giant boulder wrapped in raging magma would always appear to smash his opponent into dust? And when faced with everyone's gaze, this quiet boy would blush with embarrassment and offer a smile. Monster! The others cursed inwardly. Diagonally across from the boy was a female mage dressed in moon-white robes. Her elegant and clean mage robes could not hide her tyrannical aura. Indeed, this was a mage who had specialized in the evocation school, a true master of magic. On this battlefield filled with magma, this female mage displayed a lethality that made all players tremble. As for who had eliminated the most players on the scene, she was the undisputed number 1. To Gao Yang's right was an assassin of unknown gender, whose body was hidden in the shadows and who wore a face mask. This assassin perfectly embodied what it meant to be a phantom, what it meant to kill amidst the mortal world and escape through the blades. Facing all opponents, they only ever struck once, after that single strike. Regardless of whether the opponent lived or died, their trail could never be found again. And among the opponents they had targeted, almost no one had survived. These were all the remaining players on Lucky Platform number 3. And these 5 people watched the golden pillar of light behind Gao Yang without making a single move. Because in this chaotic melee, the orchard couple had been the first to be defeated by him. When the lucky boy was on the verge of death, a meteorite appeared, which Gao Yang had shattered with a single sword strike while in his dragon form. When the tyrannical female mage unleashed a sea of magma, Gao Yang had withstood her output, forcing her to retreat. And as for the final fatal strike from the shadow assassin, Gao Yang was the only player to have survived it, precisely because of this. Although they were curious about the golden pillar of light, not one of them dared to step forward. Seeming to have rested enough, Gao Yang slowly raised his eyes and swept them across the 5 people opposite him one by one. Then, he stood up, slung his black obsidian blade back onto his back, and turned to walk toward the golden pillar of light behind him without a second thought. Seeing Gao Yang's actions, a crimson glow flickered in the depths of the tyrannical female mage's eyes, and the shadow assassin merged most of his body into the shadows. Seeming to sense the movement behind him, Gao Yang paused slightly, then turned his head to glance at them. With just that one look, the crimson glow in the female mage's eyes faded, and the shadow assassin crawled back out of the shadows. The lucky torrent is about to begin. Isn't it better to wait for the lucky torrent to start? Gao Yang continued to walk toward the golden pillar of light, with only that single sentence drifting into the ears of the 5. Not until Gao Yang had walked far away did the lucky boy gasp for air and collapse onto the ground. He looked at Gao Yang's back and muttered to himself, "What a monster." Chapter 175. A constant stream of friend requests. The moment Gao Yang stepped into the golden light, his guiding star lamp automatically floated in front of him. Then, as if the golden pillar of light had found its home, it poured entirely into Gao Yang's guiding star lamp like a swallow returning to its nest. After the golden pillar of light vanished, the guiding star lamp in Gao Yang's hand was shining as brightly as a sun. Even though it was Gao Yang's first time coming into contact with it, he could clearly feel the aura of luck that was almost overflowing from the guiding star lamp in his hand. Gao Yang turned back to look at the lucky boy. He felt that with this guiding star lamp in his possession, his luck value would not be much lower than that boy's. Being looked at by Gao Yang like that, the lucky boy suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but shrink his neck and instinctively shift his gaze away, not daring to meet Gao Yang's eyes. Damn it! I spoke so softly just now. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and focused it back on the guiding star lamp in his hand. Although this guiding star lamp was said to be an assessment credential, judging by its current performance, its function should be more than just that. Perhaps in the upcoming lucky torrent, it would play an even greater role. Gao Yang lowered his head to ponder for a moment before putting the guiding star lamp into his inventory. There was still some time left before the end of the assessment, and as long as the time had not run out, the assessment period was naturally still ongoing. There were only 6 people left on Platform No.3 in total. Under these circumstances, there should be no risk of being eliminated, so Gao Yang had no desire to make another move. Returning to his previous spot, Gao Yang sat down again, took out a clean towel, and began to wipe the bloodstains off the blade of his sword, Heiyao. He had only wiped it a few times when a pair of perfectly round, straight, and fair long legs suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Gao Yang raised his head and looked up, gazing at the female mage standing before him with her exquisite face and sharp, 3-dimensional features. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Is something the matter? The female mage held a staff with an agate-like texture in her hand. She looked at Gao Yang, her eyes revealing an undisguised brilliance. I am Agnia. You are truly strong. Gao Yang looked at Agnia before him and nodded slightly. You are also very strong, Agnia. I am Gao Yang. You can call me Gao or Gao Yang, either is fine. A smile appeared at the corners of Agnia's mouth. She took the initiative to extend her hand toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang, once this event is over, Are you interested in having another match with me? Looking at the soft, slender palm extended before him, Gao Yang put down the towel, shook it symbolically, and then nodded. That is certainly no problem. To be honest, I would also very much like to witness the power of magic without any interference. I will make sure you get to see it. Agnia narrowed her eyes, her voice confident and firm. After adding Gao Yang as a friend, she did not chat any further, but instead walked to the side and began to meditate with her eyes closed. Lost in her own world, Gao Yang did not think much of it and turned back to continue wiping his weapon. He hadn't wiped it twice before another figure appeared in front of him. Gao Yang frowned and looked at the somewhat timid and quiet youth with extreme luck standing before him. The lucky youth clearly sensed Gao Yang's mood. He was already somewhat timid, and now his back was hunched even more. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you behind your back. What the hell? Gao Yang was a bit puzzled. Why did this lucky youth come to apologize so out of the blue? If you want to speak ill of me, then go ahead. I can't hear it anyway. By coming to apologize to me now, aren't you just letting me know that you were bad-mouthing me? Gao Yang looked at the lucky youth before him and asked calmly, if you're done, go back. Don't waste my time. The lucky youth looked at Gao Yang. Then, as if he had just realized something, quickly said oh twice, lowered his head, and hurried back to his original position. Gao Yang glanced at him again, unable to understand how someone with such heaven-defying luck could have such a cowardly, pushover personality, unable to figure it out. Gao Yang picked up the towel again, just about to continue maintaining his weapon, when a shadow was cast over him once more. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and looked at the male archer standing before him. No, did these people plan this? How are they coming one after another, endlessly? The male archer had a smile on his handsome face. He looked at Gao Yang and said in a very familiar manner, Big boss, I'm Garuda, and that is my girlfriend, Leah. Let's add each other as friends. If there's anything we need in the future, we can help each other out. Gao Yang thought for a moment and accepted the friend request. The strength of this couple was by no means weak. Once they reached level 10, their strength would inevitably undergo a qualitative leap. After Garuda added Gao Yang as a friend, Gao Yang did not continue wiping his weapon. Instead, he took the initiative to look at the assassin whose body was half submerged in the shadows and beckoned to him with his finger. The shadow assassin was slightly startled by Gao Yang's action. After looking left and right to confirm that Gao Yang was indeed talking to him, he slowly walked over to Gao Yang. Gao Yang glanced at the person. Even at such close range, he still couldn't tell whether this person, who only revealed their pupils, was a man or a woman. Don't waste time. Let's add each other as friends. The shadow assassin was stunned, then immediately realized what those few people had been doing, coming back and forth here just a moment ago. After thinking about it, he didn't refuse and added Gao Yang as a friend. Gao Yang looked at the name that had appeared on his Multiverse Network friend interface and asked uncertainly, Dark Crow. The shadow assassin gave a soft grunt. The voice was hoarse and low, and one could tell immediately that it was a disguised tone. Fine, this person's professional ethics were truly a bit excessive. Gao Yang didn't force it and waved his hand to let Dark Crow go about his own business. Having dismissed Dark Crow, Gao Yang picked up the towel again. Surely no one will come to bother me now. Just as Gao Yang picked up the towel, a golden notification suddenly appeared on his retina, causing the movement in his hand to pause once more. Assessment time has ended. Currently detecting the number of players in the current location. Retrieval complete. The remaining number of players in the current assessment location is 6. The standard is 20. The number meets the standard. You have obtained a lucky torrent invitation. After several notifications flashed by in succession, Gao Yang put away Heiyao and the towel. He could see that there was no way he would be able to finish his maintenance today. Now that the invitation was in hand, it was clear that this assessment had reached its end. The next moment, a familiar feeling of dizziness emerged. By the time Gao Yang regained consciousness, he had already returned to his bedroom. Lying on his bed, a gold-stamped invitation appeared in Gao Yang's hand. In the center of the invitation, thin golden threads formed a slightly mysterious human face pattern. Gao Yang knew that this was the holy emblem of the goddess of luck. He rubbed the invitation with his fingertips and then stored it in his inventory. Tomorrow was the day the lucky torrent would officially begin, so there was no need to be too anxious. Chapter 176, Lucky Torrent. The huge difference in guiding star lamps laying on the bed. Gao Yang looked through his current friend list. From being empty at the very beginning to now having nearly 10 people. Every one of them spoke to the changes he had undergone. Excluding the first Multiverse Network friend, Rendezvous. The second was the cat elf Melifina, followed by that strange succubus Golis. And then the 4 people he added during today's assessment. To be fair, in terms of combat power among these friends, the 4 people added today were all top tier. Being able to survive the slaughter among so many players to reach the end had long since proven this point. Gao Yang was not a reclusive person. If he could make friends with Multiverse Network players who were on par with him in strength, he would not refuse. After all, having more friends meant having more paths. And there might come a time when he would need them. Through this battle, Gao Yang also realized his own strength at this level. It was no exaggeration to say that it was already somewhat overpowered. The reason was simple. In his 2 Abyss trials, his ratings had both been perfect, which had left him absolutely loaded with rewards. So much so that his attributes far exceeded those of other players at this level. His strength attribute, in particular, had already reached 19 points. Just a single step away from the legendary Transcendent Realm. Not to mention, he also had the support of 2 unique specialties and 1 legendary bloodline. Beyond that, he possessed an extremely formidable swordsmanship, and combined with his innate talent, if he still couldn't reach the top, then he would be far too pathetic. Gao Yang pondered quietly for a moment and decided that he should still settle down at this level for a while longer. At the very least, he would wait until he had completely digested his own foundation before considering the matter of leveling up to 10. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, after Gao Yang finished his daily training, a Multiverse Network notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. The Goddess of Luck's Torrent of Fortune is about to begin. Players, please enter as soon as possible. Countdown. Seeing this, Gao Yang did not hesitate. He took the gold-stamped invitation from his inventory and activated it. The next moment, a golden vortex appeared before him. Gao Yang stepped into it without the slightest hesitation. Space shifted, and an intense sense of dizziness and displacement engulfed Gao Yang. By the time he regained his senses, he had already appeared beside a wide, rushing river. Multiverse Network notification. You have stepped into the torrent domain of the Goddess of Luck. Combat is prohibited in this domain. Anyone who attempts to defy this rule will be punished by the goddess and the domain itself. A scarlet notification appeared before Gao Yang. He looked at the prompt, then withdrew his gaze and looked at the wide river in front of him. The water in this river was the color of gold. Looking through the surface, Gao Yang could even see vague existences moving within the water. As time passed, one Multiverse Network player after another appeared on both banks of the river. Among these people who appeared, Gao Yang saw a few familiar figures. However, due to the distance, he did not walk over to greet them, merely nodding at each other. As time went on, when the countdown finally ended, a ball of golden light suddenly leaped out from the center of the river. The light fell like water droplets, revealing a parrot emitting a faint golden glow. The golden parrot flapped its wings, its small eyes sweeping over all the players present. Gao Yang's expression suddenly turned solemn. He felt a heavy woe within the parrot's gaze. That feeling was as if he were not facing a parrot, but a deity. The parrot folded its wings and stood in midair. After a light cough, it spoke slowly. Lucky ones, I represent the goddess and the torrent domain in welcoming your arrival. Next, you may take out your guiding star lanterns, enter the river formed by the torrent domain, and fish for your own items of luck. Having said this, the parrot paused, then added, a piece of advice, do not be greedy, or you will end up with nothing. After speaking, the parrot flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, looking down at the more than 150 Multiverse Network players below. As the parrot's voice faded, the players took out their guiding star lanterns one after another. In an instant, balls of light of varying sizes and brightness appeared on both banks of the river. Gao Yang looked around, and it seemed that no one's guiding star lantern was as bright as his. Some players, after taking out their guiding star lanterns, actually leaped directly into the Golden River before them. Such a confident move clearly indicated that they had learned relevant information beforehand, otherwise, they wouldn't have done so. Sure enough, after they jumped down, the guiding star lanterns in their hands suddenly shone brilliantly, constructing small, leaf-like skiffs to carry them. On these skiffs, there were also landing nets of varying sizes. Looking at this highly incongruous scene, what Gao Yang thought was that if there were any hardcore anglers here, they would be absolutely thrilled. Splash. The sound of a heavy object hitting the water interrupted his train of thought. Gao Yang turned his head and saw a boat 2 or 3 times larger than the other leaf-like skiffs landing on the Golden River. Standing on this large boat was an ordinary-looking young man, and in his hand was a giant landing net half the size of the other players' small boats. The feeling of ordinary players versus pay-to-win players was immediate. It seemed that, barring any accidents, this man's harvest would likely be much better than the others. Seeing that most of the players had already entered the water, Gao Yang no longer hesitated. He took out his guiding star lantern. In an instant, a blinding golden light bloomed, attracting the gaze of every player. Gao Yang did not pose at all, leaping down with extremely fluid movements. As he jumped, the light from the guiding star lantern in his hand suddenly expanded, almost within a single breath. A massive warship appeared beneath him. That's right. Compared to the leaf-like skiffs that could only carry one person, the behemoth beneath Gao Yang, which was over 30 meters long and nearly 10 meters wide, could be described as a warship without any exaggeration. The warship landed in the river, immediately stirring up surging waves. Under the impact of these waves, many of the leaf-like skiffs swayed, rocking wildly on the verge of capsizing. Damn it! This gap is a bit too huge, isn't it? A player who had finally managed to steady his boat stared blankly at the warship sailing past him, unable to stop himself from cursing. Gao Yang stood at the bow of the warship, looking down at the players below, and suddenly smiled. So this was the benefit of that golden light. Looking at it this way, the previous slaughter had truly been effective. Gao Yang admired the massive vessel beneath him, then looked left and right. Failing to find any sign of a landing net, he searched carefully, finally locking his gaze onto the naval gun mounted at the bow of the ship. Could this be his landing net? Chapter 177, Beating Up Primitive People. A naval gun as a landing net. Gao Yang looked at the naval gun in front of him, then glanced at the 2-meter-long landing nets held by the players on the bamboo leaf skiffs below, and couldn't help but chuckle. This really was a case of beating up primitive people. It seemed the goddess of luck was truly as lively as the rumors suggested. Such a stark contrast was not something an ordinary person would think of. Gao Yang looked around and discovered that among everyone present, his ship was the largest by far. Most others were in bamboo leaf skiffs, with a small minority in slightly larger black awning boats. Once these boats hit the river surface, they all, without exception, began to head toward the upper reaches of the river. However, the current of the great river had suddenly accelerated, and for those small boats, simply maintaining stability was already a difficult task. Moreover, the further upstream they went, the faster the river flowed. In such an environment, the chances for players on those bamboo leaf skiffs to use their landing nets to salvage treasures from this lucky torrent were greatly reduced. No wonder that Parrot had specifically emphasized not to be greedy in a situation where one could capsize at any moment. Greed would truly lead to ending up with nothing. Just as Gao Yang thought of this, he saw a small wave not far ahead of him crashing toward his direction. Compared to his behemoth of a warship, the wave was indeed small, but in the eyes of those on the bamboo leaf skiffs, this wave was already at a high-risk level. The golden wave crashed down like a collapsing high wall, slamming into the great river with the force of 10,000 tons. Feeling the faint vibration transmitted through the hull, Gao Yang felt no ripples in his heart, but around his ship, it was a completely different scene. Although the players onto bamboo leaf skiffs were trying their best to control their small boats to avoid the impact of the large wave, their struggles appeared so feeble in front of a wave of this magnitude. After the golden wave passed, only to overturn bamboo leaf skiffs remained on the river surface. In the eyes of the many players, these 2 bamboo leaf skiffs turned into golden light, enveloping the 2 unlucky players who had fallen into the water and drifting them toward the shore. The 2 looked at each other, both wearing bitter expressions. They had finally managed to obtain the qualification for the event organized by the Goddess of Luck. But before they could harvest anything, they had already lost their eligibility. One of them muttered with some annoyance, "If I had known, I would have just used the landing net to catch the treasures under the river surface." Indeed, if he had been decisive in fishing, perhaps he could have harvested a treasure before the big wave hit. Although it might not have been as valuable as a carefully selected one, there would at least have been a harvest. Unlike now, where they were left empty-handed, with the tragic fate of the two unlucky ones as a precedent. The remaining players finally realized something and stopped hesitating, one after another, beginning to use their landing nets to fish in the great river beneath them. Gao Yang watched the suddenly lively scene, then drove his warship to continue heading toward the upper reaches. The massive hull cut through the river surface, and the parting waves caused the bamboo leaf skiffs on both sides to sway unsteadily. Many players hurriedly stabilized their small boats, not forgetting to cast an angry glare at Gao Yang. Gao Yang could only express his apologies for this. "Sorry, but having a big ship means you can do whatever you want." Soon, the large ship carried Gao Yang to the very front of all the players, leaving the rest far behind. Having rushed to the front of everyone, Gao Yang stood at the bow and looked toward the river surface ahead. He saw many swimming fish of various sizes beneath the golden water, wandering aimlessly. Gao Yang knew clearly that these were the so-called lucky items, the treasures of the Goddess of Luck. Soon, there were no more players in sight behind Gao Yang. Gao Yang widened his eyes, scanning the river surface constantly, attempting to find the treasure that looked the most precious. His criteria for judgment were simple. Whichever swimming fish was larger and swam faster, it was highly probable that its value was higher. Soon, a golden fish larger than a bamboo leaf skiff appeared in his field of vision, swimming extremely nimbly. Gao Yang's heart stirred, and he gripped the switch of the naval gun with both hands. The moment his hands touched the switch, a targeting reticle similar to Soldier 76's ultimate appeared before his retinas. In the center of the screen was a crosshair, and this crosshair was shaking wildly before Gao Yang's eyes. Soon, Gao Yang knew how to use this lock-on mode. He focused his gaze on that golden fish, and immediately, the crosshair before his eyes locked onto the golden fish. No matter how the target swam, the crosshair remained firmly locked onto it. 3 seconds later, the crosshair turned a vibrant red. Gao Yang had a feeling that as long as he wanted to, if he pressed the firing button now, he would definitely be able to capture that fast-swimming golden fish. Looking at the fish that was still darting around frantically, Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not press the firing button. It was only just beginning. His ship was far from reaching its limit, and he could continue to head upstream to search for treasures of even higher value. Looking at the river surface behind him that was still empty, Gao Yang continued to head upstream. Along the way, Gao Yang encountered several light clusters that were much larger than the golden fish he had seen earlier, but he ultimately did not choose them. That's right, after giving up on the first big fish he encountered, Gao Yang had already activated his talent choice. Talent effect active. When encountering major life events or situations that endanger your own life, actively activate this ability. For the next period of time, your choices will be absolutely correct. After activating the active effect of choice, he completely abandoned thinking and acted entirely based on his first instinct. They continued to sail forward for a distance, where the river became even more turbulent, to the point that the large ship beneath Gao Yang began to sway from side to side. Gao Yang felt a sudden realization. This was likely the furthest point he could reach. His gaze fell upon the turbulent golden river, searching constantly. In these rushing waters, there were a great number of fish larger than the bamboo leaf skiffs. They swam wantonly beneath the surface, seemingly unaffected by the current at all. Gao Yang's gaze swept rapidly over these fish. Each time he scanned them, he could feel his own talent rapidly depleting. At this rate, he feared it wouldn't even take a minute before his talent was forced to deactivate. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Gao Yang caught a glimpse of a dull, golden light. The moment he saw this golden glimmer, a sudden realization dawned on him. This was what he had been longing for. The neural reflexes brought about by his 17 points of agility allowed him to shift his eyes instantly, locking onto that textured, dull golden light. Chapter 178, Fortune of Fate, Talent Upgrade. in Gao Yang's eyes. Beneath this golden light was a large fish with a sleek body. As if it had sensed Gao Yang's gaze, the large fish with dark golden scales suddenly flicked its body, transforming into a streak of black gold light and vanishing from where it had been. It appeared 10 meters away as if it had teleported. Gao Yang gripped the ship-mounted cannon with both hands. His eyes locked firmly on the dark golden fish hiding beneath the water. However, the fish was too fast, and Gao Yang tried several times without successfully locking onto it. Either his line of sight would be broken the moment he locked on, or just before the lock was completed, the creature would sense something and unleash that teleport-like speed, escaping his aim. I don't believe it. Others use hand nets, and I'm using a high-tech ship cannon. I can't catch you. Gao Yang steered the large ship to press toward the dark golden fish, using the massive hull to compress the creature's range of movement. Gradually, the dark golden fish was forced toward the riverbank. A smile appeared at the corner of Gao Yang's mouth, and his gaze fell once again upon the body of the dark golden fish. This time it went smoothly. 3 seconds later, the crosshair on his retina turned crimson. Without the slightest hesitation, Gao Yang decisively pressed the firing button in his hand, following a massive roar. The ship-mounted cannon in Gao Yang's hands jerked upward, and the violent recoil surged entirely into his arms. If not for Gao Yang's quick reaction, gripping the cannon tightly with both hands, he would likely have been sent flying several meters away by that single impact. Did it work? Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at the water ahead. He saw that in a corner near the riverbank, a dark golden fish was struggling frantically. On its body, a tough net held it firmly trapped within. After struggling for a dozen seconds, as the net fired by the cannon gradually tightened, the dark golden fish was finally bound and unable to move. As the golden light continued to contract, the dark golden fish was pulled to the surface. The moment it left the river water, its body erupted with an intense dark golden radiance. Then, under Gao Yang's gaze, the fish rapidly shrank within the light, finally transforming into a dark golden orb of light that flashed and appeared in Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang looked at the dark golden orb in his hand. Despite his keen eyesight and the close proximity, he could not see what was actually inside the glow. However, fortunately, the Omniverse Network answered his confusion. Fortune of Fate, quality type, description: a treasure from the torrent of luck, and also an object cherished by the goddess of luck. Special effect: Fortune of Fate. PS Fate, luck, entangled yet distinct legendary archmage, master of the floating city, child of luck, Andre Wolf. PS Fortune of Fate. Is it the legitimate child of luck and fate? A certain anonymous Omniverse Network player. Fortune of Fate. Gao Yang looked at the dark golden orb in his hand, then back at the Omniverse Network's explanation of this Fortune of Fate, and suddenly began to laugh. It seemed he had obtained something extremely compatible with himself, as Gao Yang had obtained the item he wanted in the torrent of luck. The large ship beneath him transformed back into golden light, delivering him to the shore. Once his feet were on solid ground, Gao Yang did not rush to use the Fortune of Fate, but instead stored it in his inventory. After all, this was the territory of the goddess of luck, and there were many other players present. With so many eyes around, it was better to wait until he returned to the real world to use it. After waiting on the shore for a while, a prompt from the Omniverse Network appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. The Goddess of Luck's Torrent of Luck event is about to end. Countdown 9:54. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Then his expression returned to calm. 10 minutes later, accompanied by a strong sense of dizziness, Gao Yang returned to the real world. He did not delay, quickly closing the doors and windows. After ensuring everything was secure, he took the Fortune of Fate out of his inventory. The dark golden orb displayed a unique beauty in the dim bedroom. Looking at the orb in his hand, Gao Yang's Adam's apple bobbed, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. After he took out this Fortune of Fate, even the air in the room became much more fragrant. This might have been his imagination, but it was more likely due to the fragrant scent of luck radiating from the Fortune of Fate. Looking at the Fortune of Fate in his hand, Gao Yang already had an idea of how to use it. He aimed the Fortune of Fate at his chest and then slowly applied force with his palm. He watched as the Fortune of Fate slowly sank into his body, finally merging completely into his heart. Omniverse Network prompt: you have successfully used Fortune of Fate. Omniverse Network prompt. Fortune of Fate is taking effect. The estimated process time is 12 hours and 51 minutes. Omniverse Network prompt. Talent selection is temporarily locked. It cannot exert any effect during this period. 3 consecutive prompts from the Omniverse Network made Gao Yang realize that his idea had been correct. The Fortune of Fate has an extremely high compatibility with his talent choice. One represents the causality of fate, while the other represents the destiny of luck. Once the two are combined, it surely will not disappoint him. There were only a little over 12 hours left, but Gao Yang was not in the slightest bit anxious. Of course, it was impossible for him to just sit idle. Gao Yang took out the black obsidian and began to meditate. Multiverse Network notification. The Fortune of Fate has taken full effect. Based on the effects of the Fortune of Fate, your talent choice has undergone a permanent change. Following the appearance of the Multiverse Network notification, Gao Yang leaped up from the bed and began to examine his brand new talent after merging with the Fortune of Fate. Fate Choice Category. Talent Effect 1, Luck 5, Talent Effect 2. When encountering a situation that requires a choice, your decision will lean toward the one that maximizes your personal benefits. Talent Effect 3 Active. When encountering major life events or situations that endanger your life, actively activating this ability will ensure that your choices are absolutely correct for a period of time. During this process, there is a high probability of obtaining additional excess gains. P.S. The cooldown for this ability is 15 natural days. The duration after activation will be determined based on the weight of the choices made by the user. Looking at the new talent, Gao Yang revealed a satisfied smile. The talent choice had become Fate Choice, and the talent effects had increased from the initial 2 to the current 3. Among them, the newly appeared talent effect actually increased his luck by 5 points directly. One must know that luck, as a hidden attribute for players, is basically impossible to improve through ordinary means. Yet, a single Fortune of Fate added 5 points of luck to him. If this were to be made public, one could only imagine how many people would be driven mad with jealousy. If Gao Yang's luck index was previously that of an ordinary person, then from this moment on, Gao Yang had become a special existence constantly accompanied by good fortune. To describe it in more grounded terms, it meant that if he lacked money, he could find it on the street. If he was hungry, food would immediately appear by his mouth. If he was sleepy, a pillow would immediately offer itself up. That is right. Luck 5 means being able to do whatever one wants. Chapter 179 An Invitation to Visit from the Cat Elf. Besides the 5 points of luck, the original effects of Gao Yang's talent had also undergone significant changes. Whether it was the passive or active effect, the changes had increased the benefits for Gao Yang. This was easy to understand. After all, his talent was upgraded through the Fortune of Fate, a treasure from the goddess of luck. In this process, it was only natural to inherit a bit of luck. The passive effect of Fate Choice would allow Gao Yang to maximize his gains in future choices, while the active effect further expanded these gains. Countless absolutely correct choices would ultimately lead to those extraordinary, excess gains. However, there was a price to pay. The cooldown time for the talent's active effect had increased by half, from the initial 10 natural days to the current 15 natural days. But even so, it was completely worth it. Gao Yang closed the Multiverse Network interface with satisfaction. His gratitude toward the goddess of luck, whom he had never met, had reached its peak. So this is an event hosted by a deity. It would be even better if there were a few more. Gao Yang rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. However, such things could only be imagined. Time is meaningless to deities. Only when they feel bored, amused, or in the mood do they occasionally organize such an event. For ordinary mortals, being able to participate in an event hosted by a deity in one's lifetime is already lucky enough. How could one dare to ask for more? Gao Yang cast this unrealistic thought to the back of his mind and then went to the martial arts arena. After such a long period of cultivation, with the enhancement of the cultivation space, his Gale Sword technique had begun to sprint toward the Great Completion stage. Once the Gale Sword technique reached Great Completion, it could be merged into the Catastrophe Sword technique again to strengthen its power. Gao Yang was very much looking forward to this. The first fusion with the waterfall sword technique had caused a significant improvement in all aspects of the catastrophe sword technique's power. If another high-level sword technique were to be merged, the power of the catastrophe sword technique would inevitably rise to another level on this foundation. In Gao Yang's current battles, being able to crush his opponents relied heavily on the enhancement of the catastrophe sword technique. If it weren't for the super heavy strike's power, and the effects of increased defense and breaking the opponent's parry granted by the catastrophe sword technique, even if Gao Yang possessed the same strength, he would not be able to achieve his current level. After practicing for a while, Gao Yang suddenly stopped his movements because an avatar in his multiverse network friend list was flashing rhythmically. Milafina, it is very rare for you to take the initiative to contact me. Milafina wagged her tail and replied, Gao Yang, if you are free tonight, you can come to my hometown to visit. Today is our hometown's birthday, and there are many fun things and delicious food. If you come, I will report your name in advance. Don't worry. There will be plenty of grilled fish and fruit. Gao Yang looked at the message sent by Milafina, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A dinner invitation from a cat elf. This was a first. Looking at Milafina's words, Gao Yang could imagine that in the distant multiverse, a cat elf covered in golden fur must be wagging her tail triumphantly at this moment. All right, then thank you very much. Gao Yang did not think for too long before accepting the cat elf's invitation. Every birthday, the fish in the lakes of our hometown are at their fattest time of the year. Whether it is roasted over flames, air-dried by the wind, or even served as ice-fresh sashimi, they are all extremely delicious. Seeing that Gao Yang had agreed, Milafina enthusiastically introduced the delicacies that might appear tonight. That is truly something to look forward to, Gao Yang replied with a smile. After agreeing on the time with Milafina, this excellent cat elf took the initiative to end the chat. Today was the birthday, and since she had also invited a human friend, she naturally had to go and prepare more food to properly entertain her guest. Gao Yang closed the Multiverse Network panel, thinking to himself that he could not arrive empty-handed for his first visit. The next moment, a pair of wings unfurled from his back, and with a few powerful flaps, he ascended rapidly into the sky. He planned to take a trip to Jinghu City to buy some small gifts that cat elves would enjoy for his otherworldly friend. Time passed quickly, and by the afternoon, after spending 2 hours in Jinghu City and purchasing a large pile of trinkets, Gao Yang returned to Qiyu Village. After tidying up briefly to ensure his attire was presentable, Gao Yang entered the Multiverse Network coordinates provided by Milafina. As the coordinates were entered and the Multiverse Network disaster coins were paid, a space vortex the height of a person appeared before Gao Yang. Staring at the swirling portal, Gao Yang stepped inside. The sensation of weightlessness and dizziness overwhelmed his senses the moment he stepped into the vortex. By the time Gao Yang regained his vision, he had already appeared on a lush green lawn. The air carried a faint, fresh scent mixed with a salty tang, as the homeland of cat elves. Such an aroma was quite reasonable. Gao Yang looked around and discovered that the lawn was not very large, roughly the size of a football field. At the edge of the lawn, an elegant cat with golden fur was walking toward him with equally graceful steps. Behind her, many other cats of various sizes and fur patterns stood or crouched. These were undoubtedly Milafina's kin. Gao Yang, welcome to my hometown, the beautiful and fertile land of cats, heckled. Milafina crouched before Gao Yang, her long, fluffy golden tail sweeping across the grass behind her. It was clear that she was very happy about Gao Yang's arrival. Come with me, Gao Yang. The birthday celebration is about to begin. After saying this, Milafina led Gao Yang toward the edge of the lawn. Greetings, human friend from afar. I am Minna, Milafina's grandmother. Welcome to Backlade. As they reached the edge of the lawn, a calico cat who looked quite elderly approached Gao Yang. Although she maintained the form of a cat, she spoke in human language. Greetings, Grandmother Minna. The scenery here is beautiful. Gao Yang looked at Minna, who was hovering in the air at eye level with him, and said with a smile, Please follow us, human friend, Minna said slowly, turning to lead the way. Gao Yang walked among the crowd of cats, heading toward the world beyond the lawn. Outside the lawn was a gravel path that was not particularly wide. It was narrow for a human, but for the cats, It was an exceptionally spacious road. At the end of this gravel path lay a city that looked like something out of a fairy tale. Various miniature buildings were scattered throughout the city, and all kinds of cats lived in every corner, making it feel as if he had arrived in a kingdom of cats. Chapter 180 Lawful and Evil. If a cat lover came to Backlade, they would probably faint from happiness. Gao Yang thought to himself as he walked along, observing the curious and wary cat elves in the buildings on both sides of the road. The buildings of these cat elves looked like enlarged versions of cat beds, decorated with many colorful ornaments on the outside. In short, everything looked very festive, which he assumed had to do with the birthday the cat elves mentioned. Milafina sat perched on Gao Yang's shoulder, and beside her floated grandmother Minna. As a festival for the cat elves, the birthday was no less important than the Lunar New Year in the hearts of the Chinese people. Thus, as Gao Yang followed Milafina and the others through the streets, various enticing aromas were already wafting through the air. Under Milafina's guidance, Gao Yang arrived before a large tree. There were over 20 cat beds nestled within the branches of this tree. It appeared that this was where Milafina's clan resided. Upon sensing a tall human like Gao Yang, many fluffy little heads poked out from the branches and cat beds of the tree. Gao Yang looked at the tree filled with cats and felt very pleased. Milafina leaped down from Gao Yang's shoulder. She jumped onto the tree in front of him, stood at a level equal to his height, and said, "I am sorry, Gao Yang. Our cat elf rooms are too small, so you will have to sit under the tree." Gao Yang had no objections. Milafina's house was not even as large as a nightstand, so it would be too difficult for the cats if he tried to visit inside. However, despite saying this, Milafina opened the door to her home and invited Gao Yang to take a look. At a command from Minna, the many cat elves immediately began to bustle about. Milafina had promised Gao Yang that she would treat him to the most delicious grilled fish, and she certainly had not forgotten. She took a table and chairs sized for a human out of her inventory, placed them under the tree, and invited Gao Yang to take a seat. Gao Yang originally intended to help, but he was sternly refused by Milafina. Soon, basin after basin of well-cooked fish was brought to the table by the many cat elves. There was grilled fish, fish simmered into a rich soup, sashimi, and other cooking methods Gao Yang had never seen before. "Gao Yang, come and try the fish soup my grandmother made. This is the #1 fish soup in all of Backlade," Milafina said enthusiastically, while filling a bowl with the milky white soup for Gao Yang. A wisp of steam rose from the bowl, and the rich, savory aroma filled Gao Yang's nostrils. "Then, I will not stand on ceremony." Gao Yang picked up the bowl and took a small sip. As the soup entered his mouth, an indescribable, savory flavor spread across his palate. Even though it was just a bowl of fish soup, Gao Yang felt as if he were tasting actual, substantial fish meat. Gao Yang immediately drank the rest of the soup in one go. With the bowl of soup in his stomach, his appetite was completely whetted. He picked up a large, golden brown, crispy grilled fish from the table and began his meal in earnest. It must be said that the dishes on the long table were exactly as Milafina had described, without the slightest difference. The fish was tender and succulent, bursting with sweet juices. Prepared with the unique cooking methods of the cat elves, it required little chewing, as it melted in his mouth. The various flavors infused within the meat were squeezed out, saturating his taste buds. The cat elves did not have very large appetites, so the majority of the food on the table ended up in Gao Yang's stomach. Gao Yang leaned back slightly in his chair, his face filled with satisfaction. Milafina's posture was almost identical to his. "Milafina, be elegant." Seeing Milafina's uninhibited and carefree demeanor, Minna, her grandmother, fixed her emerald-like eyes upon her. Upon hearing this, although Milafina felt a bit sluggish, her body quickly resumed its previous elegant posture. Minna sat perched in midair, looking at Gao Yang with a warm expression in her eyes, which were steeped in the passage of time. "Gao Yang, thank you for taking care of Milafina earlier." Gao Yang sat up straight. He looked at Milafina, then at her grandmother, and said, "Milafina did not need my care. She played her due role in our previous adventures. To me, her contributions were nothing short of life-saving. Come to think of it, I should be the one thanking Milafina for her help. If not for her, I fear I would not have been able to face the difficulties on the road ahead alone." Hearing this, Melifina immediately held her little head high. Minna smiled gently and said, Melifina's talent is excellent. One could say she ranks in the top 20 in all of Backlade. However, although she possesses such talent, her progress has not been fast due to the inherent nature of the cat elves. I have been urging her, but the results have not been very good. Grandma, I have been working hard, you know. Melifina whispered in protest. Minna turned to look at her, and Melifina immediately shrank her head back. Not daring to argue further, Minna withdrew her gaze and looked at Gao Yang again. Gao Yang, I can sense the ominous and bloody aura emanating from you. Although everyone has their own path, there are times when excessive slaughter, while effective in achieving goals, can pollute one's will and soul. Once polluted, it will cause one's alignment to shift. Although Mina's voice was soft, it sounded like a thunderclap in Gao Yang's ears. Seeing Gao Yang's thoughtful expression, Mina continued, I am 136 years old. I have seen beings like you before, but their endings were not very good. Therefore, if possible, I hope you can walk your future path with more caution and stability. Gao Yang nodded firmly, looking at Minna with gratitude. Grandmother Minna, I will keep that in mind. The concept of alignment, while lacking clear boundaries, was a very real existence. For instance, the cat elves were a race of the neutral good alignment. Mina's meaning was simple. If Gao Yang continued as he was and failed to uphold his own code of conduct, his alignment would shift, eventually drifting toward the side of evil. In the vast and boundless environment of the multiverse, evil and order could never coexist. When that time came, Gao Yang's path would likely become increasingly difficult. However, Gao Yang did not offer a detailed explanation regarding Mina's concerns. As long as he followed his own principles, he believed he had not committed any heinous acts. With that premise, he would not fall completely into the camp of chaotic evil. Regarding this point, Gao Yang had always maintained a clear bottom line in his heart. Chapter 181. Mastery of Gale Swordsmanship. The birthday celebration of Backlade lasted for 3 days, and Gao Yang experienced the Cat Elves' Grand Festival in its entirety. It was not until the festival concluded that Gao Yang bid farewell to Melifina and her family and returned to Blue Star. Back in his bedroom, it was already late at night. Gao Yang sat in his chair, patting his stomach with satisfaction. Thanks to the various foods with extraordinary properties he had consumed over the past 3 days, Gao Yang had gained a small boost. System notification. Your HP has increased slightly. Opening parenthesis 12. Beyond that, Gao Yang had no other improvements. He felt that this might be related to his already high physical attributes. Just as with a vast ocean, even if the entire volume of a river were to flow into it, it would still be insignificant to the ocean. Still, having something was better than nothing, and Gao Yang saw this clearly. He took out his phone to check the time. It had been about 3 days since he left, which meant the flow of time in Melifina's world was almost identical to that of his own Blue Star. Gao Yang went to the balcony and then, with a light leap, reached the roof. There was no starlight tonight. The sky looked like a pure black curtain. Gao Yang stood on the roof, looking out, and there was not a single light to be seen in the nearby Qiu village. Everything was deathly silent. Gao Yang stood under the night sky, looked up, and with a thought, spread his wings and took flight. By now, flying had become a skill Gao Yang had mastered thoroughly. He felt no sleepiness, so he decided to practice his swordsmanship. As his altitude continued to climb, the night wind blowing against him grew colder. However, for Gao Yang's physique, it was no different from a gentle breeze brushing against his face. Flying through the dark, damp clouds, Gao Yang's field of vision suddenly became bright. The world was no longer pitch black, a full moon, and obstructed by clouds hung high in the night sky, and the bright moonlight flowed over his body. The stars shone above his head, and the earth crawled beneath his feet. The wind suddenly grew fierce. Gao Yang felt the strong wind whipping against him, drew black obsidian casually, and began to swing his sword beneath the bright moon and above the clouds. As the blade slashed through the air, a sword aura broke forth, shooting into the distant space. As he continued to swing black obsidian, Gao Yang slowly closed his eyes, continuing to practice his swordsmanship in the night sky. With every swing of his sword, his comprehension of the Gale sword technique deepened, and with every swing, His sword speed became more ferocious. This ferocity was like a hurricane sweeping through, carrying an air of volatility and wantonness. And not long after this volatile momentum emerged, another continuous and majestic momentum also appeared on Gao Yang's body. It was the waterfall sword technique that Gao Yang had already mastered previously. The combination of the gale and the waterfall pushed the speed and power of Gao Yang's sword strikes to a new level. Violent sword winds swept past, wantonly tearing at the dark clouds below. Far away in Jinghu City, on the roof of a 30-story residential building, a telescope resembling a cannon barrel was mounted on a tripod, and a young man under 30 was adjusting it. Liang Wen was an astronomy enthusiast. As a native of Jinghu City, his life trajectory was not much different from most ordinary people. From schooling to internships and work, thanks to the excellence of his parents, Liang Wen's work income was quite decent, but the complex and repetitive nature of his job had caused his soul to gradually become numb. Only when looking up at the night sky and watching the stars filling the heavens could Liang Wen feel that he was truly alive, rather than a puppet about to become numb and rot. Every night, Liang Wen would spend several hours observing the night sky he longed for. Rain or shine, tonight, the sky over Jinghu City was obscured by many dark clouds, forcing Liang Wen to spend more time searching for gaps between the clouds so that he could see the night sky he was obsessed with. While observing the night sky, Liang Wen complained about the weather tonight in his astronomy enthusiast group. After chatting in the group for a while, Liang Wen finally waited for a gap in the cloud layer. Liang Wen, finally a gap. I'm going to take a look first. In the astronomy group. After Liang Wen sent this message, he disappeared. While in the group, other astronomy enthusiasts continued to spam the chat. Liang Wen put down his phone, adjusted the telescope with lightning speed, and then impatiently looked toward the night sky through the gap in the dark clouds he had just discovered. As the perspective zoomed in, Liang Wen's body suddenly stiffened. Just now, what did he see? A giant with wings on its back, horns on its head, and a body covered in scales. A giant wielding a pitch-black greatsword. Liang Wen rubbed his eyes hard and wiped the lens vigorously with the corner of his shirt, then leaned over again to look into the telescope. This time, he saw that in that patch of night sky, a humanoid dragon full of power was swinging the heavy sword in its hand in a frenzied manner under the illumination of the bright moon. After seeing that figure in the night sky clearly, a chill suddenly rose from Liang Wen's tailbone. This chill was so immense that it covered his entire body almost instantly, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, almost losing the ability to think. The worldview he had formed over nearly 30 years collapsed in this instant. That unknown creature, under those cold scales, were perfect muscle contours, and a pair of huge dragon wings granted that unknown existence terrifying and agile movement techniques. A moment later, Liang Wen leaned over to look into the telescope again. This time, he saw it with absolute clarity. In that empty night sky, every time that humanoid dragon swung the greatsword in its hand, it formed tangible sword chi. Its movements were simple yet full of power, and its whole body radiated a pressure that felt almost physical. Watching the humanoid dragon dancing with its sword under the moonlight, Liang Wen felt his own blood boiling along with it. His hands trembled slightly, as if his numb soul had been injected with vitality at this moment. A moment later, Liang Wen posted a video of less than a minute in the astronomy group he had joined. The video was sent out like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. Holy crap, Liang Wen. When did you learn to edit? It's actually so realistic. Damn, it looks so oppressive. This can't be real, right, Liang Wen? Everything happening far away in Jinghu City had nothing to do with Gao Yang. At this moment, he had reached a critical value. Gao Yang could feel that as he continued to swing his sword, his gale sword technique was also progressing rapidly. Having already touched that barrier, another sword strike was unleashed, and the fierce power mixed with battle chi erupted with a boom. A massive sword chi shot out from the tip of the black obsidian sword, traveling 100 meters before slowly dissipating. Gao Yang's eyes shone with brilliance. The gale sword technique had finally reached great perfection. Chapter 182. Disaster sword technique upgraded again. A call from Ruan Xiaoyu. Without stopping, Gao Yang quickly returned to his residence. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room, Gao Yang pulled up the comprehensive network panel and opened the skill icon for the disaster sword technique. Calming his inner self, he once again activated the active skill of the disaster sword technique. Beginning of disaster. A trace of extremely ominous aura erupted from between his eyebrows, rapidly absorbing the momentum of the gale that had not yet completely dissipated around him. Beginning of disaster activated successfully. Now integrated with Gale Sword Technique. Disaster Sword Technique power has been increased. Two consecutive notifications appeared before Gao Yang's eyes, and the aura between his eyebrows grew by another 3 points. Disaster Sword Technique Beginner. Effects: Passive 1. Sword type weapon attack power increased by 180%. Strength Judgment Come 3 when launching an attack. Passive 2. When attacking with a sword type weapon, if the Strength Judgment passes, it will exert a strength suppression on the enemy. In this state, attacks cannot be interrupted, and damage taken during this period is reduced by 20%. Passive 3. When performing continuous slashes with a sword-type weapon, the force of the first strike is increased to 180%, and each subsequent strike's force is increased by 12%. Can be stacked up to 5 times, lasting for 35 seconds. Passive 4. Attacking with a sword-type weapon, causing the enemy to have their guard broken, weapon shattered, or block failed, will cause the enemy to fall into a paralyzed state, lasting 0.4 to 8 seconds determined based on strength and constitution. Active. Beginning of disaster. Can integrate other learned sword techniques into the disaster sword technique. Each time it is integrated, all for passive effects above will be increased to a certain extent. Currently integrated. Waterfall sword technique. Gale sword technique. After merging with the Gale swordsmanship, the various capabilities of the disaster swordsmanship were once again enhanced. The attack power of sword-type weapons increased by another 15%, reaching 180%. The damage reduction effect also rose to 20%. The power of consecutive strikes improved by another 2%, and the initial paralysis duration after breaking a guard increased by 0.1 seconds, bringing the maximum paralysis time to 2.8 seconds. For Gao Yang, this level of improvement was still very significant. At this rate of progress, Gao Yang was confident that one day, his sword would make every enemy who faced him tremble. Gao Yang closed the disaster swordsmanship panel and opened the Abyss Trial module. The Abyss Trial. 8 days 17 hours 41 minutes 08 seconds. Nearly half a year had passed since the last Abyss Trial, and there was only a little over a week left until the new one. Gao Yang was quite looking forward to this third Abyss Trial. The previous 2 Abyss Trials had each granted Gao Yang a unique specialty. For the upcoming third Abyss Trial, Gao Yang had to do his best to seize every opportunity to become stronger. Only then could he maintain his pace of progress. If he could obtain another unique specialty in this third Abyss Trial, that would be even better. Gao Yang shook his head, casting the thought from his mind. The Abyss Trial was not child's play. Before thinking about the final reward, he had to ensure he could stand his ground first. Thinking of this, Gao Yang also had a plan for the next few days. He opened the cultivation space and, following his previous habit, selected the auxiliary cultivation mode. Gao Yang being able to cultivate the Gale swordsmanship to the great perfection stage so quickly was largely due to this auxiliary cultivation mode in the cultivation space. Compared to practicing alone, the cost of auxiliary cultivation was more than 10 times higher, but the effects were also extremely powerful. Every time he swung his sword in the cultivation space, the insights he gained were more than double what he would get from practicing alone, greatly increasing his efficiency. To date, Gao Yang had already spent nearly 30,000 Multiverse Network disaster coins in the cultivation space. Whether it was the cultivation mode or the combat mode, the improvement to his own techniques was visible to the naked eye. Gao Yang would not give up this safe and efficient way to improve his strength just to save a few Multiverse Network disaster coins. That was not saving money, that was throwing his life away. The night passed without incident. The next day, Gao Yang continued his cultivation as usual. After finishing his meditation, Gao Yang picked up his phone and found a missed call from an unsaved number. Since moving to Qiu Village, Gao Yang had almost completely cut off his previous social circle from work and study, so naturally, no one would call him. Moreover, Everyone he knew from before already had his contact information, so they would naturally not communicate via phone. Therefore, it was clear that the owner of this number was someone he knew but was not familiar with, and someone who had the ability to obtain his contact information. Adding all these factors together, it was almost certain who the caller was. "Hello, Miss Ruan. Is there something you need?" Gao Yang called back. Almost the moment he dialed, the other party picked up, showing that she had been waiting by the phone. Seeing Gao Yang return the call, the anxiety in Ruan Xiaoyu's heart was finally suppressed. Her voice was slightly nervous. "Hello, Gao Yang. It is like this. We monitored some anomalies on the internet last night, and I believe the source of these anomalies is in Jinghu City, which is why I took the liberty of contacting you." Hearing this, a trace of doubt surfaced in Gao Yang's heart, but he still asked patiently, "What kind of anomaly? Do you need my cooperation?" "It is like this. Last night, in a group for astronomy enthusiasts, a video was circulated. In the video, a humanoid giant dragon was dancing with a sword in the high sky. I have already sent the video to you." As Ruan Xiaoyu said this, Gao Yang understood. He had not expected that the scene of him transforming into a dragon and practicing sword in the night sky last night had actually been filmed by someone. It seemed the person was an astronomy enthusiast, which explained how they managed to spot him from such a great distance. Seeing that Gao Yang remained silent for a long time, Ruan Xiaoyu's heart, which had just calmed down, tightened again. After a few seconds, she heard Gao Yang's voice in her ear. I had a sudden inspiration last night, so I was practicing sword in the night sky. I didn't expect anyone to see it. I will be more careful next time." Hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyu was afraid that Gao Yang would misunderstand, so she quickly explained. "No, Gao Yang, we didn't call you to interfere with your cultivation, but to say that last night's matter has already been handled properly. All relevant personnel involved have been placed under confidentiality agreements, so you don't need to worry about any impact." Gao Yang nodded upon hearing this. "Sorry for the trouble you all went through for last night's matter. I will be careful in the future." The call ended. Ruan Xiaoyu, who had been sitting bolt upright, suddenly slumped, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Clearly, the previous conversation with Gao Yang had put her under immense pressure. How was it? What was the attitude of Sequence 1? Beside Ruan Xiaoyu, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, who clearly held a high position, asked softly. Ruan Xiaoyu then sat up straight again. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and nodded gently to the middle-aged man beside her. The existence in that video is indeed Gao Yang. The middle-aged man's expression remained calm, but a stormy sea surged in his heart. The Multiverse Network had appeared for less than a year, and in this short time, this first Multiverse Network player had actually grown to this extent. This speed was simply terrifying. "Little Ruan, you did well. You need to put more effort into maintaining the connection with Sequence 1. From now on, you will be the sole contact person for information regarding Sequence 1. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Ruan Xiaoyu nodded firmly. Maintaining a good relationship with Gao Yang was beneficial to her personally, to the family behind her, and even to the entire official organization. So she would naturally not slack off. Chapter 183, The Third Abyss Trial. A week passed in the blink of an eye. That night, Gao Yang sat cross-legged in his bedroom. On his lap, Heiao lay quietly and flat. His gaze fell upon the empty space before him, where a line of small text appeared. Absol Trial. 0 days 0 hours 5 minutes 27 seconds. Time flowed slowly, and the countdown before his eyes gradually neared its end. Gao Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in his heart and adjusting his state of mind. Over the past 6 months, Gao Yang had not wasted a single second. Now, he was fully prepared to enter the abyss once again. Absol Trial. 0 days 0 hours 0 minutes 01 second. As the time for the Absol Trial hit 0, an invisible ripple enveloped Gao Yang, and he vanished instantly within it. Comprehensive network notification. The Absol Trial has now begun. Comprehensive network notification. The ratio of time between the Absol Trial and the real world is 5. Comprehensive network notification. Detected that the player has not mastered the local language. 50 comprehensive network disaster coins have been deducted. The multi-language translation system has been successfully activated. Comprehensive network notification. In the current trial, the player's maximum stay is 60 natural days. Current Absol trial, Throne of Solitude. Throne of Solitude. Type, Absol trial of St. Gold World semi-collapsed. Recommended level, threat type, Dark Cult. St. Gold people. Trial objective. Survive for more than 10 natural days to unlock the return to the real world. Challenge difficulty, and known words, comprehensive network. Disaster coins, magical items, rare resources, free attribute points. Unique specialty. St. Gold World introduction. Survival or destruction. Living in humiliation or dying in glory. St. Gold calendar year 1887. The St. Gold Empire had dominated the center of the St. Gold World for 1800 years. The ancient Tree Clan, suppressed at the edge of the world, joined forces with the Green Orcs and the Old Day Cult, finally accumulating enough power to launch a wave of counterattacks against the St. Gold Empire. St. Gold calendar year 2024. With the help of an unknown entity, the entire ancient Tree Clan mutated, becoming the Nether Evil Tree Clan. The deadly infectious toxins spread by the Nether Evil trees caused the warriors of the St. Gold Empire to uncontrollably transform into tree men. From then on, the St. Gold Empire suffered defeat after defeat in their battles against the Nether Evil trees. St. Gold calendar year 2028. The tripartite alliance of the Nether Evil trees, Green Orcs, and the Old Day Cult welcomed new allies. The rock dwarves from the edge of the continent, the goblins from the underground, and the elves who had long resided in the great natural forest all joined the alliance. From this point on, the alliance composed of 6 factions began to launch fierce attacks against the St. Gold Empire. St. Gold calendar year 2055. After nearly 70 years of war, both the St. Gold Empire and the anti-St. Gold Alliance were exhausted. The St. Gold Empire, which once held 4/5 of the St. Gold continent, saw its territory continuously shrink due to these multi-front wars, now occupying only 2/5 of the continent. St. Gold calendar year 2070. The High Priest of the St. Gold Empire, known to later generations as the Destroyer of the St. Gold Empire, Higgins G. Grandis, finally found a way to resist the assimilation and infection of the Nether Evil Tree Clan. Using a boiling wool to resist the assimilation proved highly effective. The counterattack had begun. St. Gold calendar year 2099. After 30 years of frenzied warfare, most of the living beings on the entire St. Gold continent had been wiped out. However, both the struggling St. Gold Empire and the anti-St. Gold Alliance had accumulated so much slaughter and hatred over the century-long war that this once rich and lush world was now on the verge of shattering. The wheels of war would eventually crush all living beings on the St. Gold continent along with the continent itself. Destruction calendar year 1. 150 years of war not only struck down the once glorious St. Gold Empire but also wiped out a full 90% of the living beings on the continent. Only then did the inhabitants of the St. Gold continent realize that from the moment the Nether Evil Tree Clan mutated, this war was no longer under their control. The Eternal Glory Capital, the final remnant of the St. Gold Empire, still stood with difficulty, surrounded by Nether Evil trees and the Boiling People. Destruction calendar year 23. Relying on a surviving statue, the Old Day Cult successfully communicated across planes with the Old Day they worshipped. The will of the Old Day was imposed upon the St. Gold continent, and the world began to accelerate toward its destruction. Destruction calendar year 80. The endless war continued. Only one army remained in the Eternal Glory capital, the former St. Gold Knights, now the Eternal Glory Knights. Even though the royal bloodline had been severed, the Eternal Glory Knights still guarded the final glory and dignity of the St. Gold Empire. Eternal glory lives on. St. Gold shall not perish. Destruction calendar year 133. The Eternal Glory Knights still radiated light. Under the shroud of this light, they even dispelled the darkness that had surrounded the Eternal Glory capital for hundreds of years. The Eternal Glory Knights drove out the Old Day and the Boiling People, recapturing the first city Agamemnon. As hope born. Destruction calendar year 141. The situation had persisted for 8 years. The second city Jormungand Sanctuary was recaptured. Will the glory of St. Gold illuminate more of the broken land? Everything is unknown. As Gao Yang opened his eyes, the massive amount of introductory information began to fade away. The introduction was extremely long and contained a vast amount of information, but summarized, it amounted to only one sentence. The Saint Gold continent had been shattered. With over 95% of the population dead, the former hegemon, the Saint Gold Empire, remained only in its capital, struggling to survive through the persistence of the Eternal Glory Knights. Outside the capital, it was the domain of the Nether Evil Trees, the Boiling People, and the Old Day Cult. However, it was clear that these three factions did not have the power to destroy the Eternal Glory capital. Or rather, in the current Saint Gold continent, the power of the Eternal Glory capital and these three factions had formed a fragile balance, with no one confident in their ability to completely annihilate the others. This also reflected from another angle that the world was extremely dangerous, though in ordinary times, it should be relatively safe. Right now, what he needed to determine was his location. Gao Yang's vision was pitch black, and it was very quiet around him. Gao Yang tried to lift his arm, and his fingers sensed the thick texture of wood. He felt around to the left and right, and the same texture of wood greeted him from both sides. Very quickly, Gao Yang roughly guessed his current situation. If nothing went wrong, he should be inside a coffin right now. What an unexpected landing spot. Gao Yang closed his eyes, trying his best to use his other senses to perceive everything around him. After a few minutes, he still could not capture any movement from the outside world. It is time to leave, Gao Yang thought to himself. A moment later, an arm covered in dirt reached out from beneath the ground. Chapter 184, First Entry. Agamemnon. One of the three remaining human cities in the era of ruin, and also the first city recaptured by the Eternal Radiance Knights, was located only 30 kilometers away from the Eternal Radiance royal capital. This was an ancient city that had endured the ravages of war. It was currently dusk, and the sunlight hung weakly on the horizon. A tense atmosphere began to permeate this massive city. In the current Saint Gold continent, the daytime still belonged to humanity, but the night had long since ceased to be a time for human activity. A tall youth wearing damaged knight armor was running rapidly through the streets. The street beneath his feet was no longer as smooth as it used to be. Broken square bricks were overturned, and in the gaps between the bricks, one could see trash and excrement of unknown origin. The closer something is to daily life, the better it reflects the strength of a country or a city. And clearly, the current Agamemnon was struggling to survive. Apprentice Knight Paineyes had firm eyes, and battle aura surged over his tall frame. Carrying a notched knight longsword on his back, he finally arrived at the western wall of Agamemnon after running for more than 10 minutes. Paineyes, you are right on time again today. An old man, as sturdy as an iron tower with armor covered in claw marks and bite marks like an aging lion, spoke up. His stubble had turned white, but it was meticulously groomed. Paineyes scratched his head in embarrassment. He knew that this Eternal Radiance Knight, who was responsible for guarding the western wall, was dissatisfied with his habit of arriving at the last second. In fact, Paineyes also knew that doing this was not good. As an apprentice knight shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding Agamemnon and resisting the enemy, his attitude was shameful. But what could he do? Not everyone could devote themselves heart and soul to this work of protecting their home and country. Fortunately, the elderly Eternal Radiance Knight did not dwell on it and instead told him to quickly head to his post. Darkness was about to arrive, and in the face of life and death, such trivial matters were no longer worth worrying about, because in the darkness, there were the even more bizarre Nether Evil Trees. Those who were once human but had abandoned their human identity to become captives controlled by the boiling wool, and the old god cult that worshipped the past and attempted to destroy everything. These three were the greatest enemies they had to face. Hey, Paineyes, did you go to help your fiancé with work again? A guard who looked to be in his early 30s arrived at a section of the wall and looked at him with a teasing smile. Haha. I think Paineyes didn't go to help his fiancé with work, but rather went to do his fiancé. Another unshaven middle-aged guard burst into loud laughter. As guards of Agamemnon, living a life of licking blood from the edge of a blade, they needed a more direct outlet for their stress under the immense pressure. Clearly, the apprentice knight Paineyes, who had only just reached adulthood, and his fiancé were a perfect outlet. It was just a bit of crude humor, yet it allowed the tense nerves of all the guards present to relax for a brief moment. Penis's face turned visibly red. He shook his head and replied firmly, I really was just helping Joanna with her work. Besides, without the consent of Joanna's father, I would absolutely never do such a thing. That is why you are a virgin, Penis. After hearing Penis's explanation, he was met with even more unbridled laughter. Penis scratched his head, but his expression suddenly changed. He turned his head abruptly to look at the darkness beyond the firelight of the city wall. It was not just him. The guards beside him instantly stopped smiling. One by one, they stood by the wall with full concentration, gripping their weapons tightly, their expressions serious. Under the illumination of the firelight on the city wall, a pair of ghostly green, watermelon-sized eyes emerged from the darkness. Following that, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, countless pairs. It is the nether evil trees. Penis swallowed hard. The veteran soldier responsible for vigilance beside him had already pulled the copper bell used for warning, and the urgent, piercing clanging sound echoed one after another across the city wall. Defend! A roar exploded in Penis's ears. Long-term training caused Penis to raise the 2-meter-tall composite shield he had been leaning against the wall high above his head the moment he heard the order, covering his upper body and the space above his head completely. The second after he made this move, a dense sound of impact suddenly rang out. Penis used all his strength to brace against the shield, his teeth clenched, his arms trembling uncontrollably. This was a common trick of the nether evil trees, covering the city wall with wooden thorns containing assimilation and infection. As long as one was scratched by these thorns, they would be infected and assimilated by the nether energy, eventually turning into a tree man. Attack! After the nether evil tree's wooden thorn attack ended, the previous roar sounded again. A guard companion beside Penis grabbed a torch and directly ignited the composite wooden shield in Penis's hand. Penis gathered all his strength and threw the wooden shield heavily off the city wall. The massive wooden shield spun as it flew toward the nether evil trees that had already rushed to the front of the wall. Flames flowed over it, and wherever it passed, even the dirt was ignited. The flaming wooden shield carried massive kinetic energy as it crashed into the nether evil trees. It was like fire meeting dry wood, igniting the nether evil trees within the strike range almost instantly. Piercing, ghost-like wails rang out. The large mouths on the trunks of these nether evil trees opened, and while wailing, they swung their thick, root-like arms and slammed them heavily against the city wall. The immense force caused the city wall to tremble. Amidst this tremor, Penis and the numerous guards had long since grown accustomed to picking up their weapons and preparing for battle. However, before they could even engage the nether evil trees below, they heard an even more piercing wail from the nether evil trees echoing from the darkness, followed by an aura as tyrannical and frenzied as a heat wave. Penis gripped the hilt of his knight's sword even tighter. If it were merely an attack from the nether evil trees, it would still be manageable. But the arrival of the boiling people meant that tonight's battle would likely be extremely difficult. As beings born to counter the nether evil trees, the boiling people possessed a lethality against them that ordinary soldiers could never hope to match. The arrival of the boiling people caused the nether evil trees beneath the city walls to perish at an astonishing speed. Yet, the guards on the walls showed no signs of joy. Instead, they became even more solemn. Past experience had taught them that compared to the nether evil trees, these boiling people were far more dangerous. Accompanied by a high-pitched roar from the darkness, the boiling people, having repelled the nether evil trees, charged toward the walls of Agamemnon without hesitation. Engage! The roar rang out, and the battle between the guards on the walls and the boiling people below instantly entered a state of intense stalemate. Gao Yang walked through the streets of Agamemnon, glanced at the flickering firelight on the city walls, and then silently made his way toward them. Chapter 185. Joining the battle, crushing 2 and 1 in the boundless darkness. Pairs of bright, slightly reddish eyes lit up. These were the manifestations of a boiling will. It was precisely because of this will boiling to the extreme that the boiling people were able to resist the assimilation and corruption of the nether evil trees and gain even greater power from that boiling will. However, after the era of destruction, the high priest of the Holy Gold Empire, Higgins G. Grandis, rebelled, and the boiling people broke away from the Holy Gold Empire, forming another extremely powerful faction. And the original high priest of the Holy Gold Empire, Higgins, reflected by that fire like boiling wool, turned and sat upon the throne that represented the sovereign of boiling. When Gao Yang climbed onto the city wall, what he saw was an endless siege. The number of boiling people beneath the walls was immense, but the guards of the ancient city of Agamemnon were not few either. Relying on the geographical advantage, the two sides were locked in a back-and-forth struggle. From time to time, one could see boiling people breaking through the blockade of the wall guards and reaching the ramparts. But in an instant, the guards would fill the gap, either slaying these boiling people or forcing them back. This familiar scene reminded Gao Yang of his first trial in the abyss. Back then, facing the attacks of the old-day believers, they had no city walls to rely on. Instead, they had to sally out of the city and engage the old-day believers in direct combat. But come to think of it, in this holy gold continent, which was already on the verge of collapse, there were also existences of the old day. Gao Yang narrowed his eyes. He still remembered the dying wish entrusted to him by Santis. It was the first quest he had received without a time limit, and also his only unique quest. Santis's dying wish unique. Slay the existence that stole the authority of the blazing sun. This quest has no time limit. He just didn't know if the evil god worshipped by the old-day cult on this holy gold continent was the same one that had stolen the authority of the blazing sun. If it were, that would be for the best. If not, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Better to kill the wrong one than to let one slip by. Moreover, according to his understanding of sects like the old-day cult that worshipped the old day, there were basically no good people among them, one by one. With this thought in mind, the first goal for this abyss trial was already set in Gao Yang's heart, to completely crush the old-day cult of this holy gold continent. But before that, he needed to master sufficient power as quickly as possible. The comprehensive network never interfered with a player's decisions. This could be seen from the fact that the comprehensive network never issued mandatory main quests. Therefore, on this half-collapsed continent, whether Gao Yang, a comprehensive network player, chose to save this continent on the brink of destruction or accelerate its ruin was entirely up to the player himself. Of course, before that, he needed to possess the corresponding capabilities. And right now, what could be a faster way to gain power, status, and recognition than performing meritorious deeds on the battlefield? Regarding this, Gao Yang had to be thankful that the Holy Gold Empire on this holy gold continent was a human empire, and that humans were the masters of Agamemnon. His chest heaved rapidly. Blood surged through his body, and strength faded with every swing of his sword, only to be squeezed out from the depths of his body through gritted teeth. Painaz gripped his knight's sword with both hands, pressing it down hard against the head of a boiling person. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the boiling person who was locked in a struggle with him under the flickering light of the ramparts. As a squire, Painaz's strength was naturally not something ordinary guards could compare to, although, due to his age, Painaz was often the target of jokes among the city wall guards. But none of these guards ever thought of Painaz as a rookie. On the contrary, as a squire of the Eternal Glory Knights aiming to become an Eternal Glory Knight himself, his strength was not to be underestimated. Painaz's chest heaved violently, and the air, mixed with the scent of blood and sweat, was drawn into his lungs, converting into even more immense power. Golden battle ore erupted, breaking the stalemate. Painaz pressed down with both arms, sending the boiling person, who looked no different from a human, flying away. The boiling person, clad in light armor, struggled in midair before finally falling into the blood-soaked mud at the foot of the city wall. Painaz had no time to catch his breath before another boiling person with red eyes surged up. "Keep coming, you scum!" Painaz thrust his sword through the boiling person outside the wall, roaring through gritted teeth. Gao Yang stood far away at the stairs inside the city wall, watching the young knight who was quite conspicuous on the battlefield. In his view, this young man in damaged knight armor had decent strength, but he was limited by his age and could not exert his full potential to the maximum extent. Painaz gasped for air, watching as a long blade shimmering with cold light swung toward him. Unable to execute a dodging maneuver, he could only lean his body back as far as possible to evade the incoming attack. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and Painaz saw a broad, thick knightly greatsword suddenly appear before him, blocking the blade that had been aimed at his neck. "Instructor." Painaz looked at the tower-like old man beside him and spoke with a hint of embarrassment. If you wish to become an eternal Radiance Knight, relying solely on brute force will not suffice. Penis. You still have a long road ahead of you. The elderly instructor, Andre, exerted a sudden burst of strength, vibrating the greatsword in his hand. An irresistible, overwhelming force sent the boiling subjects before him tumbling down. His gaze was profound as he looked toward the area behind Penis. Penis was startled at first, then followed Instructor Andre's line of sight to look behind him. He saw a figure clad in black armor, only a few inches shorter than himself, standing quietly at the stairwell inside the city wall. Although the black-armored figure was slightly shorter than him and could not compare to the stature of Instructor Andre, Penis felt a heavy pressure emanating from this abruptly appearing figure. It was the same kind of pressure he had felt 2 years ago, outside the capital of the Eternal Radiance Kingdom, when he had caught a distant glimpse of the boiling monarch. Higgins, guard your defensive line. Andre swung his sword, and a wide arc of sword energy swept all the boiling subjects within several meters outside the wall down to the ground. After leaving those words behind, his burly frame walked toward the stairwell. Gao Yang's gaze, hidden behind his visor, looked calmly at the burly old knight who had stopped 3 meters in front of him. The strength the old knight had displayed earlier was far superior to that of Penis. Andre looked Gao Yang up and down, paying particular attention to the armor he wore and the greatsword on his back. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Andre, captain of the 3rd Detachment, 1st Battalion of the Eternal Radiance Knights, outsider. I believe there is nothing here that you might need. Gao Yang looked at the Andre before him. After the man spoke those words, he could clearly perceive the exhaustion and sorrow hidden within the old knight. He tilted his head slightly, looking toward the endless darkness outside the city, and seemed to understand the meaning behind his words. Indeed, in this world on the verge of shattering and collapsing, how much could there possibly be to attract anyone? Over hundreds of years of war, the vast majority of resources and treasures had been consumed in that unrestricted conflict, leaving them with nothing more than this broken, desperate ruin. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and looked back at the old knight. Then, under the other man's watchful eyes, he said, "Greetings, Andre. You may call me Li Fayu, or you. In truth, I did not come here for the sake of this broken world. I came because of the existence of those minions of the old days." That was correct. Even though no one here knew him, out of caution, Gao Yang did not reveal his real name and instead used a very famous one. He had also explained his intentions to Andre, which could be considered a declaration of his own stance. Andre frowned slightly. He looked at the black armor before him, as if trying to see through the heavy plating to the true appearance of the person hidden beneath. However, after only a few seconds, he withdrew his gaze, regardless of the other party's purpose. As far as Agamemnon was concerned, as long as he did not disrupt the hard-won peace of this ancient city, it did not matter. Andre thought to himself that if the other party were willing to go and trouble those rats from the old-day cult, that would be even better. Andre collected his thoughts and followed up on Gao Yang's words. I see. Those rats from the old-day cult did not appear on Agamemnon's side tonight. Perhaps you could wait until dawn and head into the wilderness to search for them. Gao Yang gave a non-committal shrug, then turned his gaze toward the city wall and asked softly, "Many thanks, Mr. Andre. Do you require assistance?" A difficult smile tugged at the corners of Andre's stern, aged face. He nodded stiffly. "Then I shall trouble you, Li Fayu." The current battle situation did not allow Andre to refuse. On a battlefield like this, having an extra teammate of unknown depth was several times better than having an extra enemy. Furthermore, on this battlefield, every life was precious. With one more combatant, it was possible to save a comrade who might otherwise have died. Moreover, this was a gesture of goodwill offered voluntarily by this person of unknown origin. He had no reason, nor was it possible, to refuse. Gao Yang nodded slightly, then reached behind his back and drew the greatsword that was as deep as the night itself. As the greatsword was drawn, the blue and white cloak lost its restraint and began to flutter wildly in the cold night wind as Gao Yang moved. Andre's gaze fell upon Gao Yang's back as he walked toward the outer edge of the wall. He watched as the man reached the ramparts and saw him slay all the boiling subjects within his attack range with a single swing of his sword. His pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, but what followed was a sense of relief. An outsider with this level of strength would not deign to deceive them. And with his participation, the casualties tonight would likely be much lower. As Andre thought this, he was shocked to the point of his heart racing by what happened next. He saw Gao Yang, after slaying the boiling subjects outside the wall, leap directly off the ramparts and land on the ground tens of meters below. Andre moved as if he had flashed, slamming against the solid stone of the wall as he leaned over to look down. Under the illumination of the firelight, a blue and white cloak flickered in and out of sight in the darkness, accompanied by a dull, intense sound of wind being torn apart. Andre was extremely familiar with that sound. It was the sound produced by countless swings of his own battle sword. It was hard to imagine that, from a distance of 30 meters, the sound of the sword being swung by the person below could still reach the top of the wall, even though the darkness made it impossible to see the scene at the foot of the wall. Based solely on that wailing sound of the wind, Andre could imagine that at the base of the wall, it must already be a scene of blood and carnage. Gao Yang was completely enveloped in his armor. At this moment, although his strength attribute on the status window remained at 19 points, he knew in his heart that with the augmentation of the Watcher armor, his power was nearing the limit of mortal beings. Under such devastating, immense force, the boiling subjects surrounding him like a surging tide appeared somewhat frail. An ordinary boiling subject had a primary attribute of around 15 points. Such strength could be said to have already surpassed many mortals. However, everything is relative. In front of an existence like Gao Yang, who could be considered a boss-level entity, these ordinary boiling subjects fell like wheat being harvested, row after row. Beneath the blade of the Heiyao sword, lines of Multiverse Network notifications continuously refreshed before Gao Yang's eyes. You have killed an ordinary boiling subject. You have gained 30 points of general EXP. Ordinary boiling subject has been recorded in your adventure handbook. As time passed, more and more boiling subjects gathered. Gao Yang could not see a shred of fear in those pairs of eyes glowing with a faint red light surrounding him. On the contrary, all he could see was an increasingly burning, increasingly boiling will. However, amidst this refined, boiling will, Gao Yang frowned slightly, because he did not perceive any human emotions belonging to these people within this boiling will. Instead, they were like puppets under centralized control, having the will hidden within their bodies, stimulated without any regard for the consequences. It was as if a fire had been ignited inside their bodies, a fire that constantly scorched their essence, energy, and spirit, forcing them to erupt with power that surpassed their limits. Gao Yang did not know how this situation was achieved, but he understood that this method was extremely cruel. It seems that the so-called boiling monarch is not a kind soul either, Gao Yang thought to himself. And then battle aura suddenly ignited around his body. Under the amplification of the battle aura, the sword blade Gao Yang swung became increasingly heavy and swift, and his efficiency in slaughtering increased by several notches, until the very last boiling subject was cut down. Gao Yang, feeling slightly unsatisfied, pulled over a piece of cloth to wipe the blood from the Heiyao sword. He turned his head to look into the deeper darkness. In the darkness, a pair of red pupils lit up, but after meeting Gao Yang's gaze, they quickly dimmed and vanished without a trace. Gao Yang clapped his hands. After this battle, his EXP, which had been nearing the bottom, had now exceeded 30,000, which showed just how many boiling subjects he had slaughtered this night. Shouldering his greatsword once more, Gao Yang arrived at the base of the city gate, stood in the firelight, and looked up toward the top of the city wall. Chapter 186 Will Fragments. In the thick darkness and amidst the swaying firelight, the side gate next to the main west gate of Agamemnon slowly opened. Andre stood inside the gate. The swaying flames illuminated the gate tunnel but could not reach the darkness where Gao Yang stood. Andre's expression was somewhat solemn. His eyes landed on Gao Yang's faceplate, and after a moment, his burly frame slowly stepped aside. Gao Yang stepped forward and walked past Andre. Is there anything we can do for you? As Gao Yang brushed past Andre's voice slowly rang out. Gao Yang did not stop his pace, walking with ease, as if the battle just now had been nothing more than an ordinary stroll for him. A quiet place to stay, and hot water. Hearing this, Andre turned to look at a knight behind him. The latter understood and quickly followed in Gao Yang's footsteps. The area of Agamemnon was not small, but the habitable region only accounted for 1/4 of the entire city. The remaining areas were not under the control of the humans living in Agamemnon. However, over such a long period, the humans of Agamemnon had reached a consensus with the existences in other parts of the city. Under normal circumstances, they would not be hostile or resort to violence against each other without reason. An hour later, Gao Yang changed into a fresh set of clothes and sat cross-legged on the bed to perform his daily meditation. When the meditation ended, Gao Yang opened his eyes and looked at the Multiverse Network notifications that had refreshed during the earlier battle. The vast majority of the notifications were related to EXP gain, but among this large number of prompts, there were 2 different ones. You have destroyed the will of a boiling subject. You have obtained a will crumb. You have destroyed the will of a boiling subject. You have obtained a will fragment. The 2 similar notifications made his eyebrows twitch slightly. Gao Yang opened his item inventory and found the will crumbs and will fragments mentioned in the Multiverse Network notifications. The will crumb was only the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint red glow under Gao Yang's gaze, while the will fragment was much larger, about the size of 5 will crumbs combined, and the red glow it emitted was also slightly stronger. Will crumb description. Crumbs left behind after a boiling will is shattered, containing the purest will of its owner during their lifetime. Will fragment description. Fragments left behind after a boiling will is shattered, containing the power of its owner's will. Gao Yang spread his palm, and the will crumb, only the size of a fingernail, appeared in his hand. Looking down at the crystal glowing with red light in his hand, an indescribable craving surged in Gao Yang's heart. This craving was far stronger than physiological needs like hunger. It was a thirst originating from the soul. Gao Yang's Adam's apple bobbed, and he forcibly extinguished the thought of swallowing this will crumb. He carefully observed the will crumb in his hand. Inside this crystal, which was only the size of a fingernail, a wisp of liquid-like flame was slowly flowing. It was precisely because of this that the will crumb emitted a faint red glow. Willpower with form and substance. This is truly rare. Gao Yang looked at the will crumb in his hand and sighed softly. The boiling monarch Higgins's methods are truly terrifyingly strong. Being able to guide the will of ordinary people out and make it boil into a tangible substance, this feat alone was not something that could be achieved by just anyone. Of course, Gao Yang did not believe that the boiling monarch alone could achieve such a feat. During the recent skirmish, he discovered that these so-called boiling subjects, while possessing a will as brilliant as fire, lacked any real soul within them. Instead, they were more like puppets acting solely upon commands. Therefore, although the fragments of will contained within the debris could directly enhance one's own willpower, they also carried the risk of being eroded by the unknown power contained within that will. Gao Yang stared at the fragment of will in his hand. After weighing the pros and cons, he tossed it into his mouth. As the fragment entered his mouth, it felt like a piece of coconut jelly in milk tea, somewhat chewy, yet easily broken down and absorbed by his mouth. Scorching, pure surge of willpower instantly rushed into Gao Yang's mind, like a small stream merging into an ocean. However, this stream contained an extremely aggressive will. A dark golden light flashed in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes. Once he absorbed the fragment, his willpower had increased by approximately 0.05%. Do not underestimate this increase. In fact, it was quite the opposite. This level of growth was already extremely exaggerated. As for that aggressive will, if Gao Yang were an ordinary person, he would have gradually transformed into a boiling subject under its erosion. But Gao Yang was no ordinary person. His ocean-like sea of will crushed that aggressive intent into dust within just a few ripples. Closing his eyes to savor the improvement, Gao Yang did not hesitate to toss the other fragment of will into his mouth the next moment. An even larger surge of willpower merged into Gao Yang's own. Relatively speaking, the aggressive will also became stronger. But in front of Gao Yang, it was still not enough to pose a threat. A few minutes later, Gao Yang opened his eyes, a smile lingering in their depths. These fragments of will were truly good things. Just 2 of them had increased his total willpower by about 0.2%, equivalent to about 10 sessions of meditation. Thinking of the sheer number of boiling subjects, Gao Yang couldn't help but rub his chin with his fingertips. This abyss trial seemed like it was going to be quite busy. With a rough plan in mind, Gao Yang lay down and began to rest. The next day, When the first rays of morning light shone upon the walls of Agamemnon, the guards who had held their ground all night finally let their guard down. The sun rose, and the earth returned to daylight. Those existences generally did not venture out during the day, making it much safer by comparison. In the living room of Gao Yang's residence, he sat at one end of a slightly aged ebony dining table, holding a local breakfast snack characteristic of Agamemnon. Opposite him sat Andre, with whom he had a brief conversation the night before. Andre did not speak, and naturally, Gao Yang would not take the initiative to start the conversation. These local breakfast delicacies of Agamemnon were quite unique in flavor. It was not until Gao Yang had finished all the breakfast Andre had brought that Andre gave a light cough and said, "Mr. Li Feiyu, regarding last night's events, I represent everyone in Agamemnon in thanking you for your assistance." Gao Yang waved his hand, indifferent to Andre's words. "Andre, as a member of Agamemnon now, it is only right that I contribute my own strength to this city." Before Andre could speak, Gao Yang continued, "Andre, could you tell me about the situation in Agamemnon and its surrounding areas, especially regarding the old god cult and the Boiling Kingdom?" Andre was not surprised by Gao Yang's questions. As a newcomer, one could only act more effectively by fully understanding the local situation. Chapter 187. The Holy Gold Map and Nightmare Beasts. Seeing Andre lower his head in thought, Gao Yang did not interrupt him, waiting quietly for the other man. A moment later, Andre raised his head to look at Gao Yang. His eyes filled with nostalgia as he spoke slowly. The Holy Gold Continent was once a prosperous plain, rich in resources and full of vitality. But as you must have realized by now, the Holy Gold Empire has collapsed. The empire's high priest, Higgins, established the Boiling Kingdom, and the final dignity and glory of the Holy Gold Empire are all tied to the current Eternal Radiance Knights. As Andre said this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, though it was unclear if it was self-deprecation or a bitter smile. He continued, "As the first city recaptured by the Eternal Radiance royal capital, Agamemnon's recapture is, in reality, merely occupying certain areas of the city. Within this city, there are still many regions that we humans cannot set foot in. Those areas are the gathering places for other races. For instance, do the Nether Evil Tree and the Boiling Kingdom also have strongholds within the city of Agamemnon?" Gao Yang asked. Andre remained expressionless, but Gao Yang could hear a trace of sorrow in his voice. "Although I hate to admit it, that is indeed the case. After hundreds of years of war, the Holy Gold Empire has collapsed. For survivors like us, having a safe place to settle is enough. How can we ask for more? However, fortunately, the number of people in these strongholds is not large. Moreover, as living beings, besides basic survival, they also need to conduct trade to meet their needs. Those areas of Agamemnon serve exactly that role." After listening, Gao Yang immediately understood the current situation in Agamemnon. Overall, various factions maintain the current human-dominated status quo in Agamemnon due to their respective needs. After introducing the current situation in Agamemnon, Andre did not stop, but instead began to tell Gao Yang about the old god cult and the Boiling Kingdom. The headquarters of the old god cult is currently located in the eastern center of the former Holy Gold Empire Bangor. The old god cult has a strict hierarchy, currently headed by the old god archbishop, with 4 black-robed bishops and 6 white-robed vice-bishops under his command. This is only because of the war and its prime. The old god cult could be said to have been filled with powerhouses, to the point where even the current Eternal Radiance Knights would likely be unable to contend with them. The Boiling Kingdom is located in the southern center of the former Holy Gold Empire Porvu. You must have heard the name of the Boiling Monarch, Higgins. Currently, the Boiling Kingdom's primary goal is to annihilate survivors of the Holy Gold Empire like us. After destroying us, he will likely set his sights on unifying the entire Saint Gold continent to establish the Boiling Empire he envisions. Andre's words were filled with uncertainty, yet, quite unusually, they lacked any trace of sorrow or similar emotions. Gao Yang only needed a moment of reflection to understand Andre's perspective. The boiling wool was urgently developed to resist the assimilation and infection of the Nether Evil Tree. In other words, the first Saint Gold people to awaken the boiling wool were the Saint Gold warriors fighting on the front lines of the battlefield. In a sense, These boiling warriors shared the same goal as them, to protect this land. It was just that, as time passed, the ideologies and methods for protecting this land had changed. Andre spoke at a steady and hurried pace. Finally, he had the guards stationed outside the door bring over a map of the St. Gold Empire's territory. Looking at the animal hide map spread out on the dining table, which covered almost the entire surface, Gao Yang felt a slight sense of difficulty. The good news was that the territory of the entire St. Gold Empire was marked quite clearly on this map. The bad news was that the scale of the map was somewhat exaggerated. The distance from the Eternal Radiance royal capital to Bangor, the center of the East, would take a full month to traverse if calculated at the speed of a normal carriage. If that were the case, then the time for this abyss trial would likely be wasted entirely on traveling. On this map, the Eternal Radiance royal capital was located at the absolute center. The city adjacent to the royal capital in the lower left corner was Agamemnon, where he was currently located. Not far to the south of Agamemnon was the second city to be reclaimed, the Yeming Sanctuary. These three cities stood in a tripod formation, representing the final dignity of the entire St. Gold Empire. Gao Yang looked at the map on the table and asked softly, "The territory of the St. Gold Empire is too vast. Under these circumstances, there must be some special means to deploy troops to the edges of the empire, right?" Andre did not deny it, but his face was filled with bitterness. Naturally, there were, however. With the onset of the era of destruction, the long-distance teleportation arrays researched and installed by the St. Goldmage Association have either failed or been destroyed. As such means no longer exist. Now, one can only traverse this collapsed, ruined continent on one's own. Then, Andre, could you prepare the fastest warhorse for me? Gao Yang nodded and spoke immediately. Andre did not agree right away. Instead, he looked at the map on the table, his finger resting on Agamemnon before slowly moving toward the Eternal Radiance royal capital. Naturally, I can. On the current St. Gold continent, the fastest mounts are undoubtedly the nightmare beasts of the Eternal Radiance Knights. Riding a nightmare beast, it only takes 10 minutes to get from Agamemnon to the Eternal Radiance royal capital. Even traveling to Bangor would only take 10 days. When Andre said this, he was clearly quite proud. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. According to Andre, the attributes of a mount at the level of a nightmare beast should not be poor. However, he realized that as the mounts of the Eternal Radiance Knights, the final glory of the St. Gold Empire, they could not possibly be ordinary creatures. Gao Yang looked at Andre. Since the other party had brought it up, he likely had a nightmare beast available to lend him. Otherwise, the man would not have mentioned this information at all. Mr. Li Feiyu, I can provide you with a nightmare beast as a mount, but I have one request. Andre stared at Gao Yang's young and resolute face, his expression serious. Let's hear it, Andre. You are being too serious, Gao Yang replied casually. Andre paused. Then a smile tugged at his face once more. It is nothing major. I just hope you can bring the nightmare beast back in one piece. Of course, if you go to the royal capital, could you help me deliver a message to the commander of the royal knights? Gao Yang pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He would definitely visit the Eternal Radiance royal capital, sooner or later. Since that was the case, helping to deliver a letter would naturally be no problem at all. What puzzled Gao Yang, however, was that since the distance between the Eternal Radiance royal capital and Agamemnon was so short, why didn't Andre go himself or send one of his subordinates? Instead of having an outsider like him deliver the message. Chapter 188. Subduing the Nightmare Beast. Perhaps sensing Gao Yang's confusion, Andre stood up, his gaze falling toward the southeast, the direction of the Eternal Radiance royal capital. Your strength is formidable. Perhaps you should meet with our commander. Is that all? Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. Andre did not move. His gaze shifted slightly upward, landing on the dim, feeble sun in this sky. The world we inhabit is on the verge of collapse. No one knows how much longer it can hold on. Perhaps years, decades, or even centuries. Or perhaps it could shatter in the next instant. Before that happens, the commander has always had one wish: to personally end the lives of the culprits who caused this continent to become what it is today. Although I am reluctant to admit it, I know that your strength far exceeds my estimations. Perhaps you could participate in it. Are you so certain that I will get involved in this? You must realize that after all these years, you are still only clinging to life within these 3 cities. Gao Yang walked to a position beside Andre and looked up at the dim sunlight in the sky. He had encountered similar scenes of such feeble sunlight in the 2 previous abyss trials he had experienced. That was the evil god sucking the will of this world, this plane. Once the vast majority of living beings in this world were extinct, this world would also wither and dry up, heading toward its end as a plane. Perhaps, after all, I am not certain either. Andre withdrew his gaze. His cheekbones were prominent, and his facial features were sharp. Yet he was clearly aging with time. He smiled and gradually fell silent. Later, my men will take you to the nightmare beasts. But whether you can gain the recognition of a nightmare beast will depend on you. Andre straightened his back, turned, and strode away. Half an hour later, a knock sounded at the door. Gao Yang opened it and looked outside. Outside the door, a young man stood with a smile on his face. He first struck his chest with one hand in a salute before speaking. Greetings, Mr. Li. Commander Andre has asked me to take you to retrieve a nightmare beast. Hello. I am ready to depart at any time, Gao Yang replied, looking at the young man before him. Then we can set off right now. The young man possessed the temperament of a soldier. He was swift and decisive in his actions. Without a hint of hesitation, the 2 left the building and headed straight for the carriage parked by the door. Is this where the nightmare beasts live? More than half an hour later, Gao Yang jumped off the carriage and looked at the vast, open grassy field before him, voicing his question. That is correct. The nightmare beasts live here. Currently, we still have over 30 nightmare beasts in Agamemnon. These were all once the mounts of the Eternal Radiance Knights. Commander Andre's mount is also here. It is that one over there. The young man led Gao Yang into the grassy field, explaining as he guided the way. Gao Yang followed the direction of his finger and saw a beast he had never seen before standing there. Its body was similar to a horse, but it was much larger than an average horse. Its entire body was covered in a layer of thick scales, and its sturdy hooves did not look like horse hooves, but rather more like those of an ox. A single horn, like that of a rhinoceros, protruded from its forehead. Its eyes were a deep, ghostly blue, and pale blue mist puffed out from its nostrils. A tail, resembling a steel whip, lashed back and forth behind it, cracking through the air. What do you think? Pretty impressive, right? The young man's eyes were filled with longing. Actually, I also hope to become an Eternal Radiance Knight one day so that I can have such a handsome beast as a mount. Riding it, I feel like I could pierce through an old days archbishop with a single lance. It is indeed quite impressive. Gao Yang's gaze rested on the nightmare beast, and he agreed quite readily. This beast was likely the most intimidating creature he had ever seen. Every aspect of its physique proclaimed its power. With such a beast as a mount, it was no wonder the Eternal Radiance Knights could remain standing firm. Mr. Li, follow me. The ownerless nightmare beasts are over here. The young man's voice rang out from ahead, and Gao Yang stepped forward to follow. It is not an easy task to gain the recognition of these big guys. You must be careful later, Mr. Li, and bring out your strongest state, otherwise, you might not receive the approval of any nightmare beast. The young man was very enthusiastic, constantly explaining various strategies for dealing with the nightmare beasts to Gao Yang. Soon, their footsteps came to a halt. At this moment, 4 nightmare beasts stood or lay before Gao Yang. These 4 are the ownerless nightmare beasts. Li, if you take a liking to any of them, just follow the methods I told you earlier and try to establish a connection with it. The young man looked at the nightmare beasts ahead with hopeful eyes. Gao Yang nodded in thanks, then continued walking without pause, heading straight toward the largest and most robust of the 4 nightmare beasts. Mr. Li, please do not attempt that one. Even the vice commander of the Eternal Radiance Knights could not tame it. He even had 3 of his ribs kicked in when he tried to force it into submission. Seeing Gao Yang walking toward the largest nightmare beast without flinching, the young man recalled its past deeds and hurriedly urged him in a hushed, urgent voice from behind. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw that Gao Yang was already standing in front of the nightmare beast. His 1.85 m frame stood before the beast, and the massive size difference made the young man, standing not far behind, catch his breath. It felt as if, in the next moment, Gao Yang standing before the nightmare beast would be trampled into broken bones and torn tendons. Gao Yang locked eyes with the nightmare beast in front of him. In its ghostly blue pupils, Gao Yang saw a look of human-like scrutiny. Snort. The nightmare beast let out a snort, roared, and prepared to lie down. The next moment, as if startled, it suddenly raised its head to look at Gao Yang, its massive body involuntarily backing away 2 steps. Terror surged in its ghostly blue eyes, as if it had seen an illusory giant dragon behind Gao Yang. And at this very moment, the dragon was lowering its head, revealing a bloody, ferocious grin toward it. Gao Yang looked at the nightmare beast before him and pressed his palm slightly downward, signaling the creature to lower its posture. The latter obeyed quite obediently. This scene made the eyes of the young man, who had been trembling with anxiety just a moment ago, nearly pop out of their sockets. It was tamed, just like that. With a single look, Gao Yang patted the lowered head of the nightmare beast, quite satisfied with the solid texture beneath his hand. Even while kneeling on the ground, the nightmare beast was taller than Gao Yang. So Gao Yang exerted a little force and leaped onto its broad, thick back. The nightmare beast twisted its body a couple of times involuntarily, clearly not quite used to having someone on its back. However, upon feeling the aura emanating from its back that made its soul tremble, it forcibly suppressed the urge to continue twisting and stood up obediently. Chapter 189 The Eternal Radiance Royal Capital. As the nightmare beast rose, Gao Yang's perspective climbed upward at a rapid speed. The young man not far away tilted his head back, his mouth slightly agape, staring blankly at Gao Yang sitting on the back of the nightmare beast. Snort. The nightmare beast came to a stop in front of the young man and let out a snort. This allowed the young man to quickly regain his ability to think. He first stepped back a few paces, then looked at Gao Yang on the back of the nightmare beast with envy. Even though Gao Yang looked to be about the same age as him, lordly. Is there anything else you would like to know? Gao Yang shook his head and then said, Then I shall head to the Eternal Radiance Royal Capital. Where is Andre's letter? The young man quickly took a cowhide envelope from his chest, walked up to the nightmare beast, and stood on his tiptoes to hand it to Gao Yang. Gao Yang reached out and took it, noticing that the envelope had already been sealed with wax. He didn't pay it much mind and tucked it directly into his clothes. By the way, does it have a name? Gao Yang patted the nightmare beast beneath him and looked at the young man. It is called Thunder. Its strength is the greatest among all the nightmare beasts here, and its speed is equally unmatched. That is why the lords of the Eternal Radiance Knights bestowed upon it the name Thunder. Thunder, indeed. That is quite good. Gao Yang was fairly satisfied with the name of the nightmare beast beneath him. Lord Li, please wait a moment. I will go and fetch the specialized riding gear and battle armor for Thunder. As the designated mounts of the Eternal Radiance Knights, nightmare beasts must endure countless bloody battles, so they naturally possess their own sets of armor and riding equipment. Just like the war horses of heavy cavalry, no heavy cavalryman would ever have his mount charge into battle without its protective gear. Gao Yang leaped down from Thunder and waited for a while. The young man returned with 3 guards responsible for feeding the nightmare beasts, carrying a large pile of steel-forged equipment. Gao Yang watched as they meticulously fitted the riding gear and armor onto Thunder, watching Thunder transform from an extraordinary beast into a machine of war. Gao Yang felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. He began to look forward to the feeling of riding Thunder and galloping across the battlefield. 20 minutes later, Thunder stood before Gao Yang. It was now clad in heavy armor covered in triangular spikes, looking very much like the Iron Pagoda, the killing machines of history, yet far more ferocious and brutal. Thunder stood sideways in front of Gao Yang, who then leaped onto its back. Thank you, all 4 of you. After Gao Yang spoke, Thunder took a step forward. Its massive body and terrifying weight caused the earth to tremble slightly with every stride. Bidding farewell to the group, Gao Yang rode Thunder and moved rapidly through the city of Agamemnon. By now, he was also clad in a similarly ferocious set of pitch-black heavy armor. The east gate of Agamemnon was open during the day, so Gao Yang passed through without any obstruction and stepped onto the land outside the city. Unlike the city, which still held signs of life, the land outside was withered and desolate, devoid of any vitality. Gao Yang identified his direction, and then Thunder's massive body suddenly transformed into a boar, charging forward with a thunderous roar. Once Gao Yang had gone far away, Andre appeared on the eastern city wall. He watched Gao Yang, who was about to vanish from his field of vision, his gaze deep and profound. Andre, are you certain he can do it? Beside Andre, an old knight with a sturdy build and graying hair asked softly. After he subdued thunder so easily, I am certain he meets the criteria. Andre spoke with absolute certainty. Are you not afraid of an accident? An accident? Andre scoffed, then turned to look at his comrade who had fought alongside him for half a lifetime. A hint of madness appearing in his eyes. Even if an accident happens, so what? Our world is already like this. As long as we can wipe out all those scumbags, nothing else matters. Even if this method accelerates the destruction of our world, you would still do it? The old knight suddenly asked. Andre nodded firmly without any hesitation. Even if we die, we will drag those scumbags down to hell with us. Is this not too cruel to other lives? We, the Eternal Radiance Knights, were meant to protect the last survivors of the Holy Gold Empire. Nika, do you still not understand? Andre's eyes widened as he glared at Nika beside him. This world has no hope left. We, they, everyone, we are all living days without a tomorrow. Instead of letting our descendants suffer this same pain and despair, why not extinguish the pain with our own hands in this generation? Those innocent lives should not have to endure the despair of a collapsing plane. Nika's lips trembled violently, his face twisting in agony. However, in the blink of an eye, his expression turned stern and cold. Andre, you were right. This world has no hope left. Sending it to its grave with our own hands is the only correct choice. Thunder ran at full speed for less than 10 minutes before a massive city, far more magnificent and imposing than Agamemnon, appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. Looking at the Eternal Radiance royal capital, which lay coiled upon the earth like an ancient beast at the end of his horizon, Gao Yang did not hesitate for a moment and drove thunder straight toward it. The walls of the royal capital were higher and thicker than those of Agamemnon, standing like a sheer cliff upon the earth, dividing the heavens and earth in two. Inside the cliff lay the final glory of the Holy Gold Empire and the last pride of human civilization on the Holy Gold continent. Outside the cliff lay the withered, decaying earth and the desolate wilderness where life had been extinguished. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Thunder's heavy footsteps gradually ceased. It carried Gao Yang and stood before the gates of the royal capital, facing more than 30 city guards alone, a nightmare beast. Is it an Eternal Radiance Knight? An exclamation rang out, but soon, it was replaced by another voice. Such a large nightmare beast, which lord in the royal capital could possibly tame it? Gao Yang looked at the city guards standing in formation before him. He dismounted, removed his faceplate, and signaled that he had no malicious intent. I come from Agamemnon, entrusted by Andre to meet with the commander of the Eternal Radiance Knights and deliver a letter from him. After speaking, he reached into his chest, took out Andre's letter, and handed it to the city guard nearest to him. After carefully examining the leather envelope, the guard believed most of what Gao Yang had said. The man was human, and the nightmare beast behind him could not be a fake, especially the full set of armor it wore, which was equipped only by the Eternal Radiance Knights. Let him pass. The lead guard handed the letter back to Gao Yang, waved his hand heavily behind him, and ordered loudly. Gao Yang put his faceplate back on, leaped onto Thunder's back, and entered the Eternal Radiance royal capital at a steady pace. Chapter 190 Gris. Passing through the deep city gate, Gao Yang stepped into the Eternal Radiance royal capital, the capital of an empire that had once been at its peak. Although the Holy Gold Empire had already collapsed, one could still see the former glory and prosperity of the empire from the streets and the architectural styles that met the eye. However, at this moment, this splendor had already been veiled in a layer of decay, and known vines clung to the exterior of the buildings like cages, locking them firmly within. Walter bid water pooled amidst the shattered bricks and tiles. Only after seeing the towering nightmare beast enter the city did a flicker of curiosity appear on their otherwise numb faces. The curtain falling on glory and the numbness of life, this was the first impression the Eternal Radiance royal capital gave Gao Yang. Thunder walked down the center of the wide street, and countless curious gazes from both sides of the road fell upon Gao Yang. Having walked on the street for barely a minute, a squad of soldiers clad in battle armor quickly appeared before Gao Yang. Greetings, my lord. I am Cain. captain of the 7th Squad of the 1st Battalion of the Eternal Radiance City Guard. Please, follow me. The lead captain of the city guard saluted Gao Yang, then turned to mount a prepared war horse, leading the way for him. Clearly, the Eternal Radiance City Guard already knew Gao Yang's identity and the purpose of his visit. The two traveled through the city for a full hour before finally stopping in front of a vast complex of palaces. Is this the Eternal Radiance Royal Palace? Gao Yang looked at the magnificent, imposing, and exotic palace complex before him, turning to ask Cain, who was leading the way. Cain immediately shook his head in denial. Then, under Gao Yang's puzzled gaze, he explained, "This is not the Eternal Radiance Royal Palace. The Royal Palace was long ago destroyed in the flames of war. It has never been rebuilt. Nor is there any need to rebuild it. This is the residence of the former Prince of Eternal Radiance, and the current Grand Commander of the Eternal Radiance Knights." The Grand Commander of the Eternal Radiance Knights, I see. Gao Yang nodded slightly. He was also quite curious about this commander. In a situation where they were surrounded by wolves and facing a massive disadvantage, the other party had not only stubbornly guarded the final dignity of the Saint Gold Empire but had even succeeded in reclaiming Agamemnon and the Yemeng Sanctuary in the time that followed. Such achievements were enough to prove the formidable capability of both the Eternal Radiance Knights and this commander. Cain led Gao Yang around the exterior of the palace complex toward the main gate. Upon reaching it, Gao Yang saw 4 guards standing perfectly straight. Cain dismounted and exchanged a few brief words with the guards. 2 of the 4 guards stepped forward to take charge of Thunder, while Gao Yang and Cain walked into the palace complex. They continued forward until nearly noon, when, under Cain's guidance, Gao Yang finally arrived before a massive palace. As the residence of a prince, this palace could not be considered luxurious. The square where Gao Yang now stood was filled with various weapon racks. The outer walls of the palace were stained with large, mottled patches of dark red, and combined with the 2 exotic beasts lying at the palace entrance, an aura of slaughter and iron-blooded warfare rushed toward him. "I can only bring you this far, my lord. The Grand Commander is inside the main hall." Cain looked toward the hall ahead, a touch of fanaticism in his eyes, and then spoke with a hint of regret. "Thank you." Gao Yang nodded slightly. Once Cain turned and left, he stepped onto the stairs in front of the palace. As he stepped onto the stairs, the exotic beasts on both sides of the gate opened their eyes. Their massive bodies, standing as tall as 3 stories, slowly rose, and 2 pairs of giant beastly pupils locked firmly onto Gao Yang. Snort. The 2 beasts let out a snort, as if to intimidate Gao Yang. Gao Yang merely glanced up at them, then lowered his eyelids and walked between them with a calm expression. Arriving at the main entrance of the palace, he reached out, exerted force, and the doors before him were slowly pushed open. As the sunlight spilled in, the vast, empty hall came into Gao Yang's view. Following that, Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the throne in the center of the hall, which was as red as fire. A burly man was sitting on the throne, calmly enjoying his lunch. He did not look young. His short, steel needle-like hair had already turned white. His frame appeared burly, but for some reason, Gao Yang could sense that his state was somewhat aged. On the table before him were several steaming bowls of food. Seeing Gao Yang, he revealed a faint smile and gestured toward him. Gao Yang approached him, and separated by only a dining table, he became even more certain of his previous perception. The man before him was no longer young. Standing close, one could even sense a trace of twilight emanating from him. Yet, within this twilight, there was a vitality burning as fiercely as the scorching sun. This vitality was so vigorous that it even gave Gao Yang an illusion. 2 diametrically opposed auras appearing on the same person left Gao Yang feeling somewhat puzzled. "Hello, Li Feiyu. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Sit down and have some together." Ygritte's expression was peaceful, as if he were inviting an old friend of many years to sit and dine with him. Gao Yang did not stand on ceremony. He sat down on the wide chair that had already been prepared and began to eat. After the 2 had finished more than half of the food before them, Ygritte, sitting on the fire throne, spoke in a casual, conversational tone. "Li Feiyu, which plane do you come from?" Clearly, Ygritte was aware of the existence of planes. Gao Yang did not reply, or rather, even if he had stated his plane, Ygritte across from him would likely not have known it. This kind of questioning was like two acquaintances meeting and asking each other where they were from. How is it, does our world, which is on the verge of collapse, have a unique flavor? Ygritte did not mind, instead looking at Gao Yang with interest and asking, "Indeed, the Saint Gold continent gives me a sense of familiarity. It is the feeling brought about by a world being sucked dry by an evil god," Gao Yang said, appearing casual. "Oh, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about this situation." Ygritte swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "It's all right, though the situation here is indeed quite dire." Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. Ygritte sighed. As the person most closely connected to the world's will, he could naturally sense the state of this world, or rather, it was precisely because of this that he led the many Saint Gold survivors to hold their ground here, rather than actively seeking a path to survival. Those terrifying existences lurking in the darkness would never allow their prey to slip through their fingers. "All right, lunch is finished. If you don't mind, how about we get some exercise?" Ygritte picked up a towel from the side, wiped the grease from his hands, and looked at Gao Yang with a suggestion. Gao Yang nodded. He had no reason to refuse Ygritte's request. If he wanted to gain enough from this trial, the power represented by this individual was an extremely important piece of the puzzle. Chapter 191 Invitation. The two stood still in the plaza outside the palace. Ygritte stood at about 2.5 meters tall, nearly a meter taller than Gao Yang. He held a long spear in his hand, over 3 meters in total length. The shaft was as thick as a goose egg, and the spearhead was half a meter long, pitch black in its entirety. At just a single glance, Gao Yang confirmed that this was an extraordinary weapon of slaughter, and it was highly likely to be made of refined gold. There was no need to doubt it. In a world possessing extraordinary power, having 1 or 2 refined gold weapons was normal, even in an extraordinary world on the verge of collapse. When Ygritte held the long spear, the twilight aura on his body completely receded. Instead, the vitality within his body, like a scorching sun, began to burn intensely. A massive amount of battle aura, like roaring flames, erupted from his frame. Watching Ygritte, who seemed to have entered a Super Saiyan state, and feeling the heavy pressure rushing toward him, Gao Yang's expression turned solemn. The strength of this strongest warrior of the Holy Gold far exceeded his expectations. Based on the might displayed, the probability of him not being a match was high. Gao Yang drew the black obsidian he carried on his back. His heart began to beat faster. His blood flowed more rapidly, and the battle aura within his body began to boil. Even if it was not as vast as the torch-like battle aura on Ygritte, he could still manage to cover his entire body with it. The two stared at each other. In a split second, Gao Yang's body turned into an afterimage, suddenly charging toward Ygritte. The greatsword in his hand slashed out like a raging storm. Ygritte flipped the long spear in his hand and thrust it out. Clang! The spear tip collided with the blade. A scorching sensation traveled through the sword into Gao Yang's arm, causing a slight stinging pain. The expression beneath Gao Yang's faceplate did not change in the slightest. With one strike blocked, he did not hesitate. His sword momentum rose again, and the wind whistled. During the previous exchange, he could feel the power within Ygritte's spear. Although that power was heavy, it was not impossible to block. The greatsword and the long spear collided again. The shockwave of power formed between them blew away the cloak behind Gao Yang. With a horizontal sweep of the spear, flames seemed to ignite in Ygritte's eyes. He exerted force with both hands, and the spear spun violently. Battle aura clung to the spear, forming a sharp blade of energy. The next instant, the battle aura spearhead thrust toward Gao Yang's head without the slightest pause. Gao Yang's body turned into an afterimage, retreating several meters away to dodge the thrust. Ygritte did not pursue. Instead, he just looked at Gao Yang, his eyes burning like flames, revealing no discernible emotion. Gao Yang took a sharp breath and charged at Ygritte with his sword once more. Ygritte revealed a smile. The long spear moved like a dragon, sweeping over with a piercing whistle. The spear bent like a bow in midair, wrapped in battle aura that resembled a scorching sun. A dark light flashed in Gao Yang's eyes, and the next moment, the black obsidian sword also ignited with raging flames. Clang! As the weapons collided, the fire in Ygritte's eyes flickered, and then his spear was uncontrollably flung backward. Although he had knocked Ygritte's spear away, Gao Yang did not have it easy. The scorching sting and the astonishing force that passed through his body caused a white shockwave to explode behind him, and his cloak was whipped high into the air. From this, it was clear that Igris's strength was superior to Gao Yang's, and it was highly probable that he had already broken through the limit of 20 attribute points and stepped into the extraordinary realm. What surprised Gao Yang even more was that Igris's spear technique was open and bold, simple and direct, yet every move was a killing blow. With not a single shred of power wasted. Again, Gao Yang swung the black obsidian. As his battle aura surged, it sounded as if a waterfall were crashing down. A dark streak of light slashed out with the black obsidian. Igris gave a light shout, and the burning battle aura on his body suddenly expanded several times over, forming a suit of armor entirely condensed from battle aura. The spear lashed out like a whip, smashing down with a boom. The next instant, Gao Yang was sent flying backward, sliding dozens of meters before he could barely come to a stop. Very impressive strength. Igris did not pursue. Looking at Gao Yang with an approving gaze, Gao Yang sheathed the black obsidian and calmed the surging blood in his body. He looked at Igris, who seemed to still be unsatisfied, and asked curiously, "Compared to the commander, I am still far behind." This statement was not empty talk. Gao Yang could feel that Igris had not used his full strength. If they were to fight with everything they had, he would certainly be the one to die. The gap between them had become immense over the long passage of time. Come back and sit. It has been a long time since I met a young man who could trade blows with me. The long spear in Igris's hand had disappeared at some point. He walked toward the great hall with his hands behind his back, and Gao Yang followed his footsteps toward the hall, passing by the entrance. The two exotic beasts were lying obediently on the ground this time, turning their heads away, not daring to even look at them. Back in the great hall, Igris looked at Gao Yang and asked directly, "I heard from Andre that you have some grievances with the old days. Are you interested in going to Bangor with me?" "What for, need you ask?" Igris suddenly revealed a smile. "Naturally, to completely eradicate the old days cult. Even if the old days cult is eradicated, there are still the Boiling Kingdom and the Nether Evil Tree," Gao Yang said. "Then we shall eradicate them all." Igris revealed a set of white teeth, his tone grim. Gao Yang paused for a moment and continued, "I have heard from Andre that the strength of the old days Archbishop is very high, and the strength of the Boiling Monarch and the Mother Tree of the Nether Evil Tree is not weak either. Did Andre ever tell you that they do not dare to approach the Eternal Radiance Royal Capital because they are afraid I will kill them?" Yiglet said casually. "Why invite me, given your strength, Commander, and the Eternal Radiance Knights? That should already be enough." Gao Yang asked again, although he would not refuse. He wanted to understand the situation more clearly. "How? Why did you come here? Could it really be to enjoy the scenery? Stop joking. The killing intent on your body is terrifyingly heavy. There are not many people in the entire Eternal Radiance Knights who can surpass you." Yiglet looked at Gao Yang with amusement. "And you did not use your full strength just now. Since you can help reduce casualties, why would I refuse?" That was indeed a very good reason. Gao Yang nodded slightly, his perception of Yiglet becoming clearer. This was not a rigid, upright king, but an ambitious leader who did not mind using various methods to achieve his goals. However, only by being this way could he hold on to the Eternal Radiance Royal Capital. "No problem, Commander. When do we set off?" As Gao Yang said this, he began to feel a sense of anticipation. Yiglet let out a laugh and continued, "Let us be clear beforehand. I do not have any rewards to give you. If you happen to die in battle, I might not even be able to collect your corpse." Gao Yang shrugged, indicating that it did not matter. Chapter 192, Camp Meeting combined. As night fell, Gao Yang and Lighting arrived at the camp of the Eternal Radiance Knights. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be his residence for the coming period. Led by a female knight who was even more robust than Andre, Gao Yang arrived at an independent dormitory. The female knight had a very capable pink buzz cut, and her facial contours still faintly revealed a softness unique to women. She opened the dormitory door for Gao Yang and said, "Lord Li, the commander will hold a meeting after dinner in the largest tent in the camp. The commander hopes that everyone in the camp will be present." "I understand. Thank you, Jenny." Gao Yang turned his head to look at the female knight. who was a head taller than him, and nodded slightly. Jenny revealed a hearty smile and landed a powerful punch on Gao Yang's chest. I heard you sparred with the commander before you arrived. It has been a long time since anyone in the Eternal Radiance Knights could spar with the commander. Are you interested in having a match with me after the meeting ends? A dull thud echoed from Gao Yang's chest, which was enough to show how much strength Jenny had put into that casual punch. Yet his body did not move an inch. He laughed. Sure, if conditions permit. I have no problem with that. Then it is a deal. Having achieved her goal, Jenny did not linger and turned to stride away. Gao Yang watched Jenny leave, then turned and walked into the living quarters arranged for him. The facilities in the room were fully equipped. As the former capital of the empire, the infrastructure here was naturally top-notch. Even after so many years, and even with the collapse of the Holy Gold Empire, nothing had changed. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the bed as usual and, with a thought, opened the comprehensive network interface. During his previous spar with Commander Yeglet, he had felt a heavy pressure. This pressure should have been beneficial to his 100 refined body. Sure enough, when Gao Yang looked at his only specialty, 100 refined body, he found that the bonus had increased from the original 6.8% to 6. In other words, after the spar with Yeglet, he had gained a 0.2% increase in his 100 refined body bonus. Although the growth was slight, many drops make an ocean. Only quantitative changes could lead to qualitative ones. Not bad at all. Gao Yang nodded with satisfaction and then began his daily meditation. Meditation on the Holy Gold Continent was different from other places. Perhaps due to the existence of those evil wills, there were now faint, indistinct whispers in his meditation, attempting to sway his will. Regarding this, Gao Yang felt it was a good thing. These weak, whispering temptations could slightly improve the effectiveness of his meditation, allowing his willpower to grow a fraction faster. After dinner, Gao Yang walked with Jenny toward the central tent of the Eternal Radiance Knights. This tent was enormous. Gao Yang estimated that it could easily accommodate thousands of people. He and Jenny had arrived a bit late, and the tent was already packed. Looking around, one could see nothing but members of the Knights with powerful physiques, led by Jenny. Gao Yang arrived at the innermost, central position of the tent. After Jenny exchanged nods with the 5 knights in this central circle, she guided Gao Yang to sit in a large chair that had been prepared in advance. Next to this large chair was an even wider, more majestic, and heavy seat. Without needing to think, he knew this was the seat for Yeglet, the commander of the knights. As Gao Yang sat down, countless gazes filled with curiosity and inquiry landed on him. Feeling those gazes, his expression and inner state remained completely unchanged. It was merely the attention of 1,000 people, having seen scenes far larger than this. Gao Yang naturally felt nothing. However, his steady as a mountain demeanor caused many knights to nod secretly. Regardless of the previous rumors, this young-looking outsider was at least extremely calm in his mindset. One could tell at a glance that he had experienced many storms. The discipline of the Eternal Radiance Knights was very strict. With over 1,000 people in one space, there was no sound other than the noise of breathing. When the tent flap was slowly lowered, Yeglet sat down in the central seat. He scanned the room, his gaze lingering on Gao Yang for a few seconds, before he sighed slightly and said, "We do not have much time left." As soon as these words were spoken, apart from Gao Yang, who felt a bit puzzled, the other knights remained calm, as if what Yeglet had said was the most ordinary thing in the world. In front of Yeglet, a burly knight with only one eye used his thick, stubby pinky finger to dig into his ear. He wiped the earwax onto the sleeve of the comrade next to him, ignoring the glare that suggested the man wanted to swallow him whole, and said casually, "Commander, let us talk about something with more substance. We all know this already. Hank, you are doing it again. One day, Johnson is going to hammer you to death." Yeglet smiled, though his eyes shifted to Johnson, who was standing next to Hank with a look of fury. Under Yeglet's gaze, Johnson let out a deep, heavy breath, his expression calming significantly. "Commander, tell us what to do, and we will do it." Yeglet's mouth curled up, revealing a set of menacing white teeth. A flicker of fire seemed to ignite in his eyes as his massive frame rose from his seat. He spread his arms wide in a welcoming gesture and said, "So, I have decided. Before that, We will crush all those pieces of trash into dust. As his voice fell, scorching battle aura erupted with a roar. Bathed in flames of aura, Yeglet's towering figure looked like a god or a demon. The commander should have done this a long time ago. If you ask me, we should have dragged those scumbags out and slaughtered them one by one ages ago. Hank slapped his thigh hard and stood up, his scarred body looming large. Kill them all. Hank raised his right hand high and let out a roar. Kill them all. The knights inside the tent immediately shouted at the top of their lungs. In an instant, the sound waves were like thunder, filling the entire space of the tent. Gao Yang bared his teeth. The sound was so intense that his eardrums were vibrating slightly, as if a fly had flown into his ear and was flapping its wings frantically. However, judging by the performance of these knights, it was clear that they had long been eager to fight the Nether Evil Tree and the Boiling Kingdom to the death. Previously, it must have been Yeglet, their commander, who had been holding them back. Now that Yeglet had taken the initiative to bring it up, their enthusiasm was naturally soaring. As the noise died down, a lean, older-looking knight stood up and looked at Yeglet, asking, "Commander, when do we start? And what is the plan?" Yeglet glanced at Gao Yang, and seeing that his expression remained unchanged, he spoke in a grim tone. "Naturally, we must first make a trip to Beluo. Higgins should be very much looking forward to meeting us." The boiling monarch, Higgins, was the very reason for the rebellion that had left the Holy Gold Empire besieged from both sides, causing the great empire to collapse in an instant. When it came to hatred, the person everyone present loathed the most was the former imperial high priest. Now the boiling monarch, Higgins. Sure enough, upon hearing Yeglet name their first target, the breathing of the knights present grew heavy, and many of their eyes began to bloodshot. The lean old knight nodded slightly. "Higgins has the largest number of troops and the strongest will to fight. Choosing him as our first stop is wise, as our Eternal Radiance Knights are at their peak strength. Only in this state can we wipe out the entire Boiling Kingdom and preserve enough strength to face the old god cult and the Nether Evil Tree that follow." Having said this, he looked at Yeglet and asked tentatively, "Then, after we slay Higgins, will it be the turn of the Nether Evil Tree?" Yeglet nodded slightly. The Nether Evil Tree's power of infection and assimilation was terrifying, especially when a large number of them gathered together. That power would grow exponentially. However, as plants, their movement speed had always been a weakness. After the highly targeted Boiling Kingdom was destroyed, if they did not deal with the Nether Evil Tree population, it would not take long for them to multiply rapidly and occupy the entire continent. Therefore, the second stop would be the Nether Evil Tree. They had to strike at the heart of the enemy before the Nether Mother Tree could react and wipe them all out. Once the Boiling Kingdom and the Nether Evil Tree were dealt with, the remaining old god cult and the few races struggling for survival in the corners of the continent, while not weak, should be no match for the Eternal Radiance Knights fighting with all their might. Having received Yeglet's confirmation, the lean old knight nodded and then asked, "When do we set off?" Yeglet looked at every knight in the room, as if trying to etch their faces firmly into his mind. After a long moment, he said, "Notify Agamemnon and the Yemeng Sanctuary. All knights and squire knights are to return to the royal capital within 3 days. 5 days from now." Yeglet paused, then said heavily, word by word, "We start the slaughter." As the words fell, a dense killing intent erupted from his body, like a scarlet mist, shrouding the tent. The other knights, infected by the atmosphere, shouted hoarsely, "Kill!" Standing among them, Gao Yang could feel the fierce, murderous intent that these people were barely containing. It was a deep-seated blood feud that had accumulated over time, an indelible hatred that could not be erased by anything else. Only the blood of the enemy could wash it away. After the meeting ended, Yeglet and several knights left first to discuss the specific operational steps. As the last remnants of an empire, they were certainly not reckless fools who acted on a whim. Although the plan was simple, they had to consider every aspect during execution. Because Gao Yang was an outside reinforcement, he did not participate in formulating the specific combat steps. Instead, he was pulled by Jenny to an open-air training ground. At the edge of this open-air ground, a circle of torches stood for illumination. "Master Li, this is where we train daily and where we most often choose to spar. How about we have a match here?" Jenny cracked her knuckles. the sound popping like beans. Gao Yang looked at the battle-ready Jenny and naturally would not dampen her spirits. As Gao Yang and Jenny stood their ground in the arena, many knights noticed them. Seeing that Deputy Commander Jenny was going to fight the strange outsider, these knights became interested. Many even turned and ran to find their close comrades to come and watch. Watching the number of knights gathering grow, the atmosphere in the arena became increasingly heated. These spectating knights all wanted to see exactly how strong Gao Yang was. Hearing is believing, but only seeing is enough to convince them. Jenny revealed a faint smile. She looked toward Gao Yang and said, "Lord Li, are you ready? I can start at any time." Gao Yang held Heiyao, looked at Jenny not far in front of him, and replied. Jenny's weapon was a massive horse-chopping saber. The blade alone was nearly a meter long, and its cold edge radiated a bone-chilling aura. Such a weapon might be cumbersome for infantry combat, but when combined with the terrifying strength and physique of a nightmare beast, it would become a killing machine on the battlefield that would cut down anyone in its path, whether man or god. Seeing Gao Yang ready, Jenny let out a soft shout and began to close in on him, wielding her saber. This soft shout was also her way of declaring to Gao Yang that the battle had begun. Jenny held the saber with both hands. Her speed was not particularly fast, but the aura of life or death determination she exuded made Gao Yang take notice. The distance of over 10 meters was covered in the blink of an eye for both of them. Soon, Gao Yang had entered Jenny's attack range. The moment Jenny brought Gao Yang into her attack range, she suddenly exhaled sharply. The muscles in her arms coiled, and the saber left a cold, fierce streak of light in the air as she slashed down toward his head. As the blade approached, Gao Yang did not move his feet. This scene made many of the watching knights feel slightly displeased. Vice Commander Jenny's strength was ranked among the best in the entire Yongyao Knight Order. Facing her heavy strikes, even commanders like Hank and Johnson would not dare to take them head-on. Yet, this strange outsider before them had not even shifted his feet in the face of Vice Commander Jenny's heavy strike, appearing as if he intended to block it directly. To the knights of the Yongyao Knight Order, this naturally made them feel that Gao Yang was arrogant and dismissive of others. Seeing that Gao Yang did not dodge or evade, but merely held Heiyao horizontally along the trajectory of her descending saber, a fierce glint flashed in Jenny's eyes. The 80% of her strength she had initially used was now gone, replaced by every ounce of her power concentrated into this single strike. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing exploded under the gaze of everyone. The large black sword sank down abruptly, causing Gao Yang to sink a few inches as well. Beneath his feet, the air exploded. The formidable force was channeled into the ground by him, kicking up a circle of dust. Gao Yang exerted force through his arms, and the friction between the edge of Heiyao and the blade created a series of sparks as he leveraged the momentum to deflect Jenny's saber to his side. As the saber was about to strike the ground, Jenny suddenly drew in her breath. The saber traced a semicircle, and with fierce killing intent, she slashed toward Gao Yang's neck. Gao Yang still did not move a single step. Heiyao transformed into an afterimage, and he unleashed a powerful slash. Previously, it had been a block, so Gao Yang's strength had not been fully displayed. Although Jenny knew from their brief exchange that Gao Yang's strength was not weak, when she faced this strike from him directly, the overwhelming and unstoppable weight of the blow caused her expression to change slightly. She tried her best to maintain her grip on the saber, wanting to block the sword Gao Yang had swung. Swoosh! The saber turned, avoiding the edge of the sword, and Jenny retreated several steps to dodge the incoming blade. Chapter 193. The limit of mortal objects, expansion or breakthrough. Jenny's face was slightly contorted, and her arms, which were thicker than Gao Yang's, were trembling slightly. She had previously exerted all her strength to try and block the sword edge Gao Yang had swung down, but the facts proved that the power contained within Gao Yang's blade was even heavier than the strikes from the commander's spear. If she had not pulled back in time, the result would have been her weapon being snapped in two. Looking at the large sword in Gao Yang's hand, which clearly was no ordinary object, Jenny had no doubts about that outcome. Gao Yang did not pursue. Instead, he stood in place with his sword and looked at Jenny. This was merely a sparring match, not a life or death struggle, so there was not much killing intent in his moves. Jenny reached out and rubbed the pink buzz cut on her head. She looked at Gao Yang, wanting to spar with him again, but in the end, she simply spread her hands and abandoned the thought. In their short exchange, she had already realized that Gao Yang's strength was extremely formidable. It was not just Jenny. The many knights watching from the sidelines were all gasping in shock. They had only exchanged a few blows, and Vice Commander Jenny had actually stopped fighting. Do you think this outsider named Li Feiyu is really that strong? Vice Commander Jenny was forced back by just one of his sword strikes and then decisively chose to stop. Could it be that she is just trying to build prestige for this outsider? A young knight asked, looking puzzled. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You know Vice Commander Jenny's strength. Being able to force her back several steps with a single sword strike is enough to prove this outsider's strength. Build prestige? Is there even a need for that? Beside him, a middle-aged knight slapped the back of his head hard and scolded him sternly. After being slapped, the young knight smiled sheepishly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Exactly. Not to mention that he is an outsider. Let's look at it directly. What use would it be for him to build prestige among us in this world? We are all living day to day, barely surviving. Even if he became the new commander, what could he do? Another knight, listening to their conversation, chimed in. So, it must be that this outsider is strong enough that Vice Commander Jenny felt she couldn't fully let go during a simple spar. But if it were a real life or death battle, one mistake could lead to injury or even death. That is something the current situation does not allow. So she just stopped to avoid wasting time. Jenny, are you sure you're done? While everyone was talking, a knight as sturdy as a giant bear pushed through the crowd and entered the arena. Looking at Jenny as he asked, his voice was extremely resonant. At first listen, it even had a quality that could pierce metal and shatter stone. Jenny turned her head to look at the approaching knight and nodded affirmatively, saying, "Gray, do you want to try?" Gray revealed a smile. This movement added 3 parts of ferocity to his already menacing face. But the words he spoke were exceptionally calm. "Lord Li, may I have a match with you?" Gao Yang looked relaxed. He looked at Gray and said, "No problem. I haven't even warmed up yet." Gray's arm muscles bulged, and his 2 fists, each the size of a cooking pot, slammed into each other, emitting a roar like muffled thunder. Jenny heard this and looked at Gao Yang, offering a reminder of Lord Li. Gray is a total battle maniac. He won't be like me and hold back at any moment. You really need to be careful when fighting him. "Huh, Lord Li, Jenny is slandering me. She is slandering me." "You must absolutely not believe her." Gray laughed heartily, then used his shoulder to nudge Jenny aside and stepped in front of Gao Yang himself. Gao Yang made a gesture for him to begin, then fixed his gaze on Gray. Seeing this, Gray did not hesitate. His thighs moved in rapid succession, his fists guarding both sides of his cheeks as he strode toward Gao Yang with killing intent. His weapons were his fists, or more accurately, a pair of black gold gauntlets that encased his hands and forearms, with 2 rows of sharp spikes lining the knuckles. If one were to be struck by these gauntlets a few too many times, they would likely end up looking like a beehive. Gray's footwork was extremely fast, possessing a level of agility that defied his massive build. In less than 2 seconds, he had already charged to Gao Yang's right flank. His left fist feinted in front of him, while his right arm was tucked tightly against his side, ready to unleash an explosive, lethal blow. "He is going to strike my jaw." As Gray rushed before him, Gao Yang's mind had already calculated the incoming strike, with the support of first strike and combat reflexes. Such anticipation was as simple as breathing for him. Playing, Gray's right hand, like a heavy cannon, moved as fast as lightning and slammed heavily into the blade that had appeared before Gao Yang in an instant. A massive, overwhelming force struck, and Gao Yang's feet plowed through the ground as he slid back several meters before barely coming to a stop. Just as he steadied himself, the light before his eyes dimmed. Gray's massive, hulking frame had already broken through the air and charged at him once more. It was another frontal punch, direct and straightforward, without a single wasted movement. Facing Gray's relentless assault that allowed for no breathing room, Gao Yang did not retreat but instead advanced, his body suddenly blurring into a residual image as he lunged toward Gray. Gao Yang tilted his head, dodging Gray's fist, but the spikes on Gray's gauntlet still carved a bloody wound into his cheek. However, he had ultimately evaded the punch. His shoulder slammed heavily into Gray's ribs, the immense force compelling Gray to stumble back several steps. By the time he regained his balance, he saw a heavy sword tearing through the air, accompanied by a dull, piercing whistle as it slashed toward his face. Gray crossed his arms in front of him, adopting a defensive stance. Seeing Gray set up a block, intending to take Gao Yang's strike head-on, a look of schadenfreude appeared on Jenny's face. She knew exactly how heavy Gao Yang's sword was, but it was clear that Gray did not. A violent roar erupted as the heavy sword, carrying terrifying power, cleaved downward. Gray's crossed arms were smashed into his own chest, and then, to Gray's utter disbelief, the sword sent him flying with a single strike. Gao Yang sent Gray soaring with one blow and immediately followed up with a second. The frequency of his attacks did not seem fast, but the oppressive pressure that came with them caused many onlookers to subconsciously hold their breath. As for Gray, he had fallen into a broken guard state, his entire body hunched in a half-squat, motionless. Just as the great sword was about to descend, Gray's face flushed red as he let out a roar like a thunderclap. He rolled on the ground, finally dodging Gao Yang's sword by a hair's breadth. The great sword struck the ground, and the earth for several meters around seemed to have been hit by a giant hammer, shattering instantly like broken glass. Gray's cheek twitched. It was fortunate he had dodged that strike. If it had landed on him, he wouldn't be seeing tomorrow's sun. Although it was a sparring match, Gray wasn't sure if Gao Yang, who was swinging the sword, could pull back in time. But regardless of whether he could or not, he was unwilling to take that risk. His life was needed to completely annihilate the boiling kingdom. He couldn't just throw it away. However, he didn't have time to catch his breath. The great sword flipped, sweeping upward diagonally like a gale or a waterfall. Again, Gray slammed his fists into the ground, and using the force of the rebound, he launched himself 7 or 8 meters away, completely exiting Gao Yang's attack range. I'm done. I'm done. Gray waved his hands repeatedly and spoke quickly. He had only been exchanging blows with Gao Yang for a few seconds, but the power of his opponent's strikes had already left him traumatized. One strike to break his guard, 2 strikes to take his head. Who could handle that? Gray, you've finally experienced it now, haven't you? Seeing this, Jenny could no longer hold back. She doubled over in laughter, not forgetting to mock Gray. Gray retracted his hands with a sheepish expression, then looked at Gao Yang and said in a low voice, "Brother, there's no need to fight for your life, right? Every strike felt like you were trying to cut me in half. That's too exaggerated." Gao Yang sheathed black obsidian and reached up to wipe the blood from his cheek, feeling a slight sting. "You are also very strong, Gray. If you weren't holding gauntlets but swords or blades instead, perhaps I would be dead by now. How is that possible?" Gray waved his hand. Even if he had been holding blades, he understood that based on the exchange they just had, he wouldn't have been able to kill Gao Yang. After a brief pause, Gray extended an invitation to Gao Yang. "There shouldn't be anything going on these next 2 days, brother. Let's go grab a drink tomorrow." Gao Yang smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing that Gao Yang had accepted, Gray finally smiled. He then looked at the knights who had surrounded them so tightly that not even water could pass through, his eyes widening as he roared, "What are you still staring at? Get lost and go train. Have you finished today's nightly drills? If I find out anyone hasn't finished, it's still starting tomorrow." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding knights scattered like birds and beasts. In less than 20 seconds, the area was completely empty, leaving only Gao Yang, Gray, and Jenny. "Brother, why don't you go to the military doctor to get that wound on your face treated?" Gray looked at the wound on Gao Yang's cheek with some embarrassment. The wound was not shallow, and the blood had already stained half of Gao Yang's face. Gao Yang shook his head and said, "It's just a small wound. It will heal quickly. It's no problem." No, brother, actually, I coated these gauntlets with poison." Gray scratched his head and confessed the truth. "It is well known that when I put a question mark, it is not because I think I have a problem, but because I think you have a problem." Gao Yang looked at the burly man in front of him, who was as massive as a giant bear. He never expected that this knight with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a voice like a booming bell would actually coat his gauntlets in poison. The veins on Gao Yang's forehead throbbed continuously. He looked at Gray and said, "Where is the medical unit? Take me there. Don't worry, brother. It's just a little residue. The dosage isn't high. You won't die in such a short time. Gray chuckled and quickly led the way toward the medical unit. Jenny rolled her eyes helplessly and followed the two of them. By the time Gao Yang arrived at the medical unit, the side of his cheek that had been injured had completely lost all sensation. This was just from a tiny bit of residual poison, which was terrifying enough. One could only imagine how underhanded Gray's methods were. When he finally emerged from the medical unit, Gao Yang's cheek had returned to normal. Gray and Jenny escorted him to his quarters before turning to leave. Gao Yang sat down by the bed and looked at the Multiverse Network interface. Just now, while sparring with Gray, he could feel a distinct barrier blocking him, preventing him from exerting his strength to its full potential. On his retina, a new Multiverse Network notification refreshed. Multiverse Network notification. Your attribute values have reached the safety threshold for your current comprehensive attributes and physical potential. You need to increase your comprehensive attributes or enhance your physical potential to safely raise your attributes further. Additionally, you can no longer obtain relevant attribute gains from non-transcendent materials or items. Gao Yang carefully read through the notification and finally understood his situation. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary Multiverse Network player would not reach the safety threshold and trigger this notification. Because their attribute growth is relatively slow, they often break through to level 10 and obtain a transcendent biological template before they even reach the limits of mortal items. And once Multiverse Network players possess a transcendent biological template, their comprehensive attributes and physical potential are further enhanced, which is what is meant by the safety threshold being raised. Therefore, when they reach the limits of mortal beings, they can easily use attribute points to push their stats beyond those limits and step into the transcendent realm. However, this did not apply to Gao Yang. The reason was simple. His growth was too fast. Counting everything, he had only been a Multiverse Network player for barely half a year. Of course, if one included the time spent training in the Abyss, this duration would be significantly longer. But overall, his career in the Multiverse Network had not exceeded 3 years. And in these less than 3 years, what level had Gao Yang reached? His strength was approaching the limit of mortal beings. His constitution and agility were also about to touch the barrier of the mortal limit. And at the same time, his charisma and perception had seen corresponding increases. Adding these attributes together, the value was already extremely exaggerated. His progress far exceeded that of other players in the same time frame, or rather, it would be considered excellent for other players to have even one attribute approaching the mortal limit. Under these circumstances, when Gao Yang utilized his 19 Kung strength, he would hit his safety threshold, which led to the appearance of the Multiverse Network notification. Furthermore, there was one more factor: the effect of the 100 refined body. The 100 refined body was capable of increasing physical potential, which was why Gao Yang had touched upon the transcendent realm beyond the mortal limit multiple times and only received the warning notification from the Multiverse Network today, because his physical potential was much higher than that of other players. Now, the path before Gao Yang was simple: reach level 10 to obtain a transcendent template, or enhance his own physical potential to expand his capacity. He was still short on the experience needed to reach level 10. For now, it seemed better to prioritize expanding his capacity. Within this Eternal Radiance Knight Order, there were plenty of targets for Gao Yang to use for expansion. And once the Eternal Radiance Knights finished assembling, he imagined that the rate at which he accumulated general experience in the coming war would not be low. After clarifying his thoughts, Gao Yang let out a slight sigh of relief. The 2 battles today were also of great reference value to him. This was only a small fraction of the Eternal Radiance Knight Order's combat power. In the vast Knight Order, there were certainly other knights with even greater strength. Gao Yang made up his mind to try and spar with all the powerful knights in the Eternal Radiance Knight Order over the next few days. Chapter 190 Forgathering. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, the nearly 1 million refugees living in the city, following the order of the Eternal Radiance Knight Order, entered a state of overloaded work. The entire Eternal Radiance royal capital seemed like a massive machine that had been fully set in motion. Countless weapons and pieces of equipment were issued to every knight about to head into battle. and countless supplies and food were packed and neatly stacked. As the last remnant of the Holy Gold Empire, although the empire had collapsed, the Eternal Radiance royal capital still possessed some foundation. For instance, the large military storage crates used to house supplies. Each large military storage crate could hold enough grain and fodder for 1,000 people for 5 days. And this battle was essentially a one-way trip. So Yeglet emptied the entire Eternal Radiance royal capital, gathering 80 large military storage crates and filling every single one of them to the brim. The supplies in these storage crates were enough to sustain their force of 8,000 for 50 days. For the Eternal Radiance royal capital, where supplies were already scarce, this consumption essentially drained the city's entire reserves. At the break of dawn, in the camp of the Eternal Radiance Night Order, rows of sturdy figures stood rooted to the ground like javelins. Everyone wore heavy knight armor in a flame like golden red, and looking out, it seemed like a vast ocean of fire. Gao Yang stood on the sidelines, watching the Night Order before him. Among them, he saw Andrei of Agamemnon, as well as the trainee knight Penis and others. These people formed the full 3,000-man Eternal Radiance Night Order, along with 5,000 auxiliary knights. Everyone was meticulous, and every face carried a murderous intent. They stood in silence, looking toward the high platform in front of them. There, the tall figure of the Eternal Radiance Night Order commander, Yeglet, stood quietly. Sunlight scattered across the high platform, making the armor on Ygritte's body shine even more brilliantly and intensely. Ygritte scanned his comrades in front of him, a profound sense of sorrow hidden deep within his eyes. How many of these vibrant, living souls would be completely buried in the decaying earth after he gave the order? However, in just a fleeting moment, flames ignited within his eyes, scorching that trace of sorrow until it vanished without a trace. He took a deep breath, looked at his comrades ahead, and his voice boomed like thunder. Everyone, I believe you have the right to know the truth. Our world does not have much time left, only about 2 months. In other words, 2 months from now, the land beneath our feet and the world we inhabit will completely collapse. Every living creature existing upon it will march toward that unstoppable death along with the collapse of the world. As Ygritte spoke, the Knights Templar before him remained silent, everyone staring at him quietly. They trusted him. Ygritte continued, whether it is the Boiling Kingdom, the old god cult, or the Nether Evil Tree, the wills behind them are like maggots, clinging to our world and sucking its nutrients to their heart's content. Once the nutrients are drained dry, that will be the moment our world perishes. In truth, I have selfish motives for this war. I want to delay the pace of our world's collapse. I want our families, our friends, and everyone living together to be able to continue surviving. Therefore, I have decided to crush these maggots one by one so that our world can gain a moment to breathe. In this war, I am determined to achieve my goal even at the cost of my life. As for you, once you step out of the Eternal Radiance capital, death will follow like a shadow. Every one of us might die. Ygritte looked at those young faces, the flames in his eyes slowly receding, and his voice turned low. If anyone wishes to remain in the city, you need not come here an hour from now before we depart. He did not want to see these young lives fade away, just as his predecessors did not wish for them to die in vain. After Ygritte finished speaking, there was still no sound from the ranks of knights. The 3,000 Eternal Radiance Knights had already proven with their will that they were capable of supporting the burning, flame-like Eternal Radiance armor they wore. Within the auxiliary knight regiment, Penis looked toward Agamemnon, a trace of reluctance surfacing in his eyes, but it was overshadowed by determination. The trainee knight beside Penis nudged him with his shoulder and said, Penis, you still have a fiancé. You don't need to come later. Leave the heavy responsibility of saving the world to me. Barif, don't worry. I will kill your share of the enemies as well. Penis was not angry. Instead, he looked at Barif and advised, Barif, I think you shouldn't come either. Your mother still needs your care. If you leave, what will she do? Barif's expression was solemn. His eye sockets slightly reddened. He shook his head in silence, his voice low. No need. Penis was somewhat puzzled and was about to say something. He then heard a sentence drift slowly from beneath Barif's lowered head. Mother will never need me to take care of her again. Penis felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A chill rose from his tailbone. His eyes widened to their limit, filled with disbelief. At this moment, Barif raised his head and looked at Penis, tears streaming down his face. Mother returned to the embrace of the holy gold last night. She did not want to become a burden to me. Penis looked at his friend, who was weeping before him, his lips trembling slightly. Finally, he reached out and patted the latter's broad shoulder. In the face of life and death, any amount of language seemed pale and powerless. This kind of sorrow could only be digested by Barif alone, and there was nothing he could do. Penis's thoughts could not help but drift to last night. Last night, Joanna's father had personally invited him to have dinner at their home, and after finishing the meal, he had voluntarily left the house and did not return all night. Last night, Joanna, with a flushed face, had wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her head deep into his chest. Last night, two young and fervent souls had merged intensely, over and over again, inseparable. A slight sound arose from the ranks of the auxiliary knights, but it soon returned to calm, like the eternal radiance knights. No one made any move. Seeing this, sorrow surged in Ygritte's eyes once more. Their persistence came at the cost of their lives. Without speaking further, that heavy dragon spear appeared in Ygritte's hand, and his battle aura erupted suddenly, at the very front of the eternal radiance knights. Hank's only remaining eye was blood red. He raised his right hand high, his voice like thunder. Eternal radiance endures. The holy gold never perishes. Responding to him was a desperate roar like a tidal wave. Eternal radiance endures. The holy gold never perishes. 8,000 people and 8,000 voices converged into a single sound at this moment, the terrifying shockwave tearing apart even the dark clouds overhead. The cloak behind Ygritte fluttered without wind, and he immediately turned and walked down the high platform. Chapter 195 March, Attack. Gao Yang stood quietly to the side, watching everything that was happening before him. It was not until Ygritte walked down the high platform and came to his side that his expression changed slightly. He looked at Ygritte before him and suddenly felt that the straight back of the tall man seemed to be slightly hunched, and even his steel needle-like short hair had turned a bit whiter. However, contrary to this, he could feel that the fire of life within the man opposite him had not weakened. Instead, it was burning even more intensely, just like the sun hanging high in the sky, boundless and scorching. Sorry, I've made you laugh. Ygritte twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang shook his head with a solemn expression. He looked at the man before him with extreme sincerity and said in a deep voice, "Defending one's own homeland is never something to feel ashamed of. On the contrary, your spirit is worthy of everyone's respect. In my hometown, during a certain period, we also faced the predicament of our race being wiped out. It was precisely because of so many heroic predecessors who did not fear death and sacrificed themselves for others that my hometown struggled out of that quagmire and became increasingly strong." Ygritte's expression softened slightly. He turned his head to look at the knights who were still standing in silence and spoke in a low voice. "Congratulations. Only when faced with such a situation can one truly experience that feeling of despair. It is the kind of oppressive sensation where, no matter how hard one struggles, one is still tightly gripped by the throat by an indescribable feeling of suffocation, making it difficult to breathe. If one's will is even the slightest bit weak, they would fall into madness under such pressure." Gao Yang sighed slightly and said, "To have the eternal radiance knights and these unyielding citizens is also a form of fortune for the Holy Gold Empire." "Fortune," Ygritte murmured. "Perhaps for people like them, it is more of a torment. The powerlessness of possessing immense strength great enough to annihilate all enemies yet being forced to watch one's homeland head toward destruction, causes them immense agony and suffering. Prepare to depart." After saying this, Ygritte strode away. Gao Yang watched his retreating figure and shook his head slightly. As a player of the comprehensive network, he was fortunate. And as a citizen of Huaxia, he was also extremely lucky. However, faced with the situation of the Holy Gold Empire, there was nothing he could do on his own. Perhaps only those powerful players who have honed themselves for a long time in the comprehensive network and have ascended to legend or are nearing the legendary rank would have a way to resolve the collapse of such a plane. Thinking of this, Gao Yang could not help but let his thoughts wander. The world he currently resides in is still peaceful, but who knows when it might encounter an invasion by some unspeakable existence. On this level, If he wants to avoid the fate of the Holy Gold Empire, he must make preparations in advance. Thinking of this, Gao Yang took out his phone and recorded it. The 1st Battalion of the Eternal Radiance Knights has assembled. All present. The 2nd Battalion of the Eternal Radiance Knights has assembled. All present. The 3rd Battalion of the Eternal Radiance Knights has assembled. All present. The 1st Auxiliary Battalion of the Eternal Radiance Knights has assembled. All present. The 5th Auxiliary Battalion of the Eternal Radiance Knights has assembled. All present. Firm and rugged roars echoed through the camp of the Eternal Radiance Knights. Every official knight of the Eternal Radiance Knights had mounted their nightmare beasts. Behind them, the auxiliary legions had also mounted their scaled war horses. These war horses possessed a portion of the nightmare beasts' bloodline. Although they were only half as capable as the nightmare beasts in every aspect, they were still far superior to ordinary war horses. They might not be sufficient as mounts for official knights, but they were very suitable for the auxiliary legions. The nightmare beast beneath Egret was the largest, with a shoulder height estimated to exceed 5 meters, and the single horn atop its head seemed as if it would pierce the firmament. Deep blue flames burned beneath its hooves, and with every breath from its nostrils, it exhaled flames like a dragon. Gao Yang rode Thunder and stood beside Egret. His Thunder's shoulder height was nearly a meter shorter than the others, making it appear a size smaller than the nightmare beast beneath Egret. 80 military storage crates, each the size of half a car, were all handed over to the auxiliary legions for transport. 80 of the strongest trainee knights rode the strongest scaled war horses, carrying the storage crates on their backs. Positioned at the very center of the auxiliary legions, on the road, they were responsible for the safety of the storage crates. But once they reached the battlefield, the crates would naturally not become a hindrance to their killing of enemies. Battle ore erupted from Egret's body, enveloping both himself and the massive frame of the nightmare beast beneath him. The dragon spear in his hand was held high, and a blade of battle ore dozens of meters long pointed directly to the south. Depart! Accompanied by a violent shout, the nightmare beast king beneath Egret let out a roar toward the sky, then moved its hooves and was the first to charge out of the camp. And paralleled momentum. Gao Yang looked at Egret's figure and could not help but feel a bit of envy. Subsequently, the thunder beneath him spat out a few blue sparks and followed closely behind. Immediately after, the Eternal Radiance Knights and the auxiliary legions also set off one after another. As they left the camp and stepped onto the streets, Gao Yang saw that the roadsides were filled with civilians. Their once numb faces were now all red-rimmed. Everyone silently looked up, watching the Eternal Radiance Knights passing before them. A silent power flowed through the intersection of their gazes. Once they left the city, the nightmare beasts began to gallop at full speed, wherever they passed. Whether it was the boiling citizens, the nether evil trees, or the believers of the old days, all were killed without exception, leaving no survivors. Soon, an ancient, large city appeared on the edge of everyone's vision. That was Agamemnon, located to the southeast of the Eternal Radiance royal capital. The iron hooves of the nightmare beasts trampled the earth, bringing forth a thunderous roar. As they rushed past a few miles outside of Agamemnon, Gao Yang tilted his head slightly to look at the walls of Agamemnon. He saw that the originally empty walls were now filled with civilians. The city gates facing their direction were wide open, and countless Eternal Radiance Knights were quickly filing through the gates. As a major city that had not been fully controlled, now that they had decided to crush all that trash, they would naturally no longer allow the rats inside the city to continue living. The cleanup operation proceeded smoothly, or rather, such a large-scale movement could hardly be hidden for long. Those rats who caught wind of the situation had long since evacuated, leaving behind nothing but empty nests. Entering from the north gate and exiting from the south gate at noon, the Eternal Radiance Knights once again galloped toward the south. Penis rode his scaled warhorse and could not help but look back at the city wall. There, a figure that haunted his dreams was standing, waving vigorously at him, although there was no communication or dialogue throughout the entire process. Penis could already feel Joanna's burning love. Under Joanna's gaze, he resolutely turned around and urged his warhorse to head south. Chapter 196, Former Comrades. Today's enemies. The speed of the Eternal Radiance Knights was very fast, but the territory of the Holy Gold Empire was simply too vast. Before the Holy Gold Empire collapsed, problems could be solved by teleportation arrays. But now they could only rely on the nightmare beasts beneath them. Although the distance from the southern center of Walpole to the Yongyao royal capital is shorter than the distance from Bangor to the capital, the need to accommodate the speed of the auxiliary legions and the rugged terrain forced them to slow down to maintain the integrity of their formation. Along the way, the Yongyao Knights experienced no fewer than 30 battles of varying sizes. However, because their speed was relatively faster, the number of enemies they encountered was not particularly large. Whether it was a few thousand or up to 20,000, they were all slaughtered by the Yongyao Knights, failing even to delay their pace. Looking at the massive city that had finally appeared at the edge of the horizon, Gao Yang finally let out a slow sigh of relief. After 10 full days, they had finally arrived at Walpole, the royal capital of the Boiling Kingdom. Arriving here was only the first step. What they had to do next was to trample this massive city into the ground and erase every life within it from the Holy Gold map. It was already late, and to ensure peak combat effectiveness, Jadrite directly ordered the Yongyao Knights to set up camp on the spot. They would eat their fill and get a good night's sleep tonight, then begin the siege early tomorrow morning. The tents were pitched, and cooking smoke began to rise. The members of the Yongyao Knights appeared relaxed, looking less like they were heading to a battlefield and more like they were here for a spring outing. Dinner was sumptuous. During this meal, both the men and their mounts ate until their bellies were round. Gao Yang was currently in a military tent with Jadrite when the voice of a Yongyao Knight suddenly sounded from outside. "Commander, an envoy from the Boiling Kingdom wishes to see you." An envoy from the Boiling Kingdom. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, the other side should not have sent any envoys. The movements of the Yongyao Knights could not be hidden from these factions. Once the Yongyao Knights charged out of the royal capital, the only path left for everyone was a fight to the death. Now that the Boiling Kingdom had sent an envoy, it certainly wasn't to sue for peace. So, what was the purpose of their arrival? While Gao Yang was puzzled, Jadrite was accustomed to such things. He said in a deep voice, "Bring them in." A moment later, 2 men of medium build were brought into the tent. As they looked up, Gao Yang saw 2 pairs of deep red pupils light up. These 2 pairs of deep red pupils were so bright that Gao Yang could vaguely feel the boiling will within them. "Good evening, Commander." The middle-aged man on the left bowed slightly to Jadrite with great courtesy, his manners impeccable and his tone extremely affable. "Pucci," with a soft, explosive sound. Jadrite slowly retracted his palm. The headless corpse of the middle-aged man in front of him swayed before finally falling backward. Gao Yang looked at Jadrite in surprise, finding his sudden action unexpected. Too much nonsense. Jadrite remained expressionless as he looked at the remaining boiling envoy and said, "Higgins, how much longer do you intend to hide? If you don't come out, then don't bother coming out at all." Gao Yang glanced sideways, looking at the only remaining boiling envoy. The latter's expression was calm, as if the head that had just exploded like a watermelon beside him did not belong to his companion. After hearing Jadrite's words, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The next moment, he slowly sat back, following his movement. The light and shadows behind him twisted, as if an invisible chair were supporting his body. He sat there calmly opposite Jadrite. Gao Yang suddenly felt that, in this instant, he could no longer see the face of the envoy opposite him. A vast boiling will seemed to shroud him like a mask. He then realized that in this moment, the will of the boiling monarch had descended. "It has been a long time, Jadrite." The boiling monarch Higgins held himself with extreme naturalness, as if this were not the camp of the Yongyao Knights, but his own royal palace. He crossed his legs, folded his hands over his upper knee, and looked up at Jadrite opposite him, as well as Gao Yang beside him. "I still remember the time we fought side by side many years ago. Although those days were difficult, they were the most relaxed moments of my life." Jadrite pressed his lips together tightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury in his heart, and spoke slowly. "Is that so? But ever since you betrayed us, I have spent every single second thinking about twisting your head off. You are not worthy of being my comrade in arms." The smile on Higgins' face did not change. He looked at Jadrite and continued, "You are still as reckless as ever. Recklessness cannot save the Holy Gold Continent." "And you think you can?" Jadrite sneered. flames already surging in the depths of his eyes. Higgins shook his head. He leaned back slightly, pressing his back fully against the invisible chair behind him, before sighing with satisfaction. The demise of the holy gold will is irreversible. No matter what we do, we cannot avoid this outcome. Since the demise of holy gold is a fact, why can we not condense a brand new will upon this dying one? Death is not the end. Death also signifies rebirth. Holy gold perishes, boiling is born. Boiling continues the will of holy gold. And the will of this world will also be reborn through fire. How about naming the new continent Boiling? Higgins' face was blurred, but his eyes were as bright as torches. The intense radiance of his will even suppressed the other lights in the tent, causing the surroundings to grow dim while his position remained filled with light. Crimson gold battle aura suddenly erupted from Jedrite's body, transforming into an invisible giant hand with an extremely scorching and overbearing momentum, slamming fiercely into the spot where Higgins sat. A thunderous, muffled sound resonated in the hearts of the three men, and the tent returned to brightness. Higgins wanted to say something more, but the moment he opened his mouth, his head soared into the sky. Jedrite looked indifferent and whispered, "I will crush your so-called boiling will." An ethereal chuckle echoed in the tent, and Higgins' voice emanated from his freely falling head hair. The head hit the ground, and the seated corpse, having lost all support, collapsed heavily to the floor. Gao Yang waited for a moment before speaking. "That was the boiling monarch Higgins." Ygritte nodded slightly. Gao Yang praised. "A vast and condensed will. To achieve this level is incredibly difficult. It seems he was trying to persuade you. It is not the first time. He does this every so often." Ygritte shook his head, his battle aura slowly receding. He turned to look at Gao Yang and said, "He was once the high priest of the empire, and I was the commander of the Order of the Holy Gold Knights. We fought side by side on the battlefield with one heart. However, after the boiling will appeared, he changed." A long silence fell over the encampment. Gao Yang sighed softly. The situation was now clear. Higgins' so-called boiling will was fundamentally no different from the entity behind the cult of the old gods. The only difference lay in their external manifestations. The cult of the old gods leaned toward the bizarre and fanatical, while the boiling kingdom was characterized by heat, boiling intensity, and madness. But one thing remained consistent. Their ultimate goal was to suck the nutrients from this plane. Chapter 197. Like a bamboo split by a blade. The Eternal Radiance Knights were stationed 10 miles outside of Walpole, with a flat stretch of land lying between them. At this distance, even if Walpole made a move, the Eternal Radiance Knights would have ample time to prepare. Fortunately, the Boiling Kingdom was aware of this, so they had not made any moves the previous night, allowing the Eternal Radiance Knights to get a full rest. Before dawn, the camp of the Eternal Radiance Knights was already stirring. Tents were being packed away one by one, and cooking fires were lit. An hour later, Ygritte stood at the very front of the formation, his nightmare beast king restlessly snorting. It was clear that the beast could feel the surging rage deep within its master's heart. Mals urged his mount to Ygritte's side, holding his dragon spear. He looked at the latter and said loudly, "Commander, the Eternal Radiance Knights have finished assembling." As the vice commander of the Eternal Radiance Knights, Mals possessed immense strength. He was also one of the few strategists in the entire order, serving as the primary commander. Ygritte turned to look at this senior, who was slightly older than himself. He nodded slightly and said softly, "Mals, the command from here on is in your hands." For as long as they had served, Ygritte had always acted as the vanguard on the battlefield, while Mals took on the heavy responsibility of battlefield command. The dialogue between the two was merely a routine conversation on the eve of yet another war, just as it had been for so many years. After speaking, Ygritte refocused his gaze on the massive city in the distance. With his strength, he could already see the city walls crowded with boiling warriors, holding weapons and bows, standing in strict formation as they awaited their former comrades in arms. "Higgins, you deserve to die." A cold voice squeezed through Ygritte's teeth. The next moment, the Nightmare Beast King's front hooves reared high, lifting Ygritte's body to an immense height. As both reached their peak, Ygritte thrust his dragon spear forward with great force. Endless battle aura erupted, and a massive spear of light, 100 meters long, shot out from his hand like a meteor toward Walpole. The Nightmare Beast King leaped dozens of meters, charging toward Walpole first. "Charge with me." Moles held his dragon spear high, his voice like thunder. The response he received was not a chorus of blood-boiling roars, but the rhythmic, thunderous sound of countless iron hooves trampling the earth. The eternal Radiance Knights charged in silence. There were no shouts. Everyone was silently accumulating power, waiting to unleash the most terrifying strike the moment they clashed. The 10-mile distance vanished in the blink of an eye. The battle aura radiating from Ygritte's body had already enveloped him and his mount, forming a suit of battle aura armor over their own gear. Gao Yang rode Thunder, following not far behind him. He watched as the Ygritte leaped into the air, the Nightmare Beast King's four hooves treading on the air as if it were solid ground. Walpole's 30-meter-high city walls were rendered useless by the terrifying power of the Nightmare Beast King. Ygritte withstood the countless attacks from the city walls and ascended to the ramparts of Walpole. His 10-meter-long battle aura dragon spear swept across the area. All the boiling warriors within range were hit as if struck by a speeding train, exploding into mists of blood the moment they were touched by the spear. They couldn't hold him back. They couldn't hold him back at all. Ygritte's strength was too formidable. These ordinary boiling warriors couldn't even slow his pace. Gao Yang took a sharp breath, and the blood in his body began to boil. The next moment, a pair of massive dragon wings unfurled behind his back. Thunder seemed to sense his intent, its four hooves stamping heavily on the ground as it leaped forward, with a powerful flap of his dragon wings. And under the gaze of many on both sides, Gao Yang followed closely behind Ygritte and landed on the city wall. Heiyao had now extended to its maximum length. Gao Yang swung the blade, and a shrill, piercing sound of wind breaking echoed out wherever Heiyao passed. The boiling warriors were split in two. Compared to Ygritte, Gao Yang, now transformed into a humanoid dragon and riding a nightmare beast that breathed blue flames, brought an even more violent impact. Seeing Gao Yang's performance, Ygritte let out a loud laugh and then took the initiative to charge toward the left side of the city wall. Gao Yang immediately understood his intention and steered Thunder to charge toward the right side of the wall. Countless attacks carrying the boiling wool landed on Gao Yang's body, yet they could not cause him even the slightest delay. Compared to the brilliant ocean of wool within Gao Yang, these attacks, carrying only a faint trace of the boiling wool, could not stir up the slightest ripple. A boiling warrior with blood-red eyes blocked Gao Yang's path. He held a metal shield taller than his own body, like a massive wall of metal, intending to completely block the path of Gao Yang and the thunder beneath him. Thunder let out a neigh, reared its front hooves high, and then stomped down heavily. Gao Yang raised Heiyao high, and as Thunder reached the peak of its leap, he slashed down with a furious strike. Swoosh! A flash of black gold luster flickered and vanished. Heiyao sliced through the massive metal shield like a hot knife through butter. With just a single strike, he split both the giant shield and the boiling warrior behind it in two. Thunderous iron hooves trampled forward, and the heavily armored bodies sent the severed remains of corpses flying as they continued their charge. Under the combined assault of Ygritte and Gao Yang, there was almost no significant resistance on the front wall. In just a few moments, the pair had carved out a vacuum zone a kilometer long. 30 minutes into the battle, Johnson was the first to ascend the wall, while Hank led a large number of Eternal Glory Knights to breach the Walpole city gates. Storming into the city, 1 hour into the battle, the Eternal Glory Knights pushed forward toward the inner city like a bulldozer, crushing every obstacle in their path through the reckless and explosive power of the Knights. 1 hour and 13 minutes into the battle, the Eternal Glory Knights arrived at the Walpole City Lord's Mansion. This was the location of the Boiling Kingdom's royal palace, and the Boiling Monarch, Higgins, was inside. Johnson swung a massive hammer, shattering the gates of the City Lord's Mansion with a single blow. He then waved his large hand, his battle aura erupting to blow away the rising dust and smoke. The Nightmare Beast King beneath Ygritte trampled over the scattered debris, heading toward the towering palace in the distance. Gao Yang had already deactivated his dragon transformation, controlling the thunder. He walked slowly into the City Lord's mansion. There were no boiling warriors blocking their path along the way, and the group reached the front of the palace without any obstruction. A bolt of battle aura shot out, intending to shatter the palace gates, but the moment it touched the gates, it seemed to strike an invisible barrier, exploding prematurely without causing the slightest damage to the palace. Then, the palace gates slowly swung inward. Under the watchful eyes of the Eternal Glory Knights, a thin, tall figure slowly walked out, seeming unaccustomed to the scorching sunlight. He shielded his eyes with his right hand. Beneath his slightly pale, youthful face were a pair of pitch-black eyes that could not be ignored. It was none other than the boiling monarch. Higgins, Chapter 198. Fierce battle against the boiling avatar. Higgins lowered his right hand and folded it in front of him, with a faint smile on his pale face. He spoke in a tone as if he were meeting an old friend. "We meet again, Igorot. Malls Johnson. Hank, how come I don't see Bruno's?" He paused, shaking his head slightly as if he had just remembered. "I recall now. Bruno's died on the battlefield 7 years ago. His head severed by the hand of a boiling warrior. What a pity." Higgins. Hank's remaining eye was filled with murderous intent. Had Johnson not held him back, he would have already charged forward to fight Higgins to the death. "Hank, your temper is always so volatile. After all these years, it hasn't changed a bit." Facing Hank's predatory glare, Higgins remained calm. Jarrett took a step forward, sitting on the back of the Nightmare Beast King. He was tall enough to look down upon Higgins, who stood at the main entrance of the palace. "Is this the boiling kingdom you worked so hard to build? Do you really think you can save the holy gold with this kind of strength?" His voice was flat, but anyone could sense his disdain for the boiling kingdom in his words. Higgins did not get angry. Instead, he reached out and pointed behind Jarrett, still smiling as he said, "At the very least, my subjects are not completely fragile. It seems the Eternal Glory Knights have lost half their numbers." Higgins tucked his hand back into his sleeve and looked up at Jarrett. A trace of sorrow flickered in the depths of Igorot's eyes. Breaking through the capital of the boiling kingdom could never be a simple matter. Even though the members of the Eternal Glory Knights were exceptionally strong, human strength had its limits. Facing an enemy 10 times their size, it was impossible to emerge unscathed. In fact, in this battle, the Eternal Glory Knights had lost a total of 1,146 official knights, and most of the remaining 2,000 or so had suffered injuries of varying degrees. As for the auxiliary legions, the damage was relatively lighter, with only about 1,000 lost. However, in an instant, Jarrett lifted his head again, staring straight at Higgins. "If this is all the ability you have left, then I won't waste any more of your time, Higgins." The Nightmare Beast King beneath Jarrett let out a roar. As Igorot's words fell, it had already viciously charged toward its opponent, the dragon spear in Igorot's hand thrust toward Higgins' face, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Higgins tilted his head, looking at the spear tip before him, somewhat helplessly. "Jarrett, you really are still so impulsive." Higgins' pitch-black pupils closed, and when they opened again, they were completely scarlet. His voice no longer held its previous calm. It was like a boiling boiler, scorching and violent. "Come, let me beat you to death with my own hands. Only by crushing you remnants of the holy gold can the boiling will truly be born." Roar! Higgins let out a roar that did not sound human. His thin, tall body began to swell and expand crazily. Muscles and blood vessels burst through the constraints of his skin, clinging to his body. In just a few seconds, he had become a faceless giant with knotted muscles and forearms. Pale exoskeleton armor, like a spiral shell, embedded itself into his skin, on both sides of his shoulders. Dozens of sharp bone spurs several meters long spread out, firmly protecting his head. A bone mask appeared in Higgins' hand. He slowly raised his hand and covered his featureless face with the bone mask. Muscles squirmed, and tiny blood vessels and muscle fibers reached out, firmly adhering to the mask. The next instant, a crack split down the center of the mask. A giant scarlet eye pushed through, radiating a crimson light. Beneath the giant eye, a row of air vents appeared one after another. The boiling monarch swung his upper right arm sideways, as if grabbing the air beside him, and pulled hard. Amidst a flash of scarlet light, a bone saw appeared in his hand. Thud, thud, with heavy footsteps, the boiling monarch, who stood a head taller than the Nightmare Beast King, walked slowly out of the palace gates, carrying the saw. It shook its head twice, and pale red steam vented from the ear holes beneath its giant scarlet eye. Jarrett, come, let me see your strength." A thick voice, seemingly a blend of hundreds of voices of different ages, resonated from beneath the mask. The giant scarlet eyes pupil trembled violently before finally locking firmly onto Igris. The monarch of boiling roared, and in response, the low growls of the boiling citizens throughout the massive city echoed back. A scarlet radiance shot straight into the sky, as if a massive curtain of light were rapidly descending to cover everything. At the apex of this light curtain, a colossal blood cocoon began to take shape. The blood cocoon shifted and changed shape constantly, as if something were struggling to burst out from within. "Retreat!" Moles shouted angrily. The numerous Eternal Radiance Knights immediately turned around and charged toward the outside of the light curtain. Their movements were swift and decisive. Moles and the others knew that in a situation like this, their presence would only increase casualties without providing any help. Rumble! The moment the light curtain finished descending, the last of the Eternal Radiance Knights rushed out of the area it enclosed. Inside the light curtain, only Gao Yang, Igris, and the Monarch of Boiling remained. No, there was one more existence. The blood cocoon at the top of the light curtain suddenly exploded, and an entity almost identical in size to the Monarch of Boiling was exposed to everyone's view. A dense, boiling will surged around this figure. This was the vessel of the boiling will. In other words, it was an avatar projected by the existence behind the Monarch of Boiling. The boiling avatar was wreathed in scarlet light, causing the surrounding air to distort. It spread its arms and tilted its head slightly, as if savoring the pleasure of being born. Do you see it, Igris? That is the avatar of the boiling will, the king of the entire boiling kingdom. The future Saint Gold continent will be reborn under the leadership of the king. The Monarch of Boiling roared, its single eye filled with madness and fanaticism. A grave expression appeared on Igris's face. Whether it was the Monarch of Boiling or the boiling avatar, the pressure they exerted was almost tangible. Even he could not guarantee he would be able to handle them. He turned his head to look at Gao Yang, only to see Gao Yang staring straight up at the boiling avatar in the sky, seemingly sensing Igris's gaze. Gao Yang withdrew his eyes, pointed at the boiling avatar in the sky, and said to Igris, "Igris, leave it to me. You can handle the monster in front of you, right?" A flicker of worry flashed in the depths of Igris's eyes. But he did not question him. He simply nodded solemnly and said quickly, "I will finish the battle quickly and then come to help you." Gao Yang did not commit, merely gripping black obsidian in his hand. "Boil, burn." The Monarch of Boiling raised the saw blade in its hand. Scarlet light flickered around it, and the ground beneath its feet began to distort. This distortion spread rapidly, covering the entire ground within the light curtain in a mere instant. Gao Yang felt a stinging sensation in his breath, and the ground beneath his feet was no longer solid, but rather scorching hot. Clearly, this was a domain-like ability deployed by his opponent. Battle aura surged through Gao Yang's body. His breathing stopped stinging, and the ground beneath his feet returned to being solid. He looked toward Igris and saw the battle aura on the latter's body rising like flames. The Monarch of Boiling's methods had no effect on him. The moment his battle aura surged, Gao Yang swung his sword. A massive sword energy shot out, colliding with a blade beam in midair. The Monarch of Boiling was still holding its pose of having swung its blade downward. The blade beam had been unleashed from the saw blade in its hand, intending to cut him in two. This action seemed to treat him as mere cannon fodder, a clearing of the field before the real fight began. "He is yours." Gao Yang's emotions remained completely calm after dropping these words. He turned his back on the Monarch of Boiling and looked up at the boiling avatar in the sky. He took a deep breath, his body suddenly changing. Dragon scales emerged, dragon wings unfurled, and he completed his dragon transformation in an instant. Behind him, Igris and the Monarch of Boiling had already clashed. As Gao Yang's dark golden vertical pupils looked toward the boiling avatar, the latter also lowered its head to look at him. Unlike the Monarch of Boiling, although the boiling avatar also wore a bone mask, there was a pair of eyes on its mask. At this moment, those eyes were staring indifferently at Gao Yang below. Immediately, the boiling avatar raised one arm, and a sharp claw extended. The scarlet light around it rapidly converged toward its fingertips. The next moment, a scarlet energy arrow shot out from its fingertip, heading straight for Gao Yang's head. This scarlet arrow was not thick, but it was extremely sharp and moved at incredible speed. Swoosh! Gao Yang flapped his dragon wings, and the scarlet arrow grazed his body. embedding itself into the ground beneath him. Gao Yang patted thunder, signaling it to run further away. It would not be needed for the coming battle. Seeing this, the boiling avatar pointed its fingers repeatedly, and scarlet arrow after scarlet arrow shot toward Gao Yang like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. The scarlet arrows struck Gao Yang's dragon wings continuously, producing a dense sound of impacts. When the rain of arrows ceased, Gao Yang raised his head again. Although his dragon wings had suffered slight damage, he had blocked the previous attacks without a single leak. Gao Yang's thick legs kicked off the ground violently. His dragon wings beat frantically, and his massive body shot into the sky. Do you really think you are some kind of god? Get down here. In an instant, Gao Yang lunged in front of the boiling avatar and, catching it off guard, slashed down with his sword. Black obsidian left a dim, flickering trail in the air, striking the boiling avatar's shoulder with full force. Flirt, blood splattered. Black obsidian's blade cut into the boiling avatar's shoulder. Gao Yang felt the resistance coming from the sword. The bone armor on the boiling avatar's body had extremely strong defense, and the physique beneath the armor was equally formidable. With black obsidian's sharpness and weight, it had only managed to carve a wound into the armor and cut the skin, failing to even damage the flesh. Even so, the massive force contained in the black obsidian sword knocked the boiling avatar straight out of the sky. The boiling avatar had just stabilized its figure when the sound of wind being torn apart arrived. This time, it reacted extremely quickly, its right arm swinging violently toward Gao Yang. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and Gao Yang retreated more than 10 meters, propelled by the force of the recoil. He looked toward the boiling avatar and saw that a bone-like saw blade had appeared in its hand at some point. It was this blade that had blocked his strike earlier. The boiling avatar stared at Gao Yang, the air on it distorting, and then scarlet flames erupted from the vents beneath its eyes. The flames surged toward Gao Yang, seemingly intent on burning him to ashes. You think you're the only one who can breathe fire? Gao Yang let out a cold snort, tilted his head back slightly, and then scorching dragon breath erupted from his mouth. Boom, boom. Two pillars of fire collided in midair, and violent explosions rang out within the flames, filling the air with a scorching, acrid smell. While breathing out dragon fire, Gao Yang charged toward the boiling avatar. After their brief exchange, Gao Yang realized that although the boiling avatar had many tricks up its sleeve, its movements and reactions were not particularly extraordinary. He guessed that because it had just descended, it had not yet fully familiarized itself with this body and was still in a period of adjustment. Strike while the iron is hot. Gao Yang naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. If he did not kill it while it was still unfamiliar with its body, he and Agris might not be a match for it once it fully mastered its current form. His broad dragon wings granted Gao Yang immense flight speed and agility. Amidst the spray of fire, the distance between Gao Yang and the boiling avatar shrank rapidly. Gao Yang passed through the fiery explosion, leaving a massive trail of flames behind him, with sparks showering his blue and white cape. Get down, Gao Yang roared, flames igniting on his black obsidian sword. Layers of air waves rippled outward as the greatsword crashed down. The boiling avatar suddenly clenched its left fist, and a sphere of scarlet light exploded in its hand. A terrifying shockwave centered on its left hand spread wildly in all directions. Clang! The greatsword struck the boiling avatar's shoulder again. The avatar's shoulder dipped, and its body descended another several dozen meters. A violent shockwave hit him head-on. Gao Yang felt the blood in his body churn, nearly boiling. He gritted his teeth, fighting through the suffocating dizziness to swing his sword down once more. 2 consecutive strikes. A flash of black gold luster flickered in the depths of his eyes as immense, overwhelming force slammed into the boiling avatar's shoulder. The boiling avatar smashed heavily into the ground before it could recover. The 10-meter-long greatsword descended again with unstoppable momentum. Burn! The indifference in the boiling avatar's eyes vanished, replaced by a clearly solemn expression. It pointed a single finger at Gao Yang, and a hollow, deep, and low voice emanated from its vents. Thump! Gao Yang felt his heart suddenly stop beating. A fire of the heart ignited within him, and his body inevitably stiffened for a split second. The tip of the boiling avatar's finger glowed scarlet as it pointed at the center of Gao Yang's brow. Brilliant golden light erupted from Gao Yang's eyes, instantly extinguishing the heart fire burning within him. Having regained his mobility, Gao Yang swung his sword down again. A trace of disbelief finally flashed in the boiling avatar's eyes. The divine art it had unleashed had actually been broken by the mortal before it. There was no time to think, the blade was already upon it. The scarlet arrow at its fingertip shot out. Gao Yang let out a muffled grunt, his greatsword showing no signs of slowing down. As the sword fell, continuous force surged through the bone armor and into the boiling avatar's body. At the same time, Gao Yang stepped onto the boiling avatar's chest, a dark gold luster flashing across the black obsidian blade, and he slashed down once more. With one strike, the bone armor shattered, exposing the flesh and blood beneath. Gao Yang revealed a savage grin and, without hesitation, activated the Immortal Will Super Armor Strike again. The terrifying power surged into the boiling avatar's body along with the blade. "My servant, save me." The boiling avatar struggled to turn its head toward the boiling monarch, calling for help through the link between them. The boiling monarch turned abruptly, looking toward the battlefield between Gao Yang and the boiling avatar. He saw a brilliant sword light pierce into his single eye, and the next moment, his so-called king was split into by that very light. Chapter 199 Title: Nation Destroyer. The pitch-black greatsword cleaved into the solid, thick floor of the city lord's mansion, and scalding blood flowed down the blade. The boiling avatar possessed an extremely tenacious life force. Even so, it did not die on the spot. This strike had sliced its body in half, severing its vital heart, and it had lost control of everything below its chest. It looked at Gao Yang standing before it in disbelief, its chaotic thoughts finally fully awakening at this moment. Its lips moved, but before it could make a sound, the heavy black sword descended once more. With one strike, it was decapitated. Gao Yang leaned down to pick up the treasure chest that had appeared on the boiling avatar's body, then turned to look at the battlefield between the boiling monarch and Igris. The situation had not exceeded his expectations. Igris's strength was greater than that of the boiling monarch, and the mental shock caused by Gao Yang killing the boiling avatar allowed Igris to seize the momentary opening. A dragon spear, flickering with battle aura, neared the boiling monarch's chest in an instant. The dragon spear pierced through the body without the slightest resistance. Igris roared, pouring nearly endless golden red battle aura into the dragon spear in his hand. Even though the scorching flames around the boiling monarch were constantly dissolving his battle aura, it was like a drop in the bucket compared to Igris's terrifying total volume of energy. Igris flicked the dragon spear, hoisting the boiling monarch high into the air. With a powerful shake of his arm, he swung the spear, sending the boiling monarch's body flying. Before it could fall, the dragon spear transformed into a flurry of spear shadows, slamming into its body again. Boom, boom. The next moment, the sky was filled with spear shadows, and a series of crashing sounds rang out. The boiling monarch was like a spinning top, being repeatedly struck in mid-air as blood sprayed everywhere. Suddenly, the sky full of spear shadows vanished without a trace, leaving only a single dragon spear. The tip was scalding red, burning with golden red battle aura, and it struck toward the boiling monarch's head as fast as lightning. The dragon spear entered the brain, and the blood-stained tip pierced out from the other side. The massive body of the boiling monarch suddenly stiffened, and then, as if his bones had been extracted, he hung limply from the tip of the spear. Igris flicked his long spear, and the broken body of the boiling monarch slammed heavily onto the floor. He lay face up, his fading consciousness staring at the gray sky, still unable to accept the reality of his defeat. It was not just him. The boiling avatar not far from his side had been defeated even faster. It is clear that he is a god, and I have already mastered a portion of the authority. So why did it have no effect on him? As his body gradually returned to its original state, the crimson in Higgins' eyes faded away, leaving his eyes clear with black and white, filled with bewilderment. Gao Yang walked to Igris' side and looked with some regret at Higgins, whose chest was rising and falling with difficulty as he lay on the ground. Higgins had been defeated so quickly that Gao Yang hadn't even had a chance to intervene. Although the opponent was not dead yet, he was not far from it. In this situation, if he were to execute him, while the XP would not be lacking, the quality of the treasure chest drop would certainly decrease significantly. Gao Yang turned his head to look at Igris, shrugged, and said casually, "I thought they would be much stronger." But now it seems they are just like this. Igris glanced at Gao Yang, feeling somewhat speechless. It is not that they are weak, but that you are too strong. Whether it is the boiling monarch or that boiling avatar, no one in the Eternal Radiance Knights would be their opponent. To say nothing else. The flames that can ignite one's will and soul are not something an ordinary person can resist. The reason they left so decisively was because such tragic events had happened before. Gao Yang shook his hands, then smiled casually. That is indeed difficult to deal with. What about this person? Should I kill him? Igris' expression was somewhat complex. His gaze fell on Higgins. After a long while, he turned and walked toward the gate of the City Lord's mansion, saying in a low voice, I will have to trouble you to do it for me. Gao Yang shrugged, and black obsidian already appeared in his hand. A tall shadow obscured Higgins' vision. He struggled to turn his gaze to look at Gao Yang, who had come to his side. Then, he gave a miserable smile and said, Why, is he even unwilling to kill me with his own hands? Gao Yang shook his head and did not reply. With a hum, black obsidian swung down directly. The head rolled a few steps away, blood sprayed, and Gao Yang picked up the treasure chest dropped by Higgins, stepped around his corpse, and turned to leave. You have killed the boiling monarch, Higgins. You have gained 8,000 general XP. You participated in an epic war of kingdom destruction and killed the monarch of this kingdom during the war. You have obtained the title, Kingdom Destroyer. Those who already possess relevant titles will receive corresponding attribute bonuses. Kingdom Destroyer type, title. Title requirements. Participate in a war of kingdom destruction. Contribute more than 30% to the war. And execute the actual ruler of the kingdom. Title description: power, fist power. The life and death of a nation lie in fist power, not political power. The world bows, the foreseas submit, millions of subjects. When I cut off your head with a single sword, what can you do? Title attributes. 1. Damage dealt to organized units. Number of people greater than 5,000 increases by 20%. Defense con 10%. 2. When participating in subsequent wars of kingdom destruction, the rank of this title can be upgraded by increasing war contribution. 3. Damage to Lord units and elite units con 15%. PS. Kingdom Destroyer. No, this is a kingdom founder. Comprehensive network hot comment 9999 com. PS. This title poses a serious threat to the safety of all planes. It will drive those warmongers into an incomparable state of madness. I hereby express my solemn protest. Peace Ambassador Plane Security Expert Tesh Hilton. Killing the boiling monarch had earned him another title, which came as a bit of a surprise to Gao Yang. After looking at the attributes of the Kingdom Destroyer title, it would be very useful if he encountered large-scale wars again. However, Gao Yang had always considered himself not a bloodthirsty or murderous person, and certainly not a warmonger. So this title would likely have to gather dust in his title book. When Gao Yang executed Higgins, the light curtain that shrouded the entire City Lord's mansion instantly dissipated. The Eternal Radiance Knights surrounding the mansion held their breath at this sight, countless eyes staring fixedly at the main gate. The heavy doors slowly opened. A blood-dripping dragon spear was the first to pierce into everyone's sight, followed by the nightmare demon beast king walking slowly out of the City Lord's mansion. Then came Gao Yang, walking out calmly, with Thunder, who kept snorting, behind him. Once Gao Yang and Thunder were out of the City Lord's mansion, Igris shattered the main gate behind him with a single thrust of his spear. Amidst the rising dust, his low voice penetrated through Eternal Radiance Knights. Hear my command, erase the boiling kingdom. Chapter 200 Plain Consciousness, Fate Wheaton Fact. Even if the Eternal Radiance Knights did not take action, the warriors of the boiling kingdom did not have much time left. Previously, the Eternal Radiance Knights had only breached the north gate. In other directions of Walpole, there were still many boiling warriors who had not been able to provide timely support. With the death of the boiling monarch Higgins, those warriors who could no longer control their own boiling will begin to fall into madness within a very short time. They attacked every living thing in their field of vision, whether they were comrades or enemies. The entire Walpole fell into a chaotic melee within a short period. As for the Eternal Radiance Knights, it was less about destroying the boiling kingdom and more about giving their former comrades, now enemies, a decent end. rather than letting them kill each other and become beasts that only knew how to slaughter. Letting them die at the hands of the Eternal Radiance Knights was already a very good destination. In fact, it was not just Walpole. Wherever bullying warriors existed, everything fell into chaos. In just one day, the subjects of the Boiling Kingdom all died in this mutual slaughter. The Boiling Kingdom, from then on, disappeared from the Holy Gold Continent. In the southeastern region of the Saint Gold Continent, before a canyon that tore through the earth, the members of the Eternal Radiance Knights stood in silence. At the very front of their formation were Ygritte and Gao Yang. Just a moment ago, battle aura had suddenly erupted from Ygritte's body. Gao Yang, standing right beside him, saw it clearly. This surge of battle aura was entirely spontaneous and beyond his control. As time passed, the battle aura on Ygritte's body slowly receded, but in its place, an increasingly powerful presence began to rise from him. Soon, this presence surpassed the peak of Ygritte's prime, and it continued to climb. Gao Yang looked up at the empty sky, his heart feeling heavy. Above Ygritte's head, it felt as though a vast consciousness existed. It was the emergence of this will that made Ygritte's power grow ever stronger. When Ygritte's presence climbed to its zenith, Gao Yang's entire body suddenly stiffened. A consciousness so vast that it left him unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance enveloped him, making him tremble. This consciousness was ancient and weathered, yet it carried a heavy, twilight air, as if it were an old man nearing the end of his days. Although it was immense, Gao Yang did not sense any malice from it. Gao Yang realized that this was the consciousness of this plane. Plane consciousnesses are usually formless, grand existences without subjective inclinations or logical thinking. They are like a program, strictly executing their own functions. To those beneficial to the plane, it grants rewards. To those detrimental, it metes out punishment or exclusion. There are many ways to reward or punish, and the most common form of reward is to increase the plane intervention level of the recipient. In other words, the recipient becomes favored and watched over by the plane consciousness. While within this plane, they become luckier, and their strength increases faster and more steadily. They become a child of the plane. In the history of civilizations known to Gao Yang, the most famous child of the plane was a young man named Liu Xiu. Even when he faced someone suspected of being a transmigrator, and even though he started his development decades later than his opponent, he still relied on heaven-defying luck to easily defeat the suspected transmigrator, Wang Mang. To describe it in one sentence, if he could win on his own, he would fight. If he couldn't win on his own, he would drag the plane consciousness into the fray to do the work himself. The meteor shower that wiped out an entire army was the concrete proof of this. And Wang Mang, who served as the backdrop, was the exact opposite example. This was the reason for the heaviness in Gao Yang's heart. Because relative to this plane, he was an out-and-out transmigrator, an outsider, under normal circumstances, a plane consciousness would not pay attention to an individual like him as long as he did not commit any heinous acts. He would not be excluded by the plane consciousness. But the plane consciousness of the Saint Gold Continent could not be compared to an ordinary one. This was a dying plane consciousness, and to ensure its own existence, it would undergo a series of changes unknown to others. Gao Yang was not sure if he would be directly excluded by the plane consciousness, or if he would be marked by it due to his actions, leading to obstacles in his future endeavors. But soon, his anxious heart settled. The plane consciousness did not bring him exclusion or resistance, but rather peace and goodwill. Within that vast consciousness, Gao Yang quickly understood what it was trying to express. It wanted him to help Ygritte clear the Saint Gold Continent of all alien existences. Alien existences naturally referred to entities like the evil god behind the Boiling Kingdom. On this continent, there were two other such places. One was the old god cult, and the other was the nether evil tree. Gao Yang did not hesitate and agreed immediately. In any case, this was already his goal for the future, and after he agreed, an inexplicable power suddenly appeared in his perception. It was a power Gao Yang was very familiar with. The power of fate and luck. System prompt. You have received a gift from the Saint Gold Continent plane consciousness. You have become luckier. While you are within this plane, luck come 3. System prompt. You have received a gift from the Saint Gold Continent plane consciousness. Your fate weight has increased by 1.82%. Current fate weight, 2.531%. Two system prompts appeared before Gao Yang's eyes, leaving him slightly stunned. The luck mentioned in the first prompt was easy to understand, but the focus was on the second, fate weight. What was fate weight? Gao Yang could say a thing or two about what fate was, but this was the first time he had heard the term fate weight. As for the meaning behind those 4 words, he had no way of knowing. Gao Yang's thoughts stirred, and he opened the System Novice Guide, flipping through it rapidly. But even after reading the guide from beginning to end, he found no explanation regarding fate weight. It was as if this term did not exist in the System Novice Guide. This situation made him realize that he had come into contact with knowledge far beyond his current level. If one excluded the 182% fate weight granted by the Saint Gold Continent plane consciousness, his own inherent fate weight was only 0.711%, less than 1%. But Gao Yang thought about it again. If the so-called fate weight referred to the significance of one's own status, then his weight was already quite high compared to an ordinary person. An increase in fate weight was, in any case, a good thing. Gao Yang silently kept this in mind, intending to ask if anyone knew about knowledge related to fate weight after this abyss trial ended. For now, the plane consciousness had vanished without a trace. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, rounding it up. He could now be considered a child of the plane, right? Chapter 201. Opening the box, Obsession Crystal Core. Compared to Gao Yang's novelty, Ygritte appeared somewhat accustomed to it. It seemed this was not the first time he had encountered such a scene. Ygritte looked at Gao Yang with some curiosity. He had been able to sense that the Plains will had engaged in a brief exchange with this formidable outsider, and had even bestowed certain benefits upon him. This was a situation he had never encountered in all these years. Gao Yang regained his composure, looked at Ygritte, and then asked, "It seems this is not the first time you have communicated with it, Commander." Ygritte nodded gently, his gaze fixed on the canyon before him, his voice tinged with a hint of reminiscence. "That was the 2nd year after the fall of the Holy Gold Empire. I was locked in a bitter struggle against the Boiling Warriors. After I slew a Boiling commander, the Great One descended. It was precisely because of that descent that I became who I am today. I dare not imagine what would have become of me without its existence. I might have died in some forgotten corner of the battlefield long ago." Gao Yang felt a sense of emotion. As far as he knew, Ygritte was quite old. Seen in this light, it was only natural that he had become a child of the plane long ago and possessed such strength. "By the way, it contacted me earlier, wanting me to help you completely cleanse this continent," Gao Yang added. Ygritte was not surprised, or rather, as a true child of the plane, he knew of such things even earlier than Gao Yang, the person directly involved. "My thanks," he said softly. According to the established strategy, their next destination was the stronghold of the Nether Evil Tree, located in Sodris in the west of the continent. The Nether Mother Tree was rooted deep within that great city. The distance between Walpole and Sodris, the center of the west, was vast. At the pace of the Eternal Radiance Knights, it would take approximately 15 days, however. Having previously raised the Boiling Kingdom, the Eternal Radiance Knights had completed their resupply in the city of Walpole, meaning their provisions and fodder had been restored to an optimal state. Furthermore, due to the previous war, the original 8,000-man formation of the Eternal Radiance Knights was now reduced to 6,000. With fewer men, their marching speed had increased to a certain extent, passing through the canyon. The day was already growing late. The Eternal Radiance Knights immediately chose a flat, unobstructed plain to set up camp. As before, Gao Yang occupied a tent by himself. After finishing his evening meal, Gao Yang sat cross-legged in his tent. With so many people around earlier, he had been curious about what was inside the treasure chests dropped by the Boiling Monarch and the Boiling Avatar, but he had refrained from taking any action. Having spent some time in the comprehensive network, he certainly possessed at least that much self-restraint. Now, he expected to remain undisturbed for a short while. So, he intended to open these 2 chests and see what was inside. If nothing else, the Cum-3 luck and fate weight granted by the plane would surely ensure his luck in the Holy Gold Plane was even better. 2 chests appeared before his eyes, one golden, one pale gold. The golden one was dropped by the Boiling Monarch Higgins. while the pale gold one was dropped by the boiling avatar, which possessed a higher status. Moreover, compared to the pale gold chest from the boiling avatar, the chest dropped by the boiling monarch Higgins was even more precious. This was because it had its own unique suffix. Boiling monarch Higgins' obsession chest. Boiling monarch Higgins' obsession chest. Origin: holy gold continent. Quality: golden chest. Keywords: obsession, boiling, spirit, dominion. Description: as the former high priest of the Holy Gold Empire who could communicate with the Holy Gold will. The more he understood, the more despair filled his heart. The more he realized, the more intense his obsession became. The gradual decay of the Holy Gold will made Higgins' spirit increasingly repressed, while at the same time, his obsession to restore the glory of the Holy Gold grew deeper, until boiling found him. The brief description clearly laid out the reasons for the transformation of Higgins, the Empire's high priest. But Gao Yang did not care about that. A dead man, what did it matter how he felt? However, looking at Higgins' experience, Gao Yang could not help but think of the Sanglong world he had once experienced. Its situation was similar to the current Holy Gold continent, though it seemed that only the Old Ones had invaded the Sanglong world. Santis had voluntarily surrendered to the Old Ones and ultimately maintained his independent consciousness. Unlike Higgins, who had been completely assimilated by boiling. In this light, the strength of Santis' will was far superior to that of Higgins. No wonder he was able to condense a unique specialty. Collecting his thoughts, Gao Yang picked up the pale gold chest dropped by the boiling avatar and opened it. A pale gold light, not too piercing, greeted his eyes. When the light faded, a scepter appeared in his hand. After glancing at the scepter's attributes, Gao Yang sighed slightly. The item was good, a pale gold quality scepter, definitely a good item. But for Gao Yang, this scepter was completely useless. As a melee combatant, he certainly couldn't go around bashing his opponent's skulls with a scepter. Moreover, the scepter required 16 intelligence to use. Gao Yang felt that this scepter was somewhat targeting him. That shouldn't be right. My base luck was already increased by 5 points. And while on the Holy Gold continent, it increases by another 3. Even if my inherent luck attribute is at an average level, with the blessing of 8 points of luck, my luck shouldn't be low. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have opened a piece of equipment that is completely useless to me. Gao Yang looked at the golden, glittering scepter in his hand, doubting his own luck value. Holding onto his skepticism, he set the scepter aside and picked up Higgins' obsession chest. Higgins, you were a monarch of a kingdom. After all, the things you drop shouldn't be trash. Gao Yang weighed the chest in his hand, took a deep breath, and opened it. A blinding golden light nearly seared Gao Yang's eyes. When the light dissipated, Gao Yang finally saw clearly what was in his hand. A gemstone the size of a dragon's eye, which looked as if it had been compressed and solidified from ordinary flames, lay quietly in the palm of his hand. This is... Gao Yang leaned in closer, and the information from the comprehensive network appeared before his eyes in a timely manner. Obsession crystal core equality golden type, gemstone durability, inscription. A crystal of obsession tainted by a boiling will. Through the intervention of a dying plane's will, the obsession that would have otherwise dissipated has been transformed into a tangible crystal core, capable of unleashing an indescribable power. Special effect: upon activating this gem, the user will undergo a boiling trial lasting 30 minutes. During this trial, the users will shall fall into a state of continuous boiling. The more thorough the boiling state, the greater the increase in willpower after the trial concludes. Boiling state forcibly causes the will to boil. In this state, the user's sanity will slowly decrease. When the sanity value drops below a certain threshold, there is a high probability that the user's will collapse. A treasure that can increase willpower. Gao Yang could not help but tighten his grip on the flame gem in his hand. Willpower is extremely important to everyone, and for Gao Yang, it can intuitively enhance both his combat effectiveness and his survivability. However, the formation of this gem is quite significant. According to the description of the obsession crystal core, Higgins' obsession should have dissipated with his death, and that massive soul will would have been harvested by that boiling entity. But the will of the Saint Gold Flame did not let boiling have its way. Instead, it intercepted it, ultimately forming this obsession crystal core. Using this obsession crystal core, provided one succeeds, can significantly increase one's willpower. For Gao Yang, this possesses a fatal attraction. However, he did not let his head get hot and use it immediately. Although success would mean a significant increase in willpower, there is a prerequisite: success. The boiling state is not some harmless thing, it forces one's own will to boil. In other words, during this process, one will inevitably attract the attention of boiling. Once sanity drops below the threshold, forget about any benefits. Even one's own soul and will would likely be harvested by boiling. One only needs to look at Higgins to see that outcome. Therefore, Gao Yang did not use it directly but solemnly stored it in his inventory. Right now, he had just finished a battle, and neither his body nor his mind was in peak condition. He needed to adjust. He would only use it when both his body and mind had returned to their peak. In any case, there was still some time before reaching Sodelis, and this time should be enough for him to restore his state to its peak. After all, willpower can be improved slowly, but one only has one life. Although the Zhongwang is said to be a game, and fortunately, Gao Yang did not have any resurrection coins. After opening the 2 treasure chests, Gao Yang stopped dwelling on it and fell straight asleep. Over the next few days, the Eternal Radiance Knights continued to march toward Sodelis, the center of the West. The Boiling Kingdom had been completely destroyed, as the Nether Evil Tree clan, which was the most countered by the Boiling Kingdom. If they did not strike while the iron was hot and completely eradicate the entire Nether Evil Tree clan before they could react, then once the Nether Evil Tree clan reacted and began to breed crazily, let alone a mere 6,000 Eternal Radiance Knights, even if their numbers were tripled, they would still be unable to break through the Nether Evil Tree's defensive line. Not every Eternal Radiance Knight was a son of the plane like Ygritte, nor did every Eternal Radiance Knight possess an immortal will like Gao Yang. Facing the ocean-like expanse of Nether Evil Trees, their most likely ending would be to be exhausted to death and then become nutrients for the growth and reproduction of the Nether Evil Trees. Because they were worried about the time it would take for the Nether Evil Trees to notice the anomaly after the destruction of the Boiling Kingdom, the Eternal Radiance Knights marched frantically the entire way, except for the most necessary rest periods. It must be mentioned here that although the number of the Eternal Radiance Knights had decreased, their mounts had increased. So with spare mounts available, the marching speed increased once again. The journey that originally required 15 days of full-speed travel was completed in just 12 days. Reaching the outskirts of Sodelis, along the way, the members of the Eternal Radiance Knights had lost their former glory. They all looked disheveled and somewhat listless. Many trainee knights had pale complexions due to this high-intensity march. It was not that their strength was poor, but that these 12 days of marching were indeed too tortuous. Even Gao Yang felt that the situation of killing enemies and marching during the day, and still killing enemies and marching at night, with only brief moments of rest in between, was somewhat difficult to accept. After 12 days of travel, let alone returning to his best state, being able to maintain 80% of his physical and mental peak was already a result of his superior strength. After clearing the Nether Evil Trees in the area, the Eternal Radiance Knights quickly began to set up camp, while Gao Yang and the other decision-makers of the Eternal Radiance Knights went into the largest tent. Malz had heavy bags under his eyes. He stood up, looked around, and began to speak. We are now only 100 kilometers away from Sodelis. Along the way, we have cleared and killed approximately 230,000 Nether Evil Trees. Moreover, during this process, according to observations by the knights under my command, these Nether Evil Trees have already begun to breed. In many places, juvenile Nether Evil Trees have appeared. Based on the growth rate of the juveniles, it can be judged that the Nether Mother Tree should have received the news on the 7th day after the destruction of the Boiling Kingdom, which was 5 days ago. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. 5 days was still acceptable. In 5 days, no matter how powerful the Nether Mother Tree was, it could not conjure an army of Nether Evil Trees out of thin air. At most, a portion of Nether Evil Trees would be added to Sodelis, which would not have much impact on the overall battle situation. After letting everyone digest this news, Malz continued. After 12 days of continuous forced marches, our condition is not good. So tonight is our last time for rest and adjustment. Tomorrow, We will charge directly into Sodelis and slay the Nether Mother Tree. Only by slaying the Nether Mother Tree will the Nether Evil Tree clan be completely eradicated. After Moles finished speaking, he cast his gaze toward Ygritte. Ygritte nodded slightly, then made his final decision. We will proceed according to your arrangements. Moles, adjust the night watch schedule to ensure everyone gets as much rest as possible. Moles nodded immediately. In fact, before the Eternal Radiance Knights had even set up camp, he had already arranged for the first group of sentries to go and rest. By the time they officially settled in for the night, the first group of sentries would have already rested sufficiently. When the second group of sentries woke up, the first group could continue to rest. There was plenty of time. Should we send someone to scout the situation at Sodris? Johnson asked. Standing up after Moles had finished speaking, everyone looked at Ygritte, who in turn looked at Moles. Moles paused for a moment before stating his judgment. The Nether Mother Tree should already be aware of our arrival. It may have even prepared for battle. Furthermore, night is falling. If we head to Sodris now, we might fall into a trap it has laid. Let us send scouts along the way tomorrow morning before we set off. Johnson sat back down in silence. In that case, they only needed to focus on the night watch for now. Chapter 202 Blade Storm. Gao Yang was jolted awake from his sleep by a massive, thunderous roar. Without the slightest hesitation, he flipped over, exerted force through his arms, and instantly burst through his tent, appearing in the open space of the camp. Gao Yang had not removed his armor before sleeping. Standing outside the tent, he gripped black obsidian and looked up at the pitch-black night sky. By the light of the campfires, he saw a vine about 3 meters wide emerging from the darkness, whipping down toward the camp from above. The earth trembled, and tents collapsed. Dozens of vine whips emerged from the darkness, raining down a barrage of chaotic strikes upon the camp without warning. Are these the roots of the Nether Mother Tree? I thought it was in Sodris, 100 kilometers away. How can it reach across such a distance? Gao Yang thought to himself, but his movements were swift. A root lashed out not far from him, and he immediately charged toward its position. A flash of sword-light flickered, and the thick root was severed by Gao Yang in a single strike. The severed root thrashed wildly on the ground like a dying fish. Under normal circumstances, such a movement would be trivial, but when the entity performing it was 3 meters in diameter, it was a force of destruction, wherever the roots passed. Any knight who failed to dodge in time was struck heavily by the immense force contained within them. Fortunately, having lost contact with the main body, the roots only thrashed for a few seconds before being subdued by the combined efforts of the Eternal Radiance Knights. The chaos caused by these roots was nothing to the battle-hardened Eternal Radiance Knights. In just a few moments, all the roots were hacked into several pieces. Seeing this, Gao Yang intended to return to his tent to continue resting. He had no night watch duties, so there was no point in him staying now that the commotion had ended. However, before he had taken 2 steps, he saw Hank walking toward him. "Lord Lee, are you injured?" Hank's expression was somewhat gloomy. Clearly, being attacked by these roots in the middle of the night had put him in a foul mood. Gao Yang shook his head slightly to indicate he was fine, then asked, "How did these roots appear here? Did our night watch knights not notice them, or perhaps?" Hank's face darkened further. He gritted his teeth and said, "These roots all originate from the Nether Mother Tree, and they travel primarily underground. Their concealment is extremely high, so detecting them is not a simple matter. By the time they were discovered, they had already broken through the soil and begun their wanton destruction." Gao Yang nodded gently upon hearing this, which was not much different from his own guess. Roots of this caliber could only be produced by the Nether Mother Tree in Sodris. No other Nether Evil Trees could achieve such a feat. "Very well, since you are unharmed, Lord Lee, I will not disturb your rest with this incident. There are many more things in the camp that need to be dealt with." Hank calmed himself slightly before speaking. "Don't worry about me. The matters in the camp are more important." Gao Yang naturally would not waste Hank's time. He spoke quickly, then stepped aside to let Hank pass and headed toward his own tent. Standing before a collapsed tent, Gao Yang's mood remained unsettled for a long time. After a while, he gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, Nether Mother Tree, is it? I'll remember you. Tomorrow, I'll see exactly what kind of monster you are." The Nether Mother Tree naturally could not hear his cursing. The camp was busy. So, he had to fix the collapsed tent himself. This was not a difficult task. As Gao Yang lifted the tent and stepped inside, the next moment, it was as if a massive creature were inside. The flattened tent inflated rapidly as if being pumped with air. After checking the various connection points of the tent to ensure it wouldn't collapse suddenly, Gao Yang ended his dragon transformation and lay back down on his bed. Soon, the sound of steady breathing could be heard from within the slightly deformed tent. Faint, noisy sounds drifted through the thick waterproof fabric and into Gao Yang's ears. His eyes slowly opened, and he sat up. After a few seconds of composure, Gao Yang got up and walked outside. Last night, the roots of the Nether Mother Tree had harassed them 5 times. Although they couldn't cause any casualties, the commotion was significant. The goal of the Nether Mother Tree was very clear: to prevent the Eternal Radiance Knights from getting a good night's rest. Although this world did not have Sun Tzu's art of war, the history of warfare in this world was no less extensive than that of Gao Yang's home planet. In particular, this plane had been utterly devastated by centuries of continuous war. Under such circumstances, any surviving faction would have certainly maxed out their skills related to warfare. Those that hadn't had basically been wiped out during those long, drawn-out conflicts. It was only because the vast majority of the Holy Gold continent was no longer suitable for life, or even inaccessible to living beings, that their capabilities were restricted. Otherwise, what caused the commotion last night would not have been merely a few roots. Rising from his spot and stepping outside the tent, he discovered that the Eternal Radiance Knights were already carrying out their preparations in an orderly fashion. Half an hour later, having finished a hearty meal, the knights mounted their steeds one after another and set off. Their backs turned to the weak, cold sunlight. Perhaps the Nether Evil Tree clan had received orders, or perhaps it was for some other reason, but in any case, the Eternal Radiance Knights traveled all the way to the outskirts of Sordras, the central city of the West, without encountering a single obstacle. Before anyone could even voice their thoughts on the ease of the journey, the scene before them dealt a profound shock to the spirits of the vast majority. They saw that the vast plains outside the walls of Sordras were completely occupied by the Nether Evil Trees, with pairs of eerie green, cross-shaped eyes staring directly at their position. Looking out, it was as if they had arrived before a vast, emerald ocean. Yet, this emerald ocean did not make one feel expansive. Instead, it was bone-chillingly terrifying. Gao Yang looked at the army of Nether Evil Trees before him, couldn't help but frown, and said softly, "The number is truly too high. If we were to kill them all, it would take more than a day and a night, wouldn't it?" In reality, his estimate was not an exaggeration. If anything, it was conservative. The Nether Evil Trees currently hoarded outside Sordras accounted for nearly 20% of their entire race. And the total population of the Nether Evil Trees was 1 million. In other words, there were at least 200,000 of them right before their eyes. 6,000 against 200,000. It was likely that even if they fought until their weapons were notched and their stamina was completely exhausted, they might not even be able to kill half of them. In the absence of a significant leap in quality, the disparity in numbers almost entirely determined the course of a war. The greater the numerical ratio, the more the scales of war would tip. Currently, the number of Nether Evil Trees was 33 times that of the Eternal Radiance Knights, although the strength of an individual Nether Evil Tree was relatively weak. Under such a terrifying numerical difference, if the Eternal Radiance Knights made a single mistake, they would very likely be swallowed by this ocean formed by the Nether Evil Trees. Hiss. A long intake of breath sounded beside Gao Yang, followed by Johnson's grave voice. This is going to be difficult to handle. Difficult to handle. If it's difficult to handle, then don't handle it. A GIF image flashed through Gao Yang's mind. His lips moved, but in the end, he suppressed the thought. Now was not the time for memes. Taking a rough look. It's about 1,000 meters from here to Sordras. Each of these Nether Evil Trees is basically 2 meters wide and about 4 meters tall. This means the number of Nether Evil Trees in front of us is no less than 150,000. Malz's face twitched a few times. This quantity was merely an appetizer once they fought their way into the city. Another army of Nether Evil Trees might be waiting for them. Old Ma, stop talking about that. Tell us your plan quickly. We have to fight our way in, after all. Hank was becoming anxious, to the point where his hand gripping the reins of his nightmare beast was turning pale. Malls glanced at him sideways and then said bluntly, "What other plan could there be? The enemy is practically trying to fill every inch of space. They are forcing us into a head-on collision. Aside from a head-on clash, what other options do we have?" Hank's breath hitched, but he still braced himself and said, "Even for a head-on clash, there must be a method. Are we really just going to crash into them like this? If we truly do that, let alone our 2,000 men, even if we had 5 times that number, we might not necessarily be able to break through this mere 1,000 meters." As soon as these words left his mouth, Hank immediately shut up. The war was now on the verge of breaking out. If his words were to be scrutinized, they would be considered a disruption of military morale. In the past, the minimum punishment would be dismissal, and the maximum would be public execution. Hank carefully glanced at Yeglet, who was standing at the very front of the group. Seeing that he remained completely motionless, he let out a sigh of relief. "Commander, let me take some men to test them out first." Johnson's voice rang out the second after Hank fell silent. Yeglet did not blink, his gaze still fixed on the city ahead. In the center of the city, a massive and evil life force appeared within his perception, constantly stimulating his nerves. Gao Yang also sensed that massive life force, but his expression was somewhat different. The reason he could sense the Nether Mother Tree did not come from himself, but rather it was something that had suddenly appeared, as if it had been bestowed upon him. Therefore, he naturally thought of the planes he had encountered previously. "You sensed it too, didn't you?" Yeglet turned his head to look at Gao Yang beside him and spoke suddenly. Although it was a question, his tone was certain. There was nothing to hide, so Gao Yang gave a soft nod. "That is the Nether Mother Tree, the final target of our mission," Yeglet added, though it wasn't clear what he meant by saying this. In the short term, Gao Yang did not truly understand, so he asked, "Then it won't be simple for us to reach our final target. Do you have a way?" Yeglet asked casually. "A way?" Gao Yang looked at the sea of nether evil trees before him and suddenly felt that this vast, ocean-like quantity might not be a bad thing for him. "I do have a way, but although it can clear them out quickly, the consumption of stamina and battle ore is too great," Gao Yang replied. What Gao Yang was referring to was naturally his area of effect skill, Blade Storm. But the consumption of Blade Storm had always been a massive problem. His current battle ore was only a little over 1,200 points, less than 1,300. And Blade Storm required 100 points of battle ore per second. He couldn't even last 13 seconds. Yeglet had not expected that Gao Yang truly had a method. His brows furrowed slightly, and he then said, "I have no way to solve the stamina issue. But if you were talking about battle ore, I do have a way." "Oh?" Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Yeglet did not say much more. Instead, he placed his right hand against his own chest. Then, Gao Yang saw golden red battle ore, visible to the naked eye, rising from Yeglet's body and continuously gathering toward the chest area covered by his palm. The battle ore grew more and more intense, and the area under Yeglet's palm became increasingly bright. It was not until 10 minutes had passed that Yeglet let out a heavy breath. His straight back slightly hunched. He opened his palm, and there, resting in the center, was a sphere of nearly pure gold emitting a soft, radiant glow. Yeglet handed it to Gao Yang and said, "This is a temporary battle chi core I have condensed. You can activate it to replenish your own battle chi at any time, anywhere." "That is amazing. How much can it replenish?" Gao Yang took the battle chi core from Yeglet and asked aloud. Yeglet assessed the situation before replying. "Based on your total battle chi capacity, replenishing it 8 or 9 times should be no problem." Gao Yang was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to be happy or sad, but he quickly asked, "Then how do I use it?" "Keep it close to your body, preferably near your chest. Or you can simply swallow it. I understand. Don't stay too close to me later, but once I stop, it would be best if you could provide support." Gao Yang nodded slightly, gave his instructions, and then leaped forward, landing in front of the thunder. Seeing this action from Gao Yang, Hank and the others behind Yeglet were all somewhat puzzled and couldn't help but look toward the latter. Seeing that Yeglet made no move, they also waited quietly in place, under the gaze of many eyes. Gao Yang arrived before the sea of nether evil trees. Looking at the green light glowing in the eyes of the trees ahead and the pale green mist drifting between them, Gao Yang took a deep breath. The next moment, a massive humanoid dragon appeared in everyone's field of vision. A burly physique, ferocious dragon horns, cold dragon scales, wide dragon wings, and that black greatsword nearly as tall as he was. This was the sense of oppression Gao Yang brought after completing his transformation. Pressing the battle chi core condensed by egret into the scales on his chest, Gao Yang's thick dragon tail lashed out violently, his dragon wings flapped, and he charged toward the sea of nether evil trees like a bolt of lightning. "No way!" Hank exclaimed. Is this a bit too reckless?" Moles frowned, looking worried. Gao Yang naturally did not know the concerns of those behind him. As he collided with the foremost nether evil trees, he immediately activated his area of effect skill, Blade Storm. Under everyone's gaze, surging sword chi roared to life. The sky-obscuring sword chi instantly engulfed Gao Yang's body, along with the nether evil trees that stood in his path. Chapter 203. Breaking the army single-handedly. The surging sword chi reached its peak in an instant, as if a massive, sky-obscuring blade storm had already formed the moment Gao Yang charged out. This storm stood tall on the plain, reaching toward the sky like a soaring dragon, shaking everyone to their core. The surging sword chi whipped up a frenzy. Gao Yang's massive body spun faster and faster within the storm. In the end, the many eternal glory knights could only see a blurred black shadow spinning violently. The next moment, sharp, peerless streaks of sword chi, each 10 meters long, shot out ferociously from the storm. Wherever the storm passed, the dark brown soil, along with countless roots and the sturdy wooden bodies of the nether evil trees, were all shredded into pieces by the surging blade storm. The speed of the blade storm was incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, it had already charged nearly 300 meters forward. The nether evil trees standing in front of the blade storm were pierced through by the sky-filling sword chi with almost no struggle at all. When more than 10 seconds had passed, the blade storm unleashed by Gao Yang had formed a massive tornado connecting heaven and earth. The intense suction was felt even by the eternal glory knights who were far away. As for those nether evil trees, in the face of this lethal attraction, no matter how deeply they buried their roots in the earth, they could not escape the fate of being uprooted. Screen-filling notifications appeared before Gao Yang's eyes, but he had no time to pay attention to them now. The longer the blade storm lasted, the more powerful it became, and the wider its range grew. However, the pressure Gao Yang had to endure to sustain it for longer was also incredibly exaggerated. When the blade storm exceeded 14 seconds, Gao Yang had already rampaged for nearly 800 meters. He had forcibly carved a bloody path nearly 100 meters wide through this sea of nether evil trees. At this moment, within the storm, the hard dragon scales on Gao Yang's body were cracking due to the intense centrifugal force. Blood seeped out from the gaps between his scales, adding a touch of crimson to the massive blade storm. Even with the physique of a dragon, he could not sustain the blade storm for a long time. Gao Yang gritted his teeth hard. Now, with the replenishment from the battle chi core, his energy was almost inexhaustible, but his body was reaching its limit. The dizziness coming from his brain made him feel like he was about to vomit. But there were only 200 meters left. He only needed to hold on for another second or two to break through. Gao Yang leaned his body forward, gritting his teeth, and struggled to drive the blade storm to sweep toward the city wall ahead. SSS. Sword chi raged and ravaged. At the 18th second of the blade storm, the sky-filling sword chi suddenly vanished. The sword chi that could pierce metal and crack stone quickly turned into a gentle breeze and disappeared, leaving behind only wooden limbs and bottomless pits all over the ground. Gao Yang's massive dragon claws leaned on his black sword as he stood before the gates of Sordis. Only about 40 meters remained in front of him. In those 40 meters between him and the city gate, 20 rows of nether evil trees stood. He stood there leaning on his sword, his dragon wings spread, his dark golden vertical pupils slightly narrowed. Combined with his body covered in green blood, it looked as if he were the villain destroying the city, while these nether evil trees were the masters guarding it. "Hurry up, I'm about to throw up." Gao Yang remained calm on the surface, but he was anxious inside. At this moment, he was like a porcelain vase that would shatter at the slightest touch. Intimidated by the killing ability he had just displayed, these nether evil trees did not dare to attack him for the time being, but this time was limited. If he stood there motionless for too long, even a fool would realize something was wrong. By that time, just a single volley from the nether evil trees would likely be enough to break through his defenses and turn him into a pincushion. Just as Gao Yang was feeling anxious, 100-meter-long spear of battle or a sword over his head and, under the watchful gaze of the numerous nether evil trees, slammed heavily into the city gate in front of him. The explosion roared, and everything within its radius was violently torn apart or sent flying, Gao Yang included. Suspended in midair, Gao Yang flapped his dragon wings weakly, trying to regain his balance, but his exhausted body failed to complete the movement. Fortunately, a giant hand made of battle ore appeared behind him and caught him. Apologies for using such an extreme method to save you. Jaggerlet's voice rang in Gao Yang's ear. Gao Yang's tense nerves finally began to relax. He gestured with his chin toward the towering city wall in front of him and said, "I'll rest for a bit. The next part of the mission is up to you all." Jaggerlet placed Gao Yang onto the back of Thunder, who had followed behind them, and said calmly, "Rest assured, leave the rest to me." If the Eternal Radiance Knight Order had been forced to fight through this 1-kilometer distance, they likely would have been overwhelmed by the terrifying numbers. But now, Gao Yang alone had completely pierced through the defensive line outside the city. Everyone had witnessed Gao Yang's expenditure, and his results had left them all stunned. Thunder carried Gao Yang toward the position where they had previously stayed, while the numerous Eternal Radiance Knights charged in the opposite direction, passing him. As nightmare beasts rushed past his side, every Eternal Radiance Knight offered Gao Yang a salute of respect. Thunder came to a halt and turned around. Gao Yang sat upright, looking toward the distant battlefield. In this short span of time, the sea of enemies that Gao Yang had torn asunder was already beginning to rapidly mend. Those nether evil trees were already starting to converge toward the center. If the Eternal Radiance Knight Order could not break into the city in a short time, they would face the problem of being attacked from both the front and the rear. However, as it stood, the performance of the Eternal Radiance Knight Order was flawless. Gao Yang removed the battle ore core embedded in his chest. In just that short time, this core had been half depleted, but with the remaining half, it could still be used one more time. He exhaled a breath of stale air, and while taking roasted meat from his inventory to replenish his stamina and energy, he began to check the Multiverse Network notifications that had just refreshed. Gao Yang was quite looking forward to seeing how much generally XP he had harvested from that last blade storm. Looking at the 160.0 generally XP now displayed on his personal status window, Gao Yang was truly surprised out by this calculation. The number of nether evil trees he had slain earlier exceeded 60,000. It was somewhat exaggerated. Even Gao Yang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. With this, he had enough EXP to level up several times in the future. Beyond that, Gao Yang also noticed that a new epic title had appeared in his title interface. Multiverse Network notification. Your team has broken the Nether Evil Tree Army and contributed over 90% of the combat contribution value in this campaign. You have obtained the achievement title, Army Breaker Star Nether Evil Trees, 63,875 Epic. Those who already possess related titles will receive corresponding attribute bonuses. Chapter 204. The Nether Mother Tree Solo Army Breaker Type Epic Title requirements can be unlocked after single-handedly annihilating an organized enemy force of over 10,000, provided that one's personal level does not exceed the enemy's average level by more than 15. Title description: even when outnumbered, one can still break an army alone. In the slaughter of blood and fire, forge a legendary monument with the flesh and bone of your enemies. Title attributes: when facing relevant enemies, 1. Gain a fear effect based on the amplification attribute, the number of kills in a single campaign during the solo army breaker feat. 2. Gain an all attribute bonus based on the number of enemies killed, maximum bonus of 300%. P.S. When I type question marks, it is not because I have a problem, but because I think you have a problem. Solo Army Breaker. This guy must be a beast. Multiverse Network Anonymous Player. PS. Don't understand, don't listen, don't ask, don't think. I'm not envious at all. Multiverse Network top comment 999 come PS, war, death, screams. Together they compose a magnificent movement. Believe in me, and I shall grant you everything. God of War, Tempest. A very good effect. This was Gao Yang's first thought after reading the attributes of the epic title, Solo Army Breaker. If he had obtained this title before the battle just now, he wouldn't have had such a difficult time. Perhaps he could have used the surging attributes to directly shatter that city wall and charge straight into the city. But then again, such dense enemy formations were hard to come by, and triggering the Solo Army Breaker title was even more difficult. He would try to rest for now. Once the Eternal Radiance Night Order breached the gate, if there were still many nether evil trees inside the city, there might still be room for him to perform. The Eternal Radiance Night Order had already engaged the nether evil trees in close quarters combat. Compared to the boiling warriors, the nether mist that dispersed between the nether evil trees once their numbers reached a certain level was the most threatening existence. Many former warriors of the Holy Gold Empire had fought the nether evil tree race in the nether mist for too long, eventually being eroded by the mist and transformed into tree men. However, the Eternal Radiance Night Order could now ignore the nether mist. Did people really think the Holy Gold Night Order changed its name to the Eternal Radiance Night Order for no reason? If they didn't have the corresponding means, they wouldn't have changed the Legion's name so casually. And now, a thin layer of golden light shimmered over the bodies of all the Eternal Radiance Knights. That light enveloped them, making them as dazzling and eye-catching as the eternal burning sun. This was the origin of the name Eternal Radiance Night Order, using an eternally burning will to immunize against and counteract the erosion and assimilation of the nether mist. As the commander of the Eternal Radiance Night Order and also its strongest member, Jaggerlit had already braved countless attacks to forcibly ascend the city walls. As always, Jaggerlit acted as the vanguard, climbing the wall to open up the situation. The remaining Eternal Radiance Knights would then quickly follow up, relying on the gap Jaggerlit had created to continuously expand their results and achieve the strategic goal of occupying a favorable position. Although the distance was over 1,000 meters, Gao Yang could still see the golden red battle aura burning on the city walls like a scorching sun. Watching with a hint of envy, Gao Yang thought to himself that it would be truly perfect if he possessed battle aura of that caliber. However, this was ultimately just a wishful thought. To possess battle aura of the same quality and quantity as Jaggerlit required time to accumulate, as well as sufficient opportunities. Closing his eyes to regulate his breathing and clearing his mind of distractions, Gao Yang recovered his stamina rapidly under the replenishment of abundant energy. In just 1 hour, Gao Yang had recovered more than half of his stamina, and even the tearing sensation in his body had subsided significantly. Gao Yang patted Thunder beneath him. The latter quickly stood up, then stretched its thick, powerful limbs and began to charge towards drive his. At this moment, after an hour of fierce fighting, the Eternal Glory Knights, led by Jaggerlit, had successfully occupied the city walls and broken into the city. Arriving now should be just the right time. Gao Yang was also quite interested in the Nether Mother Tree of the Nether Evil Tree race. The bosses of the various factions on the Holy Gold Continent all had a high sense of prestige. Even Higgins, the bullying monarch, whom he had only dealt the final blow to, had dropped a treasure crystal core that could significantly increase his willpower. One could imagine how rich the harvest would be if he killed the Nether Mother Tree head-on. Therefore, even though his condition had not fully recovered, Gao Yang still chose to rush into the city. The distance of 1,000 meters passed in the blink of an eye. However, the closer he got to the city wall, the greater the number of nether evil trees became. Gao Yang did not want to waste time outside the city, so he spread the dragon wings on his back. Thunder accelerated into a wild gallop with perfect tacit understanding. The moment they were about to collide with the nether evil trees, Thunder's hooves exerted sudden force, and it leaped high into the air. The powerful force sent both Thunder and Gao Yang soaring, sitting on Thunder's back. Gao Yang flapped his massive dragon wings forcefully, carrying Thunder across a distance of over 100 meters, and finally flew directly onto the city wall. Snort! Thunder let out a snort and shook its head. It was clearly very satisfied with the maneuver just now. Gao Yang stood on the city wall and looked toward the interior of the city. With just one glance, his gaze could no longer move away. He saw that in the very center of Sodris, A towering giant tree was standing quietly, even across the vast distance. Gao Yang could feel the oppressive force brought by that giant tree. One could imagine how heavy that pressure would be if one were to truly stand before that giant tree. Is this the Nether Mother Tree? Gao Yang muttered to himself, then lowered his gaze and saw the Eternal Glory Knights. They were currently fighting fiercely against a massive number of nether evil trees. Judging by their position, they had only just passed the halfway point. It would likely take another half an hour or so before they reached the Nether Mother Tree. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. This was a good opportunity. After equipping the Epic Badge Solo Army Breaker, he urged Thunder to charge in the direction of the Eternal Glory Knights. This path had already been cleared by the Eternal Glory Knights, so Thunder did not encounter any obstacles while running, and it only took a few minutes to reach the location of the Eternal Glory Knights. Upon arriving close by, Gao Yang realized that the state of the Eternal Glory Knights was not very good. The sheer numbers had still caused a certain amount of losses to the Eternal Glory Knights. The troop, which had originally numbered a little over 6,000, had shrunk somewhat, leaving only a little over 5,000 now. When the many Eternal Glory Knights saw Gao Yang arrive, they moved aside one after another so that Gao Yang could pass to the very front of the formation. They had already witnessed Gao Yang's strength earlier, and now that he had arrived, perhaps he could unleash that terrifying storm again. Chapter 205 One Sword. Slaying the Nether Mother Tree. Gao Yang did not pause, and the Eternal Glory Knights were also very tacit. Soon, he arrived at the very front of the battle line. Jaggerlit seemed tireless, wantonly unleashing his battle aura and continuously killing the nether evil trees that blocked his path. Although Jaggerlit's strength far exceeded that of the nether evil trees, reality was not a game. While these nether evil trees were inferior to him in strength, they could use their own lives to delay Jaggerlit's pace. This was the reason why, although the Eternal Glory Knights had been advancing under Jaggerlit's leadership, they were unable to move forward like a hot knife through butter. These nether evil trees were too large. If nothing else, just by standing still, it would take the Eternal Glory Knights a certain amount of time to push through. So fast. When Gao Yang arrived at the front of the battle line, Jaggerlit pierced through 3 nether evil trees blocking his path with his spear and turned his head to ask. Recovered more than half. Gao Yang did not hide it. This was a battlefield, and one would not live long by acting tough. Then can you use that move from before? These nether evil trees are greatly hindering my progress. Jaggerlit was somewhat expectant. If Gao Yang could still use the previous Blade Storm, then the advancement speed of the Eternal Glory Knights would be greatly increased, and he himself would also be able to reduce his consumption, thereby facing the Nether Mother Tree. As the unique king of the Nether Evil Tree race, the origin of these Nether Evil Trees all came from it. All the Nether Evil Trees, even if they all died, as long as the Nether Mother Tree was fine. Then, after a period of time, the Nether Evil Tree race would rise from the ashes. Therefore, this time, since Jaggerlit had come, his goal was only one: to completely slay the Nether Mother Tree and thoroughly crush the root of the Nether Evil Tree race. That is exactly why I came. As Gao Yang's words fell, a gust of wind howled. The violent gale caused the movements of Hank and the others beside him to show a slight lag. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Jaggerlit's face. Since Gao Yang had said so, he did not need to waste time here. He said, "Then I leave it to you." Gao Yang flapped his wings, leaped into midair, and then plummeted toward the nether evil trees ahead like a meteorite. The moment he landed, the blade storm appeared once again. The sword chi, like a raging tide wrapped in black obsidian, resembled a vicious beast bearing its fangs, continuously tearing apart every enemy within its range of attack. Even the dilapidated buildings on both sides of the street were uprooted by this earth-shattering sword momentum, only to be smashed and shredded by the sword chi. Although this is not the first time I have seen it, I still have to ask, is this kind of attack really something a human can produce? Bonson said, unable to help himself as he watched the blade storm raging through the nether evil trees 100 meters away. He is Lord Li, who came from another plane. It is only natural that he has many methods. Jenny, holding a wheel-sized axe in both hands with the blade covered in dark green sap, spoke as if it were a matter of course when she heard Johnson say this. All right, get ready. With Lord Li clearing out these nether evil trees, our pressure will be much lighter. What we need to face later is the Nether Mother Tree, Malls reminded them. Johnson and Jenny nodded simultaneously, then fell silent. Being in the center of the blade storm, Gao Yang could feel that as the number of nether evil trees he slaughtered increased, the light on the solo army breaker title he wore grew brighter and brighter. At the same time, his attributes began to climb continuously. Although he had no time to attend to anything else, the blade storm had already lasted for 10 seconds. Yet Gao Yang did not feel the strain he had experienced just moments ago. He had a premonition that the duration of this blade storm might exceed 20 seconds, or even approach 30. Wait, 20 seconds have already passed. Why hasn't that storm stopped yet? If this continues, can he withstand it? Malls looked at the blade storm that was charging madly toward the Nether Mother Tree and suddenly spoke. Ygritte, riding the Nightmare Beast King, was positioned outside the attack range of the blade storm. Hearing this, he turned his head to look at Malls and said, "Do not worry. The moment the storm ceases, I will rescue him." "Exactly. With the captain here, what are you worried about?" Malls, Johnson also chimed in. Malls did not respond, only watching that mass of gray-green hurricane with a thoughtful gaze. In the center of the storm, Gao Yang felt his significantly improved physical attributes and could not help but marvel at how powerful the effects of an epic title were. In just a short time, his strength had increased exponentially. Even though he had already maintained the blade storm for over 25 seconds, he was still able to hold on. The Nether Mother Tree is making a move. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the Eternal Radiance Knights, as the blade storm rushed into the range of the Nether Mother Tree's exposed roots. Thick, gnarled roots like wooden dragons rose from the ground, dancing like wild pythons, making the Nether Mother Tree appear like a demon. Those thick roots, accompanied by shrill whistling, lashed out heavily toward the blade storm that Gao Yang had transformed into. With every root that fell, the rotation speed of the blade storm slowed slightly, but in exchange, every root that struck the blade storm was severed by the surging, sharp sword chi. Inside the blade storm, Gao Yang was covered in blood. The attacks of the Nether Mother Tree were heavy and powerful. Every time they struck, even though he tore the lashing roots apart, the force within them surged into his body. Once or twice was fine, but the number of roots on the Nether Mother Tree was simply too great. With the accumulation of these blows, Gao Yang was beginning to reach his limit. After another round of bombardment, under the watchful eyes of the Eternal Radiance Knights, the blade storm that had neared the Nether Mother Tree collapsed with a roar under the lashing of thousands of roots. And at the very moment the blade storm collapsed, 100 zhang long sword chi erupted from the center of the shattered storm. The 100 zhang sword chi, like a divine dragon tearing through the sky, carried astonishing power, severing all the roots that attempted to block it, and struck the midsection of the Nether Mother Tree's trunk with a single blow. A loud noise rang out, and even the earth trembled incessantly. Under the eyes of all, the sword chi shattered, and a massive wound nearly tens of meters deep appeared on the Nether Mother Tree's trunk, which was hundreds of meters in diameter. Deep green sap, rich with vitality, flowed down from the wound like a waterfall. Such a heavy blow caused the dancing roots of the Nether Mother Tree to vibrate wildly in place, as if they had been electrocuted. Gao Yang landed from the air. He looked at the massive wound on the Nether Mother Tree and grinned, revealing a row of sharp dragon teeth. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and his wings vibrated, propelling him backward as if he were parallel to the ground. Swoosh! The instant Gao Yang shot away, more than a dozen roots pierced through the soil and space, unexpectedly puncturing the exact spot where Gao Yang had been standing just a moment before. Dozens of meters away, Gao Yang looked at the spot where he had stood being pierced by the roots and could not help but break into a cold sweat. If he had not reacted in time, he would likely have been turned into a sieve by the Nether Mother Tree's roots by now. Just then, a figure rushed out from beside Gao Yang. The seemingly endless battle chi made Gao Yang realize that the person who had rushed out was Ygritte, the captain of the Eternal Radiance Knights. Ygritte's reaction was extremely fast. The moment Gao Yang's 100 zhang sword chi appeared, he had already set off. The massive body of the Nightmare Beast King carried Ygritte, turning into a bolt of lightning that cut through the many gazes and headed straight for the Nether Mother Tree. Before he even arrived, his battle chi imbued spear, spitting out spear light, had already reached the trunk of the Nether Mother Tree. This strike was incredibly vicious, and combined with Ygritte's strength, which could be called the strongest. The spear pierced directly through the body of the Nether Mother Tree. Ygritte's eyes were wide open, and terrifying battle chi flowed from his body like water. The Nightmare Beast King beneath him also let out a roar unlike any beast. Both exerted force at the same time. Ygritte gripped the dragon spear with both hands and pulled hard. A large amount of deep green sap flowed out. The wound, which had been nearly severed by Gao Yang's sword and was now pulled horizontally by Ygritte's spear, suddenly turned from a puncture wound of only a few meters into a massive laceration. Although it was not as great as the one Gao Yang had created, compared to the other Eternal Radiance Knights, it was already nothing short of a miracle. A massive number of roots shot toward Ygritte from all directions. These roots were the most vital lifelines of the Nether Mother Tree, and they were also its most powerful weapons. Facing these roots, which were as sharp as spears and lances, the battle aura in Ygritte's eyes became almost tangible. The long spear in his hand vibrated, and in an instant, it flickered with hundreds of spear shadows, forming a barrier that completely shielded his body behind it. The roots collided with the spear tips and fell like rain. Yet Ygritte's expression remained entirely unmoved. Having blocked the Nether Mother Tree's full-force strike, Ygritte urged his mount forward, launching a charge toward the tree like a hurricane. This was no exaggeration. The battle aura on Ygritte's body transformed into a massive, golden-red spiral spearhead dot as he charged. This enormous spearhead gradually elongated, its overall shape becoming even more streamlined. Swoosh! With another muffled sound, the lower part of the Nether Mother Tree's trunk was pierced through once again. The Nether Evil Tree was actually formidable in every aspect. Its defensive and offensive capabilities could even rank in the top 5 of the current Saint Gold continent. Coupled with its massive size and thousands of roots, it could attack when advancing and defend when retreating, much like a hedgehog, making it extremely troublesome to deal with. But unfortunately for it, it had encountered Ygritte, whose own ranking was even higher than its own. Pulling his spear back, Ygritte swung the dragon spear with full force, the immense power causing the shaft to bend into an arc that looked as if it might snap at any moment. A blade of battle aura appeared once more, and this strike slashed directly into the lower section of the Nether Evil Tree's trunk. Without the combat distance suited for the Nether Mother Tree, it found itself at an increasing disadvantage against Ygritte's close-quarters combat. The puncture wounds on its body multiplied, and its massive trunk began to tilt. With another horizontal sweep of the spear, the Nether Mother Tree leaned further and further. Finally, under the gaze of everyone present, it let out a mournful, wailing cry before snapping in half from the middle. Golden light bloomed in Ygritte's eyes. Looking at the severed Nether Mother Tree before him, he did not hesitate for a moment and continued to strike with his dragon spear. Blow after blow rained down until the life energy of the Nether Mother Tree completely dissipated. By this time, Gao Yang had already rushed to the front of the Nether Mother Tree, a massive bottle appearing in his hand out of nowhere. The dark green sap flowing from the tree's wounds contained rich life force. Although this level of life force held a trace of corruption, its healing effects were incredibly potent. If that corruption could be removed, the value of these liquids would likely multiply several times over. Ygritte watched Gao Yang's actions, though he was somewhat puzzled. He did not say anything. Meanwhile, while collecting the sap, Gao Yang had already taken the opportunity to store the treasure chest dropped by the Nether Evil Tree into his inventory. Having learned from his previous mistake, this time Gao Yang had struck the Nether Mother Tree with a sword before the battle even began, a strike that had nearly severed it at the waist. His contribution to this battle would certainly not be low. The most direct consequence of doing this was that the overall quality of the treasures within the chest dropped by the Nether Mother Tree would be higher. Do you need this? Ygritte came to Gao Yang's side. Gao Yang looked up and saw him holding a large, round, green object that was only a circle smaller than his own palm. This is... Gao Yang looked at the sphere in Ygritte's hand, which radiated a dense aura of life. Feeling somewhat uncertain, Ygritte pointed to the broken tree stump behind him and said, "I found it in the very core of the Nether Mother Tree. I suspect it is the source of its life." "This thing is not simple." "I know," Ygritte nodded. "But if it weren't for you today, we might not have even seen the face of the Nether Mother Tree." let alone had the chance to slay it on the spot. Eugilite's meaning was clear. Gao Yang's contribution was plain for all to see, so naturally, he should have the first pick of this life source. Only if Gao Yang had no interest in it would it fall to the Eternal Radiance Knights. Looking at the large, life-radiating sphere in Eugilite's hand, Gao Yang could find no reason to refuse. He stood up, looked at Eugilite, and then reached out to take it with a sense of anticipation. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. This thing is very useful to me. As long as it is useful to you. Eugilite remained calm, withdrew his hand, and looked at the severed trunk of the Nether Mother Tree. We must evacuate. I am not certain if the Nether Mother Tree has other ways to return to life. So, we will soon use fire to completely incinerate the entire city of Sodris. Burn the city. Gao Yang looked up abruptly, staring at Eugilite in disbelief. However, in just an instant, he understood the benefits of this method. In this city, there was no telling how many other Nether Evil Trees existed, especially with the presence of a Nether Mother Tree. Under such circumstances, burning the entire city to the ground was indeed a sound choice for Gao Yang. It was the same. Chapter 206. Burning the city with flames, level 10 warrior, under Eugilite's orders. The remaining Eternal Radiance Knights began to set up around the city of Sodris. Soon, various combustible materials were linked together. As a torch fell into a pile of dry hay, raging flames began to burn before Gao Yang's eyes. A scorching heat wave rushed toward him, and the fire spread along the prearranged combustibles. In about half an hour, the entire city of Sodris was completely swallowed by flames. Even from a kilometer away, Gao Yang could still feel the high temperature that distorted the air. Dazzling flames filled his vision, and thick smoke billowed toward the sky. In that city completely covered by the inferno, Gao Yang could even hear the desperate roars of life facing its end. Those were the surviving Nether Evil Trees, letting out desperate cries in the face of the fire that was consuming the city. Because they had to wait for the raging fire to die down, the Eternal Radiance Knights set up camp at a safe location outside the city. They proceeded with their tasks in an orderly fashion, lighting fires to cook, preparing meals, and tending to the wounded. After this battle, the combat strength of the Eternal Radiance Knights had declined once again. Even though Gao Yang's two-blade storms had greatly alleviated the pressure, the sheer, ocean-like numbers of the Nether Evil Trees and their power of infection and assimilation had caused heavy casualties among the auxiliary legions. There had been 2,000 Eternal Radiance Knights and just over 3,000 auxiliary soldiers. Now, while there were still 1,700 Eternal Radiance Knights remaining, the auxiliary legions were left with only 2,000 men. The reason the auxiliary legions were considered auxiliary, aside from the gap in physical strength, was largely because they were unable to condense the will that belonged exclusively to the Eternal Radiance. Without the ability to condense the Eternal Radiance will, the members of the auxiliary legions naturally had a much lower survival rate compared to the official Eternal Radiance Knights when facing the Nether Evil Trees and the impact of the boiling will. In other words, the current Eternal Radiance Knights numbered less than 4,000 in total, compared to the full force of 8,000 they had started with. Their manpower had been cut by more than half. The atmosphere in the camp was somewhat oppressive, and the surviving warriors still held an unconcealable sorrow in their eyes. Comrades who had been laughing, joking, and bragging with each other just yesterday were now separated by life and death. Due to the constraints of time and distance, they could not even be brought back to the Eternal Radiance royal capital for burial. They could only be cremated and buried on the spot. This feeling of dying in a foreign land made one's heart tighten. Jenny's left arm was wrapped in gauze. In the previous battle, she had been too reckless, nearly being pierced through by a root from a mother tree. If Hank hadn't pulled her away in time, she likely wouldn't be standing here now. Even so, most of the flesh on Jenny's left shoulder had been sheared away, leaving the ghastly white bone exposed. Fortunately, her life had been saved. What more could one ask for? Sodris had turned into a sea of fire. Even at night, the entire sky remained a fiery red, to the point that the Eternal Radiance Knights didn't even need torches in their camp. Gao Yang lay in his tent. The Nether Evil Trees had been eradicated, so he could finally rest for a while. Although he hadn't participated in the battle for a long time today, the results he had achieved were immense. His two-blade storms had directly pushed his general EXP past the 200,000 mark. He shouldn't have to worry about general EXP for a short while, because he had previously reached his own limits. Gao Yang had been temporarily unable to improve his attributes. The only solutions were to reach level 10 to obtain an extraordinary template or to improve his own potential. Therefore, with the support of so much general EXP, Gao Yang decided to reach level 10 first. Gao Yang pulled up the comprehensive network panel and focused his consciousness on his character level. Immediately, a dialog box popped up. Increasing warrior level requires 45,000 general EXP. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. 45,000 general EXP successfully deducted. This portion of general EXP is temporarily in a frozen state. Performing the first comprehensive character attribute limit check. Character race level limit check complete. The character's race level limit meets the upgrade criteria. No breakthrough training required. Character challenge level check complete. The character's challenge level has reached the minimum upgrade standard for the comprehensive network. No secondary confirmation required. First comprehensive limit check complete. Upgrade authorized. 45,000 EXP in frozen. Character leveling in progress. Under the flickering firelight, the night did not seem so deep. On this vast, ruined land, a new extraordinary life was slowly being born. The sensation, far more intense than any previous upgrade, made Gao Yang feel slightly uncomfortable. However, the emergence of this feeling allowed Gao Yang to truly and tangibly sense his fundamental life force undergoing a massive increase. Upgrade successful. Your warrior level has increased to level 10, based on your constitution. Your HP has increased. Your biological level has reached level 10, entering the standard of an extraordinary creature. Based on the comprehensive network's slaughter body characteristic, killing creatures below level 5 will no longer provide you with general EXP gains. Character challenge level reached 10. You have obtained the template, Extraordinary Creature. Template, Extraordinary Creature description. Ordinary creatures must withstand an additional 1-point intimidation check when fighting you, and all your intimidation type abilities receive an additional bonus. You have received a class baptism. Your flowing motion has increased to LV3. Your agile movement has increased to LV3. Your fatal critical has increased to LV4. Agile movement LV3. 3 meters per second base movement speed bonus greater than 5 meters per second base movement speed bonus. Fatal critical LV4. Consume a certain amount of battle chi to increase the power of your next attack by COM1. 5 greater than COM2. As the information on his retina continued to refresh, Gao Yang could feel earth-shaking change occurring within his body. His flesh and will became increasingly resilient, and even his reflex nerves and the speed of his thought processes became sharper. At the same time, the battle chi within Gao Yang was constantly surging. This surging was not a bad thing, rather, through this constant churning and compression, his battle chi was becoming more profound and heavy, thanks to his long-term meditation. While most people experience moments of being unable to control themselves after advancing to an extraordinary level, this situation did not occur for Gao Yang. Gao Yang clenched his fists. He could feel the surging, torrential power within his body at this very moment. That power was so heavy, and yet so fascinating. He relaxed his hand, and the gathered power retreated back into his body. Gao Yang smiled silently. He looked up toward the direction of Sodaris. The original fire had weakened slightly after burning for several hours, but it would likely take quite some time before it was completely extinguished. Chapter 207 Nether Vine Colonization. Having just reached level 10, Gao Yang had no intention of resting immediately. As his strength grew, his energy also became increasingly abundant. Sometimes, even if he went 2 or 3 days without sleep, it would have little impact on his condition. Of course, this did not mean he did not need rest. On the contrary, to maintain his peak state, Gao Yang would still maintain 4 hours of sleep every day. He took out the treasure chest that dropped after the death of the Nether Mother Tree. The Nether Mother Tree had contributed a total of 3 items to him. The first was the sap, which was extremely rich in life force, that Gao Yang had collected when it died. However, this sap contained contamination from the Nether Mother Tree and required purification before it could be used. This life force could be used as nutrients for the Kello fruit trees he had planted in the back mountain. or it could be sold to an apothecary to be crafted into recovery potions. The second was the life core that Yiglet had retrieved from the roots of the Nether Mother Tree. Although there was no attribute prompt, Gao Yang felt that the quality of this item was definitely not low. Once he returned from this trial, he could find someone to examine what it was and what its functions were. The third was the treasure chest that dropped after the death of the Nether Mother Tree. As the king of the Nether Evil Tree race, this chest was, unsurprisingly, of gold quality. Moreover, it was not an ordinary gold treasure chest. Heart of 10,000 Trees origin, Saint Gold Continent quality chest keywords plant, life, tribe. Description. It may contain the secret of how a Nether Evil Tree grows into a Nether Mother Tree. Gao Yang weighed the treasure chest in his hand, a look of contemplation appearing in his eyes. The description of this gold treasure chest was very interesting. A short sentence explained that the Nether Mother Tree was not a mother tree from the beginning, but rather grew from an ordinary Nether Evil Tree into the final Mother Tree. And the secret of how a Nether Evil Tree grows into a Nether Mother Tree was hidden within this chest. Gao Yang looked at the chest in his hand and immediately opened it. A flash of light passed, and a red and green fruit that looked like a heart appeared in his hand. Thump thump, thump thump. The heart-like fruit seemed to have a life of its own, contracting and expanding in Gao Yang's hand, with a faint beating sound emanating from within the fruit. There was a trace of surprise in Gao Yang's eyes. He could feel that the ore contained within this fruit was both like a living thing and a dead thing. It was truly quite strange. Abruptly, tiny vines spread out from the fruit, moving like living creatures as they burrowed toward Gao Yang's skin. This turn of events startled Gao Yang. He instinctively circulated his battle chi, and thick battle chi coated his entire palm, forcing those snake-like vines back. What is this? Gao Yang tightened his palm. He had almost fallen for this thing's trick. At this moment, the specific information about this fruit flashed before his RATINAS. Nether vine. Type: Adaptive Symbiotic Armor. Characteristics: 1. Symbiosis. You can choose to feed it with your own blood, allowing it to reside within your body. Once parasitism is complete, it will change into any shape according to your will and participate in combat. 2. Symbiotic Armor. You can choose to attach it to armor, enhancing the various performance stats of the armor while also possessing a certain ability to change shape. P.S. Symbiosis with me. Walking hand in hand. Nether Vine Controller. Legendary Evil Mage. Ghost Chi. A piece of symbiotic armor. Gao Yang looked at the Nether Vine in his hand and seemed to understand the growth process of the Nether Mother Tree. There were two ways to use the Nether Vine. One was to directly use one's own blood to form a symbiosis with it. Doing so allowed for stronger and more direct command and control over the Nether Vine. The second way was to let it attach to armor, which could enhance the various performance stats of the armor while still retaining a portion of the Nether Vine's functions. To be honest, he could not accept the method of feeding it with his own blood. Furthermore, judging by the behavior the Nether Vine had just displayed, this method did not seem as harmless as the description suggested. At the thought of such a large mass of something parasitizing his body, Gao Yang instinctively felt some resistance. However, if he used the second method, it seemed that the Nether Vine could not exert its maximum efficacy. After pondering for a moment, Gao Yang realized he seemed to have a better choice. He took off his armor and placed it in front of him. The Night Watcher, after being forged by the Dwarven Master Blacksmith Daragon, had become his exclusive equipment, coexisting with him. So, changing his line of thought, if he attached the Nether Vine to the Night Watcher and then wore the Night Watcher, could he not control the Nether Vine well by leveraging the connection between himself and the Night Watcher? This idea should be feasible. After thinking for a while, Gao Yang placed the Nether Vine in his hand onto the cold Night Watcher. Following Gao Yang's action, the heart-like Nether Vine began to extend snake-like vines, and under Gao Yang's gaze, it slowly wrapped around the entire Night Watcher. In Gao Yang's perception, after the Nether Vine completely enveloped the Night Watcher, the originally cold armor seemed to develop some vitality. That's right, the vitality unique to a living being. The Night Watcher seemed to have come alive. Looking at the armor wrapped in red and green vines before him, Gao Yang was amazed by the wonders of creation. The original Night Watcher was cold, heavy, and ferocious. But after being covered by the Nether Vine, those red and green vines seemed to be carved onto the surface of the armor. A large number of dark purple vine patterns formed mysterious motifs, bestowing a touch of mystery upon the original armor. As for the helmet of the Watcher armor, it had also undergone significant changes. The original helmet consisted of two parts: the helmet and the faceplate. Now, the faceplate had disappeared, and the dark purple vines extended as part of the helmet, covering the mouth and nose, leaving only the eye slits exposed, mysterious and majestic. Is this the symbiotic armor function of the nether vine? Gao Yang looked at the drastically changed Watcher armor, feeling an urge to put it on. As this thought emerged, he was stunned to find that a faint purple halo was actually emanating from the Watcher armor. Then, under Gao Yang's surprised gaze, the Watcher armor actually moved on its own. The entire set of armor stood before Gao Yang in a spread eagle pose. The side of the armor facing him slowly opened outward, as if it were a mysterious, gaping maw, wanting to swallow Gao Yang whole, or perhaps extending an invitation for him to merge with it. Iron Man. Gao Yang couldn't help but quip as he looked at the Night Watcher armor that had opened completely for him. It had to be said, this form looked exactly like the moment Iron Man donned his suit. One only needed to step into the suit, and the suit would take care of the rest. Looking at the armor before him, Gao Yang smiled slightly, spread his arms, and stepped into the armor that seemed to be welcoming him. Chapter 208. New Defensive Gear, Nethervine Battle Armor. As Gao Yang stepped into the battle armor, the previously open suit instantly closed. A familiar sense of power surged through him, but this time, Gao Yang could feel that the layer of restriction that had been lingering on his body had vanished. He skillfully pulled up the Multiverse Network panel and focused his attention on his attributes. Name: Gao Yang. Profession: Warrior. LV 10 health points. Battle Chi: 560/1260. Strength: Agility: Constitution: Intelligence. Charisma. Perception. His strength had broken through, and as Gao Yang wore the new Night Watcher, several Multiverse Network notifications refreshed one after another before his retinas. Multiverse Network Novice Tip. Based on the fact that the character already possesses a level 10 basic profession, the character may continue to upgrade this basic profession to level 20, or choose another advanced profession. The Multiverse Network Novice Tip will now automatically close. Multiverse Network Tip. Your profession level has broken through to level 10. Your relevant skill caps have been unlocked. Your relevant profession skill library has unlocked skills related to the Transcendent sequence. You have unlocked the Daily Party Dungeon section, the Multiverse Network Player Guild section, and other sections related to the Transcendent sequence. The relevant restrictions on the Multiverse Network Player Trading Center have been lifted. Multiverse Network Tip. Based on the temporary nature of your current attributes, you need to raise your basic attributes to 20 points in order to activate the rewards for Transcendent attributes. There were 3 Multiverse Network tips in total. The first tip meant that Gao Yang could now choose to continue on the path of the warrior while also choosing a second profession. However, according to the Multiverse Network's experience mechanism, if he were to take on a second profession, he would be penalized by the leveling experience mechanism. Simply put, if he chose to become a berserker, he would then be a warrior level 10, berserker level 1. Afterward, regardless of whether he wanted to increase his warrior level or his berserker level, the experience required would be the sum of all professions for the next level. In other words, his total level would be 11. If he wanted to level up to 12, the required experience would become 67,000 points. It was a bit much, but not unacceptable, compared to the various possibilities represented by a second profession. A little experience penalty was really not that hard to accept. It was just that Gao Yang hadn't considered taking a second profession yet, so he could only continue on the path of the warrior for the time being. And after breaking through to level 10 and obtaining the Transcendent template, the relevant functions and gameplay of the Multiverse Network were also opening up to him. However, since he was still in the Abyss training, he would have to wait until he returned to understand them in detail. The last tip was quite important. Although Gao Yang's strength attribute had reached 20 points, which could be considered stepping into the Transcendent realm, this improvement was thanks to the Watcher armor. Without the 1-point strength bonus from the Watcher armor, his strength would still be 19 points. Therefore, he had not yet obtained the rewards corresponding to Transcendent strength. Only when his true strength reached the transcendent level would the rewards corresponding to transcendent attributes appear. Regarding this, Gao Yang was not in a hurry. It was just one attribute point. Perhaps he wouldn't even have to wait until the end of this abyss training to make his true strength attribute break through 20 points. The 3 tips corresponded to 3 different directions. After understanding them, Gao Yang did not delve any deeper. He refocused his attention on the armor he was wearing. The Watcher armor, now parasitized by the Nethervine, felt somewhat different in his perception. The biggest difference was that the Watcher armor no longer felt like a cold, dead object to him, but possessed a sliver of a living will that could communicate with him. This will was not obvious and still seemed immature, but it was a world of difference compared to before. Gao Yang tried to issue a command with his thoughts, and then he saw the purple vines covering his mouth and nose on the helmet slowly recede to the sides, completely exposing his face. With another thought, the purple vines wrapped around his face again, leaving only his eyes exposed. Additionally, Gao Yang discovered that the tactile sensation of the Watcher armor was different from before. Previously, after putting on the armor, some of his perceptions were actually quite blurred and difficult, as there was such a thick layer of armor in between. But now it was different. The current armor did not hinder his vision, hearing, or sense of smell in the slightest, and his flexibility had also been further improved. Gao Yang tried to circulate his battle chi. In an instant, the dark purple vines on the surface of the armor lit up rapidly, like blood vessels, transmitting Gao Yang's battle chi to every corner of the armor. A dark purple halo rippled out, enveloping the entire set of armor. The mysterious dark purple color and the intricate patterns that gradually lit up made the armor look even more magnificent. Gao Yang could not see what he looked like in the armor, but that did not prevent him from sensing the changes in the armor. The efficiency of the battle chi transmission, which was almost instantaneous throughout the entire suit, was enough to prove the formidable nature of the Nethervine. And it wasn't over yet. Gao Yang turned his head to look at the wooden stool next to the bed not far away and raised his hand slightly. The distance between his palm and the wooden stool was at least 2 meters. But Gao Yang did not step forward. The next instant, a vine about 2 fingers thick suddenly shot out from the armor on his wrist, instantly wrapping around the leg of a wooden stool. The vine then retracted rapidly, and with a powerful force, it pulled the stool back, which Gao Yang caught firmly in his hand. Woo! Gao Yang couldn't help but cheer. This scene was surely something any person from Blue Star would find very familiar. It was almost no different from Spider-Man shooting his webs. However, the functions of the Nethervine did not stop there. Gao Yang continued to test the various capabilities of the vine inside his tent. It wasn't until half an hour had passed that he finally concluded the testing. The effects of the Nethervine far exceeded Gao Yang's expectations. It was no wonder that after possessing the Nethervine, the Nether Mother Tree had gradually grown from an ordinary Nether Evil Tree into the king of the entire Nether Evil Tree race. But now, this Nethervine was his possession. As Gao Yang moved his mind, the Nethervine armor automatically opened. Gao Yang stepped out of the battle armor, and the vines quickly wrapped around the entire set, rapidly shrinking until it transformed into a fruit the size of a dragon fruit in Gao Yang's hand. This form was much more convenient. Gao Yang placed the fruit into his inventory, then suddenly thought that his equipment could no longer be called the Night Watcher. Judging by the current situation, calling it the Nethervine armor seemed more appropriate. This thought only flashed through Gao Yang's mind for a moment. The specific name of his armor was not important. For him, practicality was more significant. After familiarizing himself with the Nethervine armor, Gao Yang checked the time and decided it was time to rest. Chapter 209 Using the Obsession Crystal Core. The massive fire burned for a full day and night. It wasn't until the evening of the second day, after all the combustible materials in the city had been completely incinerated, that the sky-high flames began to wither. By the third day, the fires in the city of Sodelis were finally extinguished, and even the temperature was rapidly returning to normal. Unlike the cities seen previously, Sodelis had now become a barren wasteland, with thick ash filling every corner of the city. As for the original masters of this city, the Nether Evil Trees, not a single one could be seen. During the fire that lasted for a day and a night, whether they were alive or dead, old or young, they had all vanished without a trace under the flames that devoured everything. Gao Yang rode his thunder, stepping into Sodelis once again alongside the Eternal Radiance Knights. Thick ash rose into the air with every step taken by the nightmare beasts. They needed to check the entire city for any surviving nether evil trees. Although they did not believe any could have survived such a fire, it was necessary to check out of caution. Half a day later, the Eternal Radiance Knights regrouped outside the gates of Sodelis. After half a day of searching, there was indeed no living creature left in Sodelis. Gao Yang also personally went to the location where the Nether Mother Tree had stood to inspect it. That massive Nether Mother Tree had also long since disappeared, leaving behind only thick ash and a few charred pieces of charcoal, the final remnants of the Nether Mother Tree. After a brief rest, the Eternal Radiance Knights set off again. This time, their target was Bongo City, located in the eastern part of the St. Gold continent. The headquarters of the old god cult was situated there. However, the journey was quite long. The Eternal Radiance Knights had first headed straight for the Boiling Kingdom in the south. After resolving the Boiling Kingdom, they had rushed without pause to the territory of the Nether Evil Trees, which stood to gain the most from the fall of the Boiling Kingdom. After completely slaughtering the Nether Evil Tree race, the Eternal Radiance Knights had arrived in the west of the St. Gold continent, while Bongo City was in the east. Before they had even departed from Sodelis, more than 20 days had already passed. Adding the time spent waiting in the Eternal Radiance royal capital, a full month had passed since Gao Yang arrived on the St. Gold continent, and it would take at least 20 days to travel from Sodelis to Bongo at the fastest possible speed, which meant that the time left for him was only about 10 days. This time frame was a bit tight for Gao Yang. The old god cult was different from the Boiling Kingdom and the Nether Evil Trees. The Boiling Kingdom, due to the existence of the Boiling Monarch and the Boiling Wool, often fought to the death. As for the Nether Evil Trees, because of their low movement speed, it was unrealistic for them to attempt a rapid relocation. Therefore, when facing the strikes of the Eternal Radiance Knights, the only thing they could do was fight head-on. This was exactly what the Eternal Radiance Knights hoped to see. Whether they were official Eternal Radiance Knights or auxiliary knights, everyone had prepared themselves to die in battle. For them, while a head-on clash was cruel, it was also the most direct and fastest way to inflict casualties on the enemy. But the old god cult was different. Although their headquarters was in Bongo City, the cultists were like rats. When the Eternal Radiance Knights attacked, they were highly likely to abandon their base and scatter to every corner of the St. Gold continent. Uprooting the old god cult would undoubtedly take some time. Gao Yang only hoped in his heart that this time would not be too long. Otherwise, he might have to return before he could wipe out the old god cult. The nightmare beasts galloped eastward, and time gradually slipped away during the journey. On the 9th day of the journey, the Eternal Radiance Knights passed by a point 10 kilometers outside the Eternal Radiance royal capital. After sending the ashes of the fallen warriors and the wounded who had lost their combat effectiveness to the capital, the remaining knights continued to head east. Excluding the several hundred severely wounded knights who had lost their ability to fight, there were only 430 Eternal Radiance Knights continuing the journey, and the auxiliary legion consisted of only 1,500 men. A force of less than 3,000 people in total galloped eastward. On the night of the 17th day, the Eternal Radiance Knights set up camp 300 kilometers away from Bongo City. Further ahead lies the territory directly controlled by the Church of the Old Days. For some time now, the Eternal Radiance Knights have been marching incessantly. Although they have had periods of rest, the journey has been so long that neither the men nor their mounts are at peak condition. Therefore, tonight, everyone in the Eternal Radiance Knights will get a good night's rest. Once they step into the territory directly controlled by the Church of the Old Days tomorrow, there will be no such time for rest. As for Gao Yang, the long journey has not had much impact on his state. Thus, he decided to use the Obsession Crystal Core he obtained from the Monarch of Boiling tonight. Facing the Church of the Old Days, an old adversary, Gao Yang would not lower his guard in the slightest. After sufficient rest, in the dead of night, Gao Yang sat up cross-legged on his bed. In his hand appeared a gemstone that looked as if it were condensed from flames. It was the Obsession Crystal Core. He sensed his own state, and after confirming that both his spirit and body had reached their optimal condition, Gao Yang took a deep breath and activated the Obsession Crystal Core. Whoosh! Silent flames surged into Gao Yang's eyes. Reaching his sea of consciousness in an instant, a tiny, illusory spark fell, igniting a corner of this sea of will in the blink of an eye. Gao Yang's sea of will, which had originally been like a vast ocean, began to boil gradually under the influence of this illusory flame, and as his sea of will boiled, Gao Yang could feel various distracting thoughts beginning to sprout and spread rapidly from the depths of his heart. However, this was only the beginning. Compared to Gao Yang's will, these distracting thoughts could not stir up any waves. The current boiling state could only be considered the most elementary level of boiling. If it continued at this pace, he feared his willpower would not increase much by the time the boiling state ended. Only by boiling as thoroughly as possible would the subsequent increase in willpower be greater. After a brief period of adaptation, Gao Yang felt the burning corner of his sea of will and hard in his heart. The next moment, he voluntarily released the defenses around his own willpower. The moment he let go, the illusory flames, as if a shark had caught the scent of blood, lunged toward the vast sea of will with extreme speed. The flames spread rapidly through Gao Yang's sea of will, covering nearly 2/3 of it in just a few seconds. Under the agitation of the flames, these 2/3 of his sea of will began to churn and boil as if they were being cooked. At the same time, distracting thoughts, far more intense than before, began to grow wildly in the depths of Gao Yang's heart like weeds. Almost instantly, Gao Yang nearly lost his sanity. Chapter 210, Tug of War. Just then, a brilliant black gold light bloomed at the bottom of Gao Yang's sea of will. Although this light was not intense, appearing only like a flower slowly blooming, this single bloom of light pulled back Gao Yang's sanity, which was on the verge of spiraling out of control. In that moment of sudden boiling, Gao Yang's sanity had nearly been overwhelmed by the massive influx of distracting thoughts. Fortunately, with the help of his immortal will, he was pulled back just as his sanity value was about to drop below the threshold. Otherwise, he would likely have fallen by now. When all is said and done, using something like an obsession crystal core is like a double-edged sword. The gains are considerable, but the risks are equally great enough to lead one to total ruin. Thanks to his long-term meditation, once his immortal will pulled his sanity back, Gao Yang regained control of his state. Even though distracting thoughts were like weeds and raging fires in his heart, Gao Yang was able to maintain his sanity amidst these flames, preventing it from being eroded. The flames on the sea of will continued to burn, the boiling fire occupying 2/3 of the sea and leaping constantly, attempting to strike at the remaining 1/3. At the boundary between the two, a thick barrier composed of black gold light blocked all the flames that sought to cross the line. Igniting 2/3 of his sea of will had already brought Gao Yang to the brink of losing his sanity. For the sake of safety, Gao Yang had to isolate the remaining sea of will with his willpower. But even so, under the assault of the boiling flames, his remaining 1/3 of mental space was being slowly devoured. Gao Yang had a premonition that when the boiling flames completely occupied his sea of will, even if they just occupied 90%, he would likely be unable to avoid the fate of sinking into oblivion. Time ticked away second by second. Under the scorching heat of the boiling flames, Gao Yang's sea of will actually began to shrink slowly. It felt as if the impurities in the sea of will were being evaporated, leaving only the essence behind. Gao Yang could feel his will being constantly refined, and the resilience of his will was steadily increasing. If his will had been like wood before, it was now transforming into steel. Once this transformation was complete, even if the total volume of his will did not increase, this qualitative change was already precious enough for him. Gao Yang remained expressionless, trying his best to maintain his meditative state. In this state, even if there were distracting thoughts in his heart, he could maintain inner peace. Yet, this peace began to fluctuate incessantly under the assault of the boiling flames. "Hold on, I must hold on," Gao Yang kept chanting silently in his heart. In his sea of consciousness, he could not perceive time. He did not know how long had passed. It could have been an instant, or it could have been a minute. Therefore, all he could do was try to maintain his state and delay the speed at which the boiling flames eroded his mind as much as possible. The mental barrier he had set up began to develop holes under the scorching of the flames. From time to time, flames would burn through the barrier he had erected and ignite the remaining 1/3 of his sea of will. To ensure the effectiveness of the barrier, Gao Yang had to shrink the area it covered, thereby increasing the density of the barrier to block the encroachment of the flames. Why hasn't it ended yet? Is half an hour really this long? In the sea of will. The boiling flames grew more and more vigorous. At this point, the area still within Gao Yang's barrier was only 1/4 of the entire sea of will, and it was still being constantly eroded. At this rate, can I really hold on for half an hour? A trace of wavering inevitably appeared in the depths of Gao Yang's heart. And the moment this trace of wavering appeared, the boiling flames seemed to seize the opportunity, and the fire suddenly flared up. Not good. Gao Yang hurriedly condensed a barrier of will to resist this sudden onslaught, blocking the flames. Gao Yang's defensive line retreated a bit further, and the area he was protecting shrank once again. He forcibly extinguished the wavering in his heart, constantly strengthening his confidence. The situation was now somewhat beyond his control. The boiling flame was not a dead fire, but a flame with extremely aggressive intent. If he were even slightly careless, his sea of will would be ignited by it. As things stood, the only thing he could do was hold his ground and not let the boiling flame find an opening. Time passed, and Gao Yang watched helplessly as the flames grew more intense. He had to keep retreating to ensure his barrier could continue to withstand the fire. He understood that the only thing he could do now was wait for the time to pass, or wait to be consumed. Completely igniting the sea of will seems like a decent choice as well. The intensity of that flame is enough to significantly increase my willpower. Abruptly, a thought that terrified Gao Yang popped into his mind. Gao Yang secretly cursed his bad luck. The next moment, he activated Immortal Will without hesitation. Brilliant golden light erupted, and along with it burst forth the surging flames, as well as the abruptly vanished mental barrier. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The mental barrier disappeared, and the boiling flame was about to drive straight in, but in the next moment, it collided with the erupting golden light, making a sizzling sound. The duration of Immortal Will was not long, but it was enough to buy Gao Yang some buffer time. By the time the light of Immortal Will dimmed, Gao Yang had already reorganized his mental barrier. That was close. Gao Yang wiped away cold sweat that did not exist. The appearance of that thought just now indicated that the boiling will had already deeply infected him. If he hadn't reacted in time and activated Immortal Will without hesitation, he would likely have had his sea of will completely ignited by the boiling flame at this very moment. Damn it, even after death, it won't rest. So troublesome. Gao Yang cursed, becoming even more cautious, not daring to have the slightest distraction. The flames grew more and more intense, and his resistance became even more difficult. Just as Gao Yang was about to reach his limit, the surging flames began to weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the flames had all disappeared without a trace, and the boiling sea of will began to calm down. To prevent the opponent from making a comeback, Gao Yang maintained his mental barrier. It was only after a long while, when he was finally certain that the flames had indeed vanished, that he let out a sigh of relief and dispersed the barrier. Gao Yang opened his eyes and let out a heavy breath. It was truly too dangerous. If it had lasted any longer, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Fortunately, he had finally made it through. After experiencing the tug-of-war with the boiling flame, Gao Yang was mentally exhausted, as if he were about to pass out at any moment. However, he dared not sleep now, fearing that other changes might occur. He could only force himself to sit cross-legged, take out the black obsidian, place it flat on his legs, and begin meditation. After an hour of meditation, Gao Yang combed through his sea of will and also reintegrated his current sea of will to ensure there were no remnants of the boiling flame. After doing all this, Gao Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief, rolled his eyes back, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 211 Immortal Will further improved. Gao Yang slept until the next morning when the Eternal Glory Knights had finished packing up their camp before he slowly woke up. After a night of sleep, his spirit was once again full, and his eyes were bright and sharp. After Gao Yang walked out of the tent, the Eternal Glory Knights did not delay at all and set off immediately. Gao Yang sat on the back of Thunder and began to check his gains from last night. Gao Yang could not accurately estimate how much his willpower had increased from the Obsession Crystal Core, but he had a very simple way to judge. He pulled up the Comprehensive Network panel, opened his skill list, and began to check the improvement of his unique specialty, Immortal Will. Immortal Will Unique Specialty 1. Your will is incomparably brilliant, all soul mental. and control abilities cast upon you must withstand an additional 16 points of will judgment. If this judgment is successful, you can use your own power of will to become immune to this control. P.S. The usage interval for this ability is 1.8 natural days. If used twice within 1.8 natural days, the character's mental will fall into a moderate to severe state of exhaustion. This restriction decreases in time interval as the character's will strength increases. 2. Passive. When you adopt an offensive stance, your attacks have a 39% chance of not being interrupted, blocked, or restricted. P.S. This ability can be actively used. The usage interval is 8 hours, and it can be used consecutively, 2 times. This restriction decreases in time interval as the character's will strength increases after consecutive use. It will enter a cooldown period of 1 natural day, during which the passive effect chance of immortal will is reduced to 20%. Through the feedback from immortal will, Gao Yang could roughly estimate the extent of his willpower increase this time. The will judgment had increased by 4 points. The usage interval for immunity to control had decreased from the previous 6 natural days to 1.8 natural days, and the number of consecutive uses had changed from the initial 1 to the current 2, all while the cost remained the same. Gao Yang believed that this change was the result of his will undergoing a qualitative transformation. The improvement in the passive aspect was even greater. Now, the chance that his attacks could not be interrupted had increased to 39%, which rounded up was 40%, almost a 1 into probability. The time interval for actively activating the Tyrant Body Slash had also dropped to 8 hours. And most importantly, the number of active activations had also become 2 times. In other words, if Gao Yang wished, he could unleash 3 unstoppable, unrestrictable Tyrant Body Slashes in an instant. This also meant that he could almost instantly raise the slashing power of his catastrophe swordsmanship to the limit, and then use that extreme slashing power to cut his enemies in half. And when he used the Tyrant Body Slash consecutively, his passive effect would not disappear directly, but would maintain the initial 20% trigger chance. Combining all of the above, Gao Yang was already able to judge the extent of his willpower increase. The improvement brought about by this breakthrough was far more formidable than the long-term accumulation gained through meditation. This formidable nature was not merely reflected in the quantity of his willpower, but more significantly, in its quality. If one were to view the immortal will as a battery, then every active activation would consume a portion of its charge. The fuller the charge, the more energy available for consumption. However, there was a problem. In this process, the battery drain for each activation was constantly increasing, which was precisely why Gao Yang had been unable to repeatedly activate his immortal will multiple times in the past. But now, the quality of his willpower had been elevated, as if the hardware of the battery had been upgraded. This made the battery consume less power while simultaneously becoming more durable, ensuring it would not be easily damaged. Such a change was what allowed him to support the repeated active use of his immortal will without suffering from overly severe backlash. Gao Yang closed the Omniverse Network interface with satisfaction. As it stood now, taking some risks was entirely worth it. Risk and opportunity coexist. He now deeply believed in this saying. With the speed of the nightmare beast, 300 kilometers did not take much time. By the time it was approaching noon, the silhouette of a city had already appeared at the edge of Gao Yang's vision. That is Bongo City. Jenny came to Gao Yang's side, looked ahead, and said casually. After 17 days of recovery, Jenny's shoulder had healed for the most part. At the very least, her movements no longer showed any signs of impairment. Gao Yang nodded slightly. He looked at the silhouette of the city in the distance and discovered a faint, pale radiance hanging above it. This familiar scene made Gao Yang involuntarily think of the old day believers he had encountered in the Sanglong world. Both possessed the same pale light and the same boundless gloom. Santis. I have encountered the old day again. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and murmured to himself in his heart, do not stare at the sky above the city for too long. Otherwise you will hear some indescribable whispers, which will cause irreversible damage to your spirit. As Gao Yang withdrew his gaze, Jenny spoke up to remind him. Thank you, Jenny. Gao Yang revealed a faint smile toward her. He naturally knew about this. However, this level of old day encroachment no longer had any effect on him. The speed of the eternal radiance nights gradually slowed down, Compared to the Boiling Kingdom and the Nether Evil Tree, the Old Day cult was the most difficult to deal with. It was clear that the latter possessed immense strength, yet their methods were extremely despicable. It was no wonder they were called rats in the gutter. Previously, they had been somewhat worried that the Old Day cult might set up traps and obstacles along their path. However, the journey had been completely unobstructed. The more this was the case, the more cautious the Eternal Radiance Knights became, and at the same time, a guess surfaced in their minds. Could the Old Day cult have abandoned the city and fled? This anomaly did not last long. When Gao Yang saw the dense crowd of Old Day believers standing on the ramparts of Bongo City, he knew that the Old Day cult had not abandoned the city to flee. Johnson spat a glob of thick phlegm in disdain, bared his large mouth, and pointed at the tentacle-covered Old Day believers on the Bongo City walls, mocking. "Hey, these rats seem to be waiting for us. Don't just look at us. There are less than 3,000 of us in total. How many are on the opposite wall? 10,000? 20,000? A scarlet light bloomed in Hank's single eye. Under these circumstances, those rats naturally won't continue to hide. That's right. An absolute numerical advantage has given these rats the courage to believe they have us in the bag." Mal's slightly calm voice rang out. "Who's to say otherwise? These rats, who have been hiding behind the scenes for who knows how long, have finally decided to stop hiding at this final moment. How truly inspiring." Johnson's words remained full of mockery. "All right, enough talk. Get ready. Let's wipe out this bunch of rats in one go. This is going to be a fight to the death." Malls gave the order, and Johnson and the others ceased their conversation. Chapter 212, Awakening. On the ramparts of Bongo City, a large number of Old Day believers gripped their weapons, looking down at the Eternal Radiance Knights below the city walls. Behind the Old Day believers, several clergy members dressed in white robes were whispering. "The Eternal Radiance Knights don't look like they are in bad shape. Can we hold them off? Do not worry. Right now, the enemy only has 3,000 people, while we have 30,000 Old Day believers alone. We will surely win the final victory for our Lord, even if we cannot stop their advance. We have already done our best. At worst, we can just make a comeback later. I imagine our Lord will not mind." Praise the blazing sun. An elderly man with white hair and a white beard suddenly pressed his palms together, his pure white eyes looking up at the pale sky above, speaking with extreme piety. The other white-robed clergy members, seeing this, also pressed their palms together one after another, shouting, "Praise the blazing sun." Gao Yang looked up at the Old Day believers on the city walls. Those pairs of fanatical, pure white eyes felt very familiar to him. Looking at it this way, the Old Day cult intends to defend Bongo City to the death. Malls observed for a while before coming to Yeglet's side to speak. Yeglet's expression did not change in the slightest. He merely nodded slightly and said, "This is a good thing. If they had hidden, we wouldn't know how much time it would take to find them one by one." Malls nodded, considering it an agreement with Yeglet's words. Yeglet continued, "You should be the one to arrange it. Malls, tell us what to do, and we will do it." Seeing that Malls' expression was somewhat hesitant, Yeglet asked, "Is there a problem, Malls?" Malls hesitated for a while, but ultimately voiced the worry in his heart. "The command is not a problem, but the disparity in numbers between the enemy and us is too great now. I am worried that after this battle, the Eternal Radiance Knights will be completely destroyed in all but name. Is that all?" Yeglet frowned slightly. Malls gave his commander a disgruntled look. What did he mean by just this? The Eternal Radiance Knights were the final vestige of the Saint Gold Empire's dignity. If the Eternal Radiance Knights were to exist in name only, then this empire would perish along with them. This is a grave consequence, Commander. Are you not aware of that? I am naturally aware. Jaggerlit waved his hand dismissively, his gaze then falling upon the resolute faces behind him. However, even if I am aware, so what? We cannot change anything. Moles froze, his wrinkled face then filling with bitterness. Yes, we cannot do anything. We cannot stop the destruction of the world. We cannot save every single life. And we cannot even protect the Eternal Radiance Knights. Stop thinking about those things, Moles. Look back, look at their eyes, and you will understand what kind of resolve we are holding, Jaggerlit said, pointing to the knights behind him. He then looked at Moles and spoke, "This kind of resolve, you Moles. should possess it as well. Malz felt even more pained. He let out a sharp sigh. It is precisely because I possess this resolve that making a decision becomes even more difficult. Jaggerlit was about to say something more, but he heard Malz's following words, however. No matter how difficult it is, it must be done. We have already reached this point. There is no turning back. Jaggerlit patted his shoulder, his voice low. Do it, Malz. Completely crush the cult of the old days, and the mission of our Eternal Radiance Knights will be fulfilled. Malz nodded heavily, then turned and left quickly. Forgive the spectacle, Jaggerlit said to Gao Yang with a smile. Gao Yang shook his head slightly and said, every person who fights for their homeland and country should not be mocked. Jaggerlit pointed to the city walls and asked, the believers of the old days are not like the nether evil trees. Although they are fanatical, they possess the ability to think, especially their speed, which the nether evil trees cannot compare to. Gao Yang naturally understood this, but if possible, he would still try to use Blade Storm. This kind of wide-range damage could be called a weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Jaggerlit continued, the bishops of the cult of the old days are extremely powerful. There are almost no weaklings among them. You must be careful. Rest assured, I will. Not long after Gao Yang finished speaking, the stationary Eternal Radiance Knights began to move rapidly under Malz's command. The thick iron hooves of the nightmare beasts trampled the earth, the dense sound of hooves merging into one, as if 4 drums were being played. There was no hesitation, no maneuvering, and certainly no probing. Given the massive disparity in numbers, the only thing the Eternal Radiance Knights could do was use their raw strength to forcibly break through the city before them. Perhaps they would die in the process. Perhaps they would fall in the ensuing siege. But at this very moment, they had already prepared themselves for death. Accompanying the charge of the Eternal Radiance Knights, a layer of brilliant, dazzling halo suddenly rippled out from above the Eternal Radiance Knights, as if the morning sun were rising or the midday sun were shining brightly. The radiant light formed a crimson sun, crashing toward the pale sky above Bongo City. Within this sun, the Eternal Radiance Knights erupted with unparalleled fighting spirit. This fighting spirit climbed to its peak after Jaggerlit joined them. Eternal Radiance endures. Saint Gold shall not fall. A passionate roar erupted from Jaggerlit's throat. His battle chi suddenly surged, spreading out boundlessly and merging with the halo surrounding the Eternal Radiance Knights. Then, the battle chi and the halo combined, transforming into a tangible path that paved the way beneath everyone's feet, like a sharp sword. Jaggerlit drove the Nightmare Beast King, stepping onto this path made of battle chi, and charged toward the walls of Bongo City like a gale. The white-robed clergy above Bongo City nearly had their pure white eyes pop out of their sockets when they saw this scene. The white-haired and white-bearded clergyman reacted extremely quickly and immediately roared, "Prepare to meet the enemy! Praise the blazing sun!" This roar acted like a switch, instantly igniting the believers of the old days. Fanatical screams erupted from their throats, and even from the pale sky above their heads, whispers began to descend. Bathed in golden red battle chi, Jaggerlit swept his dragon spear forward with overwhelming force. The charging power of the Nightmare Beast King and his own strength overlapped, making his attack nearly impossible to block. The spear moved like a dragon, sweeping across in a single stroke. All the believers of the old days within range had their bodies shattered by the terrifying force contained in the spear. The smell of blood instantly wafted through the air, and the mangled flesh and severed tentacles continued to twitch on the ground. The Nightmare Beast King let out a violent roar, and blue flames a yard long spewed from its mouth. Like a night of terror emerging from hell, they wantonly radiated their unique pressure. Chapter 213. The true power of the cult of the old days after the brief eruption. What greeted Jaggerlit were the fanatical, boundless shouts of the believers of the old days, as well as their death charges that disregarded their own lives. This was the nature of the believers of the old days, ignoring pain, ignoring death, and never retreating. Even though Jaggerlit's combat power was extremely strong, under this wave after wave of suicidal charges, he could only drive the Nightmare Beast King forward at a very slow pace. In particular, the believers of the old days were not small in stature, generally around 2.5 meters tall, combined with the thick tentacles protruding from their bodies. Their size was further increased out beyond this. The tentacles that shot out like sharp swords were also a significant factor in delaying Jagralit's progress. Although he had the protection of his battle chi, those ejected tentacles possessed extremely tenacious vitality. Like blood leeches, once they latched on, they would try their best to burrow inside, even through the battle chi barrier. In just a few seconds, Jagralit and the Nightmare Beast King beneath him were covered in tentacles. Although Jagralit continuously used his battle chi to shake off the tentacles on his body, the efficiency was too low. Roar! A roar of fury rang out. Igris suddenly looked up and saw a follower of the old gods, -1 meters tall and resembling an ape, dragging a tentacle arm nearly larger than its own body, charging toward him like a tank. There was no need to guess, just by looking at this follower of the old gods. It was clear that the arm, so disproportionate to its body, was its greatest killing move. Battle aura flowed like magma within Igris's eyes. He pulled hard on the reins, and the Nightmare Beast King let out a hiss, its front hooves rearing high into the air. Igris held his dragon spear high, and as he descended, he swung it down with immense force. At the same time, the ape-like follower of the old god swung its exaggerated tentacle arm, smashing it toward Igris. The scene he had anticipated did not occur. Under Igris's attack, the tentacle arm did not disintegrate. Instead, it erupted with unimaginable toughness and power, sending a surge of blood rushing through Igris's body. But just as Igris prepared to swing his dragon spear again to finish it off, an unexpected scene unfolded. After delivering that strike, the ape-like follower's massive tentacle arm seemed to lose control. Countless tentacles broke free from their arm's constraints, and in an instant, they burst through the body of their original host. The tentacles struggled and writhed, but the ape-like follower of the old gods fell backward, face up. Igris breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that this type of entity was a disposable consumable with no capacity for sustained combat. It made sense. If the followers of the old gods were truly that powerful, the Saint Gold continent would likely already be their territory. However, looking at it from another perspective, since the Church of the Old Gods possessed such disposable consumables, just how many of them could there be? Igris could withstand an attack of this magnitude, but that did not mean the other members of the Eternal Radiance Knights could do the same. Igris secretly decided that if the number of these disposable followers of the old gods was too high, he would have to terminate this war regardless of the cost. Facing entities with such overpowered offensive capabilities, the Eternal Radiance Knights would have almost no chance of survival if they were to clash with them. Fortunately, for the next few minutes, Igris did not encounter any more attacks from this type of follower, and those few minutes were enough for Igris to carve out a section of the battlefield. Behind him, Johnson, Hank, and the others climbed onto the city walls one after another, beginning to organize the front line. As for Gao Yang, he had already transformed into a giant dragon, flapping his wings to fly onto the city wall. On the surface of his body was armor with dark purple vine patterns. That was right. After being colonized by the nether vines, the lookout armor had gained the ability to change size at will, or rather, it possessed a certain degree of elasticity. Regardless, Gao Yang's defense had reached a new level, beyond the natural defense of his dragon scales. This layer of armor provided additional defensive effects. Arrows made of tentacles shot toward Gao Yang, but they were all swatted away by vines whipping through the air. Gao Yang flew over the city wall, ignoring the tentacles fired from afar by the followers of the old gods. His dragon maw opened slightly, and a thick scent of sulfur spread from his throat. The next moment, a violent breath of the Yellow Springs dragon erupted from Gao Yang's mouth. The intense flames distorted the air, igniting all the followers of the old gods within the fire's range. A thick, charred stench rose into the sky. Gao Yang flapped his dragon wings, spewing dragon breath continuously, almost turning a section of the city wall into a sea of fire. But the next instant, a faint chanting sound echoed across the battlefield. With the appearance of this chanting, wisps of pale light suddenly emanated from the bodies of those followers of the old gods. The light was not intense, but under its influence, the dragon flames spewed by Gao Yang were rapidly suppressed. Although they were not extinguished immediately, they lacked the power to continue spreading. Compared to the followers of the old gods encountered in the Sanglong world, the Church of the Old Gods in the current Saint Gold world seemed to possess much more diverse and varied methods. Since fire could not expand his gains, Gao Yang stopped wasting his energy. He gripped black obsidian and dived down fiercely. Clang! His steel-clad dragon claws stomped onto the city wall, crushing the followers of the old gods beneath him. He swung black obsidian, and the dim, flickering sword light flashed wherever it passed. The followers of the old gods were cut in half at the waist. There was no mercy, no hesitation. Everywhere he looked were enemies. Gao Yang swung black obsidian, moving as if he were in an empty land, praised the blazing sun. The white-haired, white-bearded cleric appeared before Gao Yang at some unknown moment. After he whispered a chant, "Rich," pale light surged from his body. Almost instantly, the pale light enveloped the space within a radius of several dozen meters. Centered on him, Gao Yang could feel a cold, damp sensation crawling over his body. Around him, every follower of the old gods caught in the white light let out roars as their bodies began to undergo drastic changes. In just a few seconds, the height of the dozens of followers surrounding Gao Yang had doubled, reaching over 4 meters. Correspondingly, their strength, speed, and other attributes had also received a massive boost. A loud noise erupted at Gao Yang's lower back. Gao Yang did not even turn his head, slashing his sword backward. A feeling of resistance, as tough as cowhide, came from the edge of the blade. His heart tightened slightly. This defense had improved far too much compared to before. His gaze turned toward the elderly cleric not far away. And then he flapped his wings, pouncing toward him to catch the bandits. One must first catch the leader. Since these changes were caused by him, killing him should be able to undo them. Gao Yang had only just lunged forward when, the next instant, the elderly cleric's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Chapter 214 Teleportation. Brutal. Gao Yang looked at the white-haired old man in the distance, his dark golden vertical pupils devoid of any emotional fluctuation. With a fierce flap of his wings, he vanished from his spot once more. Although the opponent seemed to have used a movement method similar to teleportation, at the current stage, even mages could not perform continuous, uninterrupted teleportation. Gao Yang did not believe that just any member of the Church of the Old Gods possessed the terrifying ability to rival a great mage. The opponent's teleportation must have significant limitations, and a distance of 100 meters was by no means unreachable for Gao Yang. In his dragon form, 100 meters was merely a matter of a few strides. The white-haired old man dodged Gao Yang's pounce, but before he could even catch his breath, he saw Gao Yang charging toward his position once again. The power and speed displayed by such a massive physique made his scalp tingle, and his heart was filled with endless regret. The white light on his body flared intensely once more, and all the old day believers between him and Gao Yang fell into a state of fanaticism. He pointed a hand at Gao Yang and roared, "Stop him!" The response was a chorus of countless fanatical, mindless shrieks and the dull, piercing whistle of blades. Watching the fanatical old day believers rushing toward him, and seeing the smug smile on the face of the white-haired old man standing behind them, Gao Yang slowly crouched down. Heavy blood surged and roared within his body, and power that transcended the mortal realm welled up inside this 10-meter-tall frame. With his full armor and terrifying weight, Gao Yang's massive body suddenly accelerated to its limit. Like a high-speed train, he charged directly at everything in his path at a speed of 50 meters per second. The 100-meter distance was covered in an instant under Gao Yang's ultimate charge. "Die!" Gao Yang stomped hard onto the ground, amidst a violent roar. Blood and gravel flew like bullets. The white-haired old man before him swayed, his eyes filled with sheer terror. With a piercing whistle of sword wind, Gao Yang swung his blade, "Heyo!" violently through the blood and debris. A terrifying sword ore covered a 30-meter radius in front of him, even slicing through the solid city wall to the side. As for the white-haired old man standing in his path, not only him, but every old day believer within a 30-meter radius behind him died on the spot. And by the time Gao Yang finished this move, the flesh and limbs of those along the 100-meter defensive line he had plowed through only then began to burst apart like fireworks. The stench of blood rose to the sky, and the ground covered in severed limbs and viscera made the blood-soaked Gao Yang look like a demon god. The battlefield fell silent. Such terrifying and brutal killing efficiency left everyone nearby, whether enemy or ally, feeling extreme horror. Those old-day believers with pure white eyes revealed a hint of fear when looking at Gao Yang. It was the instinctive fear of death inherent in all living beings. Vines sprouted from the armor on Gao Yang's body, absorbing all the blood on him, seemingly unsatisfied. More vines extended from his armor like a giant web, spreading out in all directions. Wherever they passed, whether flesh or blood, everything was completely devoured by these vines. As the underworld vines feasted, the vine patterns on Gao Yang's dark purple armor began to turn increasingly scarlet. Gao Yang did not stop the underworld vines. In fact, as a symbiotic entity, the vines required nutrients. In normal times, it could go months or even years without eating or absorbing nutrients. But when the opportunity rose, it needed to replenish its stores. When it was symbiotic with the underworld mother tree, a portion of the nutrients absorbed by the tree was taken by the vines. Now that it was symbiotic with the Watcher's armor, it naturally followed its previous mode of existence, completely devouring the defeated. After his violent sword strike, Gao Yang simply caught his breath before lifting Heiyao once more to continue the slaughter of the old-day believers. As someone who had once fought the old-day cult head-on, Gao Yang felt no pity for these believers who had completely lost their autonomy and become puppets. To him, they were nothing more than tools, compared to having their bodies and souls captured and turned into puppets. Killing them with a single strike was a true release. While cutting down the old-day believers, Gao Yang's gaze never left the members of the old-day cult who were dressed in clerical robes. Compared to the expendable old-day believers, these people were the true members of the old-day cult. Only by slaughtering all of them could the old-day cult be considered truly finished. In battle, size is always an unavoidable topic. And in combat, a larger size often represents all-round strength, especially for someone like Gao Yang who could transform into a humanoid dragon. That massive frame lacked any sense of clumsiness. Instead, it was filled with agility and power. For an ordinary legion, calling such an existence a dimensional strike would not be an exaggeration. In just a few minutes, Gao Yang had single-handedly punched through a section of the city wall hundreds of meters long. Under his blade, whether it was an old-day believer or a cult member, anyone he caught was killed in one strike. Under Gao Yang's slaughter, the Eternal Glory Knights also began to exert their strength, quickly filling the entire wall. Go, go, go! Even the bishop has been cut down. I think we should retreat quickly. We can't stay here, 3 clerics said in a panic on a section of the wall far from Gao Yang. If we leave just like this, the archbishop is still waiting for our good news, another said. Good news? If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't even get to see the archbishop. That monster is too terrifying. After the third person finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance in Gao Yang's direction. Right. Let's go. At worst, we can just make a comeback later. As the words fell, the 3 of them quickly rushed off the wall and fled in a panic toward the city. Gao Yang watched the 3 fleeing figures from afar, flapped his dragon wings, and took off from the wall. He locked his gaze onto the 3 while flying toward where Ygritte was located. As a member of the old-day cult, Gao Yang naturally kept an eye on their every move. Now that the opponents had fled the wall, there were few places they could go, and the most likely scenario was that they were fleeing to their base camp, thinking of the other cult members who might be at the base camp. And to be safe, Gao Yang arrived beside Ygritte and said, "Some members of the old-day cult have fled into the city. It looks like they are heading for their base camp. Shall we pursue them together?" Ygritte heard this and did not hesitate in the slightest. He nodded immediately and said, "You keep an eye on them first. I will arrive shortly." Gao Yang nodded, then flew into the sky, looking down at the 3 figures from above as they wove through the city. Soon, the Eternal Radiance Knights led by Ygritte had completely occupied the city walls. Facing the endless charges of the old-day believers, Ygritte handed the task over to Malz, while he himself, along with Hank, Johnson, and the others, charged directly toward the direction where Gao Yang was located. Chapter 215. The Old-Day Archbishop. Malz watched as Ygritte and the others charged off the city walls and into the city, then turned his gaze toward the mindless old-day believers in front of him. Although the Eternal Radiance Knights were doing their best to slaughter these monsters, the vast disparity in numbers still caused the Knights to suffer constant losses. He knew in his heart that Ygritte and the others had more important things to do. If they did not kill every single true member of the Old Day cult, then even if they wiped out all the Old Day believers, it would all be in vain. Before that, Malls needed to ensure that the Old Day believers before him could not cause any obstruction to Igris and his team. On the other side, Gao Yang was tracking the 3 Old Day cult members from a distance, moving continuously toward the center of the city. As they passed a 3-story building, the 3 of them suddenly vanished without a trace. Gao Yang was not surprised by this at all. With his size, trying to hide was simply out of the question. The 3 Old Day cult members were not weak. It was impossible for them not to have discovered Gao Yang. The fact that they only disappeared now meant that either they were setting a trap for him, or they possessed more covert methods. Given the strength Gao Yang had previously displayed, the possibility of the 3 of them setting a trap to ambush him was not high. That left only the second possibility. They had used some hidden means to evade Gao Yang's tracking. Gao Yang descended from the sky and arrived in front of the 3-story building. This building was a very ordinary residential structure. Gao Yang stood outside the door, his figure slowly shrinking back to the size of a normal human. And then he stepped inside. The scattered furniture in the room was already very old. It seemed no one had lived there for a long time. But strangely, there was not much dust in these rooms. Gao Yang searched from the 1st floor to the 3rd, but did not see any traces. Teleportation. Or is there an underground secret passage? Gao Yang returned to the 1st floor, speculating. But after only a few seconds, he abandoned this line of thought and turned to a simpler way to verify it. As his thoughts shifted, his body suddenly expanded, bursting the building apart almost instantly. Gao Yang stood in the ruins, his claws spread wide and thrust into the ground. The hard ground was no tougher than tofu under Gao Yang's sharp dragon claws. He easily sank his palms into the earth. As he exerted force with both hands, the ground beneath him shattered instantly, and a large chunk of earth was dug out. Gravel and sand fell with a rustling sound. Gao Yang took a look and continued digging. In just a few minutes, a large pit appeared on the spot. And in this pit, Gao Yang finally saw what he was looking for. A hole only 1.5 meters wide was exposed to Gao Yang's eyes, half covered by mud and sand. It was very well hidden. If Gao Yang hadn't looked carefully, he likely would have overlooked this opening, which was mostly obscured by debris. Gao Yang did not rush to enter. Instead, he waited on the spot. Before long, the sound of hooves rang out, and Igris, Hank, and the others arrived at Gao Yang's side, riding their nightmare beasts. What is this? Igris asked. Looking at Gao Yang standing beside the large pit, Gao Yang pointed to the hole he had cleared and said, "The 3 people I was tracking disappeared here. I suspect they used this tunnel to evade my pursuit." That fits the habits of those rats perfectly," Hank said from the side with a contemptuous laugh. Igris nodded slightly as well. He then walked to the entrance of the hole and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a wisp of solid battle chi flowed from his palm into the opening before them. Jenny stood by and explained to Gao Yang, "We have encountered this situation before. The commander developed this tracking method. We will have results in a moment." Hearing this, Gao Yang nodded earnestly, his gaze toward Igris filled with undisguised envy. Only someone with the massive, near-limitless battle chi like Igris could develop such a method. About 10 minutes later, Igris finally showed some movement. His battle chi surged suddenly, and a massive amount of energy poured from his arm into the deep, dark hole. 1 second, 2 seconds. Dozens of seconds later, a distant explosion reached everyone's ears. Gao Yang looked in the direction from which the explosion came, and he understood. The next moment, Igris leaped out of the pit. Without a word, everyone started moving instantly, sprinting toward the location where the explosion had just occurred. Igris rode the Nightmare Beast King, charging forward recklessly. He barely dodged or avoided anything in his path, carving a trail of ruins straight through Bongo City. In just a few minutes, the group arrived at the location of the previous explosion. What met their eyes was a massive, deep crater. The building that had stood above this crater had collapsed due to the explosion, revealing an underground world that looked like an altar. However, this altar was now half buried, with only the central altar remaining in its original state. At the center, 13 figures in long robes stood with their hands bound, and the leader was completely shrouded in a white robe, facing Gao Yang's group. The members of the old day cult standing on the altar all revealed a strange smile in their eyes. "There are quite a few of them," Johnson muttered, grinding his teeth as he looked at the 13 figures standing on the altar. There were 13 people from the old day cult on the opposite side, while on their side, even counting Gao Yang, there were only 6. It could be said that they were at a complete disadvantage in terms of numbers. It was only at this moment that the person in the lead finally raised their head slowly, beneath the white robe. The first thing that caught Gao Yang's eyes was a chin and lips that could only be described as exquisitely perfect. A woman. Gao Yang was slightly surprised. That the Archbishop of the Old Gods cult was actually a woman was something that exceeded his imagination. Soon, the face of the Old Gods Archbishop was fully revealed to Gao Yang. Putting everything else aside, in terms of beauty, the only person Gao Yang had ever seen who could compare to her was the succubus he had encountered back when he used to run his street stall. In particular, her eyes, which were as pitch black as the night sky, were vastly different from the pure white eyes typical of the Old Gods cult. Higlet. It has been a long time. The Old Gods Archbishop parted her lips slightly, and a beautiful, slightly husky voice reached everyone's ears. Gao Yang looked at the Archbishop standing on the altar, then glanced out of the corner of his eye at Yeglet beside him. It was clear that these two knew each other, though it wasn't clear what their relationship was. Indeed, it has been nearly 50 years, hasn't it? Yeglet did not make a move at this moment. Instead, his tone carried a hint of nostalgia. "Since old friends are meeting, shouldn't we have a face-to-face chat to reminisce?" The Old Gods Archbishop reached out, making a gesture of invitation. Yeglet let out a cold snort and said disdainfully, "Reminisce on the Old Gods altar that your cult uses for sacrifices." Chapter 216, Death Battle. Having her lie exposed by Yeglet, there was not the slightest trace of embarrassment on the Archbishop's face. She lowered her hand with a touch of regret and sighed softly. "Then there is nothing left to say. Come, let us prove who is right and who is wrong with life and death." The battle erupted in an instant. The golden red battle aura boiling on Yeglet's body gathered like a raging tide. In just a few seconds, a ball of battle aura over 10 meters in diameter appeared above his head. Holding the sun-like ball of battle aura with one hand, he let out a violent roar, the veins on his arm bulging, and smashed it down toward the Old God's altar below. It was as if the sun were setting behind the western hills. Infinite light and heat flooded the entire space, and the line of sight was completely submerged in golden red. After a brief stagnation, a deafening roar rang in everyone's ears, followed by a howling, scorching heat wave mixed with gravel rushing toward them. A thin, dark purple film covered Gao Yang's eyes, like a pair of glasses. Watching the destruction caused by Yeglet's single strike, he was, to be honest, quite envious. This was the willfulness of having abundant battle aura. Such an unscrupulous, almost wasteful display of battle aura was something only Yeglet had the qualifications to do. After the battle aura ball exploded, the smoke and dust were parted into by a semi-illusory tentacle. The smoke quickly dissipated, revealing the current state of the altar below. The altar, which had been drawn with mysterious patterns, was completely destroyed, and the 13 core members of the Old Gods cult who had been standing in the center of the altar had now vanished. Tap tap. A series of clapping sounds echoed from a nearby building. Gao Yang looked up in that direction and saw the Old Gods Archbishop clapping elegantly, as if applauding Yeglet for that strike. "What truly powerful strength! I can hardly wait." The Old Gods Archbishop opened her arms, and a pale curtain of light descended from the sky in an instant, connecting with her outstretched arms as if a pale cloak were draped behind her. Within this pale curtain of light, one after another, Old Gods believers covered in tentacles and of various shapes and sizes slowly emerged. There were exactly 12 of them, matching the number of the core members of the Old Gods cult. Yeglet, the last watcher of the Holy Gold Empire, the true king of the Eternal Radiance Knights. "Come, let me see if your power can please my lord." The Old Gods Archbishop swung her right hand heavily, and a pale pillar of light was grasped in her hand like a scepter. Her left palm opened upward, and the pale light formed a thick book that landed in her left hand. On the surface of this book, a pale sun was particularly striking. She struck the scepter in her hand heavily against the ground. The next moment, the 12 Old Gods bishops beside her, who had entered a state of complete fanaticism, lunged out like sharp arrows. heading straight for everyone except Yeglet. You all be careful. I will finish off the opponent as soon as possible. Yeglet blasted the nearest old god's bishop away with a single shot of his spear. After leaving those words behind, he rode the Nightmare Beast King and charged toward the old god's archbishop. Hank and Johnson exchanged a glance, both seeing the determination in the other's eyes. Then, they laughed aloud, raised the weapons in their hands, and launched a countercharge toward the incoming old god's bishops. Gao Yang stood to the side and sighed. It seemed he had been underestimated. However, this was not a bad thing. At the very least, there were 5 old god's bishops rushing toward him right now. He gripped black obsidian, his chest swelling violently. The next moment, a 10-meter-tall humanoid dragon appeared on the spot. A wisp of white steam, like a sharp arrow, sprayed from Gao Yang's mouth, traveling several meters away. Feeling the power surging within his body, he revealed a dangerous smile. The next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, the distance between him and the 5 old god's bishops opposite him was less than 20 meters. Beneath the pure white eyes of these 5 fanatical old god's bishops, a flash of obscure sword light swept over like a gale, filled with a thick, bloody aura. Deadly strike, calamity sword technique, dominator slash. The various passive buffs attached to this seemingly ordinary sword strike swung by Gao Yang were enough to make any existence that received it tremble with fear. The old god's bishop on the far left was the first to come into contact with the sword strike Gao Yang had swung. His body was covered in thick, tough, dark red tentacles. With these tentacles as a backdrop, he looked like the Hulk, filled with violent power. He pressed his hands together in a fist, adopting a cannon hammer stance, and landed it on the blade of black obsidian. Arriving after the strike had been initiated, the deafening roar and vibration he had anticipated did not appear in his perception. The only thing he could perceive was a sharpness that could cut through anything and an unstoppable force. The armor bestowed upon him by his god, when faced with this destructive sword strike, was as fragile as a sheet of thin paper. No, even more fragile than thin paper. The massive blade did not pose in the slightest as it sliced through the fists he had thrown, continuing on to tear apart and destroy his arms and chest. After completing this, it did not even hesitate for a moment before swinging toward the second bishop of the old days on his right. The bishop of the old days on the far left had already been severed through the chest, but his immense vitality prevented him from dying immediately, and his body plummeted under the force of gravity. During this descent, he watched as the greatsword that had so easily cut him into proceeded to nonchalantly slice the next 2 bishops of the old days in half at the waist, only being barely parried by the 4th bishop of the old days at that point. This is impossible. This thought surfaced involuntarily in his mind, but the next moment, a scene that made his heart and gallbladder split with terror flooded over him, drowning him completely. After Gao Yang swung his sword to kill the 3 bishops of the old days, Heiyao transformed into a bolt of black lightning, taking advantage of the momentum to slash toward the 4th bishop of the old days. It was a momentum slash. The latter had only just managed to parry this strike, which had already lost most of its power. And before he could even celebrate his narrow escape, he saw a black shadow looming over his head. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the 4th bishop of the old days shuddered, his body collapsing to both sides. After Heiyao sliced the 4th bishop of the old days in half, it seemed to defy the laws of physics, flipping again without the slightest weight to slash diagonally toward the 5th bishop of the old days. It was still a momentum slash, still a straightforward, unadorned greatsword strike. However, by this point, the strike had stacked the passive effect of the catastrophe swordsmanship for the 3rd time. The cutting power of this strike had now broken through the 200% threshold, reaching a terrifying 204%. With Gao Yang's own 21 points of strength and the 3 points of strength judgment, the actual striking power had reached a terrifying 24 points. This strike was no longer something a single bishop of the old days could withstand. The diagonal slash, even if not at the optimal angle, possessed such terrifying power that it destroyed the thick bone blade of the last bishop of the old days like dry wood and rotten weeds, continuing on with undiminished momentum to tear his body into fragments. All of this seemed to take a long time, but for Gao Yang, it had only taken 3 strikes. In the eyes of the others, Gao Yang had first completed his transformation, then charged out, and with 3 swift slashes, had killed all 5 bishops of the old days who intended to surround him. No, killed was not the right word. It was a naked massacre. A massacre where the victims had no ability to resist whatsoever. In fact, by the time Gao Yang had finished off the 5 bishops of the old days, Hank, Johnson, and Jenny had only just charged in front of their own opponents. Without a moment to spare for other thoughts, the 3 of them focused all their attention on the 7 bishops of the old days before them. They each tightened their grip on their dragon spears, pressed their bodies low against the broad backs of their mounts, and lowered their heads slightly, concentrating all their focus on the enemies in front of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a brief but bloody head-on charge, the 3 of them and the 7 bishops of the old days passed each other, riding dozens of meters apart. Thud, thud, clatter. Johnson fell from the back of his nightmare beast. He could no longer hold his dragon spear, and blood spilled from his mouth and nose. A blood-filled hole the size of a wash basin had been completely punched through his chest. His heart was gone, and his remaining organs were exposed to the air, struggling to function. Behind them, 2 bishops of the old days collapsed to the ground one after another. In the charge just now, Johnson and his companions had combined their efforts to kill 2 bishops of the old days. But the price was Johnson's life. In terms of strength, Johnson and his companions were not weaker than the frenzied bishops of the old days, but they were outnumbered more than 2 to 1. Against such odds, being able to achieve a 1-for-2 exchange ratio was already an incredibly difficult feat. There was no time for grief, no time for tears. Hank and Jenny turned their mounts around, preparing to charge head-on against the bishops of the old days once more. Just then, a massive figure appeared before Hank and Jenny as if teleporting, interrupting their plan to continue the charge. Gao Yang looked down at Johnson, who was lying in a pool of blood, and said in a deep, resonant voice, "Take Johnson and retreat. Leave the rest to me." Double quotes. But, lordly, you. Jenny's eyes were red as she looked at Gao Yang's tall back. In the previous charge, she should have been the one to die. But Johnson had taken the fatal blow for her. Jenny, don't hold lordly back. Jenny wanted to say something more, but she was stopped by Hank. She was confused for a moment, but then she followed Hank's gaze, and her pupils constricted violently. The 5 bishops of the old days who had originally charged at Gao Yang were now nothing more than scattered corpses on the ground. Not a single one of the 5 bodies was intact. Jenny was left speechless by the sight, but a moment later, she realized what had happened. She silently dismounted, gathered Johnson into her arms, and then headed away from the battlefield with Hank. The remaining 5 bishops of the old days had clearly noticed the miserable state of their companions, but facing Gao Yang, who was right in front of them, they dared not make a move. A lethal sense of oppression enveloped the 5 of them, as if in the next moment, that pitch-black greatsword would split them in 2. Gao Yang waited for a while, and once he was certain that Hank and the others were far away, he slowly flapped his dragon wings and raised "Hey Yao." A cruel grin appeared on his face. The next moment, his massive body vanished from the spot like a bolt of black lightning. "Kill him! For our Lord, praise the blazing sun!" Frenzied shouts erupted from the mouths of the 5 bishops of the old days. The moment Gao Yang disappeared, they desperately unleashed their attacks toward the front. In an instant, pale curtains of light and countless tentacles and bones covered the area, forming a forbidden zone of life. And into this forbidden zone, Gao Yang charged with ferocity. He let out a low shout, and He Yao tore through the air, accompanied by a heavy, mournful wail. Because the sword was moving so fast, the tip even produced a piercing sonic boom. The air became viscous before his blade, and layer after layer of milky white shockwaves exploded outward along the path of Gao Yang's strike. With the catastrophe swordsmanship stacked for the 4th time, the slashing power had reached a staggering 216%. Poochie, a crisp, synchronized sound echoed from beneath Gao Yang's blade. This strike passed effortlessly through the chests of the 5 old-day bishops standing before him. The 5 men were struck as if by lightning, exchanging looks of utter disbelief. Then, before their own horrified eyes, their bodies slowly slid to the side. Dark purple vines emerged, greedily drinking the warm blood on the ground. Having slain 5 old-day bishops with a single strike, Gao Yang calmly retracted black obsidian. Wisps of vines wrapped around several treasure chests and dropped them into his hands, making the process quite effortless. 10 old-day bishops had contributed a total of 6 treasure chests. Such a drop rate could certainly be considered high. Gao Yang put the chests away and turned to look at the pale canopy in the distance. That was the battlefield between Ygritte and the old-day archbishop. The pale canopy obscured Gao Yang's vision, but the violent roars that erupted from time to time and the ceaseless fluctuations of the canopy made him realize that the battle between the two was far more intense than he had imagined. Without pausing, he exerted a slight force with his legs and flew toward the pale canopy. He had yet to fulfill Santis's dying wish, if possible. He wanted to slay the old-day archbishop with his own hands, preferably by capturing her alive, interrogating her to find out what the old-day truly was, and then executing her. On the walls of Bongo City, the old-day believers who had been swarming toward the Eternal Radiance Knights had, at some unknown moment, abandoned their assault on the Knights and were instead sprinting toward the center of Bongo City, as if some entity there were summoning them. Upon discovering that the old-day believers were breaking away from the front line, Malz immediately implemented his countermeasure. The Eternal Radiance Knights he had arranged in advance had already appeared in the path where the old-day believers were charging. 300 official Eternal Radiance Knights, leading 400 auxiliary knights, formed a defensive line several hundred meters long. This line only needed to hold for a moment, after which Malz would lead the remaining Eternal Radiance Knights to converge with them, forming a wall of size that the old-day believers would find impossible to cross. Penis gripped his knight's sword tightly, having no time to wipe away the bloodstains covering his face. Beside him, the figure of Barif was no more. Barif had been thoroughly buried in the west of the continent, in that city of Sodaris which had been reduced to a wasteland. Watching the old-day believers lunging toward him, Penis exerted his battle aura to the absolute limit, holding nothing back. As if to vent all the rage in his chest, he roared and slashed out with his sword, wishing everyone a happy 520. Love yourselves and your families, and have a perfect evening. Chapter 217. A battle beyond intervention 2-in-1. A violent explosion erupted from within the pale canopy, and a massive dark shadow slammed heavily against it. Gao Yang looked through the pale canopy at Ygritte, who had crashed into the barrier, having exchanged blows with the old-day archbishop for only a few minutes. Both Ygritte and the Nightmare Beast King beneath him were already stained with blood. Gao Yang reached out his palm and pressed it against the pale canopy. The resistance pushing back was not strong. If he wanted to, he could force his way inside. Do not come in. At that moment, Ygritte suddenly turned his head to look at Gao Yang, his voice extremely grave. Gao Yang withdrew his hand and looked at Ygritte. A trace of blood was leaking from the corner of Ygritte's mouth, but the golden red flames flowing within his eyes were growing increasingly intense. A domain has been formed here. If you enter, your safety cannot be guaranteed, Ygritte explained quickly. Moreover, the old-day archbishop is different from all previous opponents. She has already communed with God. Gao Yang's gaze moved past Ygritte, looking through the pale canopy at the old-day archbishop. At this moment, the old-day archbishop held a Bible and a scepter, a pale bone crown resting upon her head. Her entire body suffused with pale holy light. Surrounding her were several white orbs of light, from which thick tentacles or bone blades shot out, continuously assaulting Ygritte. Under such attacks, Ygritte seemed to be struggling to parry. It has been the good fortune of the Eternal Radiance Knights to fight alongside you until now. Thank you, but you do not need to intervene in the battle that follows. After Ygritte finished speaking, dense battle aura completely enveloped his body. He then transformed into a sun and charged toward the old-day archbishop. It is useless, Ygritte. Your attacks cannot break my defense at all. The old-day archbishop stood motionless. Seeing Ygritte charge again, her pitch-black eyes held not a shred of emotion. As she spoke, the Bible held in her left hand rattled, its pages flipping rapidly. As the pages turned, bone blades shot incessantly from the white light orbs beside her, covering almost every inch of space in front of Ygritte. Then, she slammed her right-hand scepter onto the ground, following a dull thud. Several tentacles, each over 10 meters long and 2 meters wide, slammed heavily down toward Ygritte. The ground beneath Gao Yang's feet shook slightly. The terrifying power was unleashed without reservation, displayed right before Gao Yang's eyes. He watched the battle within the pale canopy, but his mind was occupied by what Ygritte had just said. What is a domain? Gao Yang had heard this term more than once, but only today did he truly witness the existence and power of a domain for the first time. As far as he could see, the area beneath the pale canopy was what Ygritte called a domain, and in this area, it was clear that the old-day archbishop's strength had been greatly enhanced. This enhancement was so powerful that even Ygritte, the current strongest individual on the Saint Gold continent, could only resist with great difficulty. Then, how does one obtain a domain? Gao Yang asked himself. But it was clear he had no answer. So, in the end, his level was still too low. He shook his head with a self-deprecating smile, then suppressed the thought, and began to watch the battle between Ygritte and the old-day archbishop with full concentration. The battle within the canopy had entered a white-hot stage. Ygritte was continuously launching charges toward the position of the old archbishop, while the old archbishop used every possible means to block Ygritte's advance, not giving him the slightest opportunity for close-quarters combat. As it stood, the old archbishop was strong in long-range attacks, whether it was bone blades or tentacles. Their power was extremely formidable, and their range was vast. Ygritte, on the other hand, was the opposite. One could tell by his constant attempts to close the distance that he was confident he could quickly defeat or even kill the old archbishop once he got close. As time passed, the wounds on Ygritte's body grew increasingly severe, but correspondingly, the space in which the old archbishop could maneuver was being continuously compressed by him. Gao Yang felt a bit worried. At this rate, Ygritte might be the first one unable to hold on. Through the sky screen, he could see 3 bone blades embedded in Ygritte's body, and the Nightmare Beast King beneath him was bearing the brunt of the firepower, to the point where its steps were now somewhat sluggish. Ygritte, give up. You cannot defeat me. My lord will watch your death with his own eyes, and then devour your burning, scorching soul. The old archbishop's tone was impassioned, and the speed at which she swung her scepter became increasingly rapid. Ygritte remained silent, merely parrying the incoming attacks while continuously compressing the old archbishop's range of movement. He just needed a little more time. The battle aura on his body began to dissipate, but his complexion grew increasingly flushed out until a certain moment. The Nightmare Beast King let out a violent hiss. Its massive body suddenly accelerated to its limit, and with its head lowered, it charged toward the old archbishop without hesitation. Futile. The old archbishop was not the least bit surprised. She merely waved her scepter, and one thick tentacle after another blocked the path of the Nightmare Beast King, continuously reducing its charging speed. 50 meters, 40 meters. 20 meters. The Nightmare Beast King's steps came to a halt. In front of it, countless tentacles had pierced deeply into its body, while the other ends were buried deep into the earth, dragging it so that it could not move forward any further. Gao Yang saw Ygritte leap from the back of the Nightmare Beast King. The battle aura on his entire body erupted without reservation, and his heavy dragon spear whistled as it shot toward the old archbishop. The heavy dragon spear was imbued with immense force. At such close range, it was impossible to dodge, forcing the old archbishop to summon several tentacles to block in front of her. The battle aura behind Ygritte exploded with a boom, and the scorching heat waves spread out. The recoil from the violent explosion caused his speed to soar once again. In just an instant, he broke through the blockade of tentacles and bone blades, appearing directly in front of the old archbishop. Without a word, without a pause, he silently threw a punch. Golden red battle aura wrapped around his fist, causing his fist and forearm to radiate a scorching light. His fist slammed into the old archbishop's chest without the slightest obstruction. At the same time, the several bone blades summoned by the old archbishop pierced straight into Ygritte's body. Ygritte did not even frown, immediately following up with another punch toward her head. With a crisp, muffled sound, the old archbishop's head exploded like a watermelon. Her movements paused abruptly, but in the next moment, from her mangled neck, thin blood vessels like tentacles emerged. They quickly gathered the fragments of her head scattered on the ground, then retracted, stitching together an irregular head full of cracks. What kind of monster is this? The moment the old archbishop's head was blown apart, the pale sky screen in front of Gao Yang dissipated by more than half, allowing him to clearly see this scene of the old archbishop reassembling her head. It's useless, Ygritte. You cannot kill me. The old archbishop shrieked crazily. A large number of thin tentacles twisted together, as if her neck had grown several meters out of thin air. Looking extremely disgusting and bizarre, Igris remained silent, merely punching the old archbishop's body to pieces once again. And then he used both hands to tear her body in two. Small tentacles emerged from her body, connecting tightly to one another, continuously stitching the old archbishop's body back together. Igris looked up at the old archbishop's head, and the next moment, his right hand left an afterimage as he blew her head apart once more. Following that, the battle aura on his body instantly contracted, all of it converging toward his right hand. In just a few seconds, before the old archbishop could reassemble her head, Igris's right hand already resembled a sun, with wave after wave of terrifying fluctuations emanating from it. The battle aura in Igris's eyes had vanished, replaced by a pair of weary pupils. He looked at his right hand, then looked up at the sky, and finally pressed his right hand down onto the old archbishop's body. No, 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 this feeling, it's impossible. The mouth the old archbishop had just reassembled let out a shrill, frantic scream, as if she had sensed something inconceivable. But the only response she received was Igris's unwavering gaze. The old archbishop's body began to turn into charred remains, starting from the point where Igris touched her, and then the charring spread across her entire body. In just 30 seconds, the old archbishop's entire body had completely turned into charcoal. And the moment she turned into charcoal, the pale sky screen in front of Gao Yang suddenly dissipated. A familiar fluctuation appeared in Gao Yang's perception. He suddenly looked up at the sky and saw that the originally pale sky was now being swallowed at an extremely rapid speed by large patches of dark clouds that had appeared from nowhere. Gao Yang knew that this was the plane consciousness of this world. Expelling the alien aura, Igris withdrew his hand. At this moment, his entire right arm, including the right side of his body, had turned into charcoal. He stood in place, struggling to turn his head to look at Gao Yang. The next moment, Gao Yang appeared by Igris's side. Gao Yang wanted to reach out and support him, but he ultimately refrained from doing so. Thank you. Jigrit's lips parted slightly, his voice filled with relief and gratitude. Gao Yang remained silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, I merely did what I ought to have done. Jigrit did not mind. He simply sat on the ground, his legs spread wide in a manner that lacked any trace of knightly decorum. He sighed contentedly, looked at Gao Yang, and smiled as he said, How many years has it been? I have never felt as relaxed as I do in this moment. This feeling is like walking for decades without a single pause, only to finally sit down the instant you reach the destination. Can you understand this feeling of relief? Listening to Jigrit's words, Gao Yang nodded slightly. He imagined this must have been the same feeling he had when he was accepted into university. How fortunate that someone is actually able to share this joy with me. Jigrit let out a hearty laugh, but after a few chuckles, he broke into a violent fit of coughing. It took a long while before he raised his head to look at Gao Yang. He extended his left hand, and a spark of fire, no larger than a baby's fist, danced faintly in his palm. I am dying. This is the source of my inexhaustible battle chi, and now it is yours. Jigrit spoke calmly, as if the person about to die in his statement was not himself, and as if he were giving away his greatest reliance and secret as casually as one might offer an apple. Gao Yang looked at the dancing spark in Jigrit's hand. It would be a lie to say he did not want it. However, he also knew that Jigrit would never produce this spark without a reason. Therefore, he reached out and took the spark, holding it in his hand. Tell me what you need me to do. Having accepted the spark, Gao Yang had already made his decision. So, he looked at Jigrit and spoke straightforwardly. Jigrit revealed a smile. He was not afraid of Gao Yang accepting it, but rather that he would refuse. Since Gao Yang had accepted, he could now state his final wish. You are not from our world. If one day you have the ability, could you please help save the citizens of the Saint Gold Empire? Before Jigrit had even spoken, Gao Yang had already guessed the request he would likely make. Gao Yang was not overly surprised by this. He merely frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, If I have the ability, I will certainly do so. But what if the Saint Gold world collapses before then? Jigrit smiled without the slightest concern. He shrugged and said, If it is truly that unfortunate, then one can only say that such was the fate of the St. Gold citizens. Having said this, he paused. Gao Yang looked at him and noticed that the focus in his eyes had vanished, leaving him in a vacant state. 2 minutes later, Jegret regained his senses. He looked at Gao Yang and spoke again, though his voice now carried a hint of bitterness. The plane consciousness just communicated with me. This world can only sustain itself for at most another 50 years. In Jegret's understanding, 50 years was truly not a long time. In such a short period, the difficulty of growing into an existence capable of saving the remaining citizens of a plane was astronomically high. After the plane consciousness communicated with him, Jegret had already begun to give up. However, at this moment, he heard Gao Yang say 50 years. If that is the case, then I have some confidence. Jegret stared fixedly into Gao Yang's eyes, as if trying to discern whether he was being serious or merely humoring him. Gao Yang did not mind and simply continued to ask, "But if I want to return to St. Gold, how should I go about it?" Jegret withdrew his gaze, feeling at ease, and said, "Later. The plane consciousness will help you fuse with this spark. After the fusion, if you wish to return to the St. Gold continent, you only need to activate this spark, and you will naturally obtain the coordinates of the St. Gold continent." Gao Yang nodded slightly. If that were the case, it would be quite convenient. Chapter 218, Unique Specialty, Blazing Sun Furnace. So, you agree? The color in Jegret's face was fading at an extremely rapid pace. Gao Yang could feel his life force slipping away quickly. At this rate, it was questionable whether he could even last through the day. Facing Jegret's heavy gaze, Gao Yang pondered for a moment, then said earnestly, "Entrusted by others, I shall be loyal to the task. I accept this matter. When I have sufficient strength and if St. Gold still exists, I will return here and provide the citizens of the St. Gold continent with the path to survival that I have found for them." Once Gao Yang finished speaking, Jegret finally revealed a smile of relief. He paused, turned his gaze to the spark in Gao Yang's hand, and then said slowly, "I gave the spark in your hand a name, Blazing Sun Furnace. The moment the St. Gold Empire collapsed, the plane consciousness made contact with me, and then it bestowed this spark upon me. With this spark, my battle chi and my strength began to grow rapidly, until reaching this point today." Gao Yang did not speak, but listened quietly to everything Jegret said. He knew that Jegret was explaining the specific uses of this spark to him, which would help him get started quickly. After decades of refinement, that initial spark finally took the form you see in your hand now. The name Blazing Sun Furnace was one I chose back then. Its function is not limited to merely granting you a massive amount of battle chi. In fact, throughout my life, I never reached a very high level in the application of the Blazing Sun Furnace. I hope that in the days to come, you will be able to continue developing it. Gao Yang nodded solemnly. According to Jegret, this spark had immense potential and was also highly malleable. Jegret spoke for a while longer, ensuring he had told Gao Yang everything he knew about the Blazing Sun Furnace, before he closed his eyes and took a heavy breath. "My time is running out. Next, I must trouble you to lead the Eternal Glory Knights back to the royal capital." "I will, don't worry," Gao Yang said. Igris smiled and then asked, "Then, are you ready?" Gao Yang pondered carefully for a moment before nodding. The next moment, a vast and majestic will descended. Gao Yang felt that familiar aura and felt no sense of alarm in his heart. After appearing, the plane consciousness slowly and firmly established a link with Gao Yang's consciousness. The moment the consciousness link was formed, Gao Yang understood what he needed to do. He slowly pressed the spark in his hand toward his chest. As the pulsing flame drew closer, the dark purple armor on his chest split open as if it were alive, completely exposing his chest to the spark. The spark did not feel scorching to him. It even felt quite warm. The moment the spark touched his skin, a radiance of will appeared on his chest. Following the appearance of this light, the spark seemed to submerge into water, sinking into his chest. The instant the spark entered his body completely, Gao Yang frowned tightly and let out a suppressed roar from his throat, scorching, scalding, dangerous. This was Gao Yang's first reaction after the spark entered his body. Fortunately, with the intervention of the plane consciousness, the spark did not burn him. Subsequently, Gao Yang could feel that the spark did not stop but instead continued to move toward his heart. This process was somewhat long and accompanied by intense pain. Even though Gao Yang considered himself to have a strong resistance to pain, under this agony, his body still involuntarily curled up like a shrimp. A full quarter of an hour passed, and as the spark completely merged with his heart, that pain finally vanished. In its place was an inexplicable feeling of exhilaration. Gao Yang lay flat on the ground, his eyes slightly unfocused. His ability to think had almost been lost at this moment. This was because his heart, after merging with the spark of the sun furnace, had begun to beat violently. With every beat, Gao Yang could feel a gentle yet domineering power flowing through his blood vessels to his entire body, and his physique began to undergo a transformation in its minute details under this power. This process lasted for several hours before it finally came to an end. How? Is it finally over? Gao Yang was drenched in sweat, and he turned his head with difficulty to look at Igris. Who would have thought that upon looking, he would find Igris was no longer in his original spot? He quickly turned his head to look around and saw Hank, Jenny, and the remaining 100 or so Eternal Glory Knights. As for Igris, he had already been secured by the others onto the back of a nightmare beast. As his voice fell, Gao Yang felt the plane consciousness that was linked to him disconnect and rapidly vanish. With the departure of the plane consciousness, Gao Yang immediately felt a difference. If the battle chi in his body had been a gentle stream just a moment ago, then, at this very moment, without the suppression of the plane consciousness, the battle chi in his body had turned into a roaring, turbulent river. The violent change caused his body temperature to rise rapidly, and a wisp of golden red battle chi involuntarily began to burn on the surface of his skin. The veins on Gao Yang's forehead bulged, and he tried his best to control the surging battle chi within him. It took him quite a while to successfully rein in his own battle chi. Feeling the battle chi in his body, which had increased by more than an order of magnitude, Gao Yang opened his attribute interface with a hint of curiosity. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed as he looked at his total battle chi, truly finding it hard to believe. Just by merging with the spark of the sun furnace, his battle chi had actually increased by nearly 4 times. What a terrifying improvement this was. At the same time, he noticed a notification from the comprehensive network in front of him. Comprehensive network notification. With the help of the St. Gold Continent's plane consciousness, you have successfully merged with the Sun Furnace Spark. You have obtained the unique talent Sun Furnace unique talent. 1. Character Battle Chi Rank Kung 2. 2. Character Battle Chi Growth Rate Kung 300%. Battle Chi Cultivation Efficiency Kung 300%. 3. When the character's total battle chi drops below 80%, battle chi recovery speed Kung to 100%. When the total battle chi drops below 50%, recovery speed Kung 500%. When the total battle chi drops below 30%, recovery speed Kung 800%. When the total battle chi drops below 10%, recovery speed Kung 1500%. 4. Character's battle chi controllability is significantly improved, and character's battle chi carries flame burn damage, another unique talent. Although Gao Yang had guessed it beforehand, when he saw the comprehensive network notification, he still couldn't help but reveal a smile. Sun Furnace was not just a unique talent, but a unique talent specifically targeting battle chi. He finally understood why Igris's battle chi had been so exaggerated. Chapter 219, Trial Ends. Return to the real world. The first point of the Sun Furnace, the battle chi rank Kung 2, was already extremely abnormal. Battle chi rank can be simply understood as the quality of battle chi. When battle chi of a high rank collides with battle chi of a low rank, the side with the low rank battle chi will inevitably be defeated. This was the most intuitive improvement to personal battle chi provided by the Sun Furnace unique talent, and the second point of the talent granted him an unparalleled speed of battle chi cultivation. Assuming that before, he could cultivate 10 points of battle chi per day, which required 3 hours of effort. Then from now on, he could cultivate 30 points of battle chi per day, and the time required would only be a short hour. If he extended his cultivation time to 3 hours, he could cultivate 90 points of battle chi, meaning the amount of battle chi he could cultivate daily had become 9 times what it was before. How could one not be surprised by such a rate of battle chi growth? As for the third point, it was an important factor that ensured his battle chi would be inexhaustible. The more battle chi he consumed, the faster his battle chi would recover. When his battle chi faced depletion, his battle chi would recover at 15 times the speed. Gao Yang estimated that his current battle chi recovery rate was approximately 0.5% per minute. If he needed to recover to full capacity, it would take 3.5 hours. However, if his battle chi were to face depletion, his recovery speed would increase to 15 times the original rate, which meant 7.5% per minute. To recover to full capacity would then only take 15 minutes. What an exaggerated battle chi recovery speed! It was no wonder Ygritte never worried about his battle chi being exhausted. As for the final point, it significantly reduced the difficulty for Gao Yang to control his battle chi and also imbued his battle chi with the attribute of blazing flame, which could be considered an enhancement to the lethality of his battle chi. Overall, the strength of the unique specialty Sun Furnace was very high, especially its growth potential. Gao Yang felt that perhaps in a few decades, his battle chi would grow to a truly massive level. By then, let alone conserving battle chi, it would be a luxury if he could even manage to use up all of his own battle chi. How wonderful! Gao Yang withdrew his thoughts and looked at Hank, who was standing not far away. At this moment, Hank was covered in blood, and his right forearm was nowhere to be found. Seeing Gao Yang look over, a stiff smile barely appeared on his face, and his voice was incomparably weary and hoarse. "Lord Li, we are preparing to return to the royal capital. Will you be coming with us?" Gao Yang looked at him, then at Jenny standing beside him, the latter supporting her body with only her right leg, while her left leg hung limply. He was silent for a moment, sighed, and said, "Let's go. Return to the royal capital. This is what I promised him." With this, the expedition of the Eternal Radiance Knights was finally declared over. The results were significant. The Boiling Kingdom, the Nether Evil Tree, and the Old God Cult had all been completely exterminated. As for the existences behind them, they had also been cleared out by the plane's consciousness while it had the chance. But at the same time, the battle losses were also heavy. The force of 8,000 people now had fewer than 400 left. Commander Ygritte, Vice Commander Mars, General Johnson, and over 7,600 lives had passed away forever. Fortunately, the Holy Gold Continent no longer had any forces or existences capable of threatening the survival of the Holy Gold survivors. So there was no need to worry too much about safety issues. The journey there had been a fast-paced ride, taking more than half a month. But this return trip only required reaching the Eternal Radiance royal capital. Coupled with the drastically reduced number of people, the marching speed could be described as traveling light. After 8 days, Gao Yang and the veterans of the Eternal Radiance Knights returned to the Eternal Radiance royal capital. The heavy city gates slowly opened, and the group rode their nightmare beasts, passing through the deep tunnel of the city gate, and once again set foot on the land of the royal capital. On both sides of the road stood the residents of the royal capital. Their eyes held sorrow, but no one wept. Perhaps in the long passage of time, they had forgotten how to cry or why they should cry. And this sorrow reached its peak when they saw Ygritte's corpse. Hank looked at the endless crowd of residents before him. As the highest-ranking member of the current Eternal Radiance Knights, he had to step forward. So, he urged his nightmare beast to move forward a few steps, then stood on its back, gathered his battle chi and strength, raised the dragon spear in his hand high, and declared loudly, "We have defeated all enemies. From now on, there will be no more enemies threatening our lives. We can all walk safely on our own land." Hank's words were very concise, but falling into the ears of those residents, each word was heavier than the last, shaking their hearts until they began to beat violently. Gao Yang watched this scene and did not linger any longer. He patted thunder beneath him and turned to walk in the direction he had come from. Now that everything was over, and he had less than a day left in his stay, remaining here would not serve any purpose. On the way back, Gao Yang had already spoken to Hank and Jenny about Ygritte's entrustment, and he had also indicated that he would do his best to fulfill it within these 50 years. Correspondingly, he also needed Hank and Jenny to be prepared at all times, at the very least, when he found a way to save the people of the Holy Gold Continent. They could not afford to waste time. Arriving outside the city, he looked back at the royal capital that had endured the years of war, and then he communicated with the general network and chose to return. Do you wish to end this abyss trial? Yes. This abyss trial has been completed, currently calculating rewards. With your participation in this abyss trial, the Eternal Radiance Knights, the last remnants of the Holy Gold Empire, have wiped out the alien forces entrenched on the continent and extended the lifespan of this plane's consciousness. Based on your perfect performance, you have obtained 2 free attribute points and 1 extraordinary attribute point from this abyss trial. Calculation complete. Returning to the present world. 3, 2, 1. Following the end of the countdown, a faint light flashed, and Gao Yang and Thunder disappeared from the spot simultaneously. That was right, Thunder, as Gao Yang's mount, was defaulted by the general network as his property. As for Gao Yang bringing Thunder back, it cost him 10,000 general network disaster coins. After a soft sound, Gao Yang, who had been missing for a month, appeared in his bedroom once again. Having returned to the real world, Gao Yang immediately looked at the clock on the bedside table. A month has passed. Gao Yang looked at the date displayed on the clock and muttered to himself. This meant that the time flow ratio between the plane he was in and the plane where the Holy Gold Continent was located was 1:2. For every day that passed here, 2 days passed in the Holy Gold Continent. That meant the time left for him was only 25 years. Well, that was still a relatively long period of time. Gao Yang noted this down, then got up and walked toward the balcony. Chapter 220 Sorting Out Gains, Leveling Up Again. Leaping off the balcony, Gao Yang arrived at the martial arts arena. It was late at night. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the black ironwood shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the moonlight. A flash of light flickered in front of Gao Yang, and the next moment, Thunder's massive body appeared before him. Although Gao Yang had brought Lei Ting back through the multiverse network, his bedroom could not accommodate its massive frame. Therefore, the moment he returned to the real world, he had to go outdoors to release Lei Ting from his inventory. After regaining its freedom, Lei Ting was about to let out a neigh toward the sky, but Gao Yang stopped it. It was already late at night, and the cry of a nightmare beast was deafening. Even though he was outside Qiu village, he did not want Lei Ting to disturb anyone's sleep. Gao Yang led Lei Ting toward the mountain behind the village. Soon, the man and the beast arrived at the spot where the Kello fruit tree grew. Lei Ting's large eyes were filled with human-like curiosity. As a transcendent magical beast, it could naturally sense that this place was different. From now on, you will live here. You are not allowed to run around without my permission. Understand? Gao Yang pointed to the vast area behind the mountain and said to Lei Ting. Lei Ting's massive head bobbed up and down. It was clear that it understood Gao Yang's meaning. You don't need to worry about food. I will take care of that. Just settle down here from now on. Oh, and by the way, keep an eye on this fruit tree. Gao Yang pointed to the Kello fruit tree in front of them. After growing for some time, the Kello fruit tree had already exceeded 4 meters in height, and even its main trunk was now as thick as a bowl. However, it looked like it was still far from reaching its growth limit, and even the leaves still looked tender. He truly wondered how tall this fruit tree could actually grow. But since the nutrients were currently abundant, Gao Yang was not worried about this issue. Lei Ting snorted, appearing to have understood. Gao Yang took out a green sphere the size of a fist from his inventory. This was something produced by the Nether Mother Tree, and it contained rich vitality. After paying 500 Multiverse Network disaster coins, Gao Yang obtained the information about this sphere through the Multiverse Network's appraisal. Heart of 10,000 Trees. Quality, Origin, Saint Gold. World Type, Life Core. Description. The Nether Evil Tree Clan shares a single core, known as the Heart of 10,000 Trees. It contains a massive amount of life matter and plays an extremely important role in the growth and mutation of plants. It really is a good item. Gao Yang held the Heart of 10,000 Trees in his hand, a smile appearing in his eyes. The Heart of 10,000 Trees could not only provide a massive amount of life matter for plant life to consume, but it could also promote plant growth and even stimulate the plant itself to mutate. And this mutation, naturally, could not be for the worse. It would only lead to improvement. It seems my Kello tree's growth speed will be able to increase quite a bit again, Gao Yang said with a smile, then squatted down and placed the Heart of 10,000 Trees directly at the base of the Kello fruit tree. The next moment, the roots of the Kello fruit tree actually moved on their own. Several roots pulled themselves out of the soil. completely wrapped around the heart of 10,000 trees, and then, under Gao Yang's watchful eyes, dragged it into the soil. It seemed this heart of 10,000 trees was indeed a good item, capable of making a fruit tree actively extend its roots to absorb it. Gao Yang stood up, patted Lei Ting's front hoof, took 10 portions of roasted meat from his inventory, and opened them in front of Lei Ting, who immediately began to feast. That's right, the nightmare beast was a carnivorous transcendent mount, so eating roasted meat was perfectly normal. After settling Lei Ting and the Kello fruit tree, Gao Yang turned and returned to his bedroom. The harvest from this abyss trial was very rich, and he needed to spend time digesting it. His current attributes were 19 points in strength and 18 points in constitution. This abyss trial had ultimately yielded 2 attribute points and 1 transcendent attribute point. Once a player's individual attribute exceeded 20 points, ordinary attribute points could no longer continue to increase it. Only transcendent attribute points could be used to further improve transcendent attributes. At the transcendent level, it was extremely difficult to improve one's attributes through personal cultivation. Perhaps even decades of time would not be enough to increase a single point. Therefore, as a multiverse network player, being able to use transcendent attribute points to improve was truly a stroke of luck. However, thinking of this, Gao Yang felt a bit conflicted. Both his strength and constitution were close to 20 points. To improve both attributes, he would need a total of 3 points, but he only had 2 points now, meaning he could only improve 1. Gao Yang had a change of thought and pulled up his personal information. He glanced at his general XP. After an entire abyss trial and killing a massive number of nether evil trees, he still had a full 160,000 general XP remaining. Looking at the requirements for leveling up, Gao Yang discovered that he could consume EXP to level up directly to level 12. At level 12, he would be able to obtain an additional attribute point. Without hesitation, Gao Yang chose to level up. Increasing warrior level requires consuming 56,000 general EXP. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Your warrior level has increased to level 11. Based on your personal traits, your HP has received a medium level increase. You have received a class baptism. You have learned in yielding. The following class skills have been improved: extra attack, tenacity, cleave, LV to extra attack. When you launch an attack, you can consume battle chi to instantly deal 2 additional attacks. The intensity of these 2 attacks is equivalent to the intensity of your first attack. LV3 cleave. After dealing a sufficiently lethal attack to a target, you can immediately launch 3 additional melee attacks against another nearby target. A familiar warm current erupted within his body. This time, the duration of the warm current was more than double what it had been before. Gao Yang could feel that this improvement was worth more than 2 of the improvements he had experienced before level 10. His fire of life grew stronger, and his muscles and bones became even tougher. And this level up provided a significant boost to his combat power. Extra attack could now deal 2 attacks, meaning his attack frequency had increased once again. Within the time of a single attack, he could now launch 3 consecutive attacks. And when combined with his chance for a tyrant body slash, it ensured that he would definitely trigger a tyrant body slash. Furthermore, after killing a target, cleave allows for 3 additional attacks against another target. As for the improvements brought by toughness, they were not as intuitive, but Gao Yang could feel that his physical strength and stamina had also been enhanced to a certain degree. During this level up, he also gained a new class skill: Indomitable. LV1 Indomitable. When a character fails a saving throw, they may consume their own battle chi and willpower to re-attempt the saving throw. Cooldown 24 hours. Chapter 221, a new martial archetype multiverse network prompt. Indomitable overlaps significantly with Undying Will. Would you like to merge Indomitable into Undying Will? A new multiverse network prompt popped up, and Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Indomitable and the first passive effect of Undying Will were indeed very similar, both increasing the probability of resisting control effects. THOUGH Indomitable was somewhat weaker in effect compared to Undying Will. To activate Indomitable, one must first fail a saving throw. However, in certain situations, once a check fails, there might not be another opportunity to activate Indomitable. Therefore, facing the multiverse network's prompt, He did not hesitate and chose to merge Indomitable into his unique feat, Undying Will. Multiverse Network prompt. Indomitable and Undying Will are beginning to merge. Successful. Undying Will unique feat. 1. Your will is brilliantly radiant. All soul, mental, and control-based abilities cast upon you must overcome an additional Con 16-point will check. If the check fails, a second comprehensive check will be performed immediately. The interval for this check is 1 hour. If this second check also fails, you may actively trigger the power of your own will to become immune to this control effect. P.S. The usage interval for this active ability is 1.5 natural days. If used twice consecutively within 1.5 natural days, the character's mental will fall into a moderate to severe state of exhaustion. This restriction decreases in time interval as the character's willpower intensity increases. Gao Yang looked at the successfully merged Undying Will and smiled. The successful fusion of Indomitable and Undying Will provided a second chance for his will checks. Combined with the bonus from the first passive effect, it could significantly increase his probability of successful saving throws. Added to the active immunity, he now possessed 3 chances when facing control effects for any existence. This could be called a dimensional reduction strike. After a brief pause, Gao Yang proceeded to level up again. Upgrading warrior level requires 67,000 generally XP. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Your warrior level has increased to level 12. Based on your personal traits, your HP has received a moderate increase. You have gained a class baptism. You have gained 1 free attribute point. The following class skills have been upgraded to charge: martial archetype. LV2 charge becomes LV3 charge. LV2 martial archetype becomes LV3 martial archetype. LV3 martial archetype. You may choose an additional martial archetype to reflect your combat style and techniques. Archetype: warrior. An unexpected harvest. Gao Yang looked at the Multiverse Network prompt, his eyes suddenly burning with excitement. He had originally only intended to reach level 12 to gain a free attribute point, but he hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. His current martial archetype was still the initial warrior. Although the warrior archetype granted him extremely strong combat capabilities, in some respects, it was still somewhat lacking. Gao Yang had thought more than once that it would be perfect if he could possess another martial archetype. As for which archetype, Gao Yang had long since researched it. For him at present, his combat power was already sufficient. What he lacked were some auxiliary aspects, and one specific archetype could solve his problems perfectly. Do you wish to select Eldritch Knight as your additional martial archetype? Yes. You have selected martial archetype, Eldritch Knight. Weapon Bond, Combat Casting, Arcane Strike, and Arcane Charge have been added to your class skill library. Based on your level, you have gained the class skill Weapon Bond. Weapon Bond. You can establish a magical bond between yourself and a weapon through a ritual. Once the bond is established, as long as you are not in an incapacitated state, you cannot be disarmed while using the bonded weapon. The ritual requires 1 hour, during which the weapon must be within your reach. If the bonded weapon is on the same plane as you, you can use a bonus action to recall the weapon to your hand. You can bond up to 2 weapons, but one bonus action can only recall 1 weapon. Looking at the description of Weapon Bond, Gao Yang couldn't help but smile. With Weapon Bond, he could use Heiyao more conveniently, and as long as they were on the same plane, this method would not be restricted in any way. Compared to taking a weapon out of his inventory or drawing it from his back, the feeling of simply reaching out and having the weapon automatically appear in his hand was naturally much more convenient. Of course, Gao Yang would not deny the coolness of this method. Imagine, just by reaching out, being able to draw a pitch-black heavy sword from the void. This feeling was enough to make many men's inner Chunabu souls burn to the limit. Once the level-up enhancements were finished, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the balcony and began the ritual for Weapon Bond. The ritual required 1 hour and demanded that the weapon be kept within his reach at all times. Simply put, he had to hold it in his hand. Gao Yang was extremely familiar with this. Every day during his meditation, he would place Heiyao on his knees to strengthen their connection. For him, this ritual was no different from performing a meditation session. Following the requirements of the ritual, Gao Yang began the bonding process with Heiyao. An hour passed quickly, and at a certain moment, The battle chi in Gao Yang's body connected completely with Heiyao. He opened his eyes, and then he threw Heiyao away. Under the force of his power, Heiyao transformed into a shooting star, piercing through the night sky and vanishing in the blink of an eye. More than 10 seconds later, Gao Yang made a grasping motion with his right hand, then suddenly clenched his fist. The moment he closed his hand, the hilt of Heiyao appeared directly in his palm as if it had teleported. Gao Yang gripped the hilt and pulled, drawing the entire blade out from the void beside him. After testing it a few times, Gao Yang was finally satisfied. He returned Heiyao to his inventory, went back into his bedroom, calmed his mind, and sat down cross-legged once again. He had now reached level 12, and he had 3 attribute points available, enough to raise both his strength and constitution to 20 points. The threshold for the extraordinary realmed out without hesitation. He added 1 attribute point directly to his constitution. As Gao Yang performed the action, his original 18 points of constitution jumped, changing to 19 before his eyes dot at the same time. Gao Yang's body underwent a drastic change. His flesh became increasingly robust. The density of his muscles and bones continued to improve, and in particular, his innate defensive capabilities were greatly enhanced. Now, even without transforming, his physical defense alone was enough to prevent any creature below level 5 from breaking through. And when he donned the Nethervine armor or transformed into a dragon, he feared that even opponents of the same level would find it difficult to break his defense. Chapter 222 Extraordinary Constitution Reward. Indestructible through 10,000 calamities. To this day, the pain brought about by increasing attributes could no longer shake Gao Yang's will. After waiting for everything within his body to subside, he took a deep breath and chose to invest another free attribute point into his constitution. The moment the attribute point representing 19 constitution jumped to 20, in that split second, without the slightest warning, Gao Yang could feel a volcano that had been dormant for hundreds of years erupting violently within his body. His blood was surging, his bones were undergoing metamorphosis, his muscles were rearranging themselves, and everything about his body was experiencing an unprecedented change. At the same time, extreme pain assaulted his sanity, nearly drowning him completely. A scorching aura erupted from his body. His skin turned blood red, and beneath his exposed skin, veins pulsed frantically, appearing somewhat ferocious under the warm orange light. He did not know how much time had passed, but when everything finally calmed down, Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hands. In his vision, the somewhat dim room now appeared as bright as day. His ears picked up the wind blowing outside, the rustling of leaves, and the faint chirping of insects hidden somewhere unknown. His 5 senses had been greatly enhanced. Gao Yang closed his eyes to sense his state. His heart beat strong and steady, his lungs expanded with greater elasticity, and the blood surging through vessels that had more than doubled in size seemed to make a rushing sound. All these signs indicated to him that he had been reborn. This was the essential transformation experienced during the process of moving from a mortal to an extraordinary being. And at this very moment, it revealed a mysterious corner of itself to Gao Yang. Detected that the character's constitution attribute has reached the extraordinary level, currently drawing extraordinary constitution rewards. Detected that the character possesses multiple unique specialties, currently performing extraordinary constitution reward detection. Detection complete. The character's unique specialty possesses a related derivative extraordinary ability, indestructible through 10,000 calamities gold. Do you choose this as your extraordinary constitution reward? Looking at the system prompt refreshing before his retina, he was slightly surprised. The drawing of extraordinary rewards was actually influenced by his unique specialties, and it seemed that the only unique specialty he had related to constitution was body of 100 refinements. Gao Yang focused his consciousness on the related derivative extraordinary ability displayed on his retina, and immediately, descriptive information about indestructible through 10,000 calamities appeared. Indestructible through 10,000 calamities gold. Basic effect. The lower the character's HP, the faster the HP recovery speed. For every 1% of HP lost, the character gains an additional 5% HP recovery speed. For every 1% of stamina lost, the character gains a 5% stamina recovery speed. Unique specialty derivative effects. 1. No leak. The body of 100 refinements makes your body increasingly formidable. Your fatal weaknesses are reduced. Your heart is no longer considered a fatal weakness, though your brain remains one. If your head is separated from your body for more than 30 seconds, you will die completely. 2. Indestructible. The body of 100 refinements strengthens your body's self-recovery ability and life essence. After suffering trauma, your body can use life energy to accelerate recovery. Your lifespan has been significantly increased, and your limbs can regenerate. This recovery speed is based on the character's constitution and the degree of development of the body of 100 refinements. Gao Yang's eyes lit up as he looked at the introduction of indestructible through 10,000 calamities. He could hardly believe this was just an extraordinary reward for reaching 20 points in constitution. The basic effect of indestructible through 10,000 calamities was already outstanding. The dual recovery of HP and stamina was significantly higher than similar extraordinary abilities. But the most important part was the derivative effect born from the unique specialty, body of 100 refinements. Not to mention anything else, the sheer value of lifespan has been significantly increased was already beyond his imagination. Furthermore, indestructible through 10,000 calamities also reduced the number of his fatal weaknesses. Now, even if his heart were shattered, he would not die immediately. Only by being decapitated could he potentially be killed. And if he were decapitated, he would not die if he could reattach his head immediately. This was no longer an ability that a mortal could possess. The second derivative effect perfectly complemented this ability, allowing him to consume life energy to rapidly heal wounds and granting him the ability to regenerate severed limbs. There was nothing left to hesitate about. Gao Yang skipped over the other extraordinary constitution reward abilities and chose the indestructible through 10,000 calamities reward. Selection complete. You have obtained the extraordinary ability, indestructible through 10,000 calamities gold. Under normal circumstances, the rewards obtained from breaking through to an extraordinary ability would not include gold quality, let alone the monstrous strength of indestructible through 10,000 calamities. However, looking solely at its basic effects, it is only slightly better than other extraordinary constitution rewards and does not reach an abnormal level. The most important aspect is the derivative effect of the unique specialty. It is precisely because of this derivative effect from the unique specialty that the reward, indestructible through 10,000 calamities, was pushed to gold quality. However, considering the unique specialty of body of 100 refinements, it does not seem unreasonable to possess derivative effects of this caliber. In short, Gao Yang was very satisfied with obtaining the reward of indestructible through 10,000 calamities. After he finished his selection, he began to check his own state. First, the most obvious perception was the powerful sense of security stemming from his own body, followed by a feeling of abundant, surging vitality flowing within him. This caused Gao Yang to feel an inexhaustible amount of energy throughout his entire body, making him unable to resist the urge to do something. Fortunately, his strong willpower allowed him to control this impulse. Subsequently, Gao Yang looked at the remaining attribute point, feeling somewhat conflicted. Given the interference effect of the unique specialty on extraordinary rewards, he was somewhat reluctant to spend it. He currently does not have a unique specialty exclusive to strength, and if he were to add strength to 20 now, the extraordinary reward he would obtain would likely fall far short of the level of indestructible through 10,000 calamities. For him, this would be a great waste. However, he thought about it again. How could a unique specialty be obtained so easily? It took him 3 abyss trials to obtain 3 unique specialties. To obtain the next one, he would have to wait until the next abyss trial. Thinking of this, Gao Yang opened his abyss trial module and took a look. Abyss trial, 729 days, 18 hours, 37 minutes, 42 seconds, over 700 days, which is 2 years. This time is far too long. Gao Yang shook his head, abandoning this unrealistic thought. Being able to obtain a unique specialty and receive a derivative extraordinary reward is already a stroke of great luck. If I am still insatiable, it would be going too far. Gao Yang mocked himself, then prepared to raise his strength to 20 points. Chapter 223 Extraordinary Strength Reward, Strength Smelting. This process had no obstacles. As the numbers jumped, Gao Yang's strength officially broke through the boundaries of mortal things and arrived in the extraordinary realm. Unlike the improvement of his constitution, after his strength reached the extraordinary realm, Gao Yang only felt his bones, muscles, skin, and other parts undergoing a transformation. He did not know if this was because he had already received a strengthening when his constitution became extraordinary. He only felt his bones becoming stronger and his muscles becoming tougher. It was as if a volcano was hidden within his body. Your strength has reached extraordinary 20 points. Based on your current comprehensive attributes, you can choose one of the following skills as a reward for your strength attribute reaching extraordinary. 1. Crushing Force. Extraordinary Strength. Description: your strength has exceeded the limits of certain materials. Strength that transcends the concept of matter means your power is no longer just work done between flesh and blood, but the existence of a certain conceptual power. Special effects. All your actions based on strength will receive an additional extraordinary bonus. Some of your peak attacks, effective attacks above the fuzzy boundary defined by your conceptual power, are no longer purely physical damage, but are treated as special attacks with extraordinary properties. P.S. The power to end all things. Legendary warrior, annihilator of all things, Dagras. 2. Instant strength burst. Extraordinary strength. Description: you are no longer satisfied with ordinary displays of strength. You pursue more wild ways of manifesting power and use a burst that exceeds your own strength limits to grind everything in front of you into powder. Special effects. When you enter a combat state, your first attack will burst with all your strength, exceeding your limits. The maximum bonus for this burst is Strength Kung 4. It cannot be used consecutively, with a minimum interval of 24 hours between each use. P.S. Strength. Endless Strength. Destroy everything. Mountain Giant. 3. Surging Accumulation. Extraordinary Strength Kung. Extraordinary Constitution. Description: as your strength becomes more and more powerful, you are not addicted to its destructive performance, but are trying to dig out its more thorough, tyrannical power. Special effects. After a standard action, you will enter the surging accumulation state. In this state, you will gain a bonus of Kung 1 strength to your next attack every certain period of time. The maximum bonus you can currently obtain is Strength Kung 5. The accumulation time interval is 0-150 minutes. During the accumulation process, you devote your entire body and mind to the next, more terrifying burst. Any action of casting spells, moving, attacking, or using magical items will cause your accumulation to be interrupted. After the accumulation is interrupted, your accumulated power will rapidly decay within 5 seconds. However, at the first second, you can maintain the full accumulated power. P.S. When your bonus reaches a certain limit, your strength accumulation will require exponential growth in accumulation time. You need to carefully choose the time you spend accumulating. 4. Strength Smelting. Extraordinary Strength Kung. Unique Characteristic. Description: a variety of uniqueness has shaped the strength you possess, making your power far exceed that of ordinary people. Your strength is no longer limited to what is displayed by the flesh. All forms of power manifestation will be smelted into your world-destroying extraordinary power. Special effects. Your strength will no longer be limited to the power possessed by the flesh itself. You can smelt your physical strength, willpower, intelligence, etc., into one place and display it in a concrete form. As the smelting deepens, your strength ceiling will also continuously break through. P.S. This characteristic does not allow the character to obtain direct strength growth, but requires long-term smelting to obtain the corresponding strength. Looking at the 4 choices of extraordinary strength displayed before him, Gao Yang frowned. For Gao Yang, these 4 extraordinary abilities all possess very high practical value. Whether it is the conceptual strike of crushing power, the limit-breaking explosive nature of instantaneous power bursts, or the surging, continuously accumulating power formed by the combination of extraordinary strength and an extraordinary physique, all possess an incredibly formidable presence in combat. However, compared to the 4th extraordinary ability, the other 3 seem less significant. The power smelting ability, born from the fusion of extraordinary strength and his own unique trait, undoubtedly possesses a much more powerful performance. Power smelting does not merely manifest his physical strength. After he performs the smelting process, He can also stack willpower, intelligence, and other attributes into his attacks. Although he has not yet performed the smelting and does not know the specific additive bonuses, this alone is enough to confirm that the upper limit of power smelting is far higher than the other 3 abilities. In particular, the final point is that as his smelting deepens, his power ceiling will also continuously break through. This forces Gao Yang to consider a problem: the inherent limitations of the human species. An ordinary human is only a little over a meter tall and weighs about 100 jin. With such a physique, the upper limit of power naturally cannot be very high. Not to mention comparing it to legendary dragons. Even some large beasts exceed humans in strength by a wide margin. Considering the issue of the upper limit, choosing power smelting is by no means a wrong decision. Although Gao Yang feels that he will not encounter this boundary in the short term, it is best to avoid it in advance if possible. Therefore, Gao Yang did not struggle for long before choosing power smelting as his extraordinary power reward. Selection complete. You have obtained the extraordinary ability, power smelting. Following the completion of Gao Yang's selection, everything regarding himself underwent subtle changes in his perception. The biggest change came from his mind. He could perceive a vast, pure power hidden within it. Gao Yang knew that this was his willpower, and as he perceived his own willpower, a unique sensation appeared in his senses. Although Gao Yang did not know the source of this feeling, his instincts told him that he could now attempt to channel his willpower and smelt it into the fists he threw, the weapons he swung, or even the battle chi projected through the air. This feeling was so intense that Gao Yang could not help but want to try it out. His gaze searched the bedroom and finally locked onto the coat rack standing in the corner of the room. Gao Yang clenched his fist and threw a punch according to his instinctual feeling. The next moment, the battle chi within his body shot out like a cannonball, instantly striking the poor coat rack. The violent force tore the solid wood coat rack to shreds in an instant, and sharp wooden splinters filled the entire bedroom as if an explosion had occurred. Gao Yang withdrew his hand, his expression somewhat awkward. He had forgotten that his current strength was extraordinary. The power erupting from his every gesture had reached a terrifying level. Chapter 220 for Roland Xiaoyu's visit. Looking at the mess all over the bedroom, Gao Yang dismissed the idea of sleeping in the bedroom tonight. He leaped down from the balcony and came to the center of the Ironwood martial arts arena to sit down. There in the middle of the night was somewhat damp and carried a bone-chilling cold. But for Gao Yang, it had no effect at all. Sitting cross-legged under the night sky, with the pitch-black, boundless sky overhead, the vast environment caused his mind to begin to expand as well. In a trance, Gao Yang's perception passed through a hazy, veil-like barrier and entered another world. This world lacked the various things of the material realm and was filled with elemental energy. Gao Yang could feel that life forms composed entirely of energy lived in this world, and these energy beings were somewhat repelled by him. So, this is the spirit realm. As Gao Yang's strength continued to improve, the information he could access gradually increased. Just like the spirit realm or the elemental planes, however, these planes held no attraction for Gao Yang. For him, increasing his strength only required sufficient energy and enough time. Energy improved his battle QI, while time improved his combat techniques and various attributes. Of course, if there were any treasures that could help improve his strength, that would naturally be for the best. Withdrawing his perception, Gao Yang gripped his hand, and Heiyao appeared in his palm, placing it flat on his lap. Gao Yang began to meditate. The night would eventually pass, just as the dawn would eventually arrive. When the first ray of pale golden sunlight pierced through the dark clouds and spilled onto the world, Gao Yang, who was sitting in the martial arts arena, opened his eyes. Scorching sun furnace. What an incredibly perverted unique trait. Gao Yang sighed with satisfaction. Last night's cultivation had increased his total battle chi by 70 points. This speed was simply ridiculously fast. At this rate, it would not be long before his total battle chi broke through the 5,000 mark. Taking a piece of roasted meat from his inventory, Gao Yang did not return to the dining room to heat it up. Instead, he held the meat in his hand, and a wisp of orange-red battle chi rose from his palm. The scorching sun furnace had imbued his battle chi with a trace of fire affinity, which made his battle chi lean towards the fire element, making it a good choice for heating things. Battle chi. How could it be such an inconvenient thing? Within a few minutes, The roasted meat in his hand began to sizzle, clearly reaching a standard suitable for consumption. Gao Yang withdrew his battle chi and began to enjoy his breakfast in earnest. After finishing his meal, Gao Yang began to practice his swordplay. This was his daily cultivation routine. And just 3 minutes after Gao Yang finished his sword practice, his phone rang. Picking up the phone and looking at the caller ID, it was just as he had guessed. It was Ruan Xiaoyu. Gao Yang did not have any special feelings toward Ruan Xiaoyu or the official organization she represented. He even held a certain degree of goodwill toward them, following the educational values he had held for a long time. After all, the other party had indeed provided him with a living environment free from disturbance. Answering the phone, Ruan Xiaoyu's characteristic youthful and soft voice reached Gao Yang's ears. "Good morning, Gao Yang." Good morning." Gao Yang's voice sounded very calm. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Ruan Xiaoyu's voice sounded again. "It has been a long time. I wonder if I might be able to pay you a visit." This was likely the authorities feeling concerned because he had been missing for too long. Gao Yang thought to himself, though he felt no ill will. Recalling the current state of his bedroom, he nodded and replied, "That is certainly no problem. Oh, and when you come, please help me find a cleaning service. My bedroom is a bit of a mess due to my recent activities." "All right. Don't worry. I will take care of it." Ruan Xiaoyu's voice was noticeably more relaxed. Clearly, Gao Yang's prompt agreement had put her at ease. At 2 in the afternoon, Ruan Xiaoyu knocked on the door of Gao Yang's home, accompanied by 4 cleaning staff members. After welcoming them in, Gao Yang and Ruan Xiaoyu sat on the first floor, while the 4 cleaners went up to the 3rd floor to begin tidying Gao Yang's bedroom. Ruan Xiaoyu sat across from Gao Yang. For some reason, compared to the month between Gao Yang's disappearance and his reappearance last night, the pressure Gao Yang exerted upon seeing her again had increased significantly. That pressure did not stem from his aura, but rather from a more intuitive, more fundamental source, the pressure brought about by a disparity in the hierarchy of life. In other words, Gao Yang's current level of existence had already surpassed her own. Ruan Xiaoyu stared at Gao Yang for a long time before she finally spoke. "Gao Yang, have you already transcended?" Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Ruan Xiaoyu's perception to be so keen. "How did you tell?" Ruan Xiaoyu patted her chest with her hand and then said, "The pressure coming from you is making it difficult for me to even breathe. Aside from a leap in the hierarchy of life, I truly cannot think of anything else that could cause such a phenomenon." "So that was it." Gao Yang nodded slightly. It seemed that his breakthrough last night had left him unable to perfectly restrain his own aura, which had led to the current issue. The conversation did not last long. Once the cleaners had finished tidying Gao Yang's bedroom, the visit for the day came to an end. Ruan Xiaoyu bid farewell to Gao Yang with the 4 cleaners and drove toward the Jinghu City area. Inside the car, Ruan Xiaoyu was conversing with a man wearing a cleaning uniform, while the other 3 cleaners sat in the back row. Clearly, these 4 cleaners were no ordinary people. Ruan Xiaoyu said slowly, in a tone of disbelief and even a hint of envy, "Gao Yang has already transcended. I really didn't expect him to transcend in such a short amount of time." "Transcended? What kind of realm is that?" The man sitting beside Ruan Xiaoyu had a deep, resonant voice that made one feel inexplicably at ease. Ruan Xiaoyu's expression was complex. For ordinary people, even if they exhausted their imaginations, they probably could not conceive of the massive chasm between the transcendent and the mundane. Transcending is exactly what it sounds like, surpassing the mundane. His individual attributes have already reached 20 points. His strength is no longer something that can be constrained by worldly standards. Ruan Xiaoyu offered a strained explanation. The massive improvement implied by every single point of attribute in the multiverse network seemed somewhat pale without actual understanding. 20 points of attributes. According to our previous calculations, 20 points of attributes would be 57 times that of an ordinary person. If we assume Gao Yang's strength attribute has reached 20 points, and an ordinary person's full force punch can generate about 150 kilograms of force, then that would mean Gao Yang's strength is 8,550 kilograms, or 8.5 tons. There was a clear tremor in the man's tone. It was evident that this specific conclusion left him shocked. Ruan Xiaoyu gave a bitter smile and added, in fact, the strength he can exert is far beyond that number. You must realize that these are only the most basic attributes, and they do not include bonuses from techniques, specializations, or equipment. If you factor those in, the power he could unleash would likely rise exponentially. As Ruan Xiaoyu's voice faded, the car fell into a brief silence. A moment later, the man's deep, resonant voice was heard. I will report everything I have learned today. At the same time, I will propose that all of Gao Yang's current treatment remain unchanged, while we raise his strategic priority as much as possible and fulfill his various requests to the best of our ability. Ruan Xiaoyu nodded slightly. That was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. I was vomiting and had diarrhea yesterday, feeling weak all over, and spent the whole day in bed. My apologies to all the readers. Chapter 225, Player Social Platform. After seeing Ruan Xiaoyu off, Gao Yang returned to his bedroom. Seeing that the room, which had previously looked as if it had been swept by a storm, had been restored to order, he nodded with satisfaction. It really pays to be someone the authorities value. Even the cleaners they send are this professional. Gao Yang knew exactly what the situation was with the cleaners who had come. Rather than letting them guess wildly, it was better to proactively reveal some things. Combined with his conversation with Ruan Xiaoyu, he figured it would reduce the vast majority of unnecessary trouble. After all, the human species is never lacking in those who are muddle-headed and spend their days thinking about stirring up trouble. Lying on his bed, Gao Yang looked up at the ceiling and opened the Multiverse Network interface to check his current permissions. After reaching level 10, he had unlocked many more permissions, including daily party dungeons, player guilds, social platforms, and more. Just like now, he could use the Multiverse Network to teleport himself to the player social platform to communicate with other players. Although the Multiverse trading platform also had communication functions, it was clear that the experience on this social platform was much better. As for the daily party dungeons and player guilds, those were naturally intended for when he entered Multiverse Network dungeons. Gao Yang was not too interested in these. Having just finished an Abyss trial, he currently had no urgent desire to enter another dungeon. Compared to dungeon crawling, he preferred to communicate with other Multiverse Network players to obtain information or intelligence that could not be found on paper. As his consciousness drifted away, Gao Yang soon arrived in a bustling tavern. That's right, this was the player social platform. All players who came here entered as consciousness bodies. Of course, the social platform couldn't possibly consist of just this one tavern. The real social venues were outside the tavern. Gao Yang stood in the center of the tavern, looking left and right. In the spacious tavern, there were only a handful of players drinking and chatting. These players didn't show even a shred of curiosity about Gao Yang's sudden appearance. Gao Yang didn't mind. After a brief adjustment, he turned and walked towards the bar. Behind the bar sat a half-beast-skin proprietress in a deep V-red dress. Her furry, fiery red ears and fluffy tail indicated her race. To be honest, Gao Yang had always found the trope of a tavern having a beautiful proprietress a bit too outlandish. Anyone could tell at a glance that both the tavern and its proprietress had quite a story behind them. First time here? The fox-human proprietress asked, leaning back lazily in her chair. Although it was a question, her expression was very certain. Gao Yang nodded. Those who could come to the player communication platform were at least extraordinary level players, and their overall qualities would definitely not be too poor. The fox-human proprietress looked up and carefully examined Gao Yang's face. Then she leaned forward, licked her alluring red lips, and said, "Whatever you want to ask, Big Sister will definitely not hold back. How about we chat in my room?" Gao Yang touched his face, not expecting that one day he too could rely on his looks to get by. However, he still rejected the proprietress's suggestion. The reason was simple. They weren't familiar with each other. How boring, the fox-human proprietress said, leaning back against the chair again. Her slender finger pointed to a corner of the bar, where a neat stack of books was placed. Social guide. Take one and read it yourself. Gao Yang thanked her, took a book, flipped through a few pages, pushed open the tavern door, and walked out. What met his eyes was a street that looked like something out of a comic book. Gao Yang stood at the tavern entrance, looking at everything before him. even though he had already become a comprehensive network player and had his eyes opened. Everything before him still filled him with some emotion. Putting aside his inner feelings, Gao Yang looked at the roadside signposts, found his direction, and started walking. He hadn't walked far when a fragrant scent wafted over, followed by a warm, soft touch on his arm. "Big shot, come have some fun." Gao Yang turned his head and saw a succubus in a revealing outfit clinging to his arm. "Her eye seductive," he hissed softly. This social platform seemed a bit too open. "Sorry, I'm busy." Gao Yang moved, pulling his arm out of the soft embrace. "Don't be like that, big shot. For just 1,000 disaster coins, I can give you a brand new experience." The succubus lady clearly didn't want to give up. After Gao Yang pulled his hand away, she persistently clung to him again. "I'm really busy. Next time for sure." Gao Yang frowned and pulled his hand away again. Seeing this, the succubus lady could only reluctantly give up. Gao Yang shook off the succubus lady's entanglement and spent some time browsing this player trading platform. Soon, he saw a special building, and the number of players coming here was extremely high. Information exchange. Gao Yang stood outside the building, looking at the plaque hanging above the main entrance, and already had a rough guess in his mind. Following the crowd, he entered the information exchange. As he expected, this was a place specifically for buying and selling information. However, unlike the information provided in the comprehensive networks built-in novice guide, the information bought and sold here was collected from various players, reviewed and confirmed by specialists, and its authenticity was highly guaranteed. Moreover, due to the diversity of comprehensive network players, the amount of information in the information exchange was extremely vast, and some hidden information could also be purchased here. After Gao Yang understood the specific situation of the information exchange, he came to a machine similar to a computer and began to think about the information he wanted to retrieve. Soon, he had an idea. After entering unique specialty into the search bar, many pieces of information related to unique specialties popped up. Gao Yang looked at this information, his eyebrow twitching slightly. The cheapest entry was priced upwards of 5,000 comprehensive network disaster coins, and the most expensive one was actually marked at 100 comprehensive network disaster coins. How was this any different from robbery? He looked at his mere 40,000 comprehensive network disaster coins, then at the information priced at 100,000, and could only withdraw his thoughts. Although he knew that this piece of information would definitely contain a lot of valuable content, his wallet wasn't thick enough, so he could only put it aside for now. However, this also indirectly reflected the importance and preciousness of unique specialties. Since he couldn't view the information on unique specialties, Gao Yang didn't dwell on it and began searching for knowledge related to plane collapse. Compared to the amount of information on unique specialties, the amount of information related to planes was extremely vast. Gao Yang glanced through them. Most of it was published by an organization called the Plane Protection Association, the most conspicuous piece of information, and the only free one, hung high above all other information, whether evil or good, whether strong or weak. In my name, every single one who destroys a plane and extracts its plane core shall be our lifelong enemy. If the gods and fate cannot judge, then I shall execute. President of the Plane Protection Association, the one who lost their homeland, legendary arcane mentor Lysa Gurdra. Chapter 226. The Birth and Death of Planes. The truth of the universe. Good heavens, what a domineering statement. Gao Yang looked at the Plane Protection Association president's domineering statement, and upon seeing the prefix of this legendary arcane mentor, he seemed to understand something. It seemed this legendary arcane mentor's homeland had also been destroyed, which was why he was so hostile towards the act of destroying planes. People who have endured suffering subconsciously want others to avoid such suffering as well. However, this legendary arcane mentor seemed a bit extreme. Gao Yang noted down the name, then turned to search for the term Plane Protection Association. The next moment, a large amount of information refreshed before his eyes. At the very top was an introduction to the Plane Guardians Association, which included the association's founding principles, its founders, its members, and more. All of this was free to access. Since it was free anyway, there was no reason not to take a look. Holding this thought, Gao Yang clicked in and began browsing the information related to the Plain Guardians Association. He was shocked by what he saw. The number of legends within this Plain Guardians Association reached over 50, a truly terrifying figure. And unsurprisingly, these legends all shared one commonality. Their homelands had all been destroyed. After finishing the information on the Plain Guardians Association, Gao Yang continued to scroll down, and the very first entry he saw made his eyelids twitch. Plain Guardians Association wanted notice wanted order target, Plain Destroyer, Balor of the Flame Demon. Balor of the Flame Demon. You have a buffer period of 1 natural month to choose whether to report to a nearby Plain Guardians Association to face the association's impartial judgment for your evil acts of destroying planes. We will make a verdict on your evil acts of destroying planes based on your statement and relevant information. If you refuse or exceed the time limit, you will face the endless pursuit of the Plain Guardians Association's adjudicators. Believe in the association, and believe in me. Even the demon lords of the bottomless abyss cannot protect you. Lysigoldra holy crap. Only after seeing this wanted notice did Gao Yang gain a rough assessment of the strength of the Plain Guardians Association's president. Being able to directly mention demon lords in a wanted notice and slap them in the face without a care was enough to prove the caliber of this legendary magic energy mentor. Could it be that this legendary magic energy mentor also possesses their own floating city? Gao Yang speculated inwardly. As a legendary magic energy mage, while very strong, they were not yet strong enough to arm wrestle with gods. Only by building one's own floating city would the mage profession undergo a qualitative leap. As long as they didn't attack a divine kingdom, a mage with a floating city was an overpowered existence. It had to be said that the deeds of these big shots, famous throughout the multiverse, were much more thrilling than even the most outrageous novels. After a while, Gao Yang pulled himself away from the long-wanted notice and turned to research information regarding saving planes. After looking for a long time and spending nearly 10,000 comprehensive network disaster coins, Gao Yang ultimately reached only 3 limited conclusions. Conclusion 1. The birth and destruction of planes is a universal truth. Tiny beings cannot forcibly change it. Conclusion 2. While sufficiently powerful beings cannot dictate the birth of a plane, they can cause its destruction though, of course. One must be prepared to be hunted by the Plain Guardians Association. Conclusion 3. Planes that have entered the stage of extinction due to various reasons cannot be saved. One can only relocate as much life as possible from the plane before it perishes. For the third conclusion, one can seek help from the Plain Guardians Association. The association will assess the specific state of the plane and provide corresponding solutions. Of course, in most cases, the big shots of the Plain Guardians Association are not in this crystal wall system. However, relocating plane life does not require these big shots to act personally, so this path can be considered a backup plan. Closing the display in front of him, Gao Yang frowned slightly. The more you know, the less you know. Although he now understood a lot of knowledge about planes, the more he understood, the less confident he felt. Wanting to save the life on a plane was, for his current stage, simply too difficult. He couldn't even manage the one path laid out before him. That's right, he was referring to go into the Plain Guardians Association to seek help. He had just sent a request via letter, but when he would receive a reply remained an unknown. To be faster and more efficient, he would naturally need to seek help in person, but that required him to possess the ability to travel between planes to reach the association. For Gao Yang, this was not something that could be easily accomplished. It seems that for now, I can only wait for the Plain Guardians Association's reply. Gao Yang sighed slightly. Before that, he would prioritize improving his own strength. The stronger he became, the more information he could access, and the greater the possibility of relocating and settling the life of the Saint Gold world would be. Walking out of the information exchange, Gao Yang checked his friend list. Currently, his friend list was expanding toward 10 people, aside from Milafina, with whom he had more frequent contact. He didn't have much interaction with the others though. Of course, that was Gao Yang's one-sided opinion. Agniyo, Gao Yang, let's have a fight. Agniyo, Gao Yang, are you free now? Come and have a fight with me. Agniyo, coward. What does it mean to not reply to my messages? Come and have a fair fight with me. Agniyo, coward. I have already stepped into the transcendent realm. Fight me. I will suppress my strength. Agnia. Oof. Cowardly and incompetent trash. Do you think you can avoid a fight by not replying to me, Agnia? Are you dead? The veins on Gao Yang's forehead throbbed incessantly. This Agnia sent him messages every day, wanting to spar with him. Previously, Gao Yang had been undergoing training in the abyss and naturally couldn't receive her messages. As time passed, her language became increasingly irritable, and vulgarities were frequently used. If he hadn't opened his friend list on a whim, he feared Agnia's mental assault would have continued for some time. Gao Yang, I'm free now. How do we fight? And where? Not long after the message was sent, Agnia replied, Agnia, ha, long time no see. Gao Yang, I just finished my spell meditation. Since you're free, let's use the comprehensive network. Wait, have you reached the transcendent realm? Gao Yang, just reached it. Agnia, that makes it convenient. Let's meet on the social platform. There is a place specifically for combat there. Gao Yang, I'm already there. Agnia remained silent for a moment. Gao Yang waited for 5 minutes before finally receiving her reply. I have already entered the social platform. Where are you? I will come to find you. Information Exchange Center opening parenthesis attached coordinates closing parenthesis. Chapter 227. The hot-tempered fire maga. Not long after, Gao Yang saw a figure as radiant as a blazing flame parting the crowd and walking in his direction. And like the plain white robe she wore during the Goddess of Luck event, this time Agnia was dressed in a robe of flames, paired with her long hair that looked like flickering fire. She appeared just like an elf born from the heart of a blaze. She arrived in front of Gao Yang, extended a slender, delicate palm, and wore a smile that showed no trace of awkwardness, as if the vulgar language used in their private messages on the Omniverse Network had never existed. Gao Yang, long time no see. You have become stronger again. Listening to Agnia's enthusiastic words and recalling the crude language she had used on the Omniverse Network, Gao Yang revealed a slightly chilling smile and said, If we are talking about becoming stronger, Agnia, you are the one who has truly improved a great deal. Agnia's flame-like hair moved without any wind. She then said, Whether I have become stronger or not, a fight will tell. Follow me. The two walked along the way and soon arrived in front of a building that occupied a vast area, resembling an arena. This is the combat platform specifically provided for players to fight, Agnia said, pointing to the arena in front of her as she introduced it to Gao Yang. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in, Gao Yang said, taking the lead and walking inside. Let's agree on this first. Whoever loses pays the fee for using the venue. Agnia added quickly as she followed him. A moment later, in an open circular arena, Gao Yang and Agnia stood 50 meters apart, and like her previous state, once she entered combat mode, Agnia's demeanor underwent earth-shattering change. Her aura was no longer calm. Instead, it was as violent and tyrannical as a volcano about to erupt. A staff made of what looked like agate appeared in her hand, and the robe on her body seemed to be made of flowing magma, with dense fire elements slowly circulating across it. Opposite her, Gao Yang had already donned his nethervine armor and stood ready, holding his black obsidian blade. This was the advantage of the combat platform. It could perfectly simulate a player's physical state, the equipment they used, and more. Furthermore, even if one were to die in battle here, they would suffer no actual harm. However, the price for this functionality was extremely high. The 1,000 Omniverse disaster coin fee per battle deterred many players. Gao Yang and Agnia stared at each other for a few seconds, and the battle erupted in the next instant. Agnia struck first. The staff in her hand swung repeatedly, and dark red fireballs, each the size of a tire, whistled as they shot toward Gao Yang. Before the fireballs even made contact, a wave of scorching heat rushed toward his face. Gao Yang's visor was already covered by a thin, dark purple film, facing the fireballs attacking from every angle. His figure instantly vanished from where he stood. The terrifying speed and intense pressure caused a look of gravity to appear in the depths of Agnia's eyes. However, she did not panic much. Magic power surged from her hands into her staff. The moment the gust of wind hit her face, she slammed her staff hard against the ground. Get lost. A ring of scorching flames centered on her staff pushed everything in the vicinity away. The timing of the fire ring's release was impeccable. Before Gao Yang's greatsword could strike, the flames had already reached his chest. An irresistible, massive force slammed into him. Gao Yang's body paused imperceptibly for a split second, and then his black obsidian blade, accompanied by a piercing whistle, slashed toward Agnia's neck. The flames exploded and scattered. The moment before the black obsidian blade could strike Agnia, her figure vanished from beneath his sword. Gao Yang stepped back slightly to neutralize the impact of the flames. Then, he pushed off with his feet and vanished from his spot once more. Agnia reappeared from a cluster of flames scattered on the ground, her crimson eyes filled with solemnity. If she hadn't escaped into the flames in time just now, the battle would have ended in that instant. However, before she could even catch her breath, the gust of wind struck again. She cursed under her breath, but her body had already retreated into the flames once more. Having slashed at empty air again, Gao Yang did not pursue. Instead, he slowly stood upright and watched as Agnia's figure revealed itself from the flames once more. A very strong displacement technique. Is this a mage's teleportation? Seeing that Gao Yang did not pursue, Agnia felt as if she had been insulted. Dense fire elements gathered around her. No, this is not TLEPO or TATO, and it is fire evasion. As her voice fell, a massive fireball wrapped in dark red magma formed above her head. As she swung her staff, the fireball descended toward the top of Gao Yang's head. Don't hold back. Fight me with everything you have. Gao Yang shrugged. The next moment, he crouched slightly, leaned his shoulders forward, and shot toward Agnia like a cannonball. As you wish. A soft whisper reached Agnia's ears. A look of astonishment appeared on her face, followed by the sensation of an irresistible, massive force. The fireball crashed down, emitting a thunderous explosion. Amidst the roar, Agnia vanished into the flames once again. Gao Yang did not stop his momentum. The moment he dispersed Agnia, he had already charged toward her predicted location. The 200-meter distance vanished in an instant at his current speed. You damn bastard. Agnia had just emerged from the flames when she saw greatsword clinging to her like a shadow, slashing down at her head. Already hot-tempered, she immediately let out a string of profanities. Then, the flames on her robe surged and expanded in an instant, swallowing her entire body. A 15-meter-tall magma giant appeared in her place, its massive magma hands gripping a giant staff that had grown more than 10 times in size, slamming it against Gao Yang's greatsword. Gao Yang smiled silently. As a mage, she actually dared to attempt close-quarters combat against him, a warrior. Amidst the violent roar, countless streams of magma splashed from the giant's hands, as if blood vessels had burst. Clang. As the staff hit the ground, Gao Yang did not pause for even a second, swinging his sword down in a furious strike toward the magma giant that Agnia had transformed into. There was no resistance whatsoever. The magma giant was cleaved in two. Molten lava flowed beneath his feet, but Agnia was nowhere to be seen. Only a sharp shout rang out in Gao Yang's ears. Explode, rumble. A violent explosion filled the entire arena. Everywhere Gao Yang looked was covered in flames. The terrifying fire greedily licked at his entire body, and his HP began to plummet rapidly. Agnia appeared at the edge of the arena, looking at Gao Yang, who was completely engulfed in flames, and finally revealed a hint of triumph. However, she hadn't been smug for more than a few seconds when a fully armored warrior, bathed in fire, walked calmly out of the flames that resembled a volcanic eruption. The fire burned behind him and flowed along his armor, but it did not cause any further damage. Golden red battle chi enveloped Gao Yang, and his HP had already recovered by nearly half within just a few steps. A short while later, outside the arena, Agnia walked down the street with Gao Yang, looking utterly defeated. Chapter 228. Dragon Hunting Invitation. Glug, 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 asterisk hiccup asterisk. As the base of the wine bottle slammed heavily onto the slightly greasy wooden table of the tavern, Agnia let out a hearty laugh. Two patches of crimson flushed her beautiful face. Excessive drinking had caused her behavior to verge on losing control. Right now, she no longer felt the gloom caused by her defeat in the battle earlier. She patted Gao Yang's shoulder forcefully, her eyes unfocused. Gao Yang, you are the strongest warrior I have ever met. Really. I have never seen a warrior more monstrous than you. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged, though he felt a bit of regret internally. He shouldn't have seen her looking so down and taken the initiative to suggest they go to a tavern for a drink. It seemed now that this violent female fire mage not only had a poor tolerance for alcohol but also couldn't hold her liquor well. Thanks for the compliment. Your mastery of fire magic is also very strong. However, Agnia, you can't drink anymore. You're already drunk. Gao Yang returned the compliment, then began to calmly suggest that it was time to call it a night. I'm drunk. How could I be drunk? I am incredibly clear-headed right now. There has never been a moment I've been more clear-headed than this. Agnia waved her noodle-like arms and denied it. People who are drunk never believe they are drunk. And Agnia before him was no exception. Gao Yang looked at the scattered bottles on the table, reached out to snatch the bottle from Agnia's hand, then stood up and hoisted the limp Agnia up, forcibly dragging her out of the tavern. I'm not leaving. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Gao Yang, are you even a man? Are you really that bad at drinking? Agnia clawed at the edge of the thick wooden table with both hands, letting out a pig-like shriek without any regard for her image. Seeing this, Gao Yang silently activated the recording function that came with the Multiverse Network. After some effort, Gao Yang finally managed to drag Agnia out of the tavern. On the street, Agnia kicked and protested under Gao Yang's grip like a large cat, while simultaneously shouting, Gao Yang, let me go. I want to fight you again, this time. I absolutely won't hold back. Gao Yang frowned, feeling helpless that no matter the circumstances. A drunkard was always the hardest type of person to deal with. Forget it. You really are drunk, Agnia. You need to rest. Rest. No. I'm not drunk. I still need to study my spell models. Oh, right. I also know the exact coordinates of a white dragon. I'm going to go right now and peel the skin off that evil, cruel white dragon. Agnia held her hands out like claws, mimicking a tearing motion. A white dragon. Gao Yang's brow furrowed even deeper. As one of the 5 colored dragons of the chaotic evil alignment, white dragons, like the others, had always been notorious. But as dragons, they possessed enough strength to support their infamy and evil deeds. Compared to other 5 colored dragons, white dragons lacked the cunning and tactical thinking of their kin, but in exchange, their primal instincts were the most powerful among all 5 colored dragons. Precisely because of this, white dragons were at the bottom of the hierarchy among the 5 colored dragons. Many other 5 colored dragons wouldn't even use the dragon tongue to converse with them when they encountered one. As a mage specializing in fire, if Agnia faced a white dragon which had an opposing elemental affinity, she wouldn't need to worry about dealing damage. The only thing to worry about was whether she would become the white dragon's appetizer. He was sure the white dragon would be more than happy to eat a human female mage who had marinated herself in fine wine and was filled with a spicy flavor. Going to challenge a white dragon in your state is no different from suicide. Gao Yang thought for a moment before giving her some honest advice. He hoped that the truth would strike this alcohol-numbed mage hard enough to sober her up. But things went the opposite way. After hearing Gao Yang's words, Agnia immediately declared in a rage that she would go right now, this instant, to peel that white dragon's skin and throw it in front of Gao Yang. And not even Mister could stop her. As she spoke, she prepared to disconnect from the player's social platform and return to her own plane. Gao Yang had a massive headache. This was the downside of the Multiverse Network being too realistic. Although physical bodies could not enter the social platform, the entry of the soul meant that specially crafted alcoholic beverages had a much more direct and potent effect on players. If he let Agnia leave like this, given her current state, she might really end up delivering herself as a meal to that white dragon. However, if she truly insisted on disconnecting from the social platform, Gao Yang really couldn't stop her. With no other choice, Gao Yang managed to extract the specific coordinates of Agnia's plane and used a highly effective taunt on the drunkard. Wait for me to come and witness it. Otherwise, how would I know if the dragon skin was peeled by you or secretly traded on the Multiverse Network? As soon as these words were out, Agnia flew into a rage, declaring that she would definitely wait for Gao Yang to arrive before she went to kill that white dragon. Seeing that he had temporarily stabilized Agnia, Gao Yang did not hesitate, immediately disconnecting from the social platform and returning to reality. Waking up from his bed, Gao Yang let out a soft sigh before quickly heading to the multiverse trading platform. He spent a considerable amount of system disaster coins to purchase a cross-plane teleportation scroll, with the entire process taking no more than 3 minutes. There was no help for it. He was the one who suggested they go drinking, and he was the one who got her drunk. So, he had to take responsibility. Otherwise, his friend list would likely lose one friend permanently. However, come to think of it, Gao Yang also harbored a certain curiosity toward dragons. Who wouldn't want to see such legendary creatures with their own eyes, or even slay one with their own hands? Inputting the coordinates provided by Agnia, Gao Yang tore open the cross-plane magic scroll he had just acquired. The next moment, a spatial vortex the height of a person appeared before him. Gao Yang did not hesitate and stepped directly into the spatial vortex. Unlike the teleportation provided by the system, Gao Yang felt as if he had entered the intestines of some giant creature. The winding, twisting passage gave him an extreme sense of disorientation, to the point where even his extraordinary physique struggled to cope, causing him to retch. The dizziness caused by the spacetime turbulence of such long-distance spatial teleportation lasted for quite a while before Gao Yang finally regained his clarity. Once he was fully conscious, he found himself in an enclosed tower-like structure. The inner walls of this structure shimmered with a metallic luster and were engraved with a vast number of magic runes. Suspended in midair above the tower-like structure was a sphere, which emitted a white, fluorescent glow, a mage tower. This thought arose in his mind, only to be extinguished immediately. Agnia shouldn't possess a mage tower of her own. Just as Gao Yang was lost in his thoughts, the magic runes on the wall directly in front of him began to light up in succession. At the same time, a voice devoid of any emotion echoed in his ears out of thin air. My wife caught my virus and developed gastroenteritis. So I spent the whole day at the hospital. Fortunately, there is no major problem, so the update is a bit late. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 229. Icevein Kobold's greetings, respected guest. You have entered the Barnard Plane. Based on the requirements of the legendary Archmage Matilda Allen of this plane, you must provide the information of your contact person in order to teleport out of this mage tower. So, it really was a mage tower. Only it didn't belong to Agnia, but to a legendary Archmage. Gao Yang immediately felt a sense of respect. All legends are worthy of respect, especially legendary mages who can be considered the cream of the crop. After Gao Yang reported the detailed coordinates and the name provided by Agnia, a spatial vortex gradually emerged on the glowing wall in front of him. It seemed his coordinate verification had passed. Without overthinking it, or rather, thinking more wouldn't help, Gao Yang stepped directly into the spatial vortex before him. As soon as he stepped into the vortex, he stepped out of the mage tower, and the surrounding environment changed instantly. By the time Gao Yang's body had completely emerged from the vortex, he had arrived in what looked like an exceptionally prosperous city, and his current position was at the corner of a main street. Standing before him was Agnia, her face flushed, looking intoxicated, and holding an agate magic staff. Perhaps because she had returned to reality, Agnia's drunkenness had faded slightly, though it was still obvious at a glance that she had drunk too much. Haha, Gao Yang, you're finally here. I've been waiting impatiently. Great, she was still a drunkard. Gao Yang felt helpless. Yet he also felt a bit envious of her. The plane she was in was clearly not a dead magic plane like Blue Star. In this plane called Barnard, magic particles were very active. In just the few minutes he had been standing on this street, Gao Yang had seen quite a few mages flying back and forth in the air. Most importantly, it had even birthed a peak existence like a legendary archmage. By comparison, Agnia's growth environment was far superior. Since he was already here, Gao Yang didn't try to persuade her otherwise. He knew that a drunkard couldn't be reasoned with. Fortunately, although Agnia was drunk, she hadn't completely lost her mind. The white dragon she knew of was only a juvenile, not yet grown to adulthood, or rather, it was still a long way from adulthood. It was precisely because of this that Agnia had set her sights on it. If it were truly a white dragon nearing adulthood, or simply an adult white dragon, even if Agnia were dead drunk, she likely wouldn't have dared to harbor such thoughts. Agnia reached out and pulled out a magic scroll, tearing it open just like that, and a portal appeared before them. She beckoned to Gao Yang, then held her head high and stepped into the portal without the slightest hesitation. Gao Yang didn't linger either, following closely behind her through the portal. The distance of the teleportation wasn't very far, but the surrounding environment had undergone earth-shattering change. The bustling city had vanished, replaced by a vast, desolate snowfield. The biting cold wind felt like knives, carrying frozen snow like sand as it lashed against their faces. Gao Yang looked around and realized they were currently at the foot of a frozen mountain peak. He looked up toward the summit. If nothing went wrong, the lair of the white dragon Agnia spoke of would be at the peak of this frozen mountain. As his gaze returned to the lower levels, he noticed that this ice peak was not devoid of signs of biological activity. From the mountain neck down to the foot, there were traces of a small number of creatures. According to Gao Yang's knowledge of chromatic dragons, these beings living beneath the ice peak should be the servants of the white dragon at the summit, and the most common among them would be creatures like kobolds. In fact, Gao Yang's conjecture was entirely correct. With his and Agnia's appearance, they were quickly discovered by the local inhabitants. Woof woof! A creature with the head of a dog and the body of a human, almost the same color as the snowfield, came running toward them. As it ran, it let out fierce, dog-like barks. An ice-veined kobold. Gao Yang looked at the kobold before him. It stood about 1.5 meters tall, with impressive muscles visible beneath its white fur. It held a sharp icicle in its hand, its expression fierce and filled with fighting spirit, showing none of the cowardice typically associated with the kobold race. Its speed was not slow. It took only 10 seconds from the moment it discovered them to close the distance to within 10 meters. Before Gao Yang could make a move, Agnia beside him had already flung a dark red fireball toward it. Fire appeared somewhat weak in this extremely frigid environment, but Agnia was, after all, a transcendent mage. Thus, the fireball still slammed into the ice-veined kobold's body at a speed it could not dodge. In an instant, the raging flames completely engulfed its body, and a foul, charred stench drifted into Gao Yang's nostrils along with the cold wind. The smell was unpleasant. Gao Yang calmly used his nethervine armor to cover his face and activated the air filtration system. See, Gao Yang, these kobolds are just this overestimating of their own abilities. Having taken out the kobold before them with a single fireball, Agnia waved her staff, her flushed face full of smugness. The death of this first ice-veined kobold to discover them was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. It seemed insignificant, yet it stirred up ripples the very next moment, one after another. Ice-veined kobolds appeared in their field of vision. They showed no fear, raising their weapons and letting out angry barks as they charged toward the two from above. I'll handle this. Agnia waved her staff, and fireballs rapidly took shape, which she then quickly hurled at the army of kobolds before them. The violent explosions kicked up snow that filled the sky, adding a touch of warmth to this glacier that had remained frozen for 1,000 years. You have killed an ice-veined kobold. You have gained 30 points of general EXP. Ice-veined kobold has been recorded in your adventure handbook. Gao Yang slashed an ice-veined kobold that had rushed out of the sea of fire into with his sword and nodded slightly. The strength of these ice-veined kobolds was not weak. Their power should exceed 15 points, making them a very formidable tribe. Moreover, these ice-veined kobolds possessed an extremely tenacious fighting spirit. Even knowing they were no match, they still fearlessly launched a death charge toward them. Of course, in the face of an absolute gap in strength, such a charge was meaningless. When Gao Yang decapitated the leader of the ice-veined kobolds on the mountainside with a single strike, it meant that the ice-veined kobolds inhabiting this mountain had been completely wiped out. It's here. Just then, Agnia suddenly said in a low, solemn tone, her voice devoid of any trace of drunkenness. Gao Yang's heart stirred, and he looked up toward the summit of the mountain. The wind and snow obstructed his vision, but through the blizzard, Gao Yang could still see a massive black shadow standing proudly atop the peak, wantonly radiating the aura of a ruler. Chapter 230 Crushing the White Dragon. A long, rough howl descended from the sky, followed by a turbulent airflow mixed with ice shards. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged, but beside him, the drunkenness on Agnia's face had completely vanished. Her eyes filled with gravity. Gao Yang, perhaps we should leave. Agnia looked at Gao Yang with some embarrassment and whispered. Gao Yang tilted his head slightly to look at her. his deep voice carrying a hint of mockery sobered up. Agnia tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression somewhat irritable. Now is not the time for this, Gao Yang. That is a juvenile white dragon. And being in this location, my strength is severely suppressed. The implication was that she could not deal with this white dragon right now. You didn't say that before. I wonder who was shouting about wanting to peel the skin off a white dragon. Gao Yang's slightly playful voice sounded from beneath his helmet, which only made Agnia's expression more irritable. Besides, it won't be so easy to leave now. It's here. No sooner had Gao Yang finished speaking than the airflow churning in the sky intensified sharply. The wind, mixed with ice shards, struck Gao Yang's armor with a clattering sound. At the same time, the black shadow on the distant mountain peak had spread a pair of enormous wings and was diving down from the summit. This was the first time Gao Yang had come into close contact with a legendary dragon. It possessed a streamlined physique, solid silvery white dragon scales, and a pair of broad, powerful dragon wings. Everything about it seemed to display the power within that body that made the world tremble. As the distance closed, Gao Yang could already hear the tearing sound it made as it broke through the cold air, as well as the massive noise produced by its strong dragon wings beating against the air. Following this was a heavy pressure that made people tremble, which washed over them dragon might. However, for Gao Yang, this level of dragon might did not seem capable of killing him. It drew closer and closer, so close that Gao Yang could already see the white dragon's cold and cruel yellow slit pupils. Gao Yang, Agnia let out a loud roar, and the agate staff in her hand erupted with a blinding red light. The next moment, the spiritual energy in the surroundings began to churn, and a pungent, sulfurous odor suddenly spread. The terrifying high temperature almost instantly vaporized the surrounding ice and snow. Amidst the rising thick white mist, a giant flaming palm clenched into a fist and slammed toward the head of the diving white dragon. Gao Yang clearly saw a flash of contempt in the eyes of the diving white dragon. Facing Agnia's spell, it made no move to dodge and simply crashed straight into it. The flames scattered, and cold air shot out in all directions. The fierce flames were suppressed by the bone-chilling cold, and even the terrifying explosion sounded more like a death rattle. Ooh! The ground shook violently. The white dragon's strong hind limbs landed, its winding, fleshy wings piercing through the ice mist. It held its head high and let out another earth-shaking dragon roar. As for the flames, what flames? Agnia's expression turned even uglier. It seemed her previous thoughts had been a bit naive. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and blocked Gao Yang behind her. Gao Yang, this is my mistake. You go first. I will hold it off for you. Gao Yang looked at Agnia's resolute back and smiled helplessly. It seemed she still hadn't sobered up yet. It was just a white dragon that hadn't even reached adulthood. Why was she acting as if this were a life or death parting? Agnia's right hand, which was holding her staff, was pressed down by a large hand covered in a gauntlet. She turned her head and saw that Gao Yang had stepped in front of her. Agnia, although I would really like to thank you, do you have any idea how ridiculous you look right now? As his voice faded, Agnia felt the airflow in front of her surge violently, forcing her to squint her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, Gao Yang's figure was gone. In his place stood a 10-meter-tall, fully armored humanoid dragon. Stay back, Agnia. A voice like thunder descended from above. Agnia looked at Gao Yang, who was clad in armor, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing and sprinted away into the distance. A hint of scrutiny appeared in the white dragon's cruel, vertical yellow pupils. There was a scent familiar to it within the body of the large creature before it, mixed with a trace of fear. This fear was inexplicable, yet it stirred the dragon's rage. The scorching dragon blood surging through its veins further ignited its murderous intent. The next moment, it attacked Gao Yang without hesitation. Its thick neck granted its head extreme speed. Almost in an instant, a maw filled with flashing, sharp teeth had reached Gao Yang. A crisp sound of teeth clashing rang out. Having missed its first strike, the white dragon's movements did not pause in the slightest. Its front claws struck down like lightning in a crisscrossing motion. Gao Yang dodged the first claw strike, but when facing the second, his body faltered slightly. A ferocious, immense force poured into his chest, the terrifying impact sending him sliding back 5 or 6 meters. Gao Yang steadied himself, felt the sharp pain radiating from his chest, and bared his teeth in a grimace. Your claw strikes don't seem to be very strong. As he spoke, his massive body suddenly accelerated to its limit. The ground beneath his feet was torn apart, and soil flew everywhere. Gao Yang broke through the ice mist and cold air at high speed, appearing before the white dragon. His massive fist grew larger and larger in the dragon's eyes. With a dull sound of flesh colliding, the white dragon's body was knocked heavily backward. Having landed one punch, Gao Yang pressed forward, his dragon claws covered in ferocious gauntlets raining down continuously upon the white dragon's body. Following a massive, mournful cry, the white dragon rolled onto the ground, scorching dragon blood spilling from its shattered scales. It flapped its wings, attempting to fly away from this place. The brief exchange had ended in its complete suppression. If it insisted on fighting the monster before it, its only outcome would be to become a pile of broken bones. Want to escape? Gao Yang gripped the air with one hand, and a pitch-black greatsword appeared in his grasp. The next moment, raging flames ignited along the blade. With black obsidian in hand, the battle aura on Gao Yang's body surged violently, and he was completely enveloped by the flame-like aura. His presence shifted, and his body lunged forward once more. A terrifying, scorching sword trail cut through the air, lingering for several seconds before slowly dissipating. The white dragon's struggling body suddenly stiffened. A sharp pain erupted from the base of the wings it was about to flap, followed by a massive spray of blood gushing out from the wing roots as if it were worthless. With just a single strike, one of its dragon wings had been severed at the root by Gao Yang. A terrified dragon roar echoed through the icy, snow-covered land. Amidst the scorching dragon blood lay the white dragon's constantly struggling body. Gao Yang held his sword and turned around slowly, a look of disappointment in his eyes. This white dragon did not seem as strong as he had imagined. Chapter 231. Expanding the inventory. Is it because it is not yet an adult? Gao Yang speculated in his heart, but his movements were not slow in the slightest. He severed the white dragon's remaining wing with a single stroke and watched it roll and wail in a pool of blood. Gao Yang's heart remained completely unmoved. Gao Yang stepped forward, preparing to end the white dragon's short life compared to other chromatic dragons when an unexpected change occurred. The moment Gao Yang approached, the wailing white dragon whipped its head around, cold firelight brewing in its mouth. The overwhelming rage, the intense pain in its body, and the fear of death drove it to unleash its most powerful attack against the creature before it. Regardless of the cost, frost breath, a cone-shaped blast of icy breath swept out, mixed with ice shards and congealed blood. It wanted to freeze the creature before it into an ice sculpture and then trample it into dust. Gao Yang's expression remained indifferent. Facing the incoming frost breath, he simply took a deep breath, and then orange flames smelling of sulfur erupted from his mouth. Boom, boom. Two breaths of different natures collided in midair, pale blue and orange intertwining with a dull, explosive sound. As time passed, the white dragon's neck slowly tilted backward, while Gao Yang's body gradually leaned forward. Clearly, he held the advantage in this clash of breaths. When the nether breath was about to strike the white dragon, the dragon's own breath ceased. The energy within its body could no longer sustain the output. Its massive, ferocious dragon head slammed into the ground, its vertical yellow pupils filled with confusion and unwillingness. Yet, even until this moment, the white dragon had not attempted a single communication with Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the fallen white dragon, his heart unmoved. A dragon's vitality is extremely strong. Such injuries alone were not enough to render it immobile. The white dragon's actions were more like a state of resignation after losing all hope of escape. Black obsidian rose in the white dragon's vertical pupils and then fell, and the white dragon's world plunged into eternal darkness. The massive dragon had rolled on the ground several times before finally losing its momentum, and the white dragon's vertical pupils eventually lost their luster. You have killed a juvenile white dragon. You have gained 8,000 general XP. Chromatic Dragon White Dragon has been recorded in your adventure manual. System prompt. Because of your dragon slaying act, you have earned the achievement, Dragon Slayer. System notification. Your initial relationship with the Chromatic Dragon White Dragon has been changed to hostile. You will be attacked upon encountering other white dragons. A series of notifications lit up before his retinas. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling not the least bit surprised by the hostile relationship with the white dragon. However, He was somewhat surprised to have earned an achievement upon killing this white dragon. After checking the Dragon Slayer achievement and discovering it was truly just an achievement, Gao Yang lost interest in it. At this moment, Agnia, who had been watching the battle from afar, approached them. She looked at the dragon corpse in the pool of blood, then at Gao Yang, who had returned to his normal state, and said with a complex tone, "Gao Yang, you just killed it like that, otherwise, should I have let it go?" Gao Yang laughed out. No. Agnia waved her hands repeatedly, explaining, "That is not what I meant. I just did not expect that this white dragon would be killed by you so easily, and even beheaded by you at that." After finishing her sentence, Agnia looked at the dragon blood flowing all over the ground, feeling heartbroken. Dragon blood is a very precious magical material. This is such a waste. Regarding that, Agnia, you should have been prepared, right? Gao Yang pointed to the dragon corpse on the ground. If the dragon blood is not collected now, I am afraid it will all drain away. Agnia did not have time to explain. She took a small glass bottle from her inventory and began chanting a series of spells. The next moment, the dragon blood flowing from the white dragon's neck stopped dripping. Instead, as if pulled by a force, it began to flow into the glass bottle in Agnia's hand. It wasn't clear what level of magical item the glass bottle in her hand was, but it was actually able to contain all the dragon blood from the white dragon's body. After putting the cap on, Agnia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She handed the glass bottle to Gao Yang and said happily, "Here, most of the dragon blood is in here." Gao Yang did not reach out to take it, but instead asked Agnia, "What can dragon blood be used for?" Agnia quickly replied, "There are many uses for it. It can be used to make mana potions, vitality potions, or as a liquid filler for clay golems. It can also be used to cultivate magical beasts. In short, it has a wide range of uses." "Can it be made into potions that improve physical fitness or increase vitality?" Gao Yang asked. Agnia thought for a moment and replied affirmatively, "Yes, it can. However, it must be crafted by a pharmacist who specializes in this field." "Do you need that, Gao Yang?" "If such a thing is possible, I would certainly want it." "Then leave it to me. It just so happens that among the mages I know, there are some who specialize in this area." Agnia patted her chest, speaking with great confidence. "Then thank you very much." Gao Yang was also pleased. This way, he could save a lot of time and would not waste the dragon blood. "By the way, I will only take 2/3 of this dragon blood. If it were not for you, I am afraid this dragon blood would have just gone to waste." How could I be so bold as to accept that? Although Agnia said this, the smile on her face could no longer be contained. The conversation ended for the time being. Gao Yang looked at the dragon corpse, which was over 20 meters long from head to tail, and felt a bit conflicted. The inventory provided to each player by the system was not very large. It was sufficient for daily necessities, but for a giant beast like this, which was over 20 meters long and weighed in tons, it was simply not enough. Seeing Gao Yang's expression, Agnia laughed out loud and said, "How, Gao Yang? You surely know that you can purchase expanded inventory space on the trading platform, right?" Expanded inventory. Gao Yang shook his head, indicating he did not know. He could not be blamed for this. He had just returned from his training in the Abyss, and coupled with the fact that he had not done much research into the system itself, it was normal for him not to know about such special items. Under Agnia's explanation, Gao Yang's brow gradually smoothed out. "Forget it. I will buy them." After Agnia finished speaking, she disappeared from where she stood. 5 minutes later, Agnia reappeared in front of Gao Yang. "Here, it is this." 3 small light orbs were tossed over by Agnia, and Gao Yang caught them. "Do you wish to use the expanded inventory?" 1 light orb vanished, and Gao Yang checked his inventory, discovering that its capacity had increased by about 10 cubic units. After using the remaining 2 expansion items, Gao Yang's inventory capacity increased by 30 cubic units. This volume was enough to easily accommodate the white dragon's corpse. As a flash of light passed, the dragon corpse on the ground was instantly stored into Gao Yang's inventory. Chapter 232. Souvenirs from the White Dragon's Lair. After storing the loot in his inventory, a smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. He looked up toward the mountain peak. Following the standard procedure, after defeating the final boss, one naturally had to loot the boss's lair. Although the white dragon is known as the disgrace of the true dragons, it still sits at the very bottom of the true dragon hierarchy. Outside of the dragon race, the white dragon is still a terrifying existence at the top of the food chain. However, this white dragon was not yet an adult, so Gao Yang held some doubts about whether there would be any good items in its lair. Still, he figured there should be no shortage of shiny coins and gemstones. Gao Yang began to walk toward the mountain peak, and Agnia followed closely behind. Gao Yang, are you planning to check out the white dragon's lair? Gao Yang turned his head to look at her. Having had little contact with her before, his perception of this hot-tempered female fire mage was limited to her brutal and terrifying spellcasting level. Now that he had interacted with her a bit more, Gao Yang realized that aside from her immense talent in the field of spellcasting, Agnia was quite hopeless in other aspects. In short, she was just a college girl overflowing with youthful energy. Being looked at by Gao Yang, Agnia did not mind. She followed him toward the peak with a grin, saying as they walked, "It is not that I am bragging, Gao Yang, but even though this white dragon was not yet an adult, its strength was truly not bad. There should be quite a few treasures in its lair. Of course, compared to this white dragon, your strength is even greater, Gao Yang. I think you need a local guide like me. There might be some treasures in the lair that you wouldn't recognize, but with me here, you won't need to worry about that problem." As they walked, Agnia eventually shut her mouth. This mountain peak was not low. Gao Yang's strength and stamina were already extraordinary, so his speed was extremely fast. Climbing a mountain to this degree was not a difficulty for him at all. However, for Agnia, the difficulty of climbing a rugged mountain peak in the freezing snow was a bit too much. Gradually, Agnia began to pant, and her pace became slower and slower. After walking for a while longer, Gao Yang stopped in his tracks. Looking at Agnia, who was struggling to move forward not far behind him, he asked with confusion, "As a mage, do you really have to travel on foot?" Upon hearing this, Agnia froze in place as if she had been petrified. Seeing that she had realized it, Gao Yang turned around once more and headed toward the summit. After a long while, a wave of heat rushed over from behind. He looked back and saw Agnia enveloped in flames, flying toward his direction. Agnia flew to Gao Yang's side and said to him, Sorry, Gao Yang. I forgot." Gao Yang shook his head slightly, then suddenly increased his speed. Seeing this, Agnia quickly waved her staff and flew toward the summit. Crunch! The thick snow was flattened under Gao Yang's feet, and the biting cold wind crackled against his body. Before him stood a bird's nest magnified countless times, with ice shards like swords piercing in every direction, and an invisible pressure radiating from within the lair. Around this nest, a large number of bones were scattered. These bones had already been covered by ice and snow, with only a small portion exposed. They had arrived at the white dragon's lair. Agnia landed beside Gao Yang. She looked up at the white dragon's lair before her and took the initiative to say, "This is just the outer perimeter of the lair. Beneath this nest, there should be another section." Gao Yang nodded slightly, then his body shuddered, and a pair of dragon wings unfurled behind him. Compared to him, the white dragon's lair was still too high, but this was normal. Dragons are flying creatures. When they build their nests, they naturally do not consider the issue of how humans might reach them. Flapping his dragon wings, Gao Yang arrived at the edge of the nest and looked inside. What met his eyes were massive canine teeth like elephant tusks, as well as sparkling stones of various sizes. Beyond that, there were huge treasure chests uniquely crafted by humans, along with golden coins scattered around the chests and various items flickering with different kinds of light. However, whether it was the giant canine teeth or the treasure chests, everything was covered in thick, solid ice or frost. If one wanted to obtain these dragon treasures, they would need to chip away at the ice bit by bit. Gao Yang, "There's nothing of value here. Let's go and check the interior of the lair." Agnia circled the nest once and said to Gao Yang with some disappointment. Hearing this, Gao Yang flapped his wings and flew toward the only cave located inside the nest. The interior of the lair was even colder than the outside. A thick layer of frost covered the inside of the nest, and even the hard rock walls were blanketed in frost. Compared to the bird nest-like structure outside, this place looked more like the area where the white dragon usually slept and lived. Gao Yang saw many diamond-shaped, pure white scales scattered on the ground. There was no doubt these had been shed by that white dragon. To their left, a giant with a body covered in numerous scars stood there in silence. "It is a frost giant," Agnia's voice rang in Gao Yang's ears. Before Gao Yang could ask, Agnia continued. "The reason the white dragon is called the disgrace of true dragons is largely because they can be tamed by stronger beings. Frost giants usually challenge white dragons to prove their strength and elevate their status within their tribe. Clearly, this is a frost giant who failed the challenge, and it itself has become a powerful trophy used by this white dragon for display. It is worth mentioning that this frost giant was likely considered the strongest enemy by the white dragon, so it is its favorite souvenir." Gao Yang nodded slightly. He had to admit that having such a knowledgeable mage as a teammate could indeed broaden one's horizons. If it weren't for Agnia, he would have seen this frost giant and at most thought it died at the hands of the white dragon. Without having any further thoughts, Gao Yang said, "Thank you, Agnia. You have taught me a lot. So, are there any valuable items in the white dragon's lair?" Compared to the stories between the frost giant and the white dragon, Gao Yang was more focused on practicality. Agnia withdrew her gaze from the frost giant and returned to her duties, looking around the lair. Soon, she came to Gao Yang's side with a slight smile and said, "We are in luck. There are quite a few magic crystals condensed from ice elements here, as well as some dragon saliva grass. This is a precious magical material. Is there nothing else besides these?" Gao Yang was somewhat disappointed. "If you are interested in this frost giant, you could also take it away. The value of this corpse should not be low either." Agnia blinked and teased. Chapter 233 Dragon Blood Secret Medicine. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon the frost giant's body, which was nearly 20 meters tall. With a look of contemplation, seeing this, Agnia was somewhat surprised. "No way, Gao Yang. Do you really want to take the corpse of this frost giant away? Is that not allowed?" Gao Yang replied with a smile. Agnia opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. She naturally did not understand the reason for Gao Yang doing this. In her view, because this frost giant had been frozen for too long, it had lost its inherent value. Right now, it was just a rather large corpse. As for Gao Yang, he would not explain to Agnia that he still had a kello fruit tree waiting to be fed, although he had already given the crew fruit tree a heart of 10,000 trees to serve as a source of life. When it came to nutrients, surely the more the better. Soon, under Agnia's watchful gaze, Gao Yang forcibly snapped the frost giant's massive body from the ground and stored it into his inventory. After finishing this, Gao Yang clapped his hands with some satisfaction. He had to admit, having a storage space this large was truly fantastic. As for Agnia, after watching Gao Yang's actions, she could only shake her head helplessly before beginning to wave her staff, collecting the magic crystals and dragon saliva grass scattered throughout the lair. According to the general adventure rules of the comprehensive network, since she had provided the specific location and monster information, she was entitled to 1/3 of the spoils. When Gao Yang had shared the dragon blood with her earlier, it had been based on this standard. After tidying up the items in the lair, Agnia felt that she was a tiny bit closer to her goal of independently building a mage tower. As a mage, although the profession granted her powerful and incredible magic, it simultaneously made her incredibly poor. When it came to the pursuit of wealth, mages were absolutely the most fanatical of all professions, because to them, wealth represented power. With wealth, one had the power to master everything. As the dream of every mage, the wealth required to build a mage tower was far beyond imagination. As for the ultimate dream of all mages, a floating city that was even less, something that could be piled up with just a few resources. To give the simplest example, every single brick in a floating city was crafted from magic crystals, and as the most commonly used and scarce casting material for mages, the value of magic crystals had never diminished in the slightest. Watching Agnia, who looked like a little girl picking mushrooms as she gathered magic crystals all over the lair, Gao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. The current Agnia was the very picture of a money grubber. Agnia's movements were not slow. In just a short while, she had dug out all the valuable items in the lair. With a flush of excitement on her small face, She came before Gao Yang and counted on her fingers. Gao Yang. There are 174 magic crystals in total, and 32 stalks of dragon saliva grass. According to the ratio, you take 2/3, which is 116 crystals and 22 stalks of dragon saliva grass. Gao Yang shrugged, having no objections to Agnia's method of distribution. She had been busy running around for such a long time. Wasn't it all for these gains? Furthermore, Gao Yang had never had the habit of hogging everything for himself. With the two of them finished with the distribution, there was no need to linger, and they soon flew away from the white dragon's lair. In midair, Agnia asked, Gao Yang, where would you like to go next? Hearing this, Gao Yang shook his head slightly and said with a smile, I have come to your hometown for the first time. Shouldn't this question be asked by you instead of me? Upon hearing this, Agnia became excited immediately. She waved her staff vigorously and said with great bravado, Then I must take you to experience the most characteristic delicacies and scenery of our barnyard. Then I will have to trouble you. Seeing this, Gao Yang was quite expectant.